Jiang Wuhan transmigrated to become the imperial son of the imperial clan Jiang, only to be confronted at the very beginning with his so-called white moonlight, a sullied woman breaking off their engagement. My accepting your gifts does not mean I like you. Facing such outrageous words, he chose to strike back with full force. From that moment on, Jiang Wuhan embarked upon a life as if blessed with endless cheats. So long as he marries heaven's favored daughters and sires Qilin offspring, he can not only grow stronger but also obtain imperial weapons, immortal pills, cultivation arts, and other bountiful rewards. Jiang Wuhan, you are a useless good-for-nothing who cannot cultivate. What right do you have to marry me? Lin Jingjing would rather die than marry a wastrel playboy of the Jiang clan like you. Her scolding poured down on him like a storm, echoing by his ears. Jiang Wuhan's eyes flickered, a trace of clarity returning to his gaze. He swept his eyes around. Outside the Imperial Sun Hall, festive lanterns and banners hung everywhere, and the guest seats were fully occupied. Amid this joyous atmosphere, the girl before him yanked off her red bridal veil, cold contempt filling her beautiful eyes. Jiang Wuhan's heart trembled. This was transmigration. The next instant, a flood of memories that did not belong to him surged into his mind. Yanfo, great world, immortal imperial clans, the imperial son of the Jiang family. This was a vast world where martial might reigned supreme, where the strong could shatter the void and destroy heaven and earth. Jiang Wuhan was born into the imperial clan Jiang, one of the pinnacle powers of the human race, with a great emperor sitting in town. His father was the current great emperor, his mother a peak quasi-emperor. How incomparably exalted was his status! Yet as their only child, Jiang Wuhan was a complete and utter waste in cultivation. No matter how much effort the Jiang clan poured into him, they could not change the fact that he was incapable of cultivating. The imperial son of the Jiang clan was a mere mortal. Not only that, Jiang Wuhan was unambitious, infatuated with Lin Jingjing, the legitimate daughter of the declining Lin family, a third-rate clan, degrading himself as a slavish suitor for love. As Jiang Wuhan digested the memories in his mind and looked at the girl humiliating him in public before him, his face grew dark. With such status and such a background, he had become a groveling dog. He had spent 300 million spirit stones chasing a girl from a declining clan, and still failed to win her. At the same time, a wave of powerlessness rose from the depths of Jiang Wuhan's heart. In a world overflowing with powerhouses, as a mortal who could not cultivate, even if he married a heaven's proud saintess, he might not even be able to break through her defenses. Aside from leaving her covered in his saliva, what else could he do? Just as Jiang Wuhan sank into despair, a mechanical electronic voice sounded by his ear. Ding dong, host's transmigration detected. Multi-offspring fortune system successfully bound. This system is dedicated to helping the host forge auspicious unions, propagate offspring, and expand the branches and leaves of his clan. When the host joins with female cultivators possessing special physiques and scores above 90 and gives birth to exceptionally gifted descendants, he will receive generous rewards, including but not limited to supreme cultivation, peerless talents, fortune-bestowing immortal pills, ultimate imperial weapons, immortal-grade cultivation arts, and more. A novice gift pack has been issued. Open it. In an instant, Jiang Wuhan's eyes lit up. It was as if a powerless husband in utter despair had suddenly seen a bowl of potent deer blood tonic. Open it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Myriad Dao Desire Immortal Sacred Physique, the Jade Marrow Dragon Transforming Pill, and the Yin Yang Heaven Mending Art. Myriad Dao Desire Immortal Sacred Physique, a supreme sacred body that, though it grants no direct combat power, greatly enhances a certain aspect of one's capabilities, increases the chance of siring offspring with the opposite sex, and strengthens the constitutions of one's descendants. Jade Marrow Dragon Transforming Pill, a fortune-bestowing immortal pill that allows even mortals who consume it to wield peerless talent. Yin Yang Heaven Mending Art, an immortal-grade cultivation art that nourishes both Yin and Yang. During dual cultivation, both partners gain immense benefits. At this moment, seeing Jiang Wuhan remain silent, Lin Jingjing immediately snapped, "Jiang Wuhan, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Shut up, wench." Jiang Wuhan rebuked her coldly, his gaze sweeping over her as an information panel materialized. Lin Jingjing. Score 65. Identity: legitimate daughter of the Lin family. Physique: Luoshui spiritual physique. Data: 165 centimeters. Thunder attribute C. Pairing count 99. Weakness: not yet targeted, unable to view. So she was already a sullied woman. Lin Jingjing's face filled with astonishment. She had known Jiang Wuhan for so long and had never seen him utter a single harsh word to her. No matter how unreasonable she had been, in the end Jiang Wuhan would always bring gifts to apologize. The rebellion of her once obedient lapdog stirred a wave of fury in her heart, and she said in a deep voice, "Jiang Wuhan, you actually dare scold me. Today I Lin Jingjing am cancelling this marriage. Even if a great emperor comes, he won't be able to stop me. My accepting your gifts does not mean I will accept you. The one I've always liked is Brother Lu. Since you claim to like me so much, you should fulfill my wish." Damn it, this woman was utterly twisted. "I'll fulfill your wish, my foot." Jiang Wuhan raised his hand and slapped Lin Jingjing across the face. A woman who had secretly rolled in the sheets with another man nearly 100 times actually dared to break off the engagement in public and humiliate the imperial son of the Jiang clan. This world was even more deranged than Jiang Wuhan had imagined. But in the end he was still a mortal unable to cultivate. That slap in terms of damage was not very great, but in terms of humiliation it was immense. Lin Jingjing stood there in a daze, staring at Jiang Wuhan in utter shock. "You worthless waste, you actually dared hit me." She felt she had suffered an enormous humiliation and immediately raised her hand to strike Jiang Wuhan. With the strength of a cultivator, that slap alone would have been enough to turn Jiang Wuhan into a blood mist. However, she had overlooked one thing: this was the imperial clan Zhang's territory. The moment Lin Jingjing struck, more than a dozen Saint Realm guardians secretly watching over Jiang Wuhan took action, sealing this stretch of void. Lin Jingjing's hand was raised high, yet her body felt as though it had been filled with lead. She could not move an inch. "Please forgive us, imperial son." The dozen saint-level experts half knelt behind Jiang Wuhan, all pleading guilty. Previously a saint of the Jiang clan had once taken action against Lin Jingjing to protect Jiang Wuhan, provoking Jiang Wuhan's fury and resulting in that saint's cultivation being crippled. This time, however, Jiang Wuhan merely waved his hand and said calmly, "You are blameless. Rise." Then he looked at Lin Jingjing and said in a deep voice, "As for her, since she wishes to break the engagement, let us grant her wish. Since she is no longer my woman, she has no right to enjoy the resources of the Jiang clan." "Imperial son, you mean?" one of the Saint Realm experts asked. "However she consumed our resources, make her repay them in kind," Jiang Wuhan said coldly. "Abolish her. Stop." Before the words had fully fallen, a handsome youth in white appeared, shielding Lin Jingjing behind him. This was Lu Chen, young master of the Lu family. The Lu family had once been a third-rate clan, but in the past 2 years it had abruptly risen, with many new experts emerging. Jiang Wuhan knew that this was because Lin Jingjing had passed along the resources he had given her to Lu Chen. Over the years, Lu Chen had often relied on Lin Jingjing's favoritism to strut arrogantly before Jiang Wuhan. Now glaring at Jiang Wuhan, he shouted, "Jiang Wuhan, you heartless cur. Just because Jingjing doesn't like you, you would cripple her. You've gone too far. If someone must be crippled, then cripple me as well." Lu Chen was certain that Jiang Wuhan would not truly do anything to Lin Jingjing if this was the perfect moment to gain her favor. Yet in the next instant. "Agreed. A double joy then." Jiang Wuhan chuckled softly and said calmly, "Cripple him as well. And while you're at it, pay a visit to the Lu family and abolish every cultivator who has broken through in recent years. With their measly level, they dare cultivate using my Jiang clan's resources." Lu Chen was dumbfounded. Was this really happening? For a moment even the Saint Realm experts felt astonished. Why was the imperial son acting so abnormally? Had he been possessed? Seeing everyone exchanging glances, Jiang Wuhan's gaze hardened. "What does this imperial son's word carry no weight?" "As you command." They nodded at once. The next moment 2 streams of profound light pierced through the dantians of Lin Jingjing and Lu Chen, the lingering force shattering the meridians throughout their bodies. The two of them twisted in agony, simultaneously spraying a stream of blood as their auras withered and they collapsed into a pool of blood. The commotion here alarmed the elders of both families inside the hall. The crowd filed out of the Imperial Sun Hall, and upon seeing the two lying in the blood, all wore expressions of shock. The Jiang clan's imperial son had gone mad, crippling his bride before the wedding. Facing everyone, Jiang Wuhan spoke calmly, "Lin Jingjing is wanton and fickle. Before the wedding she engaged in illicit acts with Lu Chen and is long since a spoiled flower. Just now she even sought to break off the engagement and elope with this adulterer. I must ask the Lin family to give an explanation. Otherwise do not blame the great emperor for his wrath, wiping the Lin family's name from the Yanfo great world." As Jiang Wuhan's gaze swept over the panicked Lin clansmen, his eyes suddenly locked onto a girl in red. An information panel appeared. Lin Qingya. Score 95. Identity: Lin family illegitimate daughter. Physique: Luo Tian holy physique unawakened. Data 166 cm. Thunder attribute D. Pairing count 0. Weakness not yet targeted, unable to view. For a moment Jiang Wuhan's voice cut off abruptly, a strange light surfacing in his eyes. Lin Qingya. Jiang Wuhan had some impression of her, a concubine-born daughter of the Lin family's collateral branch. Due to her striking appearance she was often targeted by Lin Jingjing on ordinary days. This time she was sent over as a dowry maid. Dressed in a red wedding gown she stood out conspicuously among the crowd. Jiang Wuhan's earlier words, though not loud, crashed like thunder, leaving the Lin family members frozen in place. Rebellious daughter, how can you be so shameless? Secretly consorting with that treacherous Lu bastard, bringing ruin upon our family. Lin Sangtian, the Lin family patriarch, gritted his teeth and roared in rage, what you have done. Do you think you deserve the family? Do you deserve the imperial son? Lin Jingjing's face turned ugly. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said coldly, I just don't like a useless waste like Jiang Wuhan who never strives for improvement. What crime is that? And what right do you have to blame me? You gave birth to my grandfather, but that doesn't make you my direct ancestor. Aside from blood ties you are nothing but an irrelevant old man.
At this moment, after reaching the 10,000 laws realm, the burning heavens, 9 worlds he unleashed caused a faint layer of fiery radiance to emanate.
She turned to Jiang Wuhan and said coldly, Jiang Wuhan, considering your efforts all these years, I had intended, even after being with brother Lu, to still give you a chance to pursue me. But now you and I are finished. No matter what heavenly treasures you bring to restore my cultivation, I will never forgive you. Lin Jingjing bit her lip hard as if she were the one betrayed. Idiot. Jiang Wuhan snorted coldly, not even glancing at her, and walked toward the Lin family members. Lin Sangtian, his expression panicked, quickly begged, Imperial son, calm your wrath. The Lin family is willing to offer everything to apologize, only asking for a slim chance of survival. He felt as if his entire clan were watching him from the heavens, incontinent with terror.
Yi Fan and Nangong Chiman casually chose a spot and sat down. Qin Yi and Zhao Lingfeng sat on either side. Especially Zhao Lingfeng, whose eyes whenever they met Yi Fan's were
Until, would you be willing to become my imperial son's consort? Jiang Yuan's voice rang out. Lin Qingya slowly raised her head, looked left and right, and a hint of confusion appeared in her beautiful eyes. Imperial son, are you speaking to me? Lin Qingya frowned slightly and asked timidly. Yes, you. Jiang Wuhan nodded and said frankly, if you marry me, not only will the Lin family be spared, the resources and betrothal gifts previously given to the Lin family need not be returned. At this moment the hopeful gazes of the Lin family members all fell upon Lin Qingya. Lin Qingya looked at Jiang Wuhan, 1,000 thoughts swirling in her mind. Indeed, Jiang Wuhan was not an ideal husband, but she was merely a dowry maid without status. Now the rise or fall of the entire family rested on her single decision. Lin Qingya had no other option. I am willing. Her brows relaxed as she forced a smile. It is my honor to serve the imperial son. Jiang Wuhan nodded, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Very good. Go change your clothes and prepare for the wedding ceremony. With that he strode toward the imperial son hall, leaving the stunned crowd behind.
The golden and red energies collided with each other. Be careful. Master Xiaoyao and Master Yu Yao hurriedly used their means. The energy light shielded everyone within it.
Jiang Lintian, the patriarch of the Jiang family, gazed at Jiang Yuan's retreating figure with profound eyes and said calmly, for the Jiang family, the legitimate and illegitimate daughters of the Lin family make no difference. They are all but ants. As long as Wuhan likes it, even if he wants to marry the princess of the immortal dynasty, we should fulfill his wish. As he spoke he could not help but sigh softly. The great emperor and the empress are guarding the forbidden life zone. Wuhan is their only bloodline entrusted to us since infancy. Yet we have failed to nurture him into a talent, we have failed the great emperor and the empress. Upon hearing this the Jiang family elders let out a unanimous sigh, their eyes filled with guilt. At that moment someone looked at Lin Jingjing and Lu Chen and asked, Patriarch, what should we do with these two? Keep the girl for Wuhan to deal with. As for the Lu kid. Jiang Linchen's gaze darkened, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. A petty family dares to provoke the imperial Jiang clan. The entire Lu family, both beneficiaries and accomplices. Kill them all. Spare no one. Jiang Lintian said in a deep voice. But the imperial son said only to cripple the cultivators who have broken through in recent years. Someone said. Jiang Lintian sighed softly and said calmly, Wuhan is still young. His blade is not sharp enough nor cruel enough. Do as I say. Leave no future trouble. A thick murderous intent flickered through the eyes of this quasi-emperor peak powerhouse. On the other side Lin Sangtian breathed a long sigh of relief, filled with the fortune of surviving a calamity. He looked at his pale-faced clansman and said in a deep voice, from today onward depose Lin Jingjing's branch from the direct lineage. Cease all cultivation resource supplies to this branch. Lin Qingjia's branch shall henceforth be the direct lineage of the Lin family. I hereby appoint Lin Qingya as the legitimate daughter of the Lin family. As soon as these words were spoken, many faces changed color. Patriarch, you cannot. We are all from your own branch. Jingjing has contributed so much to the family over the years. You cannot be so heartless over a small mistake. Lin Jingjing's parents, their faces livid, fell to their knees and cried out. Lin Kengshen's gaze darkened, and with a wave of his hand he sent the two flying dozens of yards away. The two spat blood, their cultivation completely crippled. A small mistake. She nearly brought annihilation upon the Lin family. Lin Sangqian gritted his teeth and scolded. If it weren't for the imperial son's magnanimity, the entire Lin family would have perished because of her actions. Raising such a daughter, you two are also to blame. From today you are expelled from the Lin family. I have no such unfilial descendants. With that he flicked his sleeve and followed the Jiang family members back to the imperial sun hall. Lin Jingjing collapsed in a pool of blood, watching helplessly as her parents and Lu Chen were dragged away by Jiang family strongmen. A trace of fear appeared in her beautiful eyes. Why this time? Didn't Jiang Wuhan apologize to me? Why? Does he have to be so heartless? He wasn't like this before. Meanwhile, the imperial son's wedding was exceptionally grand. Almost all the prominent figures of the Yufu great world had arrived, all smiling and offering blessings. Though they had witnessed the farce of the bride swap, none paid it any mind. For these powerful figures, they were not honoring the useless imperial son Jiang Wuhan but the imperial Jiang family behind him. Jiang Wuhan cared nothing for that. All he wanted now was to finish the ceremony quickly, then embrace his 36D95 beautiful wife and explore the depths of life. The entire wedding process was vast and tedious. Jiang Wuhan felt like a puppet guided through each step. After completing the couple's vow, he took Lin Qingjia's delicate hand and returned to the imperial sun hall's bedchamber. The place had already been decorated as a bridal chamber, draped in festive red everywhere. As night gradually fell, the bedchamber remained brightly lit. Lin Qingya, dressed in a magnificent phoenix coronet and embroidered gown, sat quietly at the edge of the bed. Her delicate white hands nervously twisted the hem of her dress, the red veil concealing her stunning beauty. Jiang Wuhan dismissed the maidservants and sent away the crowd who wanted to disturb the bridal chamber. He picked up the jade rui from the table, walked to the bedside and gently lifted Lin Qingjia's red veil. Delicate features, skin white as snow with a slightly baby-fat face still carrying traces of youthful innocence. Her faintly blushing cheeks looked so tender they could almost drip water, stirring an inexplicable sense of guilt. Wasn't this a million times better than that cheap slut Lin Jingjing? Imperial son. Lin Qingya spoke timidly, her voice laced with shyness. Jiang Wuhan sat beside her, casually pulling her into his arms, and chuckled. At your age, still so shy. No need to call me imperial son anymore, just call me husband. At the same time he once again opened Lin Qingjia's information panel. Lin Qingya score 95, title Imperial Son's consort, legitimate daughter of Lin family, constitution Luo Tian, sacred body unawakened, measurements 166 cm 966098, thunder D, connection 0, weakness A, kind girl from a collateral branch, often bullied yet always caring for her family. For the family's revival she would do anything. Oh, anything. A few bold positions suddenly appeared in Jiang Wuhan's mind. Miss legitimate daughter, you wouldn't want to see your family fail to revive, would you? Seeming to sense Jiang Wuhan's burning gaze, Lin Qingjia's cheeks grew even redder. She lowered her head and asked softly, Imperial son, I want to know. Why did you choose me? Why? Because you are big. And your score is high. Because you are beautiful. Jiang Wuhan looked at her without evasion. I can help take care of your family, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Please tell me, Imperial son. Lin Qingya lifted her head, her eyes shining. I want you to help the Jiang family multiply and bear many children. Jiang Wuhan said bluntly. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingya blushed and frowned. But, Imperial son, I am a cultivator. You have no cultivation. It may be very difficult for me to conceive. Don't worry about that. I have my ways. Jiang Wuhan chuckled and pushed her down gently. All right, an inch of time is an inch of gold. Let's get down to business. The lamplight dimmed, the red candles flickered. A pair of fair jade-like arms hooked around Jiang Wuhan's neck, Lin Qingjia's beautiful eyes gradually growing hazy. Husband. Please be gentle with me. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the marriage with his Dao partner Lin Qingya, rating 95. Reward calculation in progress. Reward received: Supreme Immortal King Technique, Immortal Grade Skill, Qian Kuan Melting Furnace, Ultimate Emperor Weapon, Heavenly Saint Pills, Creation, Immortal Pills, Body Enhancement 2, Cultivation, Breakthrough, Tianwu Peak. Upon receiving the reward, Jiang Yuan's face instantly lit up with wild joy. Immortal Grade Skill. Moreover, it is complete. Even the imperial family, the Jiang clan, only has a fragmented version of an immortal grade skill, with ancestors piecing together their insights into the Tao, barely allowing for cultivation. However, compared to emperor grade skills, its actual strength is not significantly greater. With this complete Supreme Immortal King Technique, Jiang Yuan's father, the Great Emperor, can undoubtedly break through to a higher realm within his lifetime. In contrast, the value of the Ultimate Emperor Weapon is much lower. After all, the Jiang clan has a Great Emperor overseeing them and has produced more than one Great Emperor, so they are not lacking in Ultimate Emperor weapons. But who would complain about having too many Ultimate Emperor weapons? As for the Heavenly Saint Pills, as a creation immortal pill that surpasses Emperor grade, they can actually enhance one's physique. Although there are many types of special physiques in the cultivation world, the classification of their ranks is not complicated, ranging from low to high: mortal body, spiritual body, royal body, divine body, saint body, Tao body. A perfected saint body can rival a great emperor. As for the Tao body, it is said to be in harmony with the great Tao of heaven and earth. As long as one does not fall, they are destined to achieve the Tao and become an emperor. One heavenly saint pill is enough to elevate a special physique by one rank. As for the cultivation breakthrough, the cultivation realms of the Yanfu Great World can be divided from low to high as follows: Body Refining Realm, Qi Refining Realm, Life Palace Realm, Tianwu Realm, Cave Heaven Realm, Dragon Transformation Realm, Yin Yang Realm, Divine Martial Realm, Reincarnation Tribulation Realm, Nirvana Saint Realm, Semi-Emperor Realm, Emperor Realm. From the Body Refining Realm to the Tianwu Realm, they are referred to as the four realms of warriors, which are the foundation of cultivation. From the Cave Heaven Realm to the Divine Martial Realm, they are known as the four realms of life and death, the process through which cultivators transcend life and death and elevate their destinies. Starting from the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm, one must contend with heaven for longevity, and each breakthrough requires transcending a tribulation. This is also the beginning for the strong, as those who are Tribulation Realm experts are called venerables. The Nirvana Saint Realm, while seemingly a single realm, is actually a collective term for three realms: Saint, Saint King, and Great Saint. The Semi-Emperor Realm and Emperor Realm are the peaks of this era. Do you accept the cultivation breakthrough? The system prompts coming shortly after. Accept. As the words fell, a warm current surged within Jiang Yuan's body, breaking the shackles that had held him for many years at this moment. Accompanied by waves of comfort, Jiang Wuhan couldn't help but let out a low moan, his aura rising at a visible speed. Body Refining Realm First Level. Body Refining Realm Second Level. Body Refining Realm Ninth Level. Breakthrough. Qi Refining Realm First Level. Life Palace Realm Ninth Level. In just a few breaths he reached the peak of the ninth level of the Tianwu Realm, a natural progression. In the eyes of the Jiang clan, even some newly born children might not compare. Some descendants of semi-emperors or great saints are born with formidable fates, starting with the cultivation of the Cave Heaven Realm or even the Dragon Transformation Realm, which is not surprising. But for Jiang Wuhan this was a qualitative breakthrough. At this moment Lin Qingya heard a strange sound in her ears, couldn't help but frown slightly, and opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes still carried a hint of laziness and daze, but she witnessed a scene that left her astounded. She saw that Jiang Wuhan, who was a mortal body, not only could cultivate but also made rapid progress in a very short time, breaking through from a mortal to the peak of the Tianwu realm. Husband, you can cultivate. And your cultivation? Lin Qingya spoke, her hoarse voice revealing confusion. Jiang Wuhan turned his head and saw Lin Qingya staring at him intently. Madam, you will help me keep this secret, right? Jiang Wuhan said with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Lin Qingya then realized her earlier slip of the tongue. It was normal for Jiang Wuhan, the son of the Jiang family, to have secrets. Rest assured, husband, I will never mention what I saw to a second person. Lin Qingya vowed. That's the way to go. Jiang Wuhan leaned down and kissed her on the cheek. Madam, you worked hard last night. It wasn't hard, I promised my husband to help the family grow. Lin Qingya smiled sweetly, gaining a bit more affection for Jiang Wuhan. But before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yuan's hand directly reached towards softness and the corner of his mouth curled up. Since you think so, we must work hard to conceive as soon as possible. In the next moment Lin Qingya's mouth slightly opened and her willow brows furrowed. The sky was already dimly bright, but she had just fallen asleep not long ago. Last night had been a full 5 hours of turbulence. Lin Qingya, do you know how I spent those 5 hours? And now you want to come again? Even a mortal physique can be so resilient. Turning clouds and rain, the sun rises high. Jiang Wuhan dressed himself and looked at the drowsy Lin Qingya on the bed, pleased as he walked out of the palace. This time he did not receive any rewards from the system. It seems that only the first establishment of a relationship and the birth of offspring can yield rewards. This seems simple but is actually a bit challenging. The system favors specific individuals, and not every female cultivator can trigger rewards if the rating must be at least above 90. And to grow quickly he cannot just focus on Lin Qingya alone. Otherwise the fastest reward will take a year to settle. He needs more extraordinary women. Lin Qingya is a lucky find, but other women with a rating above 90 are all goddesses and saints from major factions. Such beings have high standards. Given Jiang Yuan's current reputation, it would be strange if they looked at him. Thus relying solely on himself for this is mostly hopeless. Why should I rely on myself? I have the imperial family Jiang clan behind me with a great emperor overseeing me. Whether it's gathering information on extraordinary women, arranging marriages, or eloping, these matters should be handled by the family. This is Jiang Yuan's current thought process. Expanding horizons, mutual benefit. To leverage the Jiang clan's power for these matters, he must allow the clan strong to see his transformation and the benefits of marrying and having children. Immortal grade skills, ultimate emperor weapons, heavenly saint pills. These are strategic resources that can help the family grow. Report the system's matters to the family. At the Jiang clan's main hall, Jiang Lintian sat at the top with a gloomy expression. Below on both sides sat several powerful elders of the Jiang clan, each a well-known expert in the Yanfu Great World. At this moment everyone was staring at a blood-red treasure orb suspended in the hall, remaining silent for a long time. This is the Fate Soul Orb obtained by our ancestor from slaying celestial demons in the outer realm, and it is also the last resort to help Wuhan step into martial arts. Jiang Lintian said solemnly, slowly speaking. Elders, what are your thoughts? Please share. Before he could finish speaking, the second elder Jiang Linyuan immediately retorted, family head, this is not acceptable. Though this Fate Soul Orb is mysterious, it is a remnant of the celestial demons from the outer realm. Even our ancestor could not fully control it. If we use the Fate Soul Orb on Wuhan, the risk is too great. Upon hearing this, the first elder Jiang Linzhan helplessly shook his head. Second, you are mistaken. For years we have tried every means to help young Wuhan cultivate, but we have seen no results. Now that young Wuhan is getting married, the woman he marries is not from a large family but is still a cultivator of the dragon transformation realm. To put it bluntly, with young Wuhan's current physique he may struggle to consummate the marriage. The first elder sighed deeply, as if hiding endless melancholy in his eyes. This feeling of desire but being unable to act is the most painful thing for a man. But we cannot disregard young Wuhan's safety. If anything happens to him, how will we explain it to the great emperor and empress? Another elder with a fiery temper scolded. If he cannot cultivate even with all the precious resources, the lifespan of a mortal is only 1,000 years. Rather than waiting for death, it is better to take a gamble. If you're going to gamble, you go ahead. Who dares to harm young Wuhan? I will fight him to the death. In an instant the elders argued endlessly. Enough. Jiang Lintian spoke, and the aura of a peak semi-emperor instantly overshadowed every. His gaze was deep, and with a sigh he said, since we cannot reach a conclusion, I will report this matter to the great emperor and empress and let them decide. In an instant the elders sighed, their faces filled with helplessness. Just then a guard walked in from outside the hall and cupped his hands, saying, reporting to the family head, the young master seeks an audience. Wuhan has arrived. Jiang Lintian frowned and said nonchalantly, bring him in. Soon Jiang Wuhan arrived at the main hall and bowed to everyone. Wuhan pays respects to the family head and all the elders. Seeing this, everyone exchanged glances. This kid, why has he suddenly become so polite? Could it be the refinement of having a beloved wife has allowed him to grow overnight? Jiang Lintian put away the Fate Soul Orb and looked at Jiang Wuhan, speaking in a gentle tone, Wuhan, what brings you here? We are discussing how to help you awaken your cultivation. If this goes smoothly, you will soon become a true cultivator. Jiang Lintian comforted him. Several elders nearby nodded and advised young Wuhan cultivation cannot be rushed. Many powerful beings mature late. If worse comes to worst, I have a prescription for breaking heaven pills here which can greatly enhance a man's abilities in a short time. Helping you break through with your beloved wife, having a good time for half an hour should be no problem. Young Wuhan, don't listen to the first elder's nonsense. Once you awaken your cultivation, you can do whatever you want. Faced with the elder's persuasion, Jiang Wuhan could only feel a mix of laughter and tears. His gaze was sharp as he swept over the elders present, calmly speaking, family head, esteemed elders, I can already cultivate. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of the peak 9th level of the Tianwu realm was released from his body. In an instant the entire hall fell silent. Ninth heaven of the celestial martial realm, the pinnacle. Such a realm was but an ant before Jiang Lintian and his company. If they encountered a cultivator of this level outside, they would not even spare a glance. Yet now each one wore expressions of awe, their mouths agape. Am I dreaming? Little Wuhan has actually attained the celestial martial realm. An ordinary mortal body can actually cultivate. Little Wuhan, what on earth is going on? In an instant the crowd swarmed around, bombarding him with questions. Enough. Jiang Lintian spoke once again, overpowering the clamor. He looked at Jiang Wuhan, suppressing his inner excitement, and said calmly, "Everyone take it easy. Let Wuhan speak slowly." Meeting the eager gazes of his elders, Jiang Wuhan chuckled lightly, "Patriarch, esteemed elders, I am no longer a mortal body. I now possess a sacred body, the myriad Tao immortal desire sacred body." At these words everyone was momentarily stunned. They were well versed and familiar with the myriad special physiques across the heavens. Yet the myriad Tao immortal desire sacred body, they had never heard of it. Is this sacred body recorded in the register of 10,000 races physiques? Since it is a sacred body, what are its extraordinary traits? When did this sacred body awaken and how? Questions came like a volley of arrows, one after another. Then Jiang Wuhan recounted the functions of the myriad Tao immortal desire sacred body and the existence of the system to everyone present in full detail. For a moment absolute silence fell over the hall. The existence of the system was utterly baffling even to these cultivators at the quasi-emperor and great sage levels. Seeing Jiang Lintian and the others exchanging perplexed glances, Jiang Wuhan directly retrieved the great immortal king's scripture and the furnace of heaven and earth from his system space. Patriarch elders, this great immortal king's scripture is a complete immortal grade cultivation method, fierce and domineering, perfectly suited for our clan's powerhouses. Jiang Wuhan's eyes blazed as he looked at the assembly, and this supreme imperial weapon is also a divine armament of utmost yang in harmony with our clan. Upon seeing this, bright joy erupted in their eyes. An immortal-grade cultivation method, a supreme imperial weapon. These were strategic resources capable of elevating the clan's foundation. Wuhan did this. All come from that so-called system? Jiang Lintian asked with burning eyes and intense excitement. Yes, and there is more. Jiang Wuhan produced 2 heavenly saint pills and declared eloquently, "These are heavenly saint pills, a kind of creation immortal pill. Their effect is to elevate a special physique." Boom. Another earth-shattering revelation. A cultivator's physique is determined at birth and cannot change without great fortune. Had the Jiang family possessed such an item earlier, giving it to Jiang Wuhan would have elevated him from a mortal body to a spiritual body, allowing normal cultivation. Then with resource accumulation they could have pushed him to the sage realm. But if a divine body prodigy consumed it, they would directly ascend to a sacred body. That was a true emperor seedling, a rarity in 10,000 years. Even if they failed to become an emperor, a great sacred body could rival an emperor and match a quasi-sage at the peak. At this moment even Jiang Lintian could not hold back his frenzy. This so-called system may well be the blessing of the heavenly Tao. He looked at Jiang Wuhan, unable to conceal his excitement. No wonder Wuhan was unable to cultivate for the past 20 years. Those who receive the favor of heaven must first suffer in heart and will. Now the bitterness has given way to sweetness. Little Wuhan, take 1 heavenly saint pill and elevate your myriad Tao immortal desire sacred body to the Tao body level. Second Elder Jiang Linyuan said eagerly. But before he could finish, Grand Elder Jiang Linzhan stopped him. No. This pill is mysterious and unfathomable, certainly not from the Yanfu great world. Even I cannot discern its subtleties. If taken rashly it might harm little Wuhan's body, an immeasurable loss to the clan. At these words the crowd frowned. Grand Elder, as one of the 8 dragon pattern alchemists of the Yanfu great world, even you cannot see through this pill? Someone asked in surprise. A creation immortal pill of this caliber, no one in this age can refine it. Jiang Linzhan said gravely. Summon Jiang Fan and Jiang Lian, the siblings. Jiang Lintian ordered. Soon a young man and woman arrived at the main hall. They were adopted siblings of Jiang Lintian. The brother Jiang Fan possessed the great sun divine body and the sister Jiang Lian possessed the clear moon sacred body. These 2 were top prodigies of the era, enjoying extremely high treatment within the clan. Jiang Fan, Jiang Lian, here I have a creation immortal pill that an emperor procured from a life forbidden zone for the imperial heir. It is said that if taken the physique will be elevated. Jiang Lintian looked at them calmly, yet its effects are unknown. Between you 2, who is willing to test the pill for the imperial heir? At this the siblings exchanged glances. Foster father, I am willing to test it. Jiang Lian said without hesitation. Are you not afraid the pill might be harmful? Jiang Lintian asked. I trust that the emperor would not harm the heir and you would not harm us. Jiang Lian's eyes were resolute as she raised her hands above her head, though there is risk it is also a rare opportunity. Jiang Lian is willing to try. Jiang Lintian nodded approvingly and placed one heavenly saint pill on her palm. She tilted her head back and swallowed it. In an instant a cool mysterious aura radiated from her. A gentle breeze came and a bright moon hung in the sky. A vision manifested from within her. Unconsciously Jiang Lintian shielded Jiang Wuhan to protect him from her vision. A quarter of an hour later the vision faded and Jiang Lian slowly opened her eyes. Little Jiang Lian, how do you feel? Have you been elevated to a Tao body? Jiang Linyuan asked hastily. Jiang Lian examined her state and shook her head. In response to second elder, this pill strengthened my bloodline and physique and helped me awaken a vision, but it did not grant me a Tao body. At this everyone shook their heads, disappointment washing over them. Only Jiang Linzhan stared at the remaining pill in Jiang Linchen's hand and said grimly, I suspect the pill is not the problem, little Jiang Lian might be the issue. What problem does Jiang Lian have? Jiang Lintian asked in confusion. This heavenly saint pill can indeed elevate physiques, but it has its limits. A sacred body is already an extremely powerful physique if the pill's potency is insufficient to evolve it into a Tao body. Jiang Linzhan speculated gravely, if it were a physique below sacred body perhaps it would work. At these words everyone turned to look at Jiang Fan. He possessed a divine body which is below a sacred body. Yet Jiang Lintian hesitated. After all, the heavenly saint pill belonged to Jiang Wuhan. Since it had proven to strengthen bloodline and physique on Jiang Lian, even if it could not evolve Jiang Wuhan's myriad Tao immortal desire sacred body into a Tao body, it would still greatly benefit him. Everything for the imperial heir. At this moment Jiang Wuhan suddenly smiled. Patriarch, give this heavenly saint pill to Jiang Fan. Wuhan, this pill is useful for you. Jiang Lintian frowned. Before he could finish, Jiang Wuhan waved a hand to interrupt, even if useful, not by much. Besides, if I can produce two, I can produce more. In comparison, it will have a greater effect on Jiang Fan. At these words Jiang Fan immediately knelt before Jiang Wuhan. The imperial heir is benevolent. Jiang Fan is eternally grateful. Jiang Fan looked up with a solemn expression, but this pill was obtained by the emperor for the heir. How dare Jiang Fan? Jiang Wuhan impatiently cut him off, saying calmly, enough nonsense. If I say eat, eat. From now on serve the clan well and do not let my care go to waste. With that he took the pill from Jiang Linchen's hand and offered it to Jiang Fan. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jiang Fan thanked him and swallowed the heavenly saint pill. In the next instant a scorching aura erupted from within him, spiritual energy surging like a rising blazing sun. In that fleeting moment he seemed to break some shackles, his life level ascending. Everyone noticed a fiery red mark appear on his forehead. This is the blazing sun sacred body. He ascended, truly ascended. Wuhan did not deceive us. The heavenly saint pill elevates physiques below sacred body by one tier. In that moment everyone was exhilarated. Jiang Fan opened his eyes, dropping to one knee before Jiang Wuhan with reverence. Jiang Fan. Thanks the imperial heir for the bestowed fortune. Enough, you two go out now, we have matters to discuss with Wuhan. Jiang Lintian said calmly. After they left the hall erupted in excitement. Little Wuhan, this system you possess is simply a blessing our Jiang family has not seen in a million years. You said you need to marry and have children to receive the heavenly Tao's favor. The crowd pressed eagerly. Jiang Wuhan nodded, explaining, it cannot be just any woman, she must be a heavenly maiden meeting a system score above 90. What is the full score? Jiang Lintian asked. Not sure, probably 100. Jiang Wuhan guessed, then explained, Lin Qingya has a hidden sacred body, her score is 95. What of it if she is a heavenly maiden? You are the imperial heir of the Jiang family, marrying a few heavenly maidens is nothing. A few? Not enough. At least several hundred. The clan elders spoke one after another, brimming with excitement. Jiang Linchen's gaze was profound as he immediately ordered, gather information on all heavenly maidens from the immortal dynasty's sacred lands and immortal clans of the Yanfu Great World and present them to Wuhan. Marry everyone who meets the requirements. Within the main hall of the Jiang family, Jiang Lintian and the elders of the clan were utterly frenzied. In their eyes there was no trace of selfishness, only a fervent desire for the rise of the Jiang family. Even the hot-tempered second elder had already decided to seize a bride. Seeing this, Jiang Wuhan could not help but advise, Master, esteemed elders, let us calm down for a moment. Among those proud daughters of heaven, which one is not the treasured darling of the major forces? If we simultaneously propose marriage to them or even attempt to seize a wedding, it would be tantamount to declaring war against the major forces. Our Jiang family might become the target of scorn. Even though the Jiang family is an immortal imperial clan with a great emperor overseeing it, we cannot withstand such turmoil. By that time, if we fail to marry a proud daughter of heaven and end up offending everyone instead, it would be a loss beyond measure. Little Wuhan makes a valid point. Why not marry one first? Someone proposed. As soon as these words were spoken, they were met with opposition from the crowd. Marry one. If other immortal families see this, they will think our Jiang family cannot afford an imperial consort. Marry 10 in one day. Exactly. Prepare the betrothal gifts and let all forces know that marrying into the Jiang family is their honor. Silence. Jiang Lintian stopped the crowd and said calmly, I understand the thoughts of the esteemed elders. However, we must not act too impulsively. Even if the Jiang family can withstand it, Yuan's body cannot. As he said this, everyone unconsciously looked at Jiang Wuhan, their gazes filled with profound meaning. Master, do you mean? Jiang Linzhan asked. Seal the news. Everything that happened today in the main hall is to be classified as the highest family secret and no one is allowed to leak it. Jiang Linzhan's expression grew serious as he commanded, not only must we gather information on the proud daughters of heaven from the Yanfu Great World, but we must also quickly collect information on those from the lower realms under the Jiang family's jurisdiction, including the Thousand Worlds and Small Thousand Worlds. We need to choose the best Dao partner for Wuchen from the myriad worlds. Jiang Lintian placed his hand on Jiang Yuan's shoulder and advised Wuhan, you need not concern yourself with these trivial matters. What you need to do now is to condition your body and help our Jiang family flourish. I will prepare the best cultivation resources for you. If you need anything else, feel free to come to me. Jiang Linzhan's gaze was earnest and the other elders nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with sincerity. Jiang Wuhan nodded, feeling touched. The concern of these elder relatives for him had never changed. He left the main hall of the Jiang family and all he needed to do next was to patiently wait. At that moment, two figures approached from outside the hall. Young Master. The siblings Jiang Fan and Jiang Lian simultaneously knelt before Jiang Wuhan. The young master has given my brother and me a rebirth like grace. From now on we are willing to cross mountains of swords and seas of flames for the young master. Whatever the young master needs, we will not hesitate to risk our lives. The two raised their heads, their eyes filled with adoration and fervor. Jiang Wuhan felt a sense of gratification at this sight. Two holy bodies. They are both good seedlings. If nurtured properly, they would undoubtedly become formidable powers capable of standing alone in the future. At the same time, Jiang Wuhan instinctively used the system to probe Jiang Lian. Jiang Lian, rating 89, identity adopted daughter of the Jiang family, head physique clear moon, holy body data 170 cm, 826085 Thunderbee times 0 weakness. She reveres the strong of the family, having only admired the clan's emperor and the family head in the past, but now also holds feelings for the young master and is willing to do anything for him. So close, what a pity. Jiang Wuhan secretly shook his head. At the same time, he could not help but complain in his heart. This rating system has issues. The system can't possibly have a fixation on large thunder, right? The small ones are quite cute too. But then again, bigger ones might be easier to nurture. It's fine if he takes a bit of a loss, he must not let the child go hungry. After comforting the two for a moment, Jiang Wuhan returned to the imperial hall. Just as he was about to enter the hall, a figure appeared blocking Jiang Yuan's path. Jiang Wuhan immediately recognized the identity of the person, Lin Jingjing. Damn it, this persistent nuisance. Jiang Wuhan expressed his disgust. Indeed, names carry meaning. Whatever one lacks in life is reflected in their name. Lin Jingjing lived up to her name. Beside her stood a young man in white named Lin Hao, Lin Jingjing's biological brother. Having relied on this relationship, he had extorted resources from Jiang Wuhan in the past. Under the guise of matchmaking, he took what he wanted and quickly turned his back, often belittling Jiang Wuhan in front of Lin Jingjing. This troublemaker actually has the audacity to appear here. Jiang Wuhan, what the hell are you going crazy about? Lin Hao pointed at Jiang Wuhan and sternly reprimanded, yesterday I was in seclusion for cultivation and couldn't attend your wedding with Jingjing, and you actually created such a mess. Why marry my sister instead of that little vixen Lin Xingya? And why did you incapacitate my sister's cultivation? And why did you allow the ancestor to sever ties with our line and stop providing us with cultivation resources? If you don't give me an explanation today, just wait and see how I deal with you. Lin Hao grabbed Jiang Wuhan's clothes, his words full of threats. Though Jiang Wuhan was the Jiang family's young master, the image of a once submissive and sycophantic dog had taken deep root in the eyes of this brother and sister. Moreover, Lin Hao had not been present yesterday and had not witnessed Jiang Wuhan's transformation. In his eyes Jiang Wuhan was still that useless person who would apologize at the slightest intimidation. But in the next moment, very well Lin Hao, you have given me a reason to annihilate your lineage. Jiang Wuhan chuckled lightly as if he were discussing something utterly mundane. Annihilate us? You a useless person. Lin Hao sneered, clenching his fist. Since you refuse to recognize the situation, I will teach your parents a lesson. With that, Lin Hao threw a punch at Jiang Wuhan, showcasing his cultivation at the second level of the transformation dragon realm. However, when his fist was less than 3 inches from Jiang Wuhan's face, it was as if an invisible force had repelled it. Not only did he fail to hit Jiang Wuhan, but he was also forced back several steps by this force. Waves of violent energy took the shape of a furnace, emanating a terrifying aura that sent chills down the spine. The supreme imperial weapon, the Qian Kun furnace. Although Jiang Wuhan at the peak of the Tianwu realm could only exert limited power from the Qian Kun furnace, it was still a supreme imperial weapon capable of a dimensional strike against a transformation dragon realm cultivator like Lin Hao. What do you think you are to teach me a lesson on behalf of my parents? Jiang Wuhan's face darkened as he coldly stated. What is this strange thing? Lin Hao looked at the burn marks on his fist and then became aware of something unusual. Jiang Wuhan, you useless. When did you start cultivating? And how do you have cultivation at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Tianwu realm? Lin Hao's face was filled with shock, but it quickly darkened again. So what if you are at the Tianwu realm? In front of my transformation dragon stronghold, you are still an insignificant waste. As long as you are a waste today, you will be a waste for the rest of your life. Even with clever tricks you cannot hope to compete with me. Lin Hao shouted furiously, summoning a spirit weapon long staff. In the Yanfu Great World, the classification of spirit treasures ranges from low to high: mortal weapons, spirit weapons, king weapons, holy weapons, quasi-imperial weapons, and supreme imperial weapons. Seeing this, Jiang Wuhan's gaze sharpened. Die for me. As he spoke, he wielded the Qian Kun furnace and pressed down toward Lin Hao. Meanwhile, Lin Jingjing saw the long staff in Lin Hao's hand shattering piece by piece, and fearing that he would be suppressed, immediately shouted, "Stop, please stop, don't fight anymore." Before her voice fell, Lin Hao was directly suppressed into the furnace. Jiang Wuhan in a single thought summoned divine fire for refining. Within the Qian Kun furnace, Lin Hao's heart-wrenching screams echoed. Jiang Wuhan, let my brother go. I can at least not make you apologize to me. Lin Jingjing said anxiously. As long as you heal the injuries in my body and help me recover, I can let the past be the past. Jiang Wuhan could not help but frown at her words. Are you out of your mind? Why should I apologize to you? Is it because you lack the sun in your life? Upon hearing this, Lin Jingjing's face immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Jiang Wuhan, I have already given you a way out. What else do you want? She pointed at the Imperial Hall and said solemnly, you marrying Lin Qingya was just to make me jealous. To hear me say, do I still care about you? I care about you. Are you satisfied now? Lin Jingjing said impatiently. It turns out that when one is speechless, they indeed tend to laugh. This woman is even crazier than he imagined. First of all, I don't care how you feel. Jiang Wuhan looked at her and sneered. Secondly, Qingya is 1,000 times stronger than you. You're talking nonsense. Lin Jingjing glared fiercely at Jiang Wuhan, frantically saying, I am the legitimate daughter of the Lin family. I am the Luo Shui's spiritual body. What is she? Above the Emperor's hall, the cold moon hung high. The mist enveloped the land, stretching for miles. Between heaven and earth, the boundaries blurred under the bright moonlight, resembling a silver river suspended in the sky. It was like a light cloud obscuring the moon, swaying like drifting snow in the wind. Lin Qingya's Luo Tian sacred body awakened. This celestial phenomenon was like a resounding slap striking Lin Jingjing's face. Her proud Luo Shui spiritual body seemed like refuse in front of the Luo Tian sacred body. This aura is Lin Qingya. Lin Jingjing murmured to herself, but quickly shook her head. No, impossible. She is just a small offshoot of the Lin family, someone I have always stepped on. How could she possibly possess such a formidable physique? I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. Lin Jingjing lunged at Jiang Wuhan, her expression dazed. Jiang Wuhan, this is all your illusion, meant to deceive me, right? I was wrong. I apologize. Please stop scaring me, okay? She grasped Jiang Wuhan's arm, her voice trembling. Let's pretend yesterday never happened and go back to how things were. All right. As long as you divorce that little wretch Lin Qingya, I will agree to marry you. No one can tear us apart. Before she finished speaking, Jiang Wuhan kicked her away. You aren't losing anything at all, yet you want me to keep being your lapdog. Jiang Wuhan said with disgust, disdainful. With your character you don't even match the maidens in my emperor's hall. I was blind back then to have fawned over such a worn-out shoe. Jiang Wuhan looked at Lin Jingjing with utter disdain. No, that's not true. Lin Jingjing struggled to get up, hurriedly explaining, it was all Lu Chen's sweet words that deceived me. I merely made a mistake that all young girls make. I did nothing else. Why can't you forgive me? And how do you know that when I was with Lu Chen I wasn't thinking of you? Before she could finish, a powerful pressure descended, locking onto Lin Jingjing. She did not touch Jiang Wuhan, her body seemed frozen, unable to move an inch. Not far away, a plump, mature and intelligent woman approached, her gaze toward Lin Jingjing filled with coldness and gloom. Aunt Shui. Jiang Wuhan recognized her and asked, what are you doing here? The woman referred to as Aunt Shui had followed Jiang Lintian since childhood, and in certain situations her words and actions could directly represent him. Moreover, she was also a saint king. Little Wuhan, I come on the family head's orders to protect you close. Aunt Shui explained, then looked at Lin Jingjing. Little Wuhan, I don't know what you're thinking, but a woman as promiscuous, foolish and wicked as this one is not worth your time. You have more important matters to attend to. As Jiang Lintian's confidant, she was evidently aware of the system. Aunt Shui, you are right. I will leave this person to you. Jiang Wuhan nodded, speaking in a deep voice, I do not wish to see her again, you know what to do. After saying this, he turned and returned to the Emperor's hall. Aunt Shui was taken aback. This child had become so obedient. In contrast, Lin Jingjing's face turned pale as she repeatedly called out Jiang Yuan's name. Aunt Shui waved her jade hand lightly, directly severing Lin Jingjing's voice from the Emperor's hall. What do you want to do? Lin Jingjing's face was grim, her expression terrified. You know my position in Jiang Yuan's heart. We're just having a little quarrel. When he calms down he will come looking for me. If you dare to touch a hair on me he will definitely not spare you. Lin Jingjing's voice trembled, yet she continued to threaten. Shu. Aunt Shui made a gesture for silence, smiling gently. Answer me one question. If your answer satisfies me I won't kill you. What question? Lin Jingjing quickly asked. Aunt Shui took out a piece of candy and a knife from her bosom, tossing them in front of Lin Jingjing. The Emperor's town killed your brother. In a sense you are Jiang's enemy. Facing an enemy with this knife and this candy. Which do you choose? Aunt Shui asked. I choose the knife. Lin Jingjing replied, trembling. Upon hearing this, Aunt Shui raised an eyebrow. Oh. You harbor thoughts of killing the Emperor. You cannot be spared. In an instant Lin Jingjing's face changed and she quickly corrected herself. I choose the candy. Aunt Shui replied with a faint smile. Choosing candy indicates your ability to endure. You have deep scheming. You cannot be spared. Then I choose neither. Hee, I let you choose, yet you choose neither. This shows your innate rebelliousness. You cannot be spared. Then I choose both. Such greed makes you even less worthy of being spared. You are toying with me. Lin Jingjing, angry and embarrassed, said in a deep voice, no matter what I choose I will meet a dead end. Hee, now you know. As her voice fell, Aunt Shui's fingertip lightly touched, piercing her brow. In an instant Lin Jingjing's pupils scattered, her lingering thoughts enabling her to slowly speak. My parents will avenge me. Rest assured your lineage will soon join you. Aunt Shui sneered, turning and vanishing into the void. Inside the Emperor's hall in the inner chamber, Jiang Wuhan pushed open the door and a faint delicate fragrance greeted him. On the red festive bed Lin Qingya, dressed in light gauze, sat cross-legged in meditation. With the awakening of the Luo Tian's sacred body her cultivation level surged, stepping into the Yinyang realm. Hearing the noise Lin Qingya slowly opened her eyes, a complex expression flashing in her clear gaze. This rumored useless emperor who could not cultivate, she had witnessed him leap from a mortal body to the peak of the 9th level of the Tianwu realm. More importantly, she felt a faint rhythm of life within her body. Though very weak, she could ascertain. She should be pregnant. But how could this be possible? The disparity in their cultivation was obvious. Besides, it had only been twice. She looked at Jiang Wuhan approaching, her red lips slightly parted. Husband. As soon as she spoke, Jiang Wuhan sat at the bedside, pulling her into his embrace and silencing her. After a moment of intimacy, Lin Qingya's heartbeat quickened, her face flushed, her little head unconsciously leaning against his chest. An indescribable feeling surged within her. Though she was still not quite accustomed to such matters, she seemed not to mind Jiang Yuan's teasing. Husband, it was quite noisy outside just now. What happened? Lin Qingya asked. Just two clowns, don't mind them. My lady, tell me, how did you suddenly awaken the Luo Tian's sacred body? Jiang Wuhan inquired. Lin Qingya thought for a moment, tilting her little head. I'm not sure. After I woke up I felt a warm current inside me. I just guided it naturally and then I awakened. Though unexpected, it was within reason. She was originally a hidden sacred body and awakening only required a catalyst. As for Jiang Wuhan, whether it was the myriad desires of the immortal body or the Yinyang restoration technique engaging in dual cultivation was beneficial for both parties. At this moment Lin Qingya lifted her little face whispering, "Husband, there's something else. I seem to be." Jiang Wuhan's expression brightened, but he did not intend to let her off easily. He leaned close to Lin Qingya's ear, grinning mischievously, "This is just the first one, my lady. We have a long way to go for the family to expand. And I've heard that during this time there's a chance of twins." For the next 3 days Jiang Wuhan and Lin Qingya barely stepped outside. Day and night and day they labored tirelessly in hopes of conceiving twins. Until a fluctuation came from the core formation of the prince's hall, a signal that someone sought an audience outside. After finishing, Jiang Wuhan dressed and stepped out of the prince's hall refreshed and invigorated. As soon as he stepped out, Jiang Wuhan saw a crowd kneeling before the hall. Among them were former maids and servants of the prince's hall along with many new faces, at least 100 people. These were presumably the new staff Jiang Lintian had arranged for the prince's hall, dedicated to attending to the prince and princess' daily needs. Just then, led by Aunt Shui, a dozen sage-level guardians each came carrying a tray. "Little Wuhan," Aunt Shui said, "the patriarch said you've worked hard these past days and specially ordered us to bring you this tenfold nourishing broth. Besides that, here is also the sky-breaking pill that the Grand Elder asked me to deliver, saying it's for emergencies." Aunt Shui spoke, handing him a jade bottle. Jiang Wuhan looked at the scene and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The tenfold nourishing broth was one thing, but what was the sky-breaking pill supposed to mean? Wasn't this the kind of fierce medicine that turned impotent men into temporary virile stallions? He himself was vigorous and potent. One night, one session, one night. Why would he need such a thing? Leave the tenfold nourishing broth in the hall and return this sky-breaking pill to the Grand Elder. Let him keep it for himself. Jiang Wuhan waved his hand. Aunt Shui chuckled softly and nodded slightly. "By the way, little Wuhan, these past few days the clan has been scouting many candidates for you, and they are now deliberating in the main hall. The patriarch said," Aunt Shui explained, "if you're well rested you should go take a look. They've already screened the heavenly proud daughters of the Yanfu great world and the lower realms so quickly." Jiang Wuhan was pleasantly surprised and couldn't help laughing. The patriarch and the others are quite efficient. By now Lin Qingya was already pregnant. After 3 days of effort there was no sign of twins. Most likely it was hopeless. For safety's sake, it was best not to touch her again until she gave birth. The matter of taking concubines was about to commence. "Let's go, Aunt Shui." "Well, go now." Jiang Wuhan nodded and headed toward the main hall. Aunt Shui gazed at Jiang Wuhan's retreating figure and couldn't help remarking, "Little Wuhan has just gotten married, yet he never forgets to work hard at plowing. Now for the sake of the clan he has to continue taking concubines. This child really has it tough." The Jiang clan's main hall. Jiang Lintian and a group of clan elders sat around a massive long table arguing incessantly as they gazed at the projections of various heavenly proud daughters conjured by spiritual power above. The Grand Princess of the Taihuang Immortal Dynasty Mu Yunxi possesses an immortal heart jade body, a peerless dual cultivation divine body that perfectly matches little Wuhan. "Big brother, what are you thinking? Mu Yunxi is decades older than little Wuhan and even has a daughter. Are you suggesting little Wuhan marry this unvirtuous fallen woman? Don't make it sound so harsh." "What fallen woman? As far as I know, Mu Yunxi has never had a man. Princess Ningwei was adopted by her over a decade ago. She's not her biological daughter." "Then it's better to marry Mu Ningwei. Though she doesn't have a dual cultivation divine body, she possesses the famous innate war body. Among divine bodies it ranks extremely high. Only children make choices, why not take them all? The internal factions of the Taihuang Immortal Dynasty are tangled. It's best not to let little Wuhan wade into those muddy waters. The Yao Qi holy maiden Qi Mengyao is an innate Dao fetus. Moreover, our Jiang clan once had some ties with the Yao Qi sacred land. And there's Su Qingyue of the Taishian immortal sect, said to be the reincarnation of a sword immortal possessing the pure crystal sword heart. None of these major powers are easy to deal with. Wuhan's reputation precedes him, and he's just married recently. If you ask them to send their daughters as concubines, 9 times out of 10 they won't agree. Think bigger, aren't there still heavenly prodigies from the lower realms?" Just as everyone was arguing, Jiang Wuhan arrived. Seeing this, Jiang Lintian quickly called him over and pressed him into the chief seat which only the patriarch was entitled to occupy. "Patriarch, this won't do." Although Jiang Wuhan was a prince, he had no right to sit there. "We're all family, there's no such thing as won't do." Jiang Lintian still pressed him down, smiling calmly. Today you're the star. Look at these women, are any to your liking? Jiang Wuhan gazed at the portraits and information of these divine maidens and holy maidens momentarily dazzled. Every single one was a peerless 09 million top-tier genius. Su Qingyue score 94 identity divine maiden of Taishian immortal sect physique pure crystal sword heart saint body data 162 cm 9856102 thunder D connection count 0 weakness not yet conquered cannot view. Qi Mengyao score 93 identity holy maiden of Yao Qi physique innate Tao fetus divine body data 172 cm 108581110 thunder E connection count 0 weakness not yet conquered cannot view. Mu Yunxi score 96 identity grand princess of Taihuang immortal dynasty physique immortal heart jade body divine body data 175 cm 1128210 thunder F connection count 0 weakness not yet conquered cannot view. Reading this, Jiang Yuan's gaze paused and he couldn't help furrowing his brow. Mu Yunxi. That name was not unfamiliar to him. The grand princess of the Taihuang immortal dynasty, the youngest sister of the current Taihuang monarch. When he was a child he had visited the Taihuang immortal dynasty with his father and met her, even joking that when he grew up he would marry her. But soon after rumors spread that she had eloped with a man. Although she was eventually captured by the strongmen of the Taihuang immortal dynasty and the man was killed, she soon had a daughter. However, the information on the system panel clearly didn't match the rumors. What's more, if she really were a married woman the system wouldn't give such a high score. Then Jiang Wuhan continued reading. Mu Ningwei score 91 identity princess of Taihuang immortal dynasty physique innate war body divine body data 150 cm 6854888 thunder A connection count 0 weakness not yet conquered cannot view. From physique to figure she had nothing in common with Mu Yunxi. Could it be that all along this was a rumor fabricated by the Taihuang immortal dynasty? Jiang Wuhan frowned in confusion. But what benefit does spreading such damaging rumors about the royal family bring to the Taihuang immortal dynasty? Wuhan, what are you thinking? Jiang Lintian put a hand on his shoulder and asked with a smile. Have you found any woman to your liking? These are the heavenly proud daughters of the major powers in the Yanfu great world. If you feel pressured, we've also gathered some female prodigies from the lower realms. As he spoke, Jiang Lintian prepared to switch the projection to a different set. Jiang Wuhan quickly stopped him, pointing at Mu Yunxi's projection, and said with a serious face, Patriarch, I choose this one. As soon as he said that, everyone present exchanged glances with strange expressions. Taihuang immortal dynasty Mu Yunxi. Little Wuhan, maybe you should reconsider. Those old fogies of the Taihuang immortal dynasty aren't easy to deal with. Although Mu Yunxi possesses a dual cultivation divine body, she is already a fallen woman. How could she be worthy of the status of the Jiang clan's prince? Some objected while others voiced support. I think little Wuhan has good taste. What fallen woman? Only married women know how to cherish a man. I agree too. If you're going to choose the mature one. You fake serious guys don't know a thing. It's like using someone else's quasi-emperor weapon, use it to your heart's content without regret. Led by Grand Elder Jiang Linzhan, several clan elders started acting mischievously. Shut up. This is utterly disgraceful. Second Elder Jiang Linyuan scolded. Second brother, stop pretending to be a respectable man. Who doesn't know about that time you stole someone's wife? Jiang Linzhan sneered. Jiang Linyuan's face reddened and he stammered in explanation, she was different, she was my first love. Enough, let's get down to business. Jiang Lintian cut them off, looked at Jiang Wuhan and asked, Wuhan, have you really made up your mind? The Taihuang immortal dynasty and our Jiang clan had some old grudges. Before he finished, Jiang Linzhan slapped the table and said, so what? Since little Wuhan has set his sights not only a grand princess, even if he wanted to marry the empress of the Taihuang immortal dynasty, would snatch her away. Don't forget, our Jiang clan's great emperor is at his peak right now. These words immediately gave everyone immense confidence. Indeed. The Jiang clan's great emperor was at his zenith, while the Taihuang immortal dynasty's great emperor, even if they had one, was nearing the end of his lifespan and had to seal himself with a secret technique. He would not emerge unless something as dire as the dynasty's collapse occurred. So why be afraid? For a moment even the elders who had objected earlier were now brimming with enthusiasm. Patriarch, give the order. Jiang Lintian was silent for a moment, then a glint of determination appeared in his eyes. In the main hall of the Jiang family the elders gazed intensely, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Jiang Lintian looked at Jiang Wuhan and upon seeing him nod, his gaze suddenly turned resolute. Good. Send the order, prepare the betrothal gifts and bring that item as well. I will inform the great emperor and request an imperial decree. Tomorrow the second elder will accompany me to the Taihuang celestial dynasty to propose to the Grand Princess Mu Yunxi. Jiang Linshan's imposing voice reverberated through the hall. Jiang Wuhan looked at the projection of Mu Yunxi's portrait, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After so many years, Grand Princess. I wonder if you still remember the promise we made back then. Meanwhile, far away in the Taihuang celestial dynasty, Mu Yunxi felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. Little did she know she had already caught someone's eye. When Jiang Wuhan returned, it was already nearing dusk. Lin Qingya had changed into a blue dress, regaining her former elegance. Seeing Jiang Wuhan return, she gently called out husband and instinctively tried to remove her clothing. However, Jiang Wuhan raised his hand to stop her. Madam, you are already pregnant, and for the first 3 months. We should still be cautious to avoid any complications. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingya was momentarily taken aback. Is today the day when the sun rises from the west? Since their marriage, whenever Jiang Wuhan was in the imperial son's palace, she had never gotten out of bed. Something unexpected must be happening. Husband, are you no longer fixated on having twins? Lin Qingya's tone was light, carrying a hint of teasing. If possible, I certainly would like to. Jiang Wuhan pulled her into his embrace, a wry smile on his face as he said, but I care more about your and the child's safety. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingya felt a warm current flowing through her heart. She gently pursed her lips and whispered in Jiang Wuhan's ear, husband, rest assured, I can feel. It's very stable. The moment she said this, even she was taken aback. Why did I say such a thing? It sounds as if I am taking the initiative. Though they were husband and wife, Lin Qingya did not feel that she would develop an insatiable desire for this unfamiliar man Jiang Wuhan in such a short time. Moreover, would saying such indiscreet words make her husband think she is some kind of loose woman? Husband, I didn't mean it like that. But before she could finish, she met Jiang Wuhan's charming smile. If that's the case, then let's make another effort before I leave. By the time it ended, it was already the latter half of the night. Jiang Wuhan lay on the bed feeling refreshed, while Lin Qingya, her face flushed with a delightful rosy hue, weakly snuggled against him, enjoying the warmth. Husband, are you going on a long journey? Lin Qingya's voice revealed her weakness, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tenderness. I will set off tomorrow for the Taihuang celestial dynasty to find you 2 sisters. Jiang Wuhan admitted. Lin Qingya was momentarily stunned but did not say much. She understood that as the son of the Jiang family, Jiang Wuhan could not possibly marry her alone. Even the ancestors of the Lin family had dozens of wives and concubines. Moreover, Jiang Wuhan. 3 wives and 4 concubines are standard for those in power. That's normal. I heard that the Taihuang celestial dynasty has old grievances with the Jiang family. This time you must be careful. Lin Qingya cautioned. Rest assured, with the family head, the second elder, and other strong members of the family accompanying me, plus my father's imperial decree, even if those self-proclaimed oldtimers from the Taihuang celestial dynasty try their best to attack me, they will have to weigh their options. While I am gone, if you need anything, just approach the palace maids and servants directly. If you want to support the Lin family, you may also provide some resources as appropriate. Really? Can I really access resources to help the Lin family? Lin Qingya's face instantly showed surprise. Of course, but you must remember not to give too much without restraint. Jiang Wuhan looked at her, smiling calmly. The principle of a favor given in rice is a grudge in millet doesn't need me to explain, right? Lin Qingya nodded, assuring, husband, rest assured, I understand. Also, after marrying, it's improper to still think solely of one's maiden family. Her understanding nature brought immense satisfaction to Jiang Wuhan. A night without further words. The next day. Taihuang celestial dynasty. As the foremost immortal dynasty in the central continent, it has a legacy spanning countless ages. Within the imperial capital, powerful figures abound. Today, a giant crimson celestial ship hovered in the sky, casting a shadow that covered nearly half the imperial capital. Is that the Yan-Yang celestial ship? What do the powerful figures of the Jiang family come to our Taihuang celestial dynasty for? Many royal family powerhouses recognized the celestial ship and furrowed their brows. At that moment, a divine light shot up from the imperial capital, transforming into an old man clad in white robes with a white beard, standing with his hands behind his back in front of the Yan-Yang celestial ship. Though his figure appeared tiny compared to the massive celestial ship, the aura radiating from him was incredibly formidable. He was Mu Qiling, the pillar of the Taihuang celestial dynasty. A 9th-level quasi-emperor, an ancient monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Even the current emperor must address him as royal uncle. Fellow Taoists of the Jiang family, with such a grand display, what brings you to my Taihuang celestial dynasty? Mu Qiling's eyes were cold and his words carried a hint of displeasure. This old man. The second elder Jiang Linyuan, known for his fiery temper, was about to step forward to argue when he was stopped by Jiang Lintian. Senior Mu, we come today not to provoke but to bring our family's imperial son to propose. As soon as this was said, it stirred up a great commotion. Many royal family powerhouses observing from the shadows showed anger upon hearing this. What did he say? Propose. What qualifications does that waste of an imperial son from the Jiang family have to touch the noble Taihuang bloodline of the royal family? The crowd erupted in anger, and some even soared into the sky, standing beside Mu Qiling, pointing at Jiang's party and scolding, "Jiang Lintian, you are the songstress, right? How dare you let your waste of an imperial son take a good look at himself in the mirror? What right does he have to marry the royal family's talents? It's simply a toad wishing to eat swan meat." Before the words fell, Jiang Lintian's expression darkened completely. In an instant Jiang Lintian struck. Mu Qiling was taken aback and immediately shouted, "Jiang Lintian, you dare!" He instinctively wanted to protect the royal family powerhouse beside him, but saw that Jiang Linyuan had already locked onto him. Just as Mu Qiling was about to take action, a blazing red sword was drawn, severing the connection between Mu Qiling and the surrounding void. When Mu Qiling broke free, the royal family powerhouse beside him had already exploded into a mist of blood, dying without a trace. Those who insult the Jiang family's imperial son shall be killed without mercy. Jiang Lintian dispersed his pressure, yet his calm words still sent shivers down the spine. At that moment the entire imperial capital was engulfed in deathly silence. "Jiang family head, is it not a bit too arrogant to slay my royal family's powerhouse in the imperial capital?" Mu Qiling's face darkened, his formidable aura surging around him. "Is that so?" Jiang Lintian faced him directly. "Neither humble nor haughty, I come sincerely with the great emperor's decree, yet I am insulted by the petty people of the royal family. To insult the imperial son is to insult our great emperor. If this is the attitude of the Taihuang celestial dynasty, then our family does not mind initiating an imperial war. If you have something to say, speak to our great emperor." After saying this, Jiang Lintian flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. At that moment a deep voice came from below, "Jiang family head, please remain calm. The side branches are petty and do not understand the greater picture, and their words are inappropriate. If there is anything to discuss, please come to the Taihuang Hall for a conversation." This was the voice of the emperor of the Taihuang celestial dynasty, Mu Qianzhao. As the emperor, he naturally understood the balance of benefits and would never provoke an imperial war over an inconsequential death. "In that case I shall intrude." Jiang Lintian's lips curled up, revealing a smile. In the Taihuang celestial dynasty, in the Qinho Palace, on a jade platform built from top-grade spirit stones, a stunning figure sat cross-legged. She exuded an ethereal aura and an extraordinary appearance, yet emanated a cold and aloof demeanor that commanded respect. Her name was Mu Fenghuang, the little princess of the Taihuang celestial dynasty, the treasured pearl of the emperor. At this moment a maid rushed into the hall in a panic, shouting, "Princess, it's bad, something has happened." Mu Fenghuang slowly opened her eyes, her eyebrows slightly furrowing. "Such alarm is hardly proper. Princess, a major event has occurred." The maid's face was filled with urgency. "The Jiang family has come to propose. It's merely a political marriage. Such matters should be considered by the elders. What does it have to do with me? However, the one proposing is the imperial son of the Jiang family, and they have brought many powerful figures along, as well as the great emperor's decree." The maid's brow was tightly knit with worry. "Creating such a big commotion surely isn't a simple marriage. They are likely coming for you." The maid's words darkened Mu Fenghuang's expression. She abruptly rose from the jade platform, her beautiful eyes glinting with frost and disdain. "A Jiang family waste who cannot cultivate dares to marry me." Though the Grand Phoenix celestial dynasty's influence was rooted in humanity, its ties to the ancient Phoenix clan ran deep and profound. The royal bloodline was formidable, granting its scions both the foundation and enlightenment of humans, as well as a physical tenacity rivaling ancient alien species. As the cherished jewel of the celestial dynasty's emperor and empress, Mu Fenghuang was born with the Phoenix extreme nirvana divine body, triggering celestial anomalies at her birth. The ancestor even proclaimed that this girl possessed the highest potential seen in 100,000 years, a bearing fit for an emperor. Thus over the years she dismissed every suitor and flattering advance from the realm's prodigies with a sneer. "I, Mu Fenghuang, will surely attain the Tao and become an emperor. I will only marry an emperor." Mu Fenghuang declared, her gaze resolute. "Even a grand saint physique powerful enough to challenge an emperor is unworthy of me. He's nothing but a cripple who can't cultivate." After speaking, Mu Fenghuang pushed aside her maidservant and strode out of the hall. The maidservant hurriedly asked, "Your Highness, where are you going?" "The Grand Phoenix Hall." Mu Fenghuang clenched her teeth, disgust evident on her face. "I will reject Jiang Wuhan, this waste, in front of the Jiang clan and the dynasty's elites. I will let the Jiang family know that not every weed is worthy of touching Mu Fenghuang. With that, ignoring all dissuasion, she resolutely walked out of the Azure Phoenix Hall. In the imperial capital, the Grand Phoenix Hall. As the ultimate symbol of the Grand Phoenix celestial dynasty's power, this opulent hall spanned thousands of zhang. The jade steps were paved with the finest spirit stones, the flower gardens were interspersed with sacred great herbs, and even the pillars were crafted from materials used to forge quasi-emperor weapons. Dao patterns were intricate, interwoven seamlessly as one. Under the escort of Jiang Lintian, Jiang Linyuan and others, Jiang Wuhan came before Emperor Mu Qianzhao and Empress Su Lingxi of the Grand Phoenix Celestial Dynasty. King Backer Mu Qiling and a host of royal elites were present as company. Every seat in the Grand Phoenix Hall was filled. Patriarch Jiang, just now on the celestial boat you said, you came to propose marriage on behalf of your clan's divine son. Mu Qianzhao sat on the dragon throne, his gaze unfriendly. Indeed. Jiang Lintian nodded. Humph. Mu Qiling snorted coldly, contempt in his eyes. The other royal elites also wore grim expressions, hostility clear toward the Jiang family. But they remained silent, waiting for Mu Qianzhao to speak. Then Empress Su Lingxi, who had been silent for some time, suddenly spoke. Patriarch Jiang, don't blame me for being blunt. Your Jiang family's divine son in terms of talent and future is utterly incomparable to his father. Such a mortal who cannot cultivate, how dare he dream of marrying our royal prodigy? Is that not overreaching? Su Lingxi was not only the empress of the Grand Phoenix Celestial Dynasty but also once a divine maiden of the supreme profound immortal sect. Her formidable cultivation had reached the 8th level of quasi-emperor. Even across the Yanfu great world she was considered a powerhouse. Yet such a harsh tone stirred dissatisfaction among the Jiang clan. Jiang Linyuan darkened, about to retort angrily, but was stopped by Jiang Lintian. Your Majesty, do you not know that one should be viewed with new eyes after a period of separation? Jiang Lintian chuckled, explaining, Wuhan is the sole bloodline of our clan's great emperor. How could he be ordinary? It is because his physique is unique, different from ordinary saint physiques. Before he could finish, Mu Qiling sneered, interrupting, unique physique. Patriarch Jiang, do you take us for fools, thinking we are so easily deceived? A mortal is a mortal. No amount of eloquence changes the fact that he cannot cultivate. Letting a mortal marry the precious pearl of the emperor and empress, do you consider that possible? His tone was menacing. King Backer, I think you misunderstand. Jiang Lintian was about to explain when suddenly the doors were thrust open. A graceful figure walked into the Grand Phoenix Hall before all eyes. It was Mu Fenghuang. Huang, why are you here? Mu Qianzhao frowned, his expression shifting. Mu Fenghuang did not answer, her gaze burned as it locked onto Jiang Wuhan, who was heavily guarded by the Jiang elites. So you're the so-called divine son of the Jiang clan? Mu Fenghuang said icily. I am he. Jiang Wuhan nodded. Very well. Mu Fenghuang curled her lips in disdain. I hear the Jiang family has made a grand commotion just to propose marriage for this waste of a divine son. In an instant the Grand Phoenix Hall fell deathly silent. Even Su Lingxi and Mu Qiling, though harsh in tone, dared not utter the word waste. But what they dared not speak, this little princess blurted out with ease. Before Jiang Wuhan could respond, Jiang Lintian explained, Your Highness is mistaken. Wuhan has a special physique, so his cultivation method differs from ordinary. Patriarch Jiang. Mu Fenghuang cut him off, her expression haughty. I, Mu Fenghuang, possess the bearing of an emperor. If I marry, it will only be to an emperor. Even if your Jiang clan has a great emperor seated on high, even if Jiang Wuhan truly has a special physique, I will never marry him. Moreover, he is nothing but a waste, bearing the empty title of divine son without merit. I, Mu Fenghuang, would rather spend my life unwed than marry a waste like Jiang Wuhan. Her words were firm and resonant. Yet they pushed the tension in the Grand Phoenix Hall to its peak. Jiang Wuhan immediately grasped the misunderstanding. Mu Fenghuang believed he had come to propose to her. Then he scanned Mu Fenghuang with his system. Mu Fenghuang score 82, identity princess of Grand Phoenix Celestial Dynasty, physique Phoenix extreme nirvana, divine body measurements 162 cm 726588, thunder, a times of intersection 0, weakness not yet conquered, cannot view. Her chest might be small but her mouth was big. A piece of trash with a mere score of 82, where did she get such arrogance? Truly insufferable. Jiang Wuhan looked at Jiang Lintian and shook his head. Jiang Lintian understood and couldn't help but laugh mockingly. I think you've misunderstood. The Jiang clan has not come to propose to Princess Mu Fenghuang but to another. Mu Fenghuang may be a pearl to you, but to our Jiang clan she is far from worthy of our divine son. At these words the Grand Phoenix Hall fell silent once more. The royal family's expressions turned strange and Mu Fenghuang froze standing at a loss. Patriarch Jiang, what do you mean by that? Mu Qianzhao frowned. Besides Mu Fenghuang there were two princes. Could it be that this Jiang divine son had grown tired of women and decided to seek a man? He wanted to have it all. Jiang Lintian's gaze burned as he swept over the royal family and declared loudly the Jiang clan has come to propose to the Grand Phoenix Celestial Dynasty's eldest princess, Mu Yunxi. These words struck like another bombshell. The gathered royal elites stood stunned, disbelief written on their faces. Mu Yunxi. That clan disgraced the one who abandoned herself to elope with a man and became a discarded shoe bearing a child out of wedlock. The Jiang family went through all this trouble to marry her. Although Mu Yunxi was indeed a rare beauty, her talent and status were worlds apart from Mu Fenghuang. More importantly, Mu Yunxi's reputation was tarnished. For over a decade she had been under what amounted to house arrest. Even her daughter, who possessed an innate war physique, had been poorly raised due to her origins enduring constant bullying and humiliation. Yet Jiang Wuhan would rather marry Mu Yunxi than Mu Fenghuang. In that moment Mu Fenghuang's face turned extremely ugly. She had just put on a lofty air, mocking Jiang Wuhan with cold disdain. But in the end he didn't even want her. What was this? She had never suffered such humiliation in her entire life. Jiang Wuhan, the Jiang family. Mu Fenghuang clenched her teeth, her beautiful eyes nearly spitting fire. How dare you humiliate me like this? Humiliate. At this, Jiang Linyuan, who had remained silent for a long time, finally spoke, the fury he had suppressed erupting in an instant. An overwhelming pressure without warning bore down upon Mu Fenghuang. In an instant the royal elite's expressions shifted. Jiang Linyuan was one of the most hot-tempered elders of the Jiang family. From the moment he stepped into the imperial capital he was filled with pent-up rage. The people of the Taihuang celestial dynasty were used to being high and mighty, accustomed to their power. When faced with the Jiang family's proposal they dared to act arrogantly, their words dripping with disdain and mockery towards the imperial son. If it weren't for Jiang Lintian repeatedly stopping him, he would have already acted out, turning the Taihuang palace upside down. Yet now a mere little girl, still naive and inexperienced, dared to provoke him time and again, clearly not taking the Jiang family seriously. How can one endure this? A mere royal princess, how dare she repeatedly disrespect the might of the Jiang family? Does she really think the imperial Jiang family is easy to bully? Let me tell you, the imperial son is the sole bloodline of the great emperor, a position of utmost nobility. Don't think that just because you are a divine body, even if you are a stunning prodigy, you can marry the imperial son as a concubine without our imperial son's consent. Since you are deliberately seeking trouble, you shall be punished. With that, Jiang Linyuan used his finger to strike like a sword towards Mu Fenghuang. In an instant the expressions of the royal family turned grave. Jiang Linyuan, you dare! Arrogant! Stop him! Amidst the furious shouts Mu Qianzhai and others acted almost simultaneously. Seeing this, Jiang Lintian immediately waved his hand, summoning a divine furnace. The ultimate imperial weapon, the 10,000 Desires divine furnace. Jiang Yuan's father was named Jiang Linyu, known as the Great Emperor Hengyu. The 10,000 Desires divine furnace was one of his imperial weapons when he attained the Tao. Of course this was a closely guarded secret of the Jiang family, known only to the top-tier core members of the clan. As the 10,000 Desires divine furnace appeared, the winds and clouds suddenly changed and the heavens and earth turned color. The powerful members of the royal family were engulfed in desire flames, and some sage kings and great sages could not withstand it, immediately spitting out blood and fainting. Mu Qianzhai and Su Lingxi bore the pressure of the ultimate imperial weapon, buying a chance for Mu Qiling, shielding Mu Fenghuang in front of them. Yet even so they were still a moment too late. To Jiang Linyuan, a powerful figure at the 8th level of the quasi-emperor realm, Mu Fenghuang was simply too fragile. Even a trace of his residual force was enough to severely injure her. In an instant Mu Fenghuang's face twisted and she spat out a spray of blood, her dantian shattered. Overwhelmed with shock and terror she fainted directly. Mu Qiling protected her broken body, but his cultivation was continuously depleting. Her realm was completely shattered. At this moment Mu Qiling's eyes were bloodshot, gritting his teeth as he said, Jiang Linyuan, you are reckless. This is the Taihuang celestial dynasty, it is not your place to act lawlessly here. If you dare to cripple our clan's prodigy, I will make you die in the imperial capital. With that Mu Qiling waved his hand, summoning an ancient copper mirror that exuded the pressure of a quasi-imperial weapon. Just based on you. Jiang Linyuan sneered, summoning a blazing red quasi-imperial sword no weaker than Mu Qiling. At the same time Jiang Lintian stepped forward holding the 10,000 desires divine furnace with one hand and spoke in a deep voice. Does the Taihuang celestial dynasty truly wish to wage war against my Jiang family and experience the true power of our ultimate imperial weapons? Upon hearing this, Mu Qianzai's expression changed. As an immortal dynasty, the Taihuang celestial dynasty naturally possessed ultimate imperial weapons. However, once they were used it would mean a complete break with the Jiang family. As the emperor of the celestial dynasty he had to respond cautiously. Jiang family head, let us all calm down if the situation has not yet developed to the point of war. Mu Qianzai persuaded Jiang Lintian, casting a sidelong glance at Mu Fenghuang. But the matter of a Jiang elder severely injuring my daughter, I hope the Jiang family head can provide an explanation. Severely injuring without reason. Jiang Linyuan scoffed coldly. We come bearing the decree of the great emperor with utmost sincerity. But what about you? Not only do the elders look down on others, but the younger ones are also uncultured, barging into the negotiation venue hurling insults at our imperial son. I merely struck to punish. Had it not been for considering your faces, do you think a mere Yinyang realm cultivator could withstand a blow from a quasi-emperor? Jiang Linyuan's words left the royal family speechless. Indeed, this matter was their fault. They could not blame others for acting. Moreover, the Jiang family was at its peak, one of the strongest human forces of the current era. Unless they were ready to fight to the death, the Taihuang celestial dynasty did not have the strength to contend. You all caused such a commotion, clearly targeting Feng'er. Mu Qiling gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with concealed fury. Now you suddenly change your tune. Clearly you intend to kill and destroy our hearts. You old fool, stop barking and biting here. Jiang Linyuan retorted fiercely. When has it been up to you from the Taihuang celestial dynasty to decide whom our Jiang family's imperial son marries? At this moment Jiang Wuhan stepped forward, glancing over those present, and calmly stated, whom I propose to marry is my friend. As for this princess of the celestial dynasty, although she possesses some talent, her character is too poor and she has a narrow view, peering from the bottom of a well. Her pride in her great emperor's stature before me is completely unworthy of mention. A woman like this is destined to have no connection with me. As he spoke he waved his hand towards Jiang Lintian, who put away the 10,000 desires divine furnace. You. Mu Qiling's expression soured, feeling as if he had been slapped yet unable to refute. Indeed, the Jiang family had never indicated that they were targeting Mu Fenghuang. All of this was merely their one-sided wish. Enough. Mu Qianzai suppressed his anger, gesturing to Mu Qiling, please royal uncle, take Feng'er to the ancestral land for he. Though Mu Qiling was reluctant, he still took Mu Fenghuang away. You all can leave too. Mu Qianzai dismissed the royal family experts, leaving only the Jiang family members and the couple Mu Qianzai and his wife. Jiang family head, you should be clear who Mu Yunxi is. Mu Qianzai sighed lightly, frowning slightly. Are you proposing to her simply to humiliate us? I do not know what has caused you to have such a bias against your own sister. Jiang Lintian's expression was calm as he replied, I only ask you one question, do you agree to this marriage or not? This matter is not for me to decide. If you wish to marry her, she must agree herself. Otherwise, with her character, even if you bring her back to the Jiang family, she will never allow your imperial son to succeed. Then take us to meet the princess. Jiang Wuhan replied indifferently. Though Mu Qianzai was somewhat reluctant to send off the Jiang family members, he still led them to Mu Yunxi's palace. In the imperial capital at Xining courtyard. The courtyard was usually quiet and cold, forming a stark contrast to the bustling splendor of the imperial capital. However, at this moment a dispute could be heard within the courtyard. Mu Yunxi, you shameless harlot, if you do not keep yourself in check, even the little bastard you gave birth to is so uncultured. A young man in purple, flanked by several attendants, glared ferociously at Mu Yunxi and her daughter. Dare to lay hands on me. Did you not tell her what my identity is? I do not care what your identity is. If you dare to insult my mother, I will fight you to the death. Mu Ningwai's eyes were red blood stains at the corners of her mouth, her body covered in bruises and scars. She looked pitiful yet defiant. Mu Yunxi held her in her arms, looking at the young man in purple with a solemn expression. Mu Qingfeng Ningwei is merely at the cave heaven realm, while you have already entered the divine martial realm. She poses no threat to you, yet you have beaten her to this state. Moreover, if it weren't for your filthy words, Ningwei would not have crossed paths with you. Mu Yunxi's face was grim, frowning. Mu Qingfeng chuckled disdainfully. Filthy words. You dare to do it, but are afraid of others speaking. Do you still think you are the high and mighty princess? You are just a self-degrading harlot, rejecting the pursuits of numerous outstanding talents, yet going off to enjoy yourself with some unknown wild man, giving birth to such a little bastard. This little bastard, though lacking in cultivation, has terrifying close combat abilities. For a moment I was careless and allowed her to shatter this precious spirit jade. Mu Qingfeng took down the broken jade pendant from his waist, sneering, "This object was bestowed by my grandfather, extremely precious. How do you intend to compensate? As a cultivator in the divine martial realm, bullying a cave heaven realm cultivator, yet having your precious treasure shattered. Such a humiliating matter, you dare not hide it and come to demand compensation." Mu Yunxi looked at him with disdain. "The king of the mountains was busy all his life, yet gave birth to such a shameless grandson as you. It seems you do not intend to compensate." Mu Qingfeng's expression darkened, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. "Since that's the case, I will take it myself." With that he glanced at the attendants behind him, and they immediately acted, suppressing Mu Yunxi. In an instant Mu Yunxi's face showed difficulty as she said in a deep voice, "What? What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" "Heh." Mu Qingfeng stepped forward, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "In this shabby place of Xining courtyard nothing of value can be extracted, so let's use your body to repay the debt. Though you are a harlot, this beauty and figure are indeed commendable." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi's expression changed instantly. "You dare? Mu Qingfeng, if you dare to touch me, I will not rest until one of us is dead." Mu Yunxi bit her beautiful lips, panic evident in her eyes. Yet her appearance only served to further ignite Mu Qingfeng's interest. "You act quite well pretending to be a chaste maiden. How many men have you already been with?" In the blink of an eye a blade of sword light sliced past Mu Qingfeng, shattering his arm along with the void. Mu Ningwei broke free from her restraints, instinctively lunging towards Mu Yunxi without fully grasping the situation. At the same time the oppressive force that had weighed down on Mu Yunxi dissipated. She embraced Mu Ningwei tightly, fearing she would be bullied. In contrast, Mu Qingfeng let out a heart-wrenching scream as his arm turned to blood mist under the sword light. Several attendants rushed forward to present him with pills to stop the bleeding and heal his wounds. Gritting his teeth, Mu Qingfeng's eyes turned red as he exclaimed, "I am the direct descendant of the Wang family. Who dares to ruin my plans?" Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Wuhan entered Xining courtyard, flanked by powerful figures such as Jiang Lintian and Jiang Linyuan. Meanwhile Mu Qianzhao and Su Lingxi accompanied him, their eyes filled with disdain as they looked at Mu Qingfeng. "Your Majesty, I..." Mu Qingfeng had never encountered such a scene, and he turned pale with fear, freezing in place. "What a disgrace! Get lost now!" Mu Qianzhao scolded. Mu Qingfeng felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly left. However, as he passed by Jiang Wuhan, the latter exchanged a glance with Jiang Linyuan. In the next moment a surge of sword energy charged with killing intent fell upon them. "Stop!" Mu Qianzhao realized too late. Jiang Linyuan unsheathed his sword, slaying Mu Qingfeng and his attendants in one stroke. "What are you doing, Jiang?" Su Lingxi questioned unhappily. "He has committed wrongs, and the laws of the Immortal Dynasty will punish him. There is no need for you to meddle." Laws of the Immortal Dynasty? Ha! If the laws were strict, how could he dare to act so brazenly in broad daylight? Jiang Wuhan scoffed. "If the safety of the princess and the lady cannot be guaranteed, the so-called laws, while not entirely useless, are hardly effective. Even so, that is a matter for the Taihuang Immortal Dynasty and has nothing to do with you." Su Lingxi replied solemnly. Without waiting for Jiang Wuhan to speak, Jiang Linyuan immediately retorted, "How can it not be related? The beast he intends to harm is our imperial prince's woman." At that moment Jiang Wuhan approached Mu Yunxi, a smile blooming on his face like a spring breeze. "Princess, do you remember me? You are the son of Emperor Hengyu Jiang family's imperial prince, Jiang Wuhan." Mu Yunxi scrutinized him, a bitter smile appearing on her face. "Seeing me in such a disheveled state must be embarrassing for the imperial prince." Jiang Wuhan shook his head, reaching for Mu Yunxi's small hand, causing her to tremble and quickly withdraw. Mu Ningwei noticed his action, puffing up her cheeks in anger as she positioned herself protectively in front of Mu Yunxi, her eyes wary. Jiang Wuhan paid no mind, grasping her hand again and placing a jade vial in her palm. "This is the unique healing medicine of my Jiang family jade spirit pill. It can be taken internally or crushed for external application." He glanced at Mu Ningwei and advised, "Such a lovely little girl should not have scars on her body." "Thank you, Imperial Prince." This time Mu Yunxi did not pull her hand back. She looked at the pill in her palm, her expression complicated. "Ningwei, you go out with the others for a moment. Mother has something to discuss with the Imperial Prince." "Mother?" Mu Ningwei frowned, a worried expression crossing her face. Mu Yunxi placed the jade vial in her hand, smiling gently. "Ningwei, be good. Then let's leave, allowing my Imperial Prince to have a good chat with the princess." Jiang Lintian spoke up. As everyone left at the moment the door of Xining courtyard closed, Jiang Wuhan tightened his grip on Mu Yunxi's hand and effortlessly pulled her into his embrace. Feeling the fragrant and soft body, Jiang Wuhan couldn't help but become infatuated, beginning to overstep boundaries. Mu Yongxi's face flushed as she let out a soft moan. Imperial Prince, please have some restraint. Princess, you are a realm respecter. If you do not wish to be taken advantage of by someone like me from the Tianwu realm, you have 100 ways to refuse me. Jiang Wuhan leaned close to her ear, softly chuckling. Ultimately it is still you who is hesitant yet inviting. Before he could finish, Jiang Wuhan suddenly gasped in surprise. Mu Yunxi had seized his arm and twisted it, gently capturing him effortlessly. The blush on Mu Yongxi's face faded, replaced by coldness and disdain. Jiang Wuhan, I appreciate your gift for my daughter's injury, which is why I tolerated your earlier rudeness. But do not think that I am the kind of woman who is easy to toy with. Though my reputation is not good, I have not fallen so low as to allow a stranger to touch my body. She bit her lip tightly, a hint of grievance flashing in her eyes. Jiang Wuhan glanced back at her, saying, strangers are out of the question, but what about acquaintances? We are actually quite familiar, have you forgotten? When I was young you even held me. That hurts, you're going to break it. Jiang Wuhan, I respect the help you provided earlier, but if you think I am as easy to bully as Mu Qingfeng, do not blame me for being rude. Mu Yunxi frowned, tears already shimmering in her eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Wuhan immediately clarified, I was just joking, don't be angry. To be frank, I came here to propose to you. I hope you will marry me and become my woman. I promise that from now on, no one will bully you again. Jiang Wuhan said earnestly. Mu Yunxi was taken aback, looking at Jiang Wuhan with a strange expression. Are you serious? Mu Yunxi asked. Of course. Do you think my Jiang family came with so many people just to play house with you? Jiang Wuhan sighed helplessly, I even brought the betrothal gifts, so let me go. Mu Yunxi released Jiang Wuhan, biting her pink lips, a hint of youthful shyness appearing on her face. Why propose to me? Though your cultivation is lacking, as the only son of Emperor Hengyu, you have the powerful backing of the Jiang family and could marry someone much more outstanding. Yet I am merely a woman with a tarnished reputation, and I am much older than you. As she spoke, Mu Yunxi couldn't help but lower her head. Jiang Wuhan looked at her, chuckling lightly. Have you told so many lies that even you believe them now? Upon hearing this, Mu Yongxi's body trembled. She couldn't meet Jiang Wuhan's gaze, arguing weakly, I don't understand what you're saying. Iningwei is my biological daughter. I haven't even said what the lie is, why are you so eager to admit it? Jiang Wuhan laughed. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxi was at a loss for words. She indeed had just let it slip. Though I don't understand why you want to do this, I respect your choice. Jiang Wuhan looked at her, a smile on his face. As for why I want to marry you. First, you are not that much older than me, a few decades difference in the Yanfang Great World is hardly a significant age gap. Within this Saint-grade Qian Kuan ring there existed a self-contained microcosm. Its inner expanse was vast beyond measure. When a spiritual sense probed inside, the first sight was mountains of top-grade spirit stones. Such dense torrential spiritual energy was something Mu Yunxi had never witnessed in her life, and that was merely the most basic layer. With a graceful sweep of her jade-like hand, she drew forth the treasures held within imperial rank manuals, quasi-imperial divine arts, saint-rank martial techniques, various saint-rank precious pills, even a quasi-imperial weapon, and 3 saint-grade arms. Yet what astonished her most was a single drop of golden blood. It coagulated without dispersing, exhaling an aura as scorching as the blazing sun. Faintly a phantom of a divine phoenix shimmered into being. The instant the essence's aura leaked forth, the gates of Xining Yuan thundered open. Mu Qianzhao burst in heedlessly, his eyes rimmed in red as he fixed his gaze on the drop. Fat hats. A primordial blood of a Taigu Shenhuang. Mu Qianzhao, shaken, reached out instinctively. But Mu Yunxi reacted swiftly and promptly returned the array of treasures to the Qian Kuan ring. At that moment Mu Qianzhao recovered, his eyes settling upon Jiang Wuhan and Mu Yunxi. Yunxi, have you accepted the proposal from the Jiang family's imperial son? On the surface his tone was mild and amiable, yet within his heart a tempest raged. That very drop, the source of the long-standing enmity between the Jiang clan and the Taihuang Xianchao, had been presented as a betrothal gift. The Jiang family had truly made an astonishing offer. When the Taihuang Xianchao was founded, the Taihuang Great Emperor had refined a primordial blood of a Taigu Shenhuang, yet over the years that lineage had grown increasingly diluted. If another drop of primordial blood could be obtained, they could not only nurture a new great emperor but also restore the former splendor of the Taihuang Xianchao. Brother, it seems a long time since you spoke to me in such a gentle tone, Mu Yunxi said, regarding him with a half-smile. At that moment Su Lingxi and the Jiang entourage entered Xining Yuan. Yunxi, over these years, you have suffered wrong, she said. Su Lingxi stepped forward, took her arm and smiled faintly. Marrying the Jiang family's imperial son will be sweet recompense for your hardships. Both I and your brother are happy for you. You're celebrating prematurely, Jiang Wuhan interjected. Jiang Wuhan cut her off and retrieved the Qian Kun ring from Mu Yunxi. By rights this betrothal gift should go to the Taihuang Xianqiao. After treating Yunxi so poorly these years, what face have you to accept her betrothal gifts? These treasures are entirely at Yunxi's disposal. If anyone dares seize them, they make an enemy of my Jiang family, Jiang Wuhan declared. At his words, Jiang Lintian and Jiang Linyuan stood behind him. In that instant Mu Qianzhao and Su Lingxi were seized with regret. Had they known the Jiang family's gift would be so lavish, even if Jiang Wuhan intended to wed Mu Fenghuang, they might have been willing to consider it. Now look at the mess, both person and treasure lost. Yunxi, over the years your brother has indeed been harsh to you, but it could not be helped, Mu Qianzhao said with a helpless sigh. What you did back then not only disgraced the royal family but also offended the Taishian sect, he continued, his face full of vexation. You had an engagement to the Taishian divine son, yet eloped with another man and even bore his child. If you were not punished, the Xianqiao would inevitably make enmity with the Taishian sect. Before he finished, Mu Yunxi interrupted. What a flattering way to put it. All my life whatever I've done you claim it was for my own good. But the only thing you truly care about is your own interest, she spat. You forced me into an engagement with the Taishian divine son without once asking whether I consented, Mu Yunxi said, her voice cold. She sighed and her gaze dulled. Even the Taishian divine son never truly loved me, what he desired was only the immortal-hearted jade-bodied bride. Why must I sacrifice a lifetime of happiness to serve your interests? How can you be so selfish? Now with support at her side she finally voiced the words she had kept hidden all these years. Yunxi, how can you be so unreasonable? Don't forget you are of the royal blood, Su Lingxi began, but Mu Yunxi interrupted again. In your eyes I am merely a bargaining chip to obtain benefit. When have you ever treated me as one of your own? Mu Yunxi ground her teeth. Now you would use kinship to coerce me. I refuse to be bound by that. You want the primordial blood of a Taigu Shenhuang. I'll give you a chance, bring something in exchange, Mu Yunxi said coldly, her resolve firm. What do you want? Mu Qianzhao demanded in a sullen voice. Mu Yunxi held up all 5 fingers and said calmly, 5 drops of great emperor primordial blood. Even though Mu Qianzhao and Su Lingxi had expected she might demand much, they were nevertheless startled. Impossible, Mu Qianzhao said. He refused outright. Primordial blood is the most precious thing a cultivator possesses, losing even a single drop causes damage to the body that is difficult to repair. Moreover, the current great emperor of the Taihuang Xianqiao was already in frail condition, he could not possibly spare 5 drops. Then there is nothing to discuss, Mu Qianzhao declared. Mu Yunxi waved her hand and smiled lightly. You just reminded me I am also of the Taihuang royal line. That 1 drop of Taigu Shenhuang blood would do me great good as well. Husband, let us go, she said, linking her arm with Jiang Wuhan as a smile curved her lips. Stop, Mu Qianzhao blocked them, teeth nearly clenched. 3 drops of great emperor blood, no more, he ground out. Agreed, Mu Yunxi replied without hesitation, nodding and smiling. Mu Qianzhao froze, belatedly realizing he had been outmaneuvered. From the very start Mu Yunxi had never intended to demand 5 drops. She knew perfectly well the Taihuang Xianqiao could not produce so many. 3 drops were the absolute limit and her aim was to squeeze every last drop from that limit. Mu Qianzhao inhaled deeply to quell his anger. He reached toward Mu Yunxi and said calmly, hand over the Shenhuang blood to me. 1 hand pays, the other delivers, Mu Yunxi replied, extending her hand as well. 3 drops of great emperor blood, give them. Mu Qianzha's face darkened. Mu Yunxi, do you truly feel no filial affection? He asked in a low voice. When you dragged me back and imprisoned me here, did you spare a thought for kinship? Mu Yunxi shrugged and scoffed. Don't speak of feelings, money is what matters. At that moment a pillar of light shot up from beneath a colossal phoenix wood tree in the imperial ancestral lands, and 3 drops of golden primordial blood descended into Xining Yuan. Upon them rode imperial majesty. If steeped in killing intent, even a single drop could slay a grand saint-level powerhouse. The donor was none other than the great emperor of the Taihuang Xianqiao. The great emperor's methods were unfathomably subtle. Even while secluded in closed cultivation he seemed to perceive events here. In the instant the blood fell, Jiang Wuhan felt as if he were being scrutinized from within and without. Mu Yunxi produced the Shenhuang blood, handed it to Mu Qianzhao and smoothly pocketed the 3 drops of great emperor blood. Ha ha ha, the girl's temperament is truly forthright, Jiang Linyuan laughed. Jiang Lintian nodded with a light laugh and said composedly, since the Princess General consents to this union, accompany us back to the Jiang household. Our imperial son will choose an auspicious date for the wedding. Having spoken, he summoned the Yen-Yang immortal vessel and the group departed. Mu Qianzhao watched the colossal celestial ship recede, his expression growing ever darker. He said no more and streaked away like a rainbow toward the ancestral lands. In the imperial capital beneath the giant phoenix wood tree, Mu Fenghuang had already awakened. Her wounds had at last stabilized, though her complexion remained pale. Mu Qianzhao stood by her side and explained the events to the ancestor sealed in closed cultivation within the ancestral lands. When Mu Fenghuang heard of the Jiang family's lavish betrothal gifts, she could not help clenching her teeth. A complicated expression rose in her beautiful eyes. How dare they? A shameless faded blossom had the audacity to receive the Jiang family's attention, while she, a princess of the Xianchao bearing the mien of a great emperor, was to be so cruelly humiliated. She would not accept this. Father. Mu Fenghuang began, but Mu Qianzhao shot her a fierce glare. Silence, he ordered. If you had not acted foolishly, how could the royal family have lost face and suffered such great losses? He demanded. Had Mu Fenghuang not caused a disturbance at Taihuang Palace, even if talks had gone poorly, it would not have escalated to such a rupture. They would not have been suppressed by the Jiang family and failed even to retain the betrothal gifts. Startled by the sudden rebuke, Mu Fenghuang trembled and tears gathered at the corners of her eyes. She stifled her grievance and anger, her gaze growing resolute. She would cultivate, she would become stronger. She would prove to the world that Mu Fenghuang's great emperor bearing was no empty reputation. Jiang Wuhan, the Jiang family, she whispered, when I attain the Tao and become emperor, the first to be annihilated will be you. Compared to the bitter resentment of the Taihuang immortal dynasty, a completely different scene unfolded aboard the blazing sun celestial boat. Mu Ningwei pressed close to Mu Yunxi, timidly gazing at the palace-like luxurious decorations inside the celestial boat. Although she bore the title of a commandery princess, she had lived with Mu Yunxi in the modest Xining courtyard since childhood in a state of semi-confinement. Even though she was not under house arrest, her sensitive status meant she generally avoided venturing far to prevent any trouble. Now, following Jiang Wuhan, she had unwittingly boarded this pirate ship, behaving like a curious child fascinated by everything she saw. Mother, where are we going? Mu Ningwei asked softly, her gaze firmly fixed on the rare fruits spread across the table before her. Mu Yunxi pulled her into an embrace and comforted her gently. We are going to a place where no one will bully us. From now on we will have someone to rely on. Rely on? Mu Ningwei seemed puzzled. She lifted her little face and asked, is it that man in Xining courtyard who always takes advantage of Mother? Don't say that. From now on. He will be your father. Mu Yunxi corrected. Father. Mu Ningwei murmured the word, feeling a strange sensation in her heart. Just then a large hand gently landed on her head and stroked her little head. Good daughter, so well behaved. Say it again, let me hear. Jiang Yuan's voice then sounded. Mu Ningwei's body stiffened. She instinctively wanted to move away, but found Jiang Wuhan already sitting beside her. Imperial son Ningwei needs some time to adapt before she can accept this title. Mu Yunxi said with a sweet smile, explaining. What about you? Jiang Wuhan looked at her with keen interest. Just now in Xining courtyard you seemed quite comfortable calling me husband. Why have you changed back to imperial son now? Mu Yunxi's delicate face flushed, showing a maidenly shyness that was to anger Mu Qianzhao and the others. The title husband should only be used after we are married. It's only a matter of time. Jiang Wuhan picked up a celestial fruit from the table and placed it by Mu Yunxi's lips, chuckling softly. Come, open your mouth. Your husband will feed you. I can do it myself. Her face showed shyness, but Jiang Yuan's domineering manner left no room for refusal. Helplessly Mu Yunxi closed her eyes and blushing ate the celestial fruit. As her soft lips and tongue touched Jiang Yuan's fingertips, a strange feeling stirred within her. Is it delicious? Jiang Wuhan chuckled and explained, this is a phoenix blood bodhi cultivated in the Jiang clan's forbidden grounds. I had it specially prepared for you, it is beneficial for your cultivation. Delicious. A warm current flowed through Mu Yunxi's heart. She whispered softly, thank you husband. Does Ningwei want some? Jiang Wuhan looked at Mu Ningwei, who was staring eagerly at them, and asked with a smile, although you are an innate war body, this phoenix blood bodhi is also beneficial to you. Hearing this, Mu Ningwei nodded instinctively but quickly shook her head. No need. But as soon as she opened her mouth, saliva almost dripped out. In an instant her face flushed with shame, she was so embarrassed she wished she could crawl into a hole. Haha, it must be that in the Taihuang immortal dynasty they treated you poorly. Look how hungry the child is. Jiang Wuhan picked up a phoenix blood body and brought it to her as an information panel materialized. Lin Jingjing. Score 65. Identity legitimate daughter of the Lin family. Jiang Wuhan gave an awkward smile and explained, this is a unique term for father in our Jiang family. If Ningwei is not used to calling me father, you can start with daddy. Come, open your mouth. The phoenix blood body was brought to her lips and Mu Ningwei ate it instinctively. As the juice of the fruit spread in her mouth, her eyes lit up. So delicious. Mu Ningwei exclaimed in delight. Glad you like it. All these are prepared for you and your mother. If there's not enough, there's more at home. Jiang Wuhan chuckled lightly. Mu Ningwei looked at him, touched in her heart. In all her life, Jiang Wuhan was the first man to be kind to her. Yet she never uttered the word daddy. She looked at Jiang Wuhan silently, calling it in her heart. Unconcerned, Jiang Wuhan turned to Mu Yunxi and asked, by the way, what do you need those 3 drops of emperor blood for? Want to know? Mu Yunxi's eyes curved, her expression mysterious. I'll tell you on our wedding day. Better to seize the moment. I'll have the elders prepare right now, let's get married tonight. Jiang Wuhan said with a smile. In such a hurry. Mu Yunxi blushed. Jiang Wuhan held her in his arms and said with a mischievous grin, I can't wait to fulfill the promise of that year. The news of the blazing sun celestial boat descending upon the Taihuang immortal dynasty soon spread throughout the entire Yanfu great world. Yaoqi Sacred Land Sacred Heart Palace. Jiang clan patriarch Jiang Lintian brought the imperial son Jiang Wuhan to propose marriage in the Taihuang immortal dynasty. Is the information reliable? Behind a colorful screen, a magnificently dressed and exceptionally beautiful woman slightly furrowed her brows, her words tinged with surprise. She was the ruler of the Yaoqi Sacred Land, revered by all as the Queen Mother of the West. Below, an elderly woman with a profound aura leaning on a golden cane replied respectfully, in reply to the sacred sovereign, the Jiang clan and the Taihuang immortal dynasty have not concealed this matter. Now the entire cultivation world has spread the news. Strange. The Jiang clan and the Taihuang immortal dynasty once bore grudges over a drop of divine phoenix blood essence. Why are they now engaging in such a conspicuous marriage alliance? That little princess is hailed as the foremost prodigy of the Taihuang immortal dynasty, possessing the bearing of an emperor. How could Mu Qianzhao bear to marry off his daughter? The Queen Mother of the West murmured to herself, full of doubt. The elderly woman hesitated for a moment before explaining, Sacred Sovereign, the imperial son of the Jiang clan intends to marry not the little princess of the Taihuang immortal dynasty but Mu Yunxi. Her. The Queen Mother of the West frowned deeply and said in a low voice, this action of the Jiang clan is becoming increasingly inscrutable to me. Sacred Sovereign, according to intelligence, this Jiang Wuhan was just married 3 days ago and now he wants to marry Mu Yunxi. I suspect there is a scheme of the Jiang clan hidden within. The elderly woman paused and thought, her face contemplative. This Jiang clan imperial son may not be the useless cripple incapable of cultivation as rumored. How could the son of Jiang Linyu be an ordinary person? The Queen Mother of the West chuckled, her expression easing. By the way, how has Meng Yao been these past few days? The saintess is still in seclusion, striving for the divine martial realm. The elderly woman reported. The Queen Mother of the West nodded slightly, a faint smile curving her lips. When she comes out of seclusion, tell her. The opponents she needs to watch out for have increased. Tai Xian Immortal Sect 10,000 Sword Peak. A young woman dressed in a snow-white sword robe with a cold and aloof temperament slowly opened her eyes. The gaze that burst from her eyes was like 2 sharp swords piercing the void. Atop the mountain peak, a fierce gale swept through, causing her robe to flutter noisily. This person was none other than the divine maiden of the Tai Xian Immortal Sect, Su Qingyue. She looked at the information written on the sword missive before her and a hint of interest gleamed in her eyes. Jiang clan Taihuang immortal dynasty Jiang Wuhan Mu Yunxi. This grand era is becoming more and more interesting. After 3 days, the Jiang residence was once again adorned with lanterns and festoons, every corner bedecked in jubilant red. The imperial son's wedding, though grand, was conducted with far more simplicity than the previous ceremony. Following a series of rituals, Jiang Wugan skillfully took Mu Yunxi's hand and led her to the already decorated imperial son's hall. This time, however, the bridal chamber was arranged in a side hall. The lamplight flickered softly and the night was seductive. Jiang Wugan dismissed the crowd eager to disturb the nuptial chamber, but Mu Ningwei stubbornly refused to leave. She sat beside Mu Yunxi on the wedding bed, clinging tightly to her and refusing to let go. At the same time, the girl's gaze toward Jiang Wugan once again grew wary. In the end, it was only after Mu Yunxi's gentle persuasion that she left the bridal chamber, escorted away by Aunt Shui. Ningwei has been used to sleeping with me since she was little. She's just shy of strangers. Please forgive her, imperial son. Mu Yunxi said softly from beneath the red veil. Jiang Wugen sat on the edge of the bed lifting her red veil with a jade rui. Gazing at her stunningly beautiful face, he pulled her tightly into his arms and kissed her eagerly. When they parted, both were breathing heavily. It's all right, Ningwei is still young. If she likes, she can come and stay with you. Jiang Wugen chuckled, his hands beginning to wander. Before we married I let it slide when you called me imperial son. Now what should you call me? Husband. Mu Yunxi let out a soft whimper and hastily stopped his hands. It's our wedding night, are you still trying to be coy? Jiang Wugen smirked mischievously. Mu Yunxi shook her head, cupped his face in her hands and said earnestly, husband, I know, you have other women besides me. I won't hinder you from taking 3 wives and 4 concubines, but I hope you promise me, leave Ningwei alone. Don't set your sights on her. She has suffered a great deal growing up with me and now she finally has someone to rely on. Although she is not related to me by blood, I ask that you promise me this, always let her call you father. All right. Mu Yunxi lifted her face, her eyes full of entreaty. I promise you, from now on she will only call me daddy. Jiang Wugen nodded. Only then did Mu Yunxi break into a smile and lean in to kiss him. Jiang Wugen grew more forceful, stripping away the thick wedding robes until only a thin layer of clothing remained. I promise you, from now on she will only call me daddy. Jiang Wugen nodded. Only then did Mu Yunxi break into a smile and lean in to kiss him. Jiang Wugen grew more forceful, stripping away the thick wedding robes until only a thin layer of clothing remained. Beneath the mandarin duck bridal quilt, Mu Yunxi pressed her hands against Jiang Wugen's chest, her eyes hazy. Husband, do you remember that day on the Blazing Sun celestial ship you asked me what I intended to do with those 3 drops of imperial blood? I don't want to know now. Jiang Wugen seized her small hands, trying to breach the final barrier. But Mu Yunxi shook her head and spoke softly, you must know, I want to keep 1 drop for Ningwei to aid her future cultivation. The other 2 drops count as my dowry. As she spoke, she produced a drop. The golden imperial blood hovered between them, radiating an awe-inspiring imperial might. My celestial heart jade body will leave a mark on both of us during our first union. From now on, my body belongs only to you. The celestial heart jade body is also known as a dual cultivation divine physique. When we cultivate together, it greatly amplifies both the comprehension of the Tao and the enhancement of cultivation. And an emperor's origin essence blood contains the emperor's primordial power. If refined during our first dual cultivation, we will both reap unimaginable benefits. Mu Yunxi explained, her hands no longer pushing against his chest but instead looping around his neck. She gazed at the face so close to hers, tenderness in her eyes. Husband, I want to give you all the best things. Jiang Wugen looked at her earnest expression and couldn't help but laugh. My lady, there's no need to overthink. What I desire has never been your dual cultivation divine physique, only you. If you truly want to do something for me, then bear me many children and expand the family. Jiang Wugen chuckled. Mu Yunxi nodded with a smile. I'll do my best. But husband, even though you can cultivate now, our cultivation levels are still far apart. For me to conceive, you still need to work hard. Okay, don't worry, I have a plan. Jiang Wugen skillfully removed her last garment, grinning wickedly. I promise, you'll have 1 child every year. Mu Yunxi's face flushed, her eyes glazed. Husband, put out the lamp, please be gentle. Soon a night had passed. Mu Yunxi lay limp and boneless in Jiang Wugen's arms. After her first taste of intimacy, she appeared even more enchanting. Jiang Wugen gently slid his arm from beneath her, sat up and stretched. Then he opened the system panel. Ding dong, congratulations to host for consummating marriage with Tao partner Mu Yunxi, score 96. Rewards being settled. Rewards obtained: Kirin Divine Art Ultimate Tao Human Emperor Banner Heavenly Saint Pill 3 Primordial Saint Pill 1 Cultivation Infusion Peak of Dragon Transformation Kirin Divine Art, one of the 10 mighty divine art, symbol of celestial auspiciousness, capable of foreseeing fortune and calamity, trampling the cosmos. Ultimate Tao Human Emperor Banner, a merit-based treasure, initially a spiritual tool refined through boundless cosmic merit. Killing and soul refining incur no karmic retribution, and it can ascend through ranks without limit by absorbing the power of all beings. Primordial Saint Pill, a heavenly Saint Pill Plus with the potential to upgrade to an ultimate saint body. Seeing the information displayed on the system panel, Jiang Wugen could not contain his excitement. The 10 mighty divine arts. Those were the inherited divine arts of the 10 taboo races from the primordial era. Possessing any one of them was an immense fortune. The reason the Taihuang Immortal Court ruled the sacred domain Central Province besides the inherited essence blood of the primordial divine phoenix was their possession of the true phoenix divine art. Though the Kirin divine art was not the most powerful among the 10 mighty divine arts, it provided balanced offense and defense as well as methods to avert misfortune. As for the ultimate Tao human emperor banner, with a wave of his hand Jiang Wugen summoned it from the system space. In an instant a majestic, vast and upright golden banner soared into being. Though merely a spiritual weapon, it exuded an unparalleled and eerie aura. The golden banner, fully a zhang in length, was stamped with extremely intricate Tao patterns and talismanic seals appearing a brilliant yellow to the eye. Beneath the banner 6 streamers fluttered in the wind. The pole was a dark pitch-black hue, creating a stark contrast with the bright yellow banner. Dragon patterns and phoenix scripts densely covered it. The top was sharp as a spear that could cleave iron, and the bottom was pointed like a gleaming blade. Copper bells hung from it. When shaken they emitted trails of black vapor and a jangling sound that seized the heart. In an instant Jiang Wugen couldn't help but frown. This was no human emperor banner, it was unmistakably a 10,000 soul banner. However, he didn't mind. Weapons themselves are neither good nor evil, it all depends on how they are used. A sword used to slaughter the innocent becomes a demonic sword. But if used to vanquish evil and uphold the Tao, it is a holy sword. The same applies to the human emperor banner. Outright killing is too merciful for some heinous criminals. Their souls should be reaped into the banner, tortured, driven and tormented until they dissipate. Just then Mu Yunxi, hearing the sound from the banner, slowly opened her eyes. When she clearly saw the banner, her previously drowsy gaze sharpened. "Husband, where did this 10,000 soul banner come from?" Mu Yunxi's voice was hoarse, her brows furrowed. "Are heretical cultivators attacking?" Her long hair was disheveled and her eyes still held a trace of sleepiness. Jiang Wugen pulled her into his arms and chuckled. "My lady, you're seeing things, this is clearly the human emperor banner. But, it's emitting black energy." Mu Yunxi said doubtfully. "What black energy?" "This is primordial violet qi, only it's violet to the point of being black." Jiang Wugen leaned close to her ear and whispered mischievously, "My lady, you're so lively this early in the morning, how about?" Before he could finish, Mu Yunxi hastily lay back down. "Husband, I was just talking in my sleep." "Spare me," she begged coquettishly, her charm irresistible. She wished she could, but Jiang Wugen was astonishingly intense in that regard, yet only ended toward dawn. For a first-timer he showed no gentleness at all. She screamed for mercy until her voice went hoarse, but he mistook it for feigned resistance. Now Mu Yunxi was limp and boneless, lacking even the strength to lift a finger. Seeing this, Jiang Wugen smiled calmly. "Then have a good rest. I'll go out for a while." "Husband, where are you going so early?" Mu Yunxi asked. "To the family's main hall. There are some matters to discuss with the clan head and elders," Jiang Wugen said casually. Mu Yunxi frowned slightly upon hearing this. "On the first day of marriage, shouldn't I accompany you to pay respects to the elders?" As the long princess of the Taihuang Immortal Court, she had been taught numerous intricate etiquettes since childhood. Jiang Wugen sat on the edge of the bed, squeezed her hand and said with a smile, "No need. The Jiang family isn't that strict. Rest easy." With that he stood up and left. However, the moment Jiang Wugen stepped out of the side hall, a blur shot out from beside him and slammed him to the ground. That person locked his arm around Jiang Wugen's neck from behind, choking him. He could sense that his assailant was not a powerhouse, yet was still stronger than himself. Just as Jiang Wugen struggled to break free, the system panel appeared before him. "Peak of Dragon Transformation Cultivation has arrived. Do you accept cultivation infusion?" "Accept," he shouted in his mind. In the next moment a surge of overwhelming power exploded within him. Through the transmission of cultivation a formidable force erupted from within Jiang Wuchen. In the blink of an eye he shattered the shackles of the heavenly martial realm and ascended into the cave heaven realm. Yet this was merely the beginning. In the next moment his cultivation aura began to surge at an astonishing pace. Second layer of the cave heaven realm. Third layer of the cave heaven realm. Ninth layer of the cave heaven realm. Breakthrough. First layer of the transformation dragon realm. In an instant Jiang Wuchen's cultivation reached the peak of the ninth layer of the transformation dragon realm. Almost simultaneously he grabbed the arm coiled around his neck, unexpectedly slender and soft. "Let go of me." Jiang Wuchen exerted force in his wrist and flung the other party away. A figure dressed in delicate pink rolled twice on the ground before springing to her feet. Only then did he see who it was, none other than Mu Ningwei. "Ningwei. What madness has seized you at this early hour?" Jiang Wuchen frowned. Thank goodness it was her. If anyone else had dared to ambush the imperial son of the Jiang clan, Aunt Shui and the dozen or so saint-level Dao protectors would have already made a move. Mu Ninghuai's eyes were red and tear stains still clinging to the corners. She said stubbornly, "I'm not mad at all. You're a villain and I'm going to teach you, you big liar." With that she leaped and lunged at Jiang Wuchen, once more displaying the full power of the 9th layer of the cave heaven realm. Though this cultivation level was not particularly high, when they clashed directly Jiang Wuchen was knocked back by her dainty little fist. Only then did he realize that this seemingly frail young girl was actually an innate war body. A soft fragrant little wrecking ball. Jiang Wuchen shook his numb and aching wrist and said with a wry smile, "What did I do? How am I a villain and a big liar? You bullied my mother." Mu Ninghui bit her pink lip, tears swirling in her beautiful eyes. "Last night I clearly heard. My mother was begging for mercy from you, yet you still kept hitting her all night long." Jiang Wuchen was momentarily speechless. "So you were eavesdropping the whole night, were you? Then those shameless words he exchanged with Mu Yunxi last night, had she heard them all?" For a moment Jiang Wuchen was so embarrassed he wished he could crawl into a crack in the ground. "Ninghui, you're still young. There are some things you don't understand. I didn't hit your mother." Before Jiang Wuchen could finish, Mu Ninghui clenched her small fists again, teeth gritted. "You always say that, but you're not that much older than me. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old kid you can fool so easily? I'm going to teach you a lesson and vent my mother's anger." With that Mu Ninghui charged again. Jiang Wuchen could now see clearly the girl had nothing but brute strength and her techniques were extremely crude. Clearly she had never undergone any systematic training. Her cave heaven realm cultivation was probably innate, having barely improved over the years. The Taihuang immortal dynasty truly wasting a treasure. Jiang Wuchen sighed softly, no longer in the mood to bicker with Mu Ninghui. He took a step forward and a phantom of a Qilin manifested around him, exuding an overwhelming terrifying pressure that instantly shattered Mu Ninghui's protective aura. Then Jiang Wuchen formed hand seals, condensed a Kirin mark and struck it onto Mu Ninghui, sealing away all her cultivation. In an instant Mu Ninghui felt her body lighten, the innate battle power she had possessed vanished without a trace. Now, aside from her physical resilience, she was no different from an ordinary young girl. Jiang Wuchen held back his strength, stood before Mu Ninghui and gently tapped her on the head. Mu Ninghui winced in pain and couldn't help crying out, "Ouch." Then she frowned and demanded, "Villain, what did you do to me? Why? Why can't I muster any strength now? Want to know? Call me daddy and I'll tell you." Jiang Wuchen said with a mischievous grin. "No. You're a villain who bullied my mother." Mu Ninghui puffed out her cheeks, her face full of defiance. "Besides, that title is definitely not proper. Last night you even made my mother call you that. You said if she called you that you'd let her off, but after she did you hit her even harder. You big liar." Seeing her distressed expression, a pang of guilt twisted in Jiang Wuchen's heart. He really shouldn't have let her hear such scandalous talk. "Child, first of all, I didn't bully your mother. What you heard last night was just us sparring with each other." Jiang Wuchen looked at her seriously and said, "Secondly, that title is not improper under normal circumstances." I won't listen. "You're a big liar. You tricked my mother and now you want to trick me." Mu Ninghui covered her ears, her face full of resistance. To be honest, he was not good at dealing with bratty little girls. But he knew that a disobedient little imp needed to be properly disciplined. Educated. The next moment Jiang Wuchen sat down on the jade steps in front of the hall, pulled Mu Ninghui over, pressed her down and draped her over his lap. Seeing this, Mu Ninghui frowned and demanded, "What? What are you trying to do? A naughty little girl needs a proper lesson." Jiang Wuchen declared with a straight face. You wouldn't dare." Mu Ninghui felt a pang of guilt but still bluffed, "If you bully me, I'll tell my mother." Before she could finish, smack. Jiang Wuchen raised his hand and brought it down. The feel was unexpectedly pleasant, soft and supple, the unique touch of a maiden. Even though he held back his strength, Mu Ninghui still cried out in pain, biting her lip and letting out a soft whimper. Jiang Wuchen looked at her and asked with a smile, "Will you dare to talk back to daddy again? I never acknowledged you as my daddy." Mu Ninghui retorted stubbornly. Before she finished, another smack fell. Mu Ninghui's whole body tensed, her small hands clutching Jiang Wuchen's robe, tears already welling up. After a few more slaps she finally whispered, "I was wrong." Jiang Wuchen released her and looked at her pitiful tear-streaked face. He felt that he might indeed be somewhat of a beast. On the very first day of his marriage to Mu Yunxi, early in the morning, he was spanking a child. What kind of wicked stepfather persona was this? So mean. Mu Ningwei dared not voice her anger openly, only murmuring softly, even my mother never hit me. Oh, don't give me that. I don't know if your mother hit you or not, but I've seen you get beaten plenty when you were little. Jiang Wuchen waved his hand, dispelling the Kirin mark that had sealed her inside. This technique of mine, do you want to learn it? Huh? Mu Ningwei was stunned, then said in surprise, You want to teach me? Since childhood she had always envied others as they cultivated breaking through realms and mastering formidable abilities. Although Mu Yunxi had never forbidden her from cultivating, no one had ever taught her. She looked at Jiang Wuchen and suddenly felt. Perhaps this person wasn't as terrible as she had imagined. Yesterday on the celestial boat he had given her delicious food, ordered beautiful clothes for her, and now he even wanted to teach her cultivation. If you're going to teach me, I suppose I'll reluctantly learn a little. Mu Ningwei said with a tsundere air, muttering softly, and I won't tell mother about you hitting me either. As it turned out, the cliché, a slap and a sweet bun, might be old, but it was effective. Come with me. Don't disturb your mother, she's been busy all night, let her rest well. Jiang Wuchen said calmly. Where are you taking me? Mu Ningwei asked warily. To the main hall of the Jiang clan. Jiang Wuchen ruffled her hair and gave a mysterious smile. Taking you to get something to eat, and by the way, bestowing a fortune upon you. Jiang Wuchen brought Mu Ningwei to the main hall of the Jiang family, instructing Aunt Shui to take her to a side hall for some food while he entered the main hall alone. Inside the main hall, Jiang Lintian and other senior family members were still busy sifting through information about the celestial beauties from the myriad realms. Seeing Jiang Wuchen arrive, the elder Jiang Linzhan immediately came forward, sizing him up and exclaiming in surprise, Little Wuchen, have you reached the dragon transformation realm? This immortal heart jade body indeed possesses some potential. It's a pity that you didn't use the breaking heaven pill I prepared for you, otherwise you would have at least reached the Yinyang realm. Jiang Linzhan patted Jiang Wuchen's shoulder, his eyes filled with gratification. Big brother, stop rambling. Just keep that broken thing for yourself. Jiang Linyuan walked over, smiling. Little Wuchen is young and vigorous, even if he finds 10 partners he can handle them. Just because you can't use it now doesn't mean you won't in the future. Haven't you heard? There's no land that can't be cultivated, only overworked oxen. Jiang Linzhan stuffed a jade vial into Jiang Wuchen's hand, advising, don't be shy, take it for emergencies. Unable to resist his enthusiasm, Jiang Wuchen accepted the vial of breaking heaven pill. Alright, Little Wuchen came here early in the morning, you must have important matters to discuss. Jiang Lintian waved his hand, pressing Jiang Wuchen back onto the family master's throne. Jiang Wuchen had already come to accept this. Jiang Linzhan rubbed his hands eagerly, asking, Little Wuchen, did that thing called the system give you something good again? Master elders, you all better sit down and listen. What I have this time is a bit intense, I'm afraid you won't be able to stand steady after seeing it, Jiang Wuchen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone was displeased. Nonsense. I have traversed the world for tens of thousands of years, what scenes have I not witnessed? Little Wuchen, just take it out. Even if you bring out celestial level techniques and supreme imperial weapons, I will only smile slightly. I won't be shocked at all. Seeing their determined expressions, Jiang Wuchen nodded. He then took out an ancient beast skin from the system space, its profound essence causing even the Quasi-Emperor to feel a shiver. Little Wuchen, what is this? Jiang Linzhan inquired. One of the 10 fiendish treasures, the Qilin treasure technique. A single sentence struck like thunder in their ears. The 10 fiendish treasures. When perfected, they are comparable to celestial level divine abilities. In any immortal power they would be considered the ultimate trump card. This beast skin carrying the treasure technique cannot possibly be the remains of the ancient Qilin emperor, right? Jiang Linyuan exclaimed in shock. The ancient emperors of the demon race were terrifying existences comparable to the great emperors of the human race. Setting aside the Qilin treasure technique, this piece of beast skin alone is an extraordinary treasure. As everyone was in awe, Jiang Wuchen waved his hand to summon the supreme human banner. In an instant an eerie golden banner appeared in the hall with copper bells ringing and producing haunting sounds. 10,000 Souls Banner. No, this banner does not exhibit any evil aura, instead it radiates righteousness seemingly imbued with merit. Strangely, this is clearly just a spiritual weapon, yet I cannot see through it. Little Wuchen, what on earth is this thing? The crowd asked in confusion. This item is called the Supreme Human Banner, a treasure of merit. The spiritual weapon is its initial form, refined from the great merits of the heavens, devoid of karmic entanglements in killing and refining souls. It can continuously advance and has no limits. Jiang Wuchen explained. As soon as he spoke, the scene fell into a moment of silence. Everyone present exchanged glances, and some even pinched themselves hard to confirm they weren't dreaming. A treasure of merit free from karmic ties. Continuously advancing with no limits. What does this mean? In other words, if the absorbed power is sufficient, this banner can not only become a supreme imperial weapon but might even advance to the legendary celestial weapon. In the Yanfu Great World, a complete celestial weapon has never appeared. At that time the Jiang family would undoubtedly be the foremost family among all races. Wuhan, do you have anything else good? Just bring it all out at once. Jiang Lintian couldn't hide his shock, his expression excited. If you keep taking them out one by one, us old fellows might not be able to handle it. Just a moment ago they were all certain. What scenes had they not witnessed after so many years? But now this scene they truly had never seen before. Jiang Wuhan nodded and took out 3 heavenly sacred pills and 1 primordial sacred pill. They had seen the heavenly sacred pills, but when everyone laid eyes on the primordial sacred pill, the mysterious aura emanating from it caused even Jiang Lintian, a peak quasi-emperor, to feel a jolt of shock. Moreover, at the moment the primordial sacred pill appeared, the winds and clouds around stirred, almost triggering a phenomenon in heaven and earth. Jiang Lintian was startled and immediately shouted, "Quick, suppress this phenomenon. This item is too shocking. Such a treasure's emergence is bound to cause a bloody storm in the Yanfu Great World." The crowd immediately joined forces to suppress the phenomenon caused by the primordial sacred pill. Meanwhile, within the Jiang family's ancestral land, a crimson divine source resembling a small mountain suddenly emitted a wave of fluctuations. Following that, the second, third, 5 divine source mountains all shook, and the chains entwined around them manifested golden patterns. A strand of imperial might surged forth. Sleeping here were the ancestors of the Jiang family who had achieved the status of emperor over the generations, their lifespans nearing their end, yet they chose to close themselves off due to various obsessions. Any one of them was a symbol of invincibility dominating an era. These 5 ancestors were the true foundation of the imperial Jiang family. They had slept for countless millennia but awakened simultaneously at this moment. How many years has it been? An aged voice echoed as if from a distant era, revealing endless vicissitudes. Did you all awaken because of this aura? From the largest divine source a voice resonated. Ancestral Master. It is the aura of the extreme sacred body. How many tens of thousands of years has it been? This world has actually given birth to an extreme sacred body once more. This aura comes from my Jiang family. Quickly investigate and find the source of this aura. Yes. Almost instantly 5 powerful divine senses erupted from the Jiang family's ancestral land, all landing on Jiang Wuhan. The people inside the Jiang family main hall had not yet reacted when Jiang Wuhan's face suddenly turned pale, his soul nearly torn apart by the 5 divine senses. This aura belongs to the ancestors. The ancestors have revived. Stop chatting, protect the imperial son. Jiang Lintian shouted, being the first to stand in front of Jiang Wuhan. The others also reacted quickly, stepping in to shield Jiang Wuhan. Although they were merely quasi-emperors and great saints, they were more than enough to resist the divine senses of sealed emperors. Wuhan's cultivation is still low, please spare him, Ancestral Master. Jiang Lintian gritted his teeth, conveying with divine sense. Lintian. An aged voice resounded in the Jiang family main hall. It's me, the 32nd family master of the Jiang family, Jiang Lintian. Jiang Lintian looked towards the ancestral land, his expression respectful. The aura of the extreme sacred body emanates from that young man's body, yet he is not an extreme sacred body. Lintian, what on earth is going on? The aged voice transmitted again. At this moment, before Jiang Lintian could speak, Jiang Wuhan replied, Ancestral Master, the aura you sensed earlier is not from the extreme sacred body but from the primordial sacred pill. Taking this pill will allow the bloodline to be sublimated, greatly increasing the probability of creating an extreme sacred body. Upon these words the main hall fell into a brief silence. The next moment, absurd. A light reprimand echoed in the hall. How precious is the sacred body! Even a typical sacred body when perfected can challenge a great emperor, let alone the extreme sacred body. Such a rare physique throughout the ages cannot possibly be created by a single pill. A child who knows nothing is just spouting nonsense. Jiang Lintian. Do you lack even this discernment as the current family master? Several ancestors expressed their discontent. After they finished speaking, Jiang Lintian explained, Elders, Wuhan did not lie. A few days ago he used the heavenly sacred pill to elevate one of our clan's divine body prodigies to a sacred body. And this primordial sacred pill is an even more precious treasure than the heavenly sacred pill. This statement silenced the elders of the Jiang family. Heavenly sacred pill, primordial sacred pill. I have never heard of such divine objects existing in the world. Lintian, is this true? The elders, suppressing their inner excitement, confirmed repeatedly. The younger generation would not dare deceive the ancestors if this matter is absolutely true, and I witnessed it with my own eyes. Jiang Lintian cupped his hands, his expression solemn. If the ancestors do not believe I can bring that pair of siblings here right now. No need, I still trust your words. The third ancestor's tone softened as his divine sense focused once again on Jiang Wuhan. At this moment an even older voice suddenly resounded, Lintian, bring that young man along with the pill in his hand. To the ancestral land. In the ancestral land of the Jiang clan, Jiang Wuhan followed Jiang Lintian and stood before 5 colossal divine sources. What is known as a divine source is a type of spirit stone. However, it is a cultivation resource that only cultivators above the sage level have the ability to refine. Even a divine source block the size of a fist is worth a fortune, enough to exchange for tens of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones. Yet such precious cultivation resources in the ancestral land of the Jiang clan were stacked into 5 towering mountains. Esteemed ancestors, this junior is the son of our Jiang clan's Hengyu great emperor named Wuhan. Jiang Lintian first introduced Jiang Wuhan, then informed the several ancestors of the existence of the system. Even the great emperor found such matters utterly astounding. But soon they attributed the system's rewards to the heavenly Daos bestowal, making everything seem much more reasonable. So you are the child of that little fellow Lin Yu, no wonder you are so special. From within one divine source a slightly proud voice emerged. Jiang Lintian smiled lightly and explained, Wuhan, this is the third ancestor. He, along with the first ancestor and the fifth ancestor, are the founding ancestors of our lineage. By seniority he is your great-great-grandfather. Greetings, third ancestor. Greetings, esteemed ancestors. Jiang Wuhan said respectfully. No need for formalities. The first ancestor's divine source rippled and a weathered voice echoed through the ancestral land. Lintian, you just said. Wuhan has just received a new reward. How will that primordial saint pill and the 3 heavenly saint pills be used? Do you have candidates? Reporting to the first ancestor, among the younger generation of the Jiang clan there are still 2 divine bodies. Therefore I am considering bestowing 1 heavenly saint pill to a junior with a royal body, or perhaps to a slightly older divine body. Jiang Lintian paused in thought, then continued, as for this primordial saint pill I have not yet decided which junior to grant it to. Granting the awakening opportunity to the clan's younger generation was the choice that maximized the entire Jiang clan's benefits. But special constitutions are 1 in 10,000. Even the Jiang clan did not have many divine bodies. After a moment of silence the first ancestor spoke again, since there are already 2 candidates, summon them to the ancestral land. Let us old fellows witness the process of bloodline ascension. Even though they trusted Jiang Lintian's word, such an unprecedented event required personal witness for reassurance. Jiang Lintian understood and immediately dispatched the clan's strongmen guarding the ancestral land to fetch the individuals. Soon a man and a woman arrived at the ancestral land. The man was named Jiang Lintian, from a branch lineage that had fallen to the lower realm. Because he awakened the primordial sword body at the age of 15, he was guided to the upper realms Jiang clan. The woman was named Jiang Xianxian, the granddaughter of the Grand Elder Jiang Linjian, and belonged to the Jiang clan's direct line. The constitution she awakened was a wood-type divine body called the world-purifying lotus body. In the cultivation world, wood attributes have always been considered inferior. The world-purifying lotus body was also known as one of the weakest divine bodies. Greetings ancestors, greetings patriarch, greetings imperial son. They paid their respects to everyone present. The reason we summoned you here is to bestow a great fortune upon you. Jiang Lintian stepped forward and took out 2 heavenly saint pills. This is the pill bestowed by the imperial son. After taking it you can break through the limits of your bloodline and ascend to a saint body. Upon hearing this, both of their faces revealed expressions of astonishment. In their understanding this was almost an impossibility. Yet the one who spoke these words was the patriarch of the Jiang clan, and he did so in the presence of the ancestors. They received the pills, exchanged glances, and each swallowed theirs. The next moment a powerful sword intent erupted from within Jiang Lintian's body. The sword intent was sharp, giving rise to endless sword chi interweaving into a dense sword net that formed a domain. Then a colossal ethereal divine sword manifested around Jiang Lintian. The surrounding sword chi at that moment seemed to submit to the great ethereal sword, as if all swords returned to their origin. Just as everyone thought the awakening was ending, the strands of sword chi evolved into countless stars, and the giant sword suddenly struck, shattering the stars one after another. It was as if everything had met its end, and yet as if all things in heaven and earth had returned to the primordial chaos. Chaos was undivided, nothing remained, only one sword stood proudly behind Jiang Lintian. At this moment the divine source of the Jiang clan's first ancestor trembled. This is the primordial chaos sword body. What? This legendary constitution second only to the ultimate saint body actually appears here. First there was chaos, then the heavens. The primordial chaos precedes even chaos itself. One sword can annihilate all things in heaven and earth. One sword can transform into the sun, moon and stars. Such a sword body, if properly nurtured, its future achievements might not be inferior to that sword immortal from the Taishian immortal sect back then. Our Jiang clan is about to produce a primordial chaos sword body. Even the weathered ancestors could not contain their astonishment. While they were focusing on Jiang Lingchen, Jiang Xiangxian's body suddenly erupted with terrifying life force. A white lotus first manifested around her. Under the infusion of this surging vitality, cracks like spiderwebs appeared on the white lotus. The next moment it shattered with a bang. Then azure light spread and shot into the sky. An ethereal domain evolved around her as if all things in heaven and earth ceased to exist, leaving only a single green lotus. A single lotus across the eternal azure heavens. Ultimate Tao patterns swirled as if containing the supreme principles of the Tao, and a terrifying aura swept across the entire ancestral land. At this moment everyone finally saw the appearance of that green lotus, 5 leaves and blossoms with 36 grades. Within the domain the void around the green lotus annihilated, returning to chaos. This is the Chaos Green Lotus Saint Body. An ultimate saint body. It's an ultimate saint body. Although the world-purifying lotus body is weak, it is still a very rare divine body. And the evolutionary direction of this divine body is actually the legendary Chaos Green Lotus Saint Body. For a moment the entire ancestral land erupted. In just a few breaths they had created a primordial Chaos Sword Body and a Chaos Green Lotus Saint Body. These were both top-tier saint bodies. Moreover, Jiang Wuhan still had a primordial saint pill in his hand, which with high probability could create another ultimate saint body. The Jiang clan did not lack resources. As long as they could produce saint body prodigies, they could nurture them. At this moment the 5 divine sources trembled. Although they could not see the faces of the 5 ancestors, they could imagine the shock on their faces. Heaven blesses our Jiang clan giving birth to such a remarkable son. The Jiang clan is truly about to rise. As ancestors, what they most wished to see was the clan producing talents in abundance. Now Jiang Lingchen and Jiang Xianxian had finished their ascension. They felt the power in their bodies and fervor gleamed in their eyes. Imperial son's Grace Lingchen will never be able to repay in this life. Jiang Lingchen knelt with a thud, his gaze sincere. From now on I wish to follow the Imperial son and serve with utmost loyalty. Beside him Jiang Xianxian blushed, her face showing shyness. Imperial son's immense kindness Xianxian finds hard to repay. If the Imperial son does not disdain, Xianxian is willing to offer myself. Before she could finish, Jiang Wuhan raised his hand and tapped her on the head. What nonsense are you talking? I'm your damn little uncle. Jiang Wuhan said helplessly. The Grand Elder was of the same lineage as him. By seniority he was Jiang Wuhan's eldest uncle. This wasn't even out of the 5th degree of kinship. If he really married Jiang Xianxian, not to mention what Jiang Linzhan would think, what would the children say? 16 children, 9 think drinking water is as hard as cultivation. 3 children think drinking water is as easy as drinking water. 3 children think cultivation is as hard as cultivation. 1 child thinks cultivation is as easy as drinking water. Mendel would be impressed. Jiang Xianxian stuck out her tongue and gave a playful smile. Then, little uncle, if anyone bullies you in the future, just drop my name, I've got your back. Xianxian, no disrespect. Jiang Lintian scolded. Jiang Wuhan waved his hand and chuckled. It's fine. Who knows? Maybe in the future our Jiang clan will depend on this girl for protection. An ultimate saint body not only possesses the potential of a great emperor but also has room for further advancement. At this moment the first ancestor spoke. Since the heavenly saint pill is so profound, before we have a suitable candidate we must not waste it. Store it in the treasury for future use. Before he finished, Jiang Wuhan suddenly spoke. Ancestors patriarch, can I decide the recipients for the remaining heavenly saint pill and this primordial saint pill? Upon hearing this everyone was taken aback. Wuhan, do you already have suitable candidates in mind? Jiang Lintian asked. Jiang Wuhan nodded, a mysterious smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I wish to bestow this heavenly saint pill upon Yinshi. And this primordial saint pill I intend to use it on Ningwei. Jiang Wuhan spoke, revealing his thoughts. For a moment the ancestral land fell into silence. Just moments ago the 5 ancestors had connected their divine thoughts with Jiang Lintian, learning of the events that had transpired recently. Little Wuhan, can you tell us why you made such a decision? The 3rd ancestor asked. In their eyes, even though Mu Yunshi had married Jiang Wuhan and Mu Ningwei was his stepdaughter, they were ultimately not members of the Jiang clan. Those not of our kin are bound to have divergent hearts. Jiang Wuhan did not answer directly. He first dismissed Jiang Lingqian and Jiang Xianxian, then spoke, with the system in place, as long as I continue to marry and sire offspring, treasures like the heavenly saint pill can be produced in abundance. The key now is that major powers regard their prized female cultivators as precious gems and will never easily allow them to marry into the Jiang clan as concubines. Rather than face repeated rejections when proposing marriage, it would be better to make them willingly send their female prodigies for marital alliance. At these words everyone present was taken aback. Willingly send. Jiang Lintian furrowed his brow and sighed. Easy to say, but how is that possible? Have you forgotten? Yesterday in the Taihuang immortal dynasty even a mere princess scoffed at such a notion, let alone the true prodigies of those major powers. Jiang Lintian, having been tirelessly orchestrating this matter, was all too aware of the difficulty involved. That's precisely why I propose to grant this opportunity of bloodline ascension to Yunxi and Ningwei, to show all factions that marrying into the Jiang clan is not mere political union but a true fortune. Jiang Wuhan chuckled, continuing, though Yunxi is the eldest princess of the Taihuang immortal dynasty, due to that rumor years ago her reputation was ruined and she was imprisoned for years enduring scorn. Mu Ningwei is even more so. Despite bearing the title of a commandery princess, she is as humble as a weed by the roadside, trampled upon by anyone. If mother and daughter were to become saint bodies, even ultimate saint bodies, such a stark contrast would stir envy and even jealousy among those who once despised and bullied them. And how could those major powers resist the temptation of bloodline ascension? In essence, this was an open ploy. Set a precedent, spread the word. The opportunity to become a saint body lay right before their eyes. Whoever wanted to seize it, it all depended on who acted more decisively. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Linqian's face changed. Wuhan, you intend to leak the news of the heavenly saint pill? Absolutely not. Jiang Lintian said gravely, any matter concerning you is the highest secret of the Jiang clan. Even just bloodline ascension alone would drive all factions wild with desire. At that point, to obtain the chance of bloodline ascension, they would resort to every means, unscrupulous ones included. However, before he could finish, the third ancestor interrupted. Perhaps little Yuan's plan is feasible. In just these few days our Jiang clan has suddenly gained 5 saint body prodigies. Even if we can conceal the heavenly secrets within the clan and hide these 5 saint body prodigies, how long can we keep them hidden? Do not forget the chaos heavenly ranking, which appears once a millennium. The third ancestor's words plunged everyone into deep thought. The so-called chaos heavenly ranking is a condensation of the will of heaven and earth. Every life born in the Yanfu Great World, as well as the 3,000 middle worlds and countless small worlds, leaves an imprint upon the primordial source of heaven and earth. Once every millennium the will of heaven and earth filters and ranks all living beings, listing the 72 individuals with the strongest physiques of that era. Bodies like Jiang Fan and Jiang Lian's Blazing Sun Saint Body and Clear Moon Saint Body, as well as the newly awakened Primordial Sword Body and Chaos Green Lotus Saint Body, are all detectable by the Chaos Heavenly Ranking. Rather than letting the Chaos Heavenly Ranking expose our clan's foundations and incite suspicion from all sides, it is better to place them openly and share this fortune with all races. As long as the female cultivators they send meet the requirements, not only will the woman herself receive a heavenly saint pill, but the faction itself will also gain gifts from the Jiang clan and become our allies. Faced with such overwhelming prosperity, I refuse to believe any faction would remain unmoved. Jiang Yuan's words struck like thunderclaps ringing in their ears. Even the ancestors who had dominated an era had to admit this plan was bold and audacious enough. However, exchanging such a heaven-defying treasure as the heavenly saint pill for female cultivators might not be cost-effective. The fifth ancestor hesitated. One heavenly saint pill, if used properly, could yield a saint body. With good fortune it might even create a top-tier saint body or an ultimate saint body. How precious is a saint body! Many of the top prodigies from major powers only possess divine bodies. Jiang Wuhan shook his head, explaining with a smile, fifth ancestor, the math isn't that simple. One heavenly saint pill not only brings a prodigious female cultivator but also triggers further rewards from the system. Moreover, any offspring born with formidable talent will also yield generous rewards. With my current myriad Tao Desire Immortal Saint Body, I can practically ensure that each wife bears a child once a year and the children are born with remarkable physiques. Even without the heavenly saint pill they might still be saint bodies. At this rate every descendant of the Jiang clan will be extraordinary and the Jiang clan will become a truly immortal lineage. At that moment the Jiang ancestral land erupted in excitement. The 5 ancestors, even when they had attained the Tao and become emperors, had never been this thrilled. Every descendant extraordinary and immortal lineage. What a magnificent blueprint! And they would be privileged to witness this process. Just then the first ancestor calmed down and spoke. Little Yuan's plan is good, but using the two girls from the Mu family as the entry point lacks sufficient impact. Your meaning, ancestor? Jiang Wuhan asked. Mu Yunxi possesses an immortal heart jade body and Mu Ningwei has an innate battle body. Moreover, nominally they are direct bloodlines of the Tai Huang immortal dynasty. Even if they ascend to saint bodies, the contrast won't be strong enough. Instead, some might believe it's due to the inherent strength of the Tai Huang immortal dynasty's bloodline. After all our efforts, we might ultimately be making a wedding dress for the Tai Huang immortal dynasty. The first ancestor paused, then said solemnly, if we want to highlight the efficacy of the heavenly saint pill, the contrast must be stark enough. At this point the third ancestor interjected with realization, I understand. The ancestor means the best entry point for this plan is a female prodigy from the lower realms. Having an aunt from the lower realms whom they despise rise above them, such a contrast would be truly shocking. Hearing this, everyone felt it made sense. Lin Tian immediately began carefully screening the female prodigies from the lower realms. Be sure to find little Wuhan the most suitable Dao companions. Finding a Dao companion isn't like finding a disciple. A mere talent isn't enough. They must be of clean background, proper appearance, and capable of bearing children. In short, choose the appropriate ones. First narrow it down to 1,000 or so and let little Wuhan take his pick. In an instant the venerable ancestors seemed to have transformed into matchmakers, more enthusiastic than if they were seeking Dao companions for themselves. After Jiang Lintian accepted all instructions, he prepared to take Jiang Wuhan away. Just then the first ancestor slowly spoke, you may leave. Little Wuhan, stay. Jiang Lintian paused, then bowed and withdrew. Ancestor, is there something else you wish to instruct your junior? Jiang Wuhan asked. Did you not just say you would bestow the primordial saint pill upon that girl named Mu Ningwei to help her awaken an ultimate saint body? The first ancestor's calm words seemed to carry a hint of anticipation. Bring that girl here. This old man wishes to witness once more the awakening of an ultimate saint body. Soon Mu Ningwei was brought to the Jiang family's ancestral land. She stared blankly at the 5 divine source mountains before her with crumbs of pastry still on her lips. Jiang Wuhan, why did you have someone bring me here? You're not thinking of tricking me into this deserted place and bullying me again, are you? Mu Ningwei furrowed her little brows and said warily, I warn you, if mother can't find me, she'll definitely come to you. Shut up and quickly pay respects to our clan's ancestors. Jiang Wuhan reminded. Ancestors? Mu Ningwei looked around puzzled. There's no one here besides us. Little Wuhan, is this girl capable? She seems a bit slow-witted, the third ancestor questioned with concern. Don't waste that Yuan Shengdan. Hey! The stones are talking. Mu Ningwei gasped, turning to flee. What kind of eerie place is this? Could it be haunted? Mu Ningwei. Jiang Wuhan glared at her and said sternly, the 5 ancestors of the Jiang family lie sleeping here. Show some respect. Otherwise, even if I tell your mother, she'll join me in disciplining you. You. Don't scare me. My mother would never punish me. Mu Ningwei, though still stubborn, obediently stood beside Jiang Wuhan. Don't be so harsh, all right. I'll listen to you. That's more like it. Jiang Wuhan took out the Yuan Shengdan and handed it to her, instructing, hold it in your mouth and only swallow it when I tell you to. Oh. Mu Ningwei obeyed, placing the Yuan Shengdan in her mouth. Jiang Wuhan looked at the 5 ancestors. The first ancestor spoke, begin. Swallow it. At Jiang Wuhan's command, Mu Ningwei swallowed the Yuan Shengdan. In the next moment a terrifying force erupted within her. A fierce and domineering power coursed through her limbs and bones, cleansing her marrow and transforming her sinews. She was an innate war physique born for battle, so the process of ascension was naturally much more violent than for other divine physiques. Jiang Wuhan, you big liar. You tricked me again. Mu Ningwei knelt on the ground in agony, her voice hoarse, it hurts so much. It's so painful. Jiang Wuhan watched from the side but did not intervene. He knew clearly that no one could help her now, she had to endure it on her own. After about 10 breaths the pain gradually subsided, replaced by an indescribable comfort. Rays of white light emerged from her body and the flow of her blood produced roaring sounds like surging waves. Heavenly phenomena appeared around her, a boundless bitter sea above which brilliant golden lotuses bloomed. This is planting golden lotus in the bitter sea. Planting golden lotus in the bitter sea, this is the unique celestial phenomenon of that forbidden physique. The ancient desolate war physique. At this moment the ancestral land quaked. Seeing this, the 5 ancestors felt a mix of emotions. Damn it, if you were going to awaken a sacred physique, you should have awakened a good one. Why did it have to be the ancient desolate war physique? That Yuan Shengdan was wasted. Although it's a type of ultimate sacred physique, it's even worse than the original innate war physique. The ancestors sighed one after another, their tones filled with regret and anguish. Jiang Wuhan watched Mu Ningwei bathed in white light and celestial phenomena, and hearing the words of the ancestors couldn't help but feel puzzled. But I think this is quite sacred, isn't it? The ancient desolate war physique. Just from its name he was not unfamiliar. Moreover, from what the ancestors had said, this physique belonged to the category of ultimate sacred physiques. But why were they so averse to it? It was like a bachelor who had been single for decades finally marrying a beautiful wife only to discover on their wedding night that the bride was actually a bearded man named Wang Gang, and he had something bigger than the grooms. Ancestor, what's wrong with the ancient desolate war physique? Jiang Wuhan asked. The third ancestor sighed and said helplessly, little Wuhan, there's something you don't know. In the ancient primordial era, before the human race had any great emperors, there were only 9 great perfected sacred physiques. Later generations praised them, no great emperor among humans but 9 sacred physiques battling the heavens. But after that battle all 9 sacred physiques were cursed. Not only did their cultivation progress become difficult, but they were also unable to attain the Tao and become emperors. This ancient desolate war physique is one of those 9 sacred physiques. The 9 sacred physiques that once guarded humanity have now become 9 great taboos. Such a disparity was lamentable. Since the ancient desolate war physique is an ultimate sacred physique and once fought as humanity's supreme powerhouse in the primordial era, it proves that this physique is formidable enough. Moreover, the curse of later generations is not unbreakable. Jiang Wuhan looked at Mu Ningwei bathed in the celestial phenomena, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The appearance of the ancient desolate war physique may not be a coincidence. I want to try to break this taboo and let this human sacred physique reappear in the world. There was a moment of silence in the ancestral land. Then the first ancestor's voice rang out, good. Since you have this aspiration, the family will fully support you. If you need anything, just ask. As the words fell, a token made of divine source landed before Jiang Wuhan. On its front was engraved the character Jiang. At first glance it seemed simple and ancient, but upon closer inspection one could perceive the intricate Tao patterns on it. With this token you may enter the ancestral land at any time, the first ancestor instructed. For any Jiang family disciple this was a tremendous honor. After a quarter of an hour the celestial phenomena around Mu Ningwei dissipated and her bloodline ascension ended. Jiang Wuhan bid farewell to the ancestors and led her out of the ancestral land. On the way back to the prince's hall, Mu Ningwei kept her head lowered, looking dejected. Jiang Wuhan outlined some cultivation plans for her, but she remained silent as if she hadn't heard a word. He stopped and Mu Ningwei, not noticing, bumped into him. Are we there? She asked, looking around blankly. There? What's wrong with you? You've been acting like you've lost your soul since we left the ancestral land. Jiang Wuhan looked at her helplessly. If I take you back to the prince's hall like this, your mother will think I did something to you. Talk to me. Why are you so down? You've become a sacred physique now, you should be happy. Jiang Wuhan asked. Mu Ningwei lowered her head and said despondently, I heard everything you said in the ancestral land. Jiang Wuhan, did I let you down? The pill you gave me must have been very precious, but I awakened a useless physique. As she spoke her eyes reddened. Jiang Wuhan placed his hands on her delicate shoulders and said seriously, look up and look into my eyes. What for? Mu Ningwei still wore a mournful expression. What's wrong with the ancient desolate war physique? This is the physique of humanity's supreme powerhouse from the primordial era. Jiang Wuhan looked at her earnestly. The Jiang family's resources today are countless times better than those of humanity in the primordial era. That human powerhouse became the equivalent of a great emperor. Why can't you? Don't forget I was once an ordinary mortal who couldn't even cultivate, but now I'm stronger than you, aren't I? Jiang Yuan's words were like a shot of adrenaline for Mu Ningwei. Her pink lips parted and her voice trembled as she asked, you mean? I can. As long as you want to break through this so-called taboo, I will help you. Jiang Wuhan said with a light smile. Looking at his warm spring breeze-like smile, Mu Ningwei was deeply moved. Never had anyone of the opposite sex been so gentle with her. For a moment her eyes reddened. Seeing this, Jiang Wuhan reached out and pinched her little nose, saying calmly, all right, no need to be so emotional. Let's go. Starting this afternoon I'll have Aunt Shui take you for training. With that he turned to leave. But just then Mu Ningwei called out to him, Jiang Wuhan. What? Jiang Wuhan stopped but didn't turn around. Mu Ningwei caught up and grabbed the corner of his clothes with her little hand. A smile appeared on her childish face. Thank you, Daddy. In the main hall of the Imperial Prince Hall, Lin Qingya, clad in a simple and elegant green dress, sat cross-legged on the bed cultivating. Last night Jiang Wuhan and Mu Yunxi held their grand wedding, filling the entire Imperial Prince Hall with jubilant festivities. Yet this lively atmosphere seemed utterly detached from her. Accustomed to being pestered by Jiang Wuhan every day, last night she spent alone in her room, feeling a hollow emptiness in her heart. She was so lost in thought that she did not even notice Jiang Wuhan's return. It was not until his warm and familiar arms wrapped around her that Lin Qingya snapped back to reality. She lifted her delicate face, clearly surprised. Husband, why are you here? What, am I not allowed to come? Jiang Wuhan asked with a smile. Lin Qingya quickly shook her head and explained, of course not. You may come whenever you wish. However, you just married a new bride last night. If you don't spend more time with her today but instead come to me, she might think I'm being inconsiderate and monopolizing you. Is that really what you think? Jiang Wuhan said with keen interest. Lin Qingya lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed. To be honest, I do miss you a little. But now that I am pregnant, I cannot serve you as well as before. I must not hinder your grand plan for the family's prosperity. Go ahead, I won't overthink it. With you being so understanding, I only feel more compelled to make it up to you. Jiang Wuhan leaned in and whispered softly in her ear. Lin Qingya's pretty face flushed slightly, and from the corner of her eye she glanced at the door, murmuring, there are more people in the Imperial Prince Hall now. Let's close the door first. My lady, that's not the kind of compensation I meant. Jiang Wuhan let out a helpless laugh. Lin Qingya's face instantly turned crimson, and she wished she could bury her face in her chest, mumbling, husband, you must be doing this on purpose just to see me flustered. My lady, you're wronging a good man. I genuinely want to make it up to you. Jiang Wuhan said with an innocent expression. Then how will you make it up? Lin Qingya asked with naive innocence. Jiang Wuhan looked her up and down, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Tonight the three of us will be together. That way I won't neglect Yunxi and I can still be with you. In an instant Lin Qingya's small mouth fell open as if she had heard something utterly shocking. Her face turned red at a visible speed. No. Lin Qingya shook her head frantically, both shy and angry. Husband, that won't do. I can't accept it for now. So there might be a chance later? Jiang Wuhan asked with evident interest. Lin Qingya didn't reply, her face as red as a ripe apple. Seeing her so charmingly flushed, Jiang Wuhan grew aroused. Then let's do it the way you suggested, as compensation. To take care of her condition it ended hastily, lasting less than half an hour. Then, urged by Lin Qingya, Jiang Wuhan dressed and went to the side hall. Meanwhile in the side hall Mu Yunxi had already dressed neatly, regaining her usual elegant and dignified bearing. Having become a wife for the first time, she appeared even more gentle and wise than yesterday, and even more alluring. As for Mu Ningwei, she had gotten herself into a mess during the bloodline sublimation in the ancestral land, her whole body dirty, looking like a little stray cat. From a short distance away Jiang Wuhan heard Mu Yunxi scolding, you little rascal, where have you been playing wild? You're so filthy. What if the elders of the Jiang family see you and think ill of you? Mother, it's all father's fault. Mu Ningwei lowered her head and muttered. Father. Mu Yunxi was surprised by the title and asked doubtfully, you mean Warren? Mu Ningwei nodded and argued slyly, father took me to a secluded place, made me hold something in my mouth and told me I could only swallow it on his command. After I swallowed it my body started feeling strange. Jiang Wuhan. This naughty child, how could she slander him out of thin air? If he had actually done it, her saying so wouldn't matter. But the key was that he had held his ground, and yet he was still being misunderstood. Then what was the point of holding the line? Yunxi, don't listen to her nonsense. What does she know? Jiang Wuhan walked into the side hall and explained. Mu Ningwei looked bewildered and asked innocently, father, am I wrong? It was clearly you who gave me a pill to swallow. I got all dirty because I was awakening the ancient saint body. Mother wants to punish me, but you're responsible too, father. Save me. Mu Ningwei pursed her lips and hid behind Jiang Wuhan. Hearing this, Mu Yunxi couldn't help but find it amusing. So it was just a pill, she had thought it was something else. Then this time mother won't punish you. Mu Yunxi's expression softened and she called over two maids, take her down for a proper bath and change her into clean clothes. The maids led Mu Ningwei away and the hall door closed. Mu Yunxi pulled Jiang Wuhan to sit down, a smile on her face. If I ask you what you gave Ningwei to eat, you certainly won't tell me, will you? Whatever it was, I can see that you care about her. Ningwei is young but she is clever and understands your kindness toward her. Wuhan marrying you gives me peace of mind. Mu Yunxi chuckled softly and leaned into Jiang Wuhan's embrace. Why would you think I would keep such a thing from you? Jiang Wuhan looked down at her and said calmly, the Jiang family possesses a heavenly saint pill that can elevate one's bloodline. After speaking he took it out from his pocket and handed it to Mu Yunxi. So this is the heavenly saint pill. Mu Yunxi looked at the pill before her, unable to keep from frowning. Jiang Wuhan nodded and placed the heavenly saint pill into her palm. This heavenly saint pill can elevate you from a divine body to a saint body. Jiang Wuhan held her small hand and said tenderly, Yunxi, this is my wedding gift to you. Mu Yunxi's expression stiffened for a moment, then she quickly said, husband, I cannot accept this, it's far too precious. Take it. This is not only my wish but also the decision of the ancestors. But do not refine it now, wait for the right moment. Jiang Wuhan instructed. The ancestors. Mu Yunxi's eyes shimmered, a warm current flowing through her heart. When mother and daughter were in the Taihuang immortal dynasty they were treated like worn-out shoes by their family. Yet after marrying into the Jiang family they received such high regard. Husband, you're so wicked. Mu Yunxi's voice choked. You make me both love you and resent you now. Resent me for what? Jiang Wuhan asked with a smile. Resent that the little one from back then didn't come to fulfill his promise a little earlier. Mu Yunxi leaned in his arms, her face radiant with a happy smile. Hearing this, Jiang Wuhan held her even tighter and whispered in her ear, then let me make up for all those years I owe you right now. With that he scooped up Mu Yunxi and walked toward the bed. Mu Yunxi tilted her head, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. You just came back from the main hall, are you still up for it? How did you know? Jiang Wuhan asked, puzzled. Mu Yunxi shot him a look and said coquettishly, you shameless man, next time remember to close the door when you're in the main hall. There are so many people in the Imperial Prince Hall now, do you want to be overheard every time? Because of those strange noises she had confined Mu Ningwei in the secret chamber for over half an hour. Only after they finished did she let Mu Ningwei out to scold her. Jiang Wuhan gave an awkward laugh, then suddenly recalled something and said casually, by the way, last night Ningwei was eavesdropping on us. In that instant Mu Yunxi's body trembled. She frowned and pressed for more. What exactly? Before she could finish, Jiang Wuhan silenced her with a kiss. The power of the 10,000 Tao Desire immortal saint body surged. A real man is always ready. Over the following month Jiang Wuhan spent nearly 2/3 of his time in the side hall exchanging the essence of life with Mu Yunxi. As for Lin Qingya, after that hasty encounter, without closing the door she began to experience morning sickness. Jiang Wuhan often visited her but did not touch her again. After a month of Jiang Wuhan's diligent efforts, Mu Yunxi also successfully conceived. On that day Aunt Shui sent word that Jiang Lintian and the others had nearly finished gathering the dossiers of talented female cultivators from the lower realm and asked Jiang Wuhan to come to the main hall when he had time. Before long Jiang Wuhan arrived at the Jiang family's main hall. As soon as he entered, a dozen gazes fixed on him simultaneously as if beholding a peerless treasure. Wuhan, you're here. Take a seat. Jiang Lintian even lifted the family head's throne and placed it beside Jiang Wuhan. I've heard all about it. You've been toiling day and night in the Imperial Prince Hall for the prosperity of the family. You've worked hard. How are Yunxi and Xingya? Are they serving you well? If you're not satisfied, I can select several talented female cultivators from within the clan and send them to you. Don't worry about worldly conventions like seniority, it's all for the family. Jiang Lintian spoke with heartfelt sincerity and the other clan elders nodded in agreement. Yunxi and Xingya are both wonderful, there's no need for such recklessness. Jiang Wuhan gave a dry laugh and then asked family head, I heard from Aunt Shui that the female cultivators from the lower realm have already been screened. At these words the eyes of the other elders lit up instantly. He had just gotten the 2 ladies in the Imperial Prince Hall pregnant and was already thinking about expanding the family tree. Truly worthy of the Imperial Prince. Wuhan, don't rush. According to the scoring criteria you provided, we have gathered information on 1,200 talented female cultivators from the lower realm. Jiang Lintian nodded and chuckled lightly. Come take a look, do any catch your fancy? After he spoke, portraits of female cultivators along with their related information were projected above the table. Jiang Wuhan scanned the profiles for a long while, his vision growing slightly blurred. Though the lower realms produced countless prodigies, their quality varied wildly. Among the 200 or more he had reviewed, fewer than 1 in 10 scored above 90. Even those who barely met the threshold appeared unremarkable, pale shadows beside Lin Qingya and Mu Yunxi. Xiao Wuhan, how do you find them after all this browsing? Jiang Linzhan leaned in with a grin. Just now I noticed several promising candidates, excellent prospects for childbearing. Bringing one home would surely expand our Jiang clan's lineage. Jiang Lintian placed a cup of enlightenment tea before him and gently clapped Jiang Wuhan on the shoulder. Ignore Elder Grandmaster's ramblings, Wuhan, he's grown old, his judgment has dulled. Across the 3,000 medium realms and countless small realms, though myriad prodigies have emerged, none rival the supremacy of the Yamafu great world. Since you've already forged an open strategic pact with the ancestors, to seek and cultivate a cultivation partner from the lower realms then astound the heavens, you needn't be overly fastidious. A suitable match will suffice. Once the plan succeeds and major sects voluntarily deliver their most illustrious daughters to our gates, what kind of cultivation partner could you possibly lack? In his view, cultivators from the lower realms remained fundamentally inferior. No matter how exceptional they appeared among their own kind, they could never compare to the elite prodigies of the upper realms. A lower realm cultivation partner was after all merely a chess piece. Not yet, I'll keep searching. Jiang Wuhan continued flipping through the records when suddenly his gaze locked onto a projected portrait. Anqishue. Score 94. Identity sovereign of the Sansheng Pavilion, Chuangsheng Lianhua realm. Physique twin immortal spirit, physique divine physique. Measurements 175 cm 110721112. Thunder affinity E. Synchronization count 0. Weakness not yet unlocked, unavailable for viewing. In that instant Jiang Wuhan's heart leapt. Such a score. Such staggering metrics. Could the lower realms truly birth a prodigy of this caliber? Simultaneously he accessed Anqishue's deeper profile. As sovereign of the Sansheng Pavilion, she commanded the law of reincarnation and ranked among the 10 supreme sovereigns of the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm. Yet what intrigued Jiang Wuhan even more was her sister, an enigmatic counterpart entangled in complex ties. NCC. Score 93. Identity holy maiden of the Sansheng Pavilion, Chuangsheng Lianhua realm. Physique twin immortal spirit, physique divine physique, fragmentary incarnation. Measurements 146 cm 685286. Thunder affinity A. Synchronization count 0. Weakness not yet unlocked, unavailable for viewing. NCC, born as a unique fragmentary incarnation of the twin immortal spirit physique, should have existed solely as her elder sister's secondary nascent spirit. Yet some unknown anomaly had granted her independent consciousness, and allowed her to mature into a fully autonomous being. Now that was electrifying. TCH. A pair of blossoming sisters. At that moment Jiang Wuhan's grin defied even the weight of a primordial emperor's artifact. Indeed, NCC's stature was even more petite than Mu Ningwei's, yet what did it matter? Roses need not grow tall if lovers bend low of their own accord. As for Mu Ningwei, this girl now called Jiang Wuhan father, without hesitation, rendering any romantic advance utterly impossible. NCC was different, calling him brother-in-law would only accelerate matters. No wonder the system awarded such extraordinary scores. Were he to choose himself, he would never let such a pairing slip away. Clan Patriarch Elders, these two are our choice. Jiang Wuhan slammed his palm upon the table, sealing his decision. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wuhan, I knew you'd pick precisely this kind. Were I but a few thousand years younger, encountering such cultivators I'd never let them pass either. Jiang Linzhan roared with laughter. Elder brother, as grand elder of the clan must you behave so shamelessly? If word spreads the Jiang clan's dignity will be utterly disgraced. Jiang Linyuan shot him a sharp disapproving glance. Well, at least I never married my own sister-in-law. Jiang Linzhan retorted. That's only because you immortal scoundrel deceived me back then, telling me celestial maidens bathed in the immortal pool, yet omitting entirely that it was my younger aunt. Jiang Linyuan flared up instantly. But were they celestial maidens, or not? Jiang Linzhan shrugged, scoffing lightly. Enough, let's return to serious matters. Jiang Lintian cut off their quarrel with a sigh. If we select this sister pair, we must depart for the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm without delay. What's wrong? Jiang Wuhan frowned. Jiang Lintian raised a hand. The sisters' full dossier along with comprehensive intelligence on the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm materialized before Jiang Wuhan's eyes. The Chuangsheng Lianhua realm was a small world crafted by a saint. Its apex cultivation realm was the dragon transformation realm. Its cultivators called its peak masters supreme sovereigns. Only those who transcended the dragon transformation realm's zenith could ascend into a medium realm. Yet due to its turbid spiritual energy and barren natural resources, ascending to the Yinyang realm proved as arduous here as achieving emperorhood in the Yamafu great world. The Sansheng Pavilion stood among the realm's preeminent powers. Its sovereign and Shishue had attained the pinnacle of the dragon transformation realm, untouchable until recently. Half a month ago, however, her attempt to break through to the Inyang realm failed catastrophically. The backlash shattered her foundation, forcing her cultivation level down to the 8th layer of the dragon transformation realm. This sudden vulnerability drew the predatory attention of the Chuyun sect, a rival powerhouse, prompting them to ally with several other factions and launch a siege upon the Sansheng Pavilion. After days of deadlock, even the pavilion's protective grand array could not prevent devastating casualties. Now the Chuyun sect issued its final ultimatum: within 3 days the pavilion must lower its formation and surrender, delivering only in Shishue and in Sisi as spiritual furnaces. Otherwise, once the array fell, every woman within would become a spiritual furnace, every man a corpse puppet, slaves to the Chuyun sect's will. The Chuyun sect? What manner of sect is this? Jiang Wuhan furrowed his brow. Merely a pack of demonic cultivators, practicing vile arts of essence absorption and corpse puppet refinement. Pathetic deviant techniques incapable of true greatness. Jiang Lintian sneered dismissively, then added soberly, yet within the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm they've indeed risen to dominance. The Chuangsheng Lianhua realm lies far beyond the periphery of the myriad realms. Even the Yen-Yang immortal vessel, a quasi-emperor artifact, requires at least 1 full day to reach it. 1 day, though brief, was perilously long given the realm's current crisis. The twin sisters risked violation by the Chuyun sect's monsters at any moment. At this thought Jiang Wuhan ground his teeth. What is the Chuyun sect but dust beneath my feet, daring to compete with this imperial heir for women? Set out immediately for the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm. Before the words fully left his lips, Jiang Lintian reassured him, Wuhan, calm yourself, I've already stationed attendants at the Jiang clan's ascension platform. We may depart at once. Who shall go? Jiang Wuhan asked. Let Auntie Shui go alone, she is a saint king. Her descent into the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm would be akin to a god descending upon mortals, Jiang Lintian explained. Yet Jiang Wuhan shook his head firmly. No. This matter, I will go myself. His declaration stunned the assembly. What did you say? Absolutely not. You are the imperial heir of the Jiang clan, your status is sacred. How could you venture into such a desolate backward realm? That realm's spiritual energy is foul and corrupt. So remote, if any misfortune befell you, I could never answer to Emperor Hengyu or the ancestors. To Jiang Lintian and the others, Jiang Wuhan's life outweighed all theirs combined. He was the Jiang clan's future, cherished, guarded, sheltered. Sending him into danger in a small world was unthinkable. Clan patriarch elders, I have my own design. Jiang Wuhan's gaze burned with resolve, his expression grave. Moreover, I won't go alone, I request Elder 6 accompany me. Elder 6 Jiang Qinghua was one of the few female elders among the clan's senior cultivators. Her cultivation had reached the peak of the great sage realm, her foot already poised upon the threshold of quasi-emperorhood. Hearing this, the elders gradually calmed. Elder 6 is indeed the optimal choice. The Chuangsheng Lianhua realm's laws are incomplete and its spatial fabric fragile, it cannot withstand the pressure of a quasi-emperor's presence. Jiang Linzhan sighed helplessly. None of us can go, not even us. Why did you cultivate your realm so high anyway? Now you're useless for anything. Jiang Linyuan scolded. Jiang Linzhan's eyes widened, brows knitting. And you dare lecture me? You're already at the 8th layer of quasi-emperorhood, higher than mine. Enough. Must you bicker now? Jiang Lintian silenced them both, then turned to Jiang Wuhan. Wuhan, let those newly ascended saint body youths accompany you as well. They'll benefit from venturing outside, testing their saint body prowess in real combat. He spoke thus, fearing Jiang Wuhan might grow restless and intervene directly, so dispatching peers would preserve his composure while ensuring his safety. Jiang Wuhan nodded. Then let us depart. He strode from the main hall alongside Elder 6 Jiang Qinghua, glancing toward the Jiang clan's ascension platform, and a faint confident smile curved his lips. Sisters in distress. Only this imperial heir may rescue them. The reception platform served as the passage connecting the Yanfu Great World to the lower realms, with one such platform located in each of the 5 domains. The Jiang family resided in the eastern domain, and near the platform a considerable crowd had already gathered. Greetings, imperial son. Greetings, 6th elder. Upon seeing Jiang Wuhan and his companions arrive, the assembled crowd prostrated themselves in reverence. Rise, all of you. Jiang Qinghua waved her hand, summoning the quasi-imperial weapon, the blazing sun immortal boat, which hovered above the platform. On this journey to the Lotus of Creation realm, protecting the imperial sun's safety is paramount. Jiang Qinghua declared, her voice imbued with authority. Depart. With the command given, the crowd boarded the blazing sun immortal boat. The four sacred bodies, Jiang Fan, Jiang Lian, Jiang Lingshan and Jiang Xianxian, approached Jiang Wuhuan. Led by Jiang Fan, they bowed ceremoniously. Imperial Son, the Patriarch has assigned us four to guard your person. We pledge our utmost devotion and will lay down our lives for you. We will die for the Imperial Son. The other three echoed in assent. Standing nearby, Jiang Qinghua observed their solemn expressions and said calmly, no need for tension. With your current combat prowess, any one of you could bring cataclysmic destruction to the Lotus of Creation realm. This time, to ensure absolute safety, the Patriarch instructed me to bring the Eternal Peace Emperor's Tao Ascension imperial weapon. As she spoke, she summoned the 10,000 Desires divine furnace. Accompanying her, a supreme saint at the peak of her realm wielding an ultimate imperial weapon were Ant Shui, a saint king, over 20 saints and more than 80 tribulation transcendence venerables. Coupled with 4 sacred body-level personal guards. Those in the know understood they were going to fetch someone. If those unaware might have thought they were about to annihilate a world. Though the scale seemed exaggerated to the Jiang family's high council, the Imperial Son's safety outweighed all else. If the Lotus of Creation realm could withstand only the descent of a great saint, they would have summoned the Eternal Peace Emperor himself, who guarded the forbidden zone of life, to serve as Jiang Wuhuan's escort for this journey. Just then Jiang Wuhuan spotted a familiar small figure in the crowd. Mu Ningwei. He stepped forward and pulled her out from among the people. He father. Mu Ningwei wore an embarrassed smile like a child caught misbehaving. Jiang Wuhuan looked at Ant Shui and asked helplessly, how did she get here? Imperial Son, I. Ant Shui's expression showed difficulty. She hadn't taken Mu Ningwei for training today and had no idea how the girl had sneaked aboard. At that moment Jiang Xianxian explained, Uncle, I brought Ningwei. She's been staying with me these past 2 days, sparring with me from time to time. When I received the Patriarch's message to go to the lower world, I decided to bring her along. Jiang Xianxian saw no risk and thought it would be a good chance for Mu Ningwei to broaden her horizons. However, Jiang Wuhuan's face darkened. How many times have I told you? Address me by my title outside the family. Yes, Imperial Son. Jiang Xianxian lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Though the journey posed no danger, bringing Mu Ningwei along felt somewhat odd. Forget it, Wuhuan. Since she's already here, let it be a learning experience for the child. Jiang Qinghua persuaded. The blazing sun immortal boat had already departed, and turning back would waste considerable time. Mu Ningwei, looking obedient and pitiful, pleaded, Father, please don't blame Sister Xianxian. I begged her to bring me. I'll listen to you, Father. Just take me along. Fine, but stay close to me and don't wander off. Also do as I say without question. Jiang Wuhuan looked at her sternly and warned, if you disobey, I'll tell your mother when we return and you'll never go out again. All right, whatever you say, Father. Mu Ningwei beamed, stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. This girl. Jiang Wuhuan sighed with a wry smile, then turned to Jiang Qinghua with a serious expression. 6th Elder, full speed ahead. Target, the Lotus of Creation realm. I hope we're not too late. Meanwhile, in the Lotus of Creation realm, the Three-Life Pavilion, a top-tier power with 10,000 years of heritage, was now shrouded in the dread of imminent annihilation. The Three-Life Grand Array hung overhead like an enormous umbrella. Though it temporarily shielded the pavilion, it was riddled with cracks and on the verge of collapse. In the Grand Hall, the remaining dozen or so elders had gathered, their faces etched with pain and despair. Sovereign, the cloud-soaring sect's deadline is less than a day away. An elder raised his head, voice trembling. Have you still not made up your mind? The Three-Life Array cannot hold much longer. Once it shatters, the pavilion's tens of millennia of heritage will be destroyed. Everyone within, man, woman, young, old, none will be spared. Another elder sighed, eyes filled with hopelessness. Not far away, seated in a large chair, and Qixue was draped in a red robe, her beauty ethereal like an immortal descending to the mortal realm, captivating and resplendent. Yet at this moment her face revealed boundless confusion and exhaustion. On her slender fair neck faint bloodstains could be seen. Slowly rising, she gazed at the crumbling array outside the hall and sighed helplessly. Elders, you have fought valiantly for the pavilion. You have done enough. If sacrificing myself alone can ensure the pavilion's survival, I. And Qixue bit her rosy lips, her eyes revealing reluctance. Had there been any choice, who would willingly stoop to becoming a furnace for a dark cultivator? Before she could finish, an old woman leaning on a staff stepped forward and said solemnly, Sovereign, do you truly believe that sacrificing yourself and letting that fiend Yi Nianlian abuse you will make him spare the rest of the pavilion? Outside the pavilion, those dark cultivators devour human flesh and spare no one. Having finally seized this rare opportunity, they are determined to annihilate us completely. Only resistance offers a path to survival. The old woman's words echoed through the hall, deepening the oppressive atmosphere. And Kixu's gaze trembled as she looked at the assembled elders, her voice bitter. Do you think I don't yearn to fight these demons to the death? But Yi Nianlian of the cloud-soaring sect has been at the peak of the dragon transformation realm for over 30 years. Even if I gave my all, I could not match him. Before she finished, the old woman interrupted, Sovereign, there is one last recourse. Her eyes fell upon a corner of the hall where stood a young girl who bore a striking resemblance to Nchishue, though younger and more innocent. The Sacred Maiden Ncc. The Sacred Maiden was originally meant to help you break through the realm's constraints, yet she unexpectedly developed independent consciousness. The old woman gripped her staff tightly, her expression growing graver. If we utilize the unique nature of the twin lotus spirit body. She did not finish, but everyone in the hall understood her meaning. And Kixu's delicate frame trembled. Her gaze swept over the crowd. You want me to devour CC? Her voice quivered, whether from anger or sorrow. This is the only way to contend with Yi Nianlian. By devouring the Sacred Maiden, not only will you heal the Tao wound from your failed ascension, but you may even directly break through to the Supreme Realm and become a deity of the upper world. Before your ascension, you will have ample time to sweep away all dark cultivators in the realm. With the pavilion's current foundation, it can still dominate the Lotus of Creation realm. The old woman knelt before Nchishue with heartfelt sincerity. For the 10th Ascendier legacy of the pavilion, I beg the sovereign to consider the greater good. We implore the sovereign to prioritize the greater good. One by one the elders knelt down. Urgent voices echoed around Nchishue. She let out a long sigh and slowly closed her eyes. Deep down she knew the elders were right. Over a decade ago she had split off Ncc as a separate entity intended to serve as a second soul. Yet for reasons unknown the entity had become an independent being. When she herself reached the peak of the dragon transformation realm, devouring the split body would have allowed a smooth breakthrough to the Enyang realm, what the people of this realm called deity, and a successful ascension. But after years of living side by side, she had come to regard Ncc as her own sister. How could she bear to devour the only family she had in this world? That time she had chosen a forced breakthrough with predictable results. Sister. Ncc suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. She walked slowly to Nchishue, a gentle serene smile on her youthful face. Devour me, let me become part of your strength. Cc. And Kixu's voice trembled as she gently stroked her face. Sister, don't blame yourself. We were originally one. You gave me independent consciousness, allowed me to live as a normal person, for more than 10 years. To have been your sister, I am truly fortunate. And Cece reached out and gently clasped Nkixu's hand. Devour me, make me your power, and you can protect the pavilion, protect everyone. And being able to protect you, sister, is the greatest wish of my life. Her face showed not a trace of fear in the face of death, only the comfort of being able to help. No, and Nchishue shook her head, tears streaming down her face. There must be another way. I promised. I would take you with me to ascend. Sister, you taught me that at critical moments one must make the right choice. And Cece smiled, but her voice grew urgent. Sister, time is running out. To have stayed by your side as your sister for over a decade, I am already content. Let me do this one last thing for you, sister, for the pavilion. For the rest of your life, sister, take care. She closed her eyes and 2 cold streams slid down her cheeks. Cece. And Nchishue held her in her arms, sobbing uncontrollably. The elder's urgent pleas filled the hall. Just as she was about to make her final decision, the 3-life array in the sky shattered with a roar. Hee, such touching sisterly love. A sinister laugh echoed through the hall as a terrifying aura of dark malevolence descended. The 3 lives grand formation shattered, plunging the 3 lives pavilion into its darkest hour. Tens of thousands of heretic cultivators burst in with frenzied laughter, leaving a trail of carnage akin to a hell on earth wherever they passed. At the same time, an eerie aura of malevolence swept through the hall, accompanied by sinister laughter echoing within. A white-robed figure tore through the void, materializing in the chamber. The sect master of the Cloud Exit Sect, Yi Nianlian. Clad in spotless white robes, holding a folding fan, he appeared as a dashing young gentleman. Yet this man was the most formidable heretic cultivator within this minor realm. His hands were stained with the blood of countless innocents, his sins towering to the heavens. Behind him followed over a dozen elders of the Cloud Exit Sect, all at the dragon transformation realm, their bodies radiating savage blood aura. Seeing this, Nkixu's expression changed, and she swiftly shielded Ncc behind her. Yi Nianlian, you faithless wretch. We agreed on 3 days. There is still 1 day left before the appointed time. And Shishua gritted her teeth, her eyes brimming with vigilance. Yinlian curled his lips, a scornful smirk on his sinister face. And Shishua, how naive. The grand formation of the Three Lives Pavilion is like a turtle shell. Even using blood sacrifice it would take at least 2.5 days to break. If I hadn't set the 3-day pact you would have devoured your little sister while I was breaking the formation. Would you be waiting here so foolishly for my arrival? Yinlian laughed, his face brimming with smugness. Despicable. And Cici spat. Ha, how sweetly you curse. Yinlian shattered the void with a step, instantly appearing before Shishua. Once I catch you and lock you in a cage you can curse all you like. With that a massive hand reached out like a specter toward Cici. He knew well the nature of the conjoined twin spirit body. His greatest fear was the sisters merging. As long as he separated them, Shishua would have no chance to heal her Dao wound. The entire Three Lives Pavilion would become the prize of the Cloud Exit sect. And Cici merely at the heavenly martial realm stood no chance against Yinlian at the pinnacle of dragon transformation. At the critical moment Shishua snapped back to reality, summoning a spirit sword to slash at Yinlian. Though a spirit weapon, it was the supreme treasure of the Three Lives Pavilion. 3 Lives Sword Prison. With a single strike, sword aura surged in all directions. This desperate blow barely forced Yinlian back. A cornered beast struggle. Yinlian glanced at the elders behind him and waved a hand. "He'll hold off, Shishua, the rest of you seize the others. Remember, do not harm the little saintly beauties. Those sisters will serve as my supreme furnace cauldrons to break through to supreme and ascend to the upper realm." At his command the elders of the Cloud Exit sect all struck. Even disregarding the peak combatants, the dozen or so dragon transformation elders of the Cloud Exit sect far surpassed those of the Three Lives Pavilion. The old crone slammed her staff against the ground, gritting her teeth in fury. "Cloud Exit heretic dogs, you go too far. Fight them to the death." In an instant a melee erupted within the hall. Several Cave Heaven Realm elders of the Three Lives Pavilion were quickly slain while the rest struggled to hold on. And Cici was targeted by 2 Cloud Exit elders. Seeing this, Shishua swung her sword, clearing the path ahead. "Cici, run!" And Shishua shouted. Worry about yourself first." Before the words faded, a ghastly white banner swept forward. Startled, Shishua hurriedly raised her spirit sword to block. The banner, heavy and forceful, shattered the sword's defense and struck her with immense impact. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and Shishua was gravely wounded. Yinlian, holding the corpse soul banner, approached with a cold smirk. "Sister. Sect Master." And Cici and the old crone both cried out in shock, rushing toward Shishua simultaneously. And Shishua looked at them, her voice weak. Don't come." Before she finished, Yinlian twisted his wrist. The spear blade atop the corpse soul banner shattered the crone's staff and pierced through her chest. In an instant the crone's pupils contracted as she stared incredulously at the ghastly banner. The next moment the banner retracted, splattering black blood. The crone collapsed, her vitality fading. Yinlian didn't even glance at her, sneering, "Too old to be a cauldron, but her cultivation is decent. Shall make a fine corpse puppet." The Cloud Exit sect has always made the best use of resources. Then his gaze flickered to Cici, and the corpse soul banner coiled around her, drawing her close. He stared at her breathtaking yet slightly childish face, unable to suppress a vicious grin. "What a pitiful little beauty. If your sister weren't still struggling, I'd enjoy you right here and now." Yinlian sneered, reaching out to touch Cici's cheek. And Cici, filled with disgust, spat at him fiercely. "Pa! You shameless villain! If you have the guts, kill me." And Cici gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes blazing with defiance. Yinlian wiped the spit from his face, his expression darkening. "You want to die? Not so easy. He'll drag both sisters back to the Cloud Exit sect, and right before your eyes. First enjoy your sister. Let you see clearly how your sister, whom you revere as a saint, becomes my plaything." With that he pushed Cici toward a female elder and said coldly, "Take this brat back to the sect and keep a good watch on her. He'll enjoy her slowly when I return." "As you command." The female elder subdued Cici and led her out of the hall. "Cici." And Shishua forced herself up, sword in hand, but the corpse soul banner blocked her path. "No need to rush. Soon you'll join her at the Cloud Exit sect." Yinlian grinned wickedly. "Demon. I'll fight you to the death." And Shishua clenched her silver teeth, her body radiating bursts of white light, her aura growing ethereal like a celestial descending. With a single sword stroke she transformed into multiple afterimages, as if reflecting her appearance at different ages. The law of reincarnation, huh? Yi Nianlian squinted, smirking. Interesting, but, now you're at the end of your rope, aren't you? Corpse Soul Mystic Art 10,000 Spirits Slay the Heavens. The Corpse Soul banner swept, releasing the countless evil spirits trapped within. Instantly the evil spirits surged like a black tide toward the afterimages conjured by Nchishue, utterly tearing them apart with overwhelming force. After that attack, Nchishue collapsed severely wounded. Seeing this, the few remaining elders of the Three Lives Pavilion turned ashen and immediately knelt before Yi Nianlian. Sect Master Yi, we are willing to offer everything and surrender to the Cloud Exit sect. But before they could finish, Yi Nianlian twisted his wrist, the spear blade on the Corpse Soul banner slashing through their bodies, killing them. Fools! If I kill you, everything you have is still mine. Yi Nianlian sneered, then glanced at the Cloud Exit elders and said calmly, take their bodies back and refine them into corpse puppets. Thus all the elders of the Three Lives Pavilion in the hall were wiped out. Nchishue lay in a pool of blood watching the carnage inside while heartrending screams came from outside, disciples of the Three Lives Pavilion falling one after another. And Cece was taken away, and even she was doomed to become a cauldron for the demon. Resentment and despair filled her heart. As the unworthy sect master of the Three Lives Pavilion, I failed to protect the people within our domain above, nor could I safeguard the disciples below. Nchishue is ashamed before the founding patriarchs. I vow to die with honor, living or dying with the Three Lives Pavilion. As she spoke, pale flames erupted around Nchishue and her aura began to surge continuously. In her beautiful eyes appeared a resolute killing intent. Yi Nianlian's expression darkened. You're burning your origin. You madwoman. You'll die a gruesome death. Nchishue said nothing. She raised her spirit sword once more, ready to meet her final battle with the heart of one about to die. But at that moment the sky suddenly split open as if torn apart by giant hands. A blazing red celestial vessel large enough to cover nearly half the creation Lotus realm descended at that moment. Above, the Yenyang immortal boat in the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm. Jiang Wuhan stood at the bow, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the Sansheng pavilion below, which had been transformed into a living hell. Tens of thousands of heretical cultivators commanded over 100,000 corpse puppets, breaking through layer after layer of defenses within the Sansheng pavilion, wantonly slaughtering and devouring the disciples inside. Even worse, many heretical cultivators, upon seeing young and beautiful female disciples, committed atrocities right on the battlefield covered in debris. Wherever the heretical cultivators and corpse puppets passed, it was like a plague of locusts, strewn with tattered limbs and half-naked broken bodies. Though their cultivation levels were not high, the cruel and bloody scene caused the Jiang family members to grimace in distress. Mu Ningwei, Jiang Xianxian and a few other girls could not help but vomit outright. Though the scene here is bloody, fortunately. The Chuyun sect has not yet succeeded if the insisters remain chaste. Jiang Qinghua, standing beside Jiang Wuhan, advised, Wuhan, go back inside the immortal boat and wait. Leave this to us. Before he could finish, Jiang Wuhan suddenly noticed a female heretical cultivator at the dragon transformation realm stepping on a spirit weapon-grade crystal skull with Ncc bound beside her, fleeing from the battle zone of the Sansheng pavilion. He recognized Ncc at a glance and without a word charged forth, wielding the extreme Dao Human Emperor banner. This act startled the Jiang family. Quick, protect the Divine Son. Jiang Qinghua shouted immediately. At the same time, Jiang Wuhan strode through the air and blocked the path of the female elder from the Chuyun sect. The latter felt the peak dragon transformation aura radiating from Jiang Wuhan and was startled. Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Chuyun sect? The female elder scrutinized Jiang Wuhan and threatened in a low voice, I am Su Yuan, one of the 12 Sky Corpse elders of the Chuyun sect. Our sect master is nearby. If you don't want to die, get lost now. Nonsense. Jiang Wuhan snorted. With a twist of his wrist, the extreme Dao Human Emperor banner tore forth a terrifying astral wind, directly cleaving Su Yuan and the crystal skull spirit weapon beneath her into two halves. Su Yuan perished, body and soul extinguished. Her remains plummeted, while Ncc beside her, lacking the ability to fly, fell straight down. Just as she was about to hit the ground, Jiang Wuhan flew over, caught her in his arms and gently set her down. Are you alright? Jiang Wuhan looked down at her and said calmly. Nccc's lips parted slightly as she gazed in astonishment at this black-clad youth who had descended like a divine warrior lost in a daze. Stop daydreaming. Where is your sister? Jiang Wuhan pinched her cheek and pressed. Ncc snapped back to reality and hastily pointed at the distant hall, exclaiming eagerly, in the Sansheng hall. The old demon Yi of the Chuyun sect is also there. As long as you can save my sister, he'll do anything for you. Follow me. Jiang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He scooped up Cece and dashed toward the Sansheng Hall. The battlefield was chaotic and many heretical cultivators noticed Jiang Wuhan and Cece, and tens of thousands of corpse puppets swarmed toward them. "Young hero, be careful." Cece's face paled as she quickly warned. Before her words faded, a figure descended from the sky like a blazing raging sun, crashing heavily onto the battlefield. In an instant thousands of corpse puppets turned to ash. The blazing sun saint body, Jiang Fan, had arrived. On the other side Jiang Lian hovered in midair, a clear moon behind her back like a moon goddess. With a gentle wave of her jade hand she froze 1,000 miles. Near the direction of the Sansheng Hall, heretical cultivators and corpse puppets were clustered, and their strength was even greater. At that moment a giant ethereal sword descended. Wherever it soared, aura passed, severed arms and limbs of heretical cultivators and corpse puppets scattered across the ground. Jiang Lingchen had made his move. At the same time a massive phantom of a green lotus bloomed over the battlefield, almost enveloping more than half of it. 5 leaves grew and the flower opened with 36 petals. Chaotic aura swirled around. Countless corpse puppets and heretical cultivators were caught in the chaotic turbulence and instantly shredded. A green light descended, sweeping over the severely wounded, dying, and even the recently deceased disciples of the Sansheng Pavilion whose bodies were still intact. Their injuries visibly healed at an astonishing speed. Jiang Xianxian stood beneath the chaotic azure lotus commanding the battlefield. Facing the numerous heretical cultivators and corpse puppets blocking the way, Mu Ningwei turned into a streak of light and flashed past Jiang Wuhan. No fancy techniques, the girl simply had raw strength. With a single punch she blasted a bloody path through the chaotic battle. Cece leaned in Jiang Wuhan's arms, watching the miracles blooming across the battlefield, her face filled with shock. When did the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm gain so many supreme powerhouses? Or rather, the methods of some had already surpassed this world, supreme beings rivaling gods, even surpassing them. The battlefield transformed 1,000 times, yet it all happened in the blink of an eye. Jiang Wuhan gazed at the blood-soaked path and the Sansheng Hall at its end, his eyes narrowing. "I want to see just what kind of scum dares to trouble this divine sun's woman." Meanwhile, inside the Sansheng Hall, the smile on Yi Nianlian's face froze as he looked up at the colossal immortal boat that blotted out the sky, a storm surging in his heart. The blazing red behemoth engraved with complex and mysterious Tao patterns exuded a terrifying aura that made even him, a peak powerhouse of the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm, feel as insignificant as an ant. "What is this thing?" Yi Nianlian trembled all over, while the Chuyun sect elders in the hall had already uncontrollably fallen to their knees. This was the fear and reverence for true power etched into their bloodline. They were absolutely certain that this was no sacred artifact that should exist in the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm. The only possibility was that it came from the upper realm. Bound by the laws of heaven and earth, the gods of the middle thousand worlds cannot casually step into a small thousand world. Could this be? Yi Nianlian dared not think further. And Qixue was equally stunned, staring blankly at the dreamlike scene before her. Moreover, at some unknown point a slender warm hand had gently rested on her shoulder, not only stopping her from burning her origin but also healing all her injuries. And beside her was a black-clad youth holding a large golden banner, handsome and spirited, every gesture exuding an indescribably noble aura. He seemed like a born sovereign worshipped by the world. The moment Jiang Wuhan stepped into the Sansheng Hall, the atmosphere turned eerie, as if controlled by some higher dimensional force. Though invisible, they could decide life and death over anyone with a single thought. "Sister." Cece, seeing Qixue standing in a pool of blood, burst into tears and threw herself into her arms. Fine, Cece. What is going on?" Qixue comforted her softly, her gaze falling on Jiang Wuhan. "Is this young master your friend?" Cece looked up, puzzled. "I thought he was sister's friend." "So you don't know him? Then why is he helping us?" For a moment Cece fell into thought. On the other side Yi Nianlian stared at Jiang Wuhan and stammered, "Who are you? I don't recall ever offending you. Why are you ruining my plans?" He could feel that although Jiang Wuhan's cultivation was not far from his own, his life was already in the other's hands. Jiang Wuhan paid him no heed. His gaze fell on the pair of sisters embracing tightly nearby, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Safe, but not without a scare. Then, glancing at Yi Nianlian and the Chuyun sect elders, he said expressionlessly, "Aunt Shui, dispose of these eyesores. All of them." "Little Wuhan, I thought you'd do it yourself." Aunt Shui chuckled lightly as she stepped out of the void. Snap! With a snap of her fingers, the bodies of the Chuyun sect elders exploded into clouds of blood mist. Inside the Sansheng Hall, blood flowed like a river. In an instant, Over a dozen elders of the dragon transformation realm from the cloud-out sect perished, leaving only blood, mist and devastation. Nianlian, witnessing this scene, turned pale with terror and stood frozen in place. Even the gods capable of ascending to the upper realm could not achieve such a feat. The next moment this ancient demonic cultivator who had dominated this small world and bore tens of thousands of lives on his hands knelt before Aunt Snow without hesitation, bowing his head like a pestle pounding garlic. "Spare me, immortal. This insignificant one is merely a lowly cultivator from the lower realm, truly unaware of how I have offended you. Please, great immortal, be magnanimous and let this insignificant one go as you would a fart." Nianlian's current abject humility was a stark contrast to his former savage bloodlust. Aunt Snow said nothing, turning to look at Jiang Wuchen. She was seeking his opinion. Seeing this, Nianlian frowned, his eyes revealing shock and bewilderment. This woman, as powerful as an immortal, was actually so respectful to a junior of similar cultivation level to herself. If I were only facing that junior with the million evil souls from the soul-stealing banner fully unleashed, I might just be able to capture him. Or even turn him into my puppet. The instinct for survival and the craving for power sparked a bold idea in his mind. Almost instantly a flash of ruthlessness gleamed in Nianlian's eyes. Activating his evil arts, demonic energy erupted from him as he lunged like an arrow from a bowstring, wielding the soul-stealing banner, charging at Jiang Wuchen. "Daring to ruin my plans, they'll turn you into my puppet." Nianlian roared madly, unleashing a million evil souls from the soul-stealing banner. At the same time, countless corpse puppets outside the hall howled, besieging the three-life hall from all directions. "Benefactor, be careful." The ancestors saw this and turned pale with fright, quickly calling out. The next moment Jiang Wuchen summoned the Supreme Human Emperor banner. With a single wave the million evil souls were instantly annihilated. Simultaneously the Supreme Human Emperor banner shattered the soul-stealing banner in Nianlian's hand and cleaved his body vertically into two halves. By the time Nianlian came to his senses, his soul had been drawn into the Supreme Human Emperor banner. "This? How is this possible?" Nianlian's soul trembled in terror. "How could I, the mighty one, lose to a mere Wetbehin Thieves Jr.? I am the demon venerable of the cloud-out sect. Who dares to slay me? Who dares to refine me?" Before he could finish, hellfire blazed from the Supreme Human Emperor banner. Nianlian's soul let out a chilling inhuman scream amidst the flames. The souls of the dozen-odd cloud-out sect elders slain by Aunt Snow were also swept into the hellfire, becoming nourishment for the Human Emperor banner. This scene astonished the ancestors even more. Nianlian. He was the notorious ancient demon, a nightmare for millions of cultivators in the Blossom Lotus world. Had he been slain so easily in a single strike? While the two were still immersed in shock, Jiang Wuchen approached them, a warm smile blooming on his face. "Are you all right?" "We're fine." And Qixue answered instinctively, her voice trembling slightly. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives." She was about to pull Cece into a kneeling bow, but Jiang Wuchen held her arm. "No need for such formalities." Jiang Wuchen finally took a good look at the sisters' faces. And Qixue had fair skin and an impressive figure, long seated on the lofty position of Saint Lord. She bore an air of aristocratic nobility, now slightly disheveled from battle. Combined with her reverence for Jiang Wuchen and his companions, it created a pitiable charm of contrast. And Cece stood beside her like a miniature version of Qixue, delicate, lovely and utterly adorable, making one want to hold her close and spoil her. These sisters were even more captivating in person than in their portraits and projections. Truly a perfect pair. "May I ask the benefactor's name?" And Qixue asked timidly, her voice soft. "Jiang Wuchen," he said calmly. "From the immortal imperial clan, the Jiang family of the upper realm." The immortal imperial clan, the Jiang family. And Qixue's lips parted slightly, unable to hide her awe. She had already guessed that he was no ordinary power from a medium thousand worlds, but most likely from the legendary upper celestial realm. Yet she never expected it to be the imperial Jiang clan. The creator of the Blossom Lotus world came from that upper realm, leaving behind scattered records about it. The imperial Jiang clan was a colossus of the upper realm, spanning endless eons, and had even produced more than one immortal emperor who stood supreme through the ages. Any one of Jiang Wuchen's attendants, if pulled out at random, might be at the level of the upper immortals who created this small world. She pondered deeply, growing more astonished. "So the benefactor is a prodigy of the imperial clan. What business do you have in this small world?" And Qixue forced herself to calm down, though her tone became even more respectful. "If there is anything I can do for you, I would be willing to do anything to repay your kindness. No need to be nervous. I came here for you," Jiang Wuchen said with a faint smile. "For us." And Qixue's delicate frame trembled, her disbelief growing. Jiang Wuchen nodded and said slowly, I came to take you both as my wives. These words struck like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake rippling through Nkixu's heart. The sisters were utterly stunned. A great figure from the immortal imperial clan of the upper realm honored as imperial son by terrifying experts had crossed countless worlds, all to say he wanted to marry them. Was this not a dream? Benefactor, you must be joking, right? And Qixue instinctively hugged and Cece tighter, an incredulous expression on her face. I am of lowly status, unworthy. Before she could finish, Jiang Wuchen raised a finger, pressing it gently against her lips to silence her. I say you can, then you can. Jiang Wuchen looked at the astonished sisters, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. If you marry me, the three-life pavilion becomes an in-law of the Jiang clan. Not only will you become the absolute overlord of this small world, but if you wish to relocate this lineage to the upper realm, the Jiang clan will lend full support. From now on you need never worry about cultivation techniques or resources. I will transform you, making you surpass the prodigies of the upper realm. Having said this, Jiang Wuchen watched the sisters awaiting their reply. At that moment the two were completely stunned. The patronage of the immortal imperial clan benefits that would let one ascend to the heavens in a single step. The only condition was to become the imperial son's woman. It sounded like a transaction, yet she could not refuse. Benefactor, I. And Qixue was about to answer when she suddenly realized Jiang Wuchen had said you, plural. Did he want not only her but also her sister and Cece? At that moment and Cece also understood and pointed at herself. Me too. Must I marry too? Yes. Jiang Wuchen nodded. Huh. And Cece trembled, her little face flushing visibly, even her tiny ears turning pink, making her even more alluring. Benefactor, Cece is still a child. And Qixue frowned slightly, her expression troubled. Jiang Wuchen chuckled lightly. Age-wise she has already come of age. Children have to choose, I want both. So what do you say? Consider it. Having spoken, Jiang Wuchen did not force them. He turned and walked toward Aunt Snow, instructing, some of the elders of the three-life pavilion who died here were loyal. I see that their original essence has not dissipated. Aunt Snow. Revive them. Yes. Aunt Snow took a pill from her bosom, crushed it and scattered the powder across the hall. An overwhelming surge of life force descended and the wounds of the fallen three-life pavilion elders, including the old woman, rapidly healed. Soon they moved their fingers and slowly opened their eyes. This is resurrection. The ancestors were filled with astonishment and quietly made a decision in their hearts. The two supported each other as they walked toward Jiang Wuchen. The next moment they slowly knelt down. The moment the elders of Sansheng Pavilion were resurrected, the sisters and Qixue had already made their decision. To return from the dead, such means were nothing short of miraculous. This was both Jiang Wugen demonstrating the Jiang family's power to them and granting them an extraordinary favor. Carrot and stick had always been essential tactics in negotiations. Your humble servant and Qixue, along with my younger sister and Cece, wishes to serve our benefactor. And Qixue knelt and bowed, her eyes toward Jiang Wugen filled with reverence and awe. Sister. And Cece also knelt, her head lowered, her face flushed with shyness. Excellent. Jiang Wugen nodded in satisfaction, stepped forward to help the two sisters rise and naturally pulled them into his arms, one on each side. For a moment the sweet fragrance of jade filled his embrace. Though Cece seemed young and tender, her body was soft, carrying the unique youthful touch of a maiden. And Qixue was round and voluptuous, her plush supple figure utterly captivating. The two girls, their faces full of shyness, also felt deep reverence. Their delicate bodies trembled slightly and they dared not raise their heads to meet Jiang Wugen's gaze. Jiang Wugen paid no heed to this. At present they scarcely knew each other, having come from the lower realm it was natural for them to revere those above them. After a few more intimate encounters they would understand. Aunt Shui, send a message to the family. Tell them everything is proceeding smoothly and to prepare well. To welcome the new imperial consort. Jiang Wugen commanded calmly. As you command, imperial son. Aunt Shui accepted the order and walked out of the grand hall. Not far away several elders of Sansheng Pavilion exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions blank. They remembered that they had died, yet for some reason they had suddenly been resurrected. And after coming back to life they felt stronger. Several elders who were at the cave heaven realm inexplicably advanced to the dragon transformation realm. Meanwhile the old crone, who was originally at the 7th level of dragon transformation, had reached its peak on the verge of breaking through and ascending. Even their lifespans had increased by at least 100 years. However, the outcome seemed unchanged. The Saint Lord and Saintess were still to be taken away. Saint Lord. The old crone suppressed her fear and called out softly. And Kixu's delicate body trembled. She bit her pink lip, hesitating as if she wanted to speak but held back. Seeing this, Jiang Wugen did not blame them but smiled gently. My beloved consort, do you have any words to leave with your subordinates? May I? And Qixue spoke timidly. The words, my beloved consort, made her complexion even rosier. Jiang Wugen nodded and chuckled. Of course you may. The elixir granted by Aunt Xue not only brought them back to life but was also a stroke of fortune for them. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, they will all be able to break through to the Yin-Yang realm, what you call divine beings. If you wish to move the entire legacy of Sansheng Pavilion to the upper realm, you may bring your disciples with you. If you choose to keep Sansheng Pavilion in the Genesis Lotus realm, I will have someone employ methods to supplement some of the laws of this small world and elevate its grade. However, the number of 3,000 middle worlds is fixed. Unless a middle world perishes, the Genesis Lotus realm can never grow into one. Still, it will certainly become far stronger than it is now. Cultivators within the realm will be able to reach the divine martial realm and enjoy lifespans of over 1,000 years. That should not be a problem. Jiang Wugen explained. Is this truly possible? And Qixue stared at Jiang Wugen in astonishment. Of course it is. Jiang Wugen nodded and smiled. Go now. I will give you 1 hour to discuss this thoroughly with them. An hour later, return with me to the Jiang family. Thank you, Imperial Son. And Qixue beamed, the fear in her heart somewhat eased. You need not stand on ceremony, my beloved consort. Come, let me have a kiss first. Jiang Wugen laughed. Huh? Here. And Qixue was taken aback, looking around with a troubled expression. Those around hurriedly pretended to be busy, though none knew exactly what they were busy with, and looked away discreetly. And Qixue dared not resist. She closed her eyes and waited. Amusingly, and Cece also closed her eyes of her own accord, offering herself freely. Jiang Wugen planted a kiss on each sister's cheek before reluctantly releasing them. He walked out of Sansheng Hall. The venerable masters and sages of the Jiang family had already intervened in the battle, suppressing the heretics and corpse puppets in less than 3 breaths. The disciples of Sansheng Pavilion, seeing these godlike powerhouses and the blazing sun immortal vessel that spanned the sky and blotted out the sun, cowered in terror in the corners, trembling. When Jiang Wugen emerged from the hall, Jiang Xianxian and the others immediately approached and bowed. Imperial Son, there are over 10,000 heretics here, they have all been subdued. Jiang Wugen nodded, his gaze falling on the heretics below. Before he could speak, many of them began to beg for mercy. Immortal Lord, spare us. We were merely following orders. It was the Archfiend and the corpse ancestor elders who forced us. We had no choice. If we didn't do as they said, we would have lost our lives. I have an elderly mother who needs feeding and a child of 80. In the past I had no choice. Now I want to be a good person. The heretics spoke earnestly, as if they had truly repented. Jiang Wugen looked at them and smiled calmly. If it were disciples of Sansheng Pavilion or innocent commoners begging for mercy now, would you have spared them? At these words, fear spread across the faces of the heretics. Just then an elder from the Cloud Rising sect tried to argue. Immortal Lord, the legacy of our Cloud Rising sect originates from the upper realms, Corpse Soul Hall. The great Tao of heaven and earth has 3,000 paths, existence itself is reason. The common people are but ants, they are weak yet still consume spiritual energy and resources. That is nothing short of waste. By refining them we allow resources to flow to those who need them more. Where have we erred? Just because we are heretics are we deserving of death? Before he finished, Mu Ningwei retorted sharply. Nonsense. If you don't die, should we die instead? With that she moved to strike. Jiang Wugen raised a hand to stop the agitated Mu Ningwei. He looked at the heretics and sneered. Existence is reason. Ha! Is that your excuse for committing atrocities with a clear conscience? By your logic, since you are strong, you may slaughter those weaker than you with impunity. Then we, being even stronger, slaughtering you, is that not equally justified? The heretics were struck silent. As they tried to argue further, Jiang Wugen scoffed. In the end, it's because you are too weak. If you don't strive in cultivation, you'll end up as brothers in the human sovereign banner. You have refined countless souls, now come and join my banner for a conversation. Banner, come forth. With that he waved his hand and summoned the extremity human sovereign banner. In an instant winds and clouds churned and heaven and earth lost their color. The bodies of the 10,000 heretics exploded violently, turning into clouds of blood mist. Their souls were swept into the human sovereign banner where the hellfire of karma blazed within. Amid screams and howls, the souls of the heretics were refined by the karmic fire. They were not even worthy of remaining as captive spirits in the banner, they all became nourishment to strengthen it. As for the corpse puppets, most had been innocent people in life turned into killing tools by the heretics. Among the sages and venerables accompanying this expedition, several had cultivated the divine abilities of the Western region's esoteric sect. They directly used Sanskrit chants to perform liberation rites for the corpse puppets, an act of immense merit. After refining the souls of over 10,000 heretics, the extremity human sovereign banner's grade rose, reaching the level of a king-grade weapon. Jiang Wugen put away the banner and walked toward Jiang Xianxian and the others. They looked at him with strange expressions. "What's with those looks? Not satisfied with how I handled things?" Jiang Wugen asked with a smile. They exchanged glances and finally Jiang Lingchen spoke. "Imperial son, the Jiang family possesses many imperial-grade techniques and powerful artifacts for you to choose from. But why? Why would you use such a sinister thing?" Beside him Jiang Fan could not help nodding. "If news of the 10,000 soul banner leaks, you will be denounced as a heretic by all righteous powers. In small worlds and middle worlds heretics might still have a place, but in the great world of Jambudvipa heretics are like rats crossing the street, everyone shouts for their extermination. 10,000 soul banner. Do I, the imperial son of the Jiang family, look like I would use such a thing?" Jiang Wugen cast a glance at the few of them and said calmly. "What I wield is the human sovereign banner." "Then why is black smoke rising from the banner?" murmured Jiang Xianxian. "Black smoke. That is the primordial purple qi, it's just so deep that it appears black." Jiang Wugen tried to explain, but they clearly did not believe him. Seeing this, he sighed helplessly. "All of you. You've become too attached to appearances. A treasure itself has no inherent good or evil, what matters is who uses it and how it is used. I wield the human sovereign banner to punish evil and promote good, refining heretics. Do you think I am wrong?" They shook their heads. Then Jiang Lian frowned. "But the 10,000. The human sovereign banner is ultimately too sensitive. I worry that the righteous powers of the upper realm will use it as an excuse to attack you." Jiang Wugen waved dismissively. "Pa. Those so-called righteous powers, who knows how many dirty deeds they hide in the shadows. The Jambudvipa great world has forbidden life zones and ancient divine mountains, all eyeing humanity hungrily. With all that free time, why don't they go to the forbidden life zones to slay supreme beings or march on the ancient divine mountains to wage war against ancient emperors? Worrying that they might attack me over a single banner, the Jiang family's imperial heritage built by our ancestors with blood and struggle is not meant for us to cower before anyone." He knew better than anyone the true depth of the Jiang family's foundation. 6 living great emperors, they were strong enough to overturn the table. The others said no more. Just then Anchishua and Ncisi walked out of Sansheng Hall, followed by the elders of Sansheng Pavilion. "Have you decided?" Jiang Wugen looked at the two sisters and asked. Anchishua nodded softly, a glint of determination shining in her beautiful eyes. "The imperial son has already reached an agreement. 10,000 years ago the ancestor of the Sansheng Pavilion established a sect here in the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm with the sole purpose of bringing peace and stability to the inhabitants of this small world. But the ineptitude of later disciples allowed the Chuyun sect to rise and evil cultivators to run rampant. Now that the imperial son has descended with immortals from the upper realm to purge the malevolent forces and cleanse the cosmos, the Sansheng Pavilion shall inherit the will of its ancestors and protect the people of this realm." And Anchishua bowed respectfully, conveying the decision of the Sansheng Pavilion. Jiang Wuhan expressed his understanding. He immediately summoned a sage and 2 tribulation realm venerables and said calmly, "From today onward you shall be stationed in the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm as honorary elders of the Sansheng Pavilion. During your tenure report the situation within this realm to the clan at any time. After 100 years I will send people to relieve you. Upon your return to the Jiang clan your monthly salary and other benefits will be upgraded by 1 level. Stationed in a small world for a century, returning to enjoy the treatment of a sage king for a sage and a sage for a venerable, this was nothing short of a divine blessing to them. Rest assured, imperial son, we shall not fail our mission." The 3 bowed with reverence. Jiang Wuhan nodded, then turned his gaze to the side of Anchishua and said calmly, "6th elder, the laws of this small world require your intervention." Jiang Qinghua stepped out from beside Anchishua. She had been guarding her all along. It was Jiang Qinghua who had stopped her from burning her own origin and healed her injuries. She nodded, took a crystalline gem from her bosom and with a wave of her hand embedded it into the earth veins of the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm. This is the law origin of a medium-sized world harvested from the sea god realm that perished 120,000 years ago. It is enough to elevate the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm to a small world second only to a medium-sized world. Jiang Qinghua explained. The members of the Sansheng Pavilion were astounded. To casually produce the law origin of a medium-sized world, what a grand gesture. The old crone had already sensed the transformation of the world's laws. The shackles on her cultivation realm began to loosen. She felt she could break through to the Yinyang realm at any moment. Moreover, after the breakthrough there would be no need to ascend to the upper realm. At that moment the mountains, rivers, grass and trees of this small world seemed to come alive and everything within resonated in harmony. The worlds will coalesced into a sphere of light and descended before Jiang Wuhan. Instantly everyone in the Sansheng Pavilion was shaken. Born and raised here, they recognized it at once, the will origin of the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm. The world condensing its will origin signified submission. Whoever refined it would become the master of the world. The successive ancestors of the Sansheng Pavilion had tried every method but never succeeded. Yet now the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm had voluntarily submitted, offering its will origin. However, Jiang Wuhan did not even glance at it. He pushed it toward Qixue. Imperial son, what is the meaning of this? And Qixue furrowed her delicate brows, puzzled. I have no need for this. However, you seem quite interested in it. Jiang Wuhan chuckled lightly. Though from now on as my imperial consort you will never lack resources, this small world is still your roots. If you become its master, no matter where you are, you can always return to the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm through its world origin. For you it can serve as a keepsake. Jiang Wuhan explained. And Kixu's expression softened and a sense of gratitude toward him grew within her heart. She grasped the will origin and refined it in an instant. The next moment her aura fused with the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm. Every blade of grass and every tree became an extension of her senses. She could perceive everything happening within the realm and could travel anywhere at will. My consort, how do you feel? Jiang Wuhan looked at her with a smile. It feels wonderful. And Qixue answered instinctively, then quickly knelt before Jiang Wuhan. Thank you, imperial son. No need for formality. I'm glad you like it. Jiang Wuhan supported her by the arm and lifted her up, then once again embraced her and Cece in his arms. Feeling the soft warmth of the two women on either side, he curled his lips into a smile. My two consorts, come home with me. To get married. With those words, under the fervently worshipful gazes of the elders and disciples of the Sansheng Pavilion and surrounded by the Jiang clan members, the three of them stepped onto the blazing sun immortal boat. The colossal immortal boat shattered the void and sailed out of the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm. At that moment Qixue and Cece stood inside the boat, utterly dumbfounded by what they saw. They had imagined that the enormous vessel which covered half the small world would be extraordinarily luxurious inside. But the true opulence surpassed their wildest imaginings. Any inconspicuous ornament here, if thrown into the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm, would stir a bloody storm and incite countless people to fight for it with their lives. Even the ordinary jade steps beneath their feet exuded exceptionally pure spiritual energy. After taking just a few steps, Qixue felt a faint sign of a breakthrough. As for Cece, within less than an incense stick's time aboard the blazing sun immortal boat, she had already broken through 3 consecutive realms. Now she was at the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Warrior realm. Even the tea and fruits brought by the attendants, merely catching a whiff of their aroma, suddenly illuminated many cultivation problems that had long troubled them. Sister. Is this the legendary celestial realm? Cece murmured softly. Qixue remained silent, but the shock in her heart was no less than her sister's. Everything here was so extravagant that spending a single day here might equal 10 years of arduous cultivation in the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm. The two sisters sat restlessly, filled with curiosity about everything around them, and with an unknown fear. Jiang Wuhan looked at them, then glanced at the tea and immortal fruits on the table before him and said with a calm smile, "Why aren't you eating? Not to your taste. I'll have them bring a different serving." No need to change. Qixue quickly said timidly. Imperial son, we're not hungry. Imperial son is what others call me. From now on. You two must call me husband. Jiang Wuhan said calmly. Husband. Kixu's face flushed, her voice strained with nervousness. Cece was even more bashful, her voice so soft it was barely audible. Jiang Wuhan nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Come try these pastries, do they suit your taste? He picked up a piece of crystal-like cake and brought it to Kixu's lips. Her face burned crimson, yet intimidated by Jiang Yuan's oppressive presence she stiffly opened her small mouth. As the pastry entered her mouth, Jiang Yuan's hand remained gently stirring at the corner of her lips. She dared not utter a word, focusing all her attention on the cake. A sweet flavor spread across her tongue and a warm energy flowed down her throat, transforming into pure power that nourished every limb and bone. For a moment she felt that the Tao injury caused by the separation of Ncc was showing signs of healing. And this was merely an ordinary pastry. The table held many more exquisite teas and immortal fruits. Then Jiang Wuhan fed Ncc in the same manner. The maiden grew even more embarrassed. Teased by Jiang Wuhan, her delicate body went limp and her eyes grew hazy. You two need not be so reserved. Help yourselves to whatever you like. Unless, Jiang Wuhan looked at them with a mischievous smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, you want me to continue feeding you? No, Emperor, husband. And Qixue hastily waved her hands. Well, manage on our own. Jiang Wuhan nodded, then asked, by the way, I heard that Cici is a clone you split off. So can you two be merged again? Yes, husband. And Kixu's eyes dimmed as she said softly, but rather than merging, it is more like I devour Cici. At that time I will become a complete twin lotus immortal body, while Cici's consciousness will vanish entirely. Her power and memories will return to me. Then she will cease to exist. Jiang Wuhan frowned and struck the table. Under no circumstances shall you two merge. But our current state is the result of a cultivation error. Both of us suffer from severe Tao injuries that will hinder future cultivation. And Cici lowered her head dejected. Perhaps I was never meant to exist. I've always been a burden to my sister. What are mere Tao injuries? You two are two distinct individuals. The Jiang clan lacks nothing, except for an abundance of heavenly treasures. Jiang Wuhan held the two women tightly, his gaze burning. After our wedding I will grant you another great fortune so that your accomplishments shall not be limited by the twin lotus immortal body. At these words both women's hearts were deeply moved. Their eyes toward Jiang Wuhan softened considerably. In the Tsangshuan realm within the soul burial hall. In the gloomy hall permeated with fiendish energy, a dark-clad man with a sinister face and strange tattoos looked up at the throne and said respectfully, Hall Master, news has arrived. One of the soul burial hall's subordinate lineages in the lower realm has been annihilated. As he spoke, a pair of eyes glowing with eerie light snapped open in the darkness, brimming with ferocious killing intent. A cold hoarse voice followed, investigate, which force dares to wipe out the lineage of our soul burial hall, make them pay with blood. Tsangshuan realm, one of the 3,000 middle thousand worlds. The corpse soul hall with a heritage of over 100,000 years is the soul hegemon within Tsangshuan realm. The master of corpse soul hall, titled Lian Tian Demon Venerable, has attained the peak of the 9th level of the reincarnation tribulation realm, already touching the limits of cultivation in Tsangshuan realm. Having roamed Tsangshuan realm for millennia with millions of lives stained on his hands, he is an unrepentant ancient demon of the evil path. The black-robed man below is Peng Ju, one of the 3 corpse elders of corpse soul hall with cultivation at the 7th level of the reincarnation tribulation realm. As Lian Tian Demon Venerable's right-hand man, he ranks among the top 5 powerhouses in all of Tsangshuan. At this moment he looked at the faint light in the darkness and spoke in a deep respectful voice, Hall Master, it has been ascertained. That small world is called the Creation Lotus Realm. The sect within Cloudrise sect engaged in a bloody battle a few days ago with the indigenous overlord of Creation Lotus Realm, the Tri-Life Pavilion, and was originally firmly in the upper hand. Yet for unknown reasons the Tri-Life Pavilion turned defeat into victory. Not only did they annihilate the evil cultivator disciples who invaded the pavilion, but after the battle they also dispatched experts to Cloudrise sect and utterly wiped it out. Now in the Creation Lotus Realm there are no more evil cultivators. Before his voice faded, a terrifying aura erupted from above the Great Hall. A mere small world faction with a maximum cultivation of only the Dragon Transformation Realm dares to be so arrogant. Lian Tian Demon Venerable roared and said in a deep voice, Peng Ju, immediately proceed to the upper realm and use the reception platform in the northern domain to go to the Creation Lotus Realm. First destroy the Tri-Life Pavilion, then re-establish the orthodoxy of our corpse soul hall. At least the faith power of evil cultivators from 3,000 small worlds is needed to help me ascend to the Saint Realm. Those who harm the orthodoxy of our corpse soul hall must be utterly eradicated, leaving none alive. Yanfu Great World Eastern Domain Reception Platform. At the moment the blazing sun immortal boat descended, many people had already gathered outside. Led by Jiang Lingtian, the members of the Jiang family gazed eagerly. The immortal boat opened and Jiang Wuhan with Qixue and Ncc held close in his arms stepped down. When the sisters saw the scene before them they were once again deeply shocked. As far as the eye could see there was a vast and boundless territory with immortal pavilions and towers interwoven and looming faintly within the immortal mist. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was incomparably pure, 100 times denser than in the lower realm. In the distant immortal pond, spiritual liquid had condensed into solid form, with spiritual mist drifting above, resembling a celestial realm. The sisters could not help but marvel, was this the legendary upper realm? Calling it the immortal realm would not be an exaggeration. No wonder countless cultivators exhaust their hearts and blood to raise their realms, all for the sake of ascending to higher places and glimpsing the scenery above. What shocked them even more were the Jiang family members who came to welcome them. Anqishue and Ncisi had originally thought that Jiang Qinghua, who led the team this time, was already the pinnacle expert of the Jiang family. However, when they saw Jiang Lintian and the others, it was as if a mayfly glimpsed the vast sky. That sense of awe and powerlessness as mortals looking up to immortals spread through their entire bodies. At this moment the immortals took the initiative to approach. Wuhan, you're back. You've had a hard journey. Haha, little Wuhan, it seems. You've returned fully laden this time. Little Wuhan, let me check quickly to see if your body has been affected by that filthy small world. Jiang Lintian and the others gathered around, scanning Jiang Wuhan up and down as if looking at some rare treasure. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuhan gave a helpless bitter smile and said, Patriarch Elders, I am after all a dragon transformation realm cultivator, how could I be as delicate as you say? How good that nothing's wrong. Jiang Linjian nodded with a smile, then said with keen interest, in the 2 days you were away we screened the female geniuses of the lower realm again and found many promising young ladies. Just say the word, little Wuhan, and we'll go to the lower realm to capture them and bring them to you. Jiang Linzhan's face was full of smiles, already impatient. Jiang Wuhan helplessly rubbed his forehead. He had just brought back one pair, and before feelings could grow over time the great elder was already thinking about the next pair. In contrast, the sisters Anqishue and Ncisi in his arms were utterly stunned by the scene. In their dreams they had never seen so many immortals, and now they were all gathered around showing concern for Jiang Wuhan. Jiang Wuhan's status in the family was even higher than they had imagined. At this moment Jiang Lintian looked at them, and the sisters simultaneously lowered their heads, not daring to meet the gaze of this peak quasi-emperor powerhouse. These two must be the sacred lord and sacred maiden of the Tri-Life Pavilion. Jiang Lintian took out 2 universe rings from his bosom and presented them before the two. These are the betrothal gifts from the Jiang family. Please accept them. These are for us. Anqishue looked at the 2 high-quality universe rings and quickly shook her head. The Divine Sun saved us and saved the Tri-Life Pavilion. To repay the Divine Sun's great kindness we willingly serve by his side. How can we accept betrothal gifts? Before she finished, Jiang Wuhan took the 2 universe rings and placed them in the palms of Anqishue and Ncisi respectively. A proper marriage naturally requires betrothal gifts. That is our Jiang family's rule. Though you two come from the lower realm, you must also abide by this rule. Take them. Jiang Wuhan said with a calm smile. Only then did the sisters accept the universe rings and then thanked Jiang Lintian. Jiang Wuhan looked at the elders of the Jiang family and asked, Patriarch Elders, how are the preparations going? Everything is ready. We've been waiting for your return. Jiang Lintian beckoned and several maids approached. You few first take the 2 Divine Sun consorts to the Divine Sun Hall to rest. Attend to them well. Tomorrow they will be married to the Divine Sun. Jiang Lintian commanded. The maids nodded, walked toward Anqishue, and Ncisi bowed and said, 2 Divine Sun consorts, please follow us. Divine Sun. Anqishue slightly furrowed her delicate brows like a child lacking a sense of security, nervously clutching Jiang Wuhan's sleeve. Jiang Wuhan chuckled and comforted, go with them. I will come to see you later. He watched the sisters leave, then his expression turned serious. Let's go, Patriarch. Head to the main hall for a meeting. Let's go. The divine thoughts of the 5 ancestors have been waiting for you for a long time. Jiang Lintian nodded. The high-ranking members of the Jiang family brought Jiang Wuhan to the main hall. Upon entering they saw 5 illusory figures in the hall, avatars forged from divine thoughts. The 5 ancestors' true bodies were sealed within divine sources, unable to leave the ancestral land. Only by using ancient secret arts could they descend in the form of divine thought avatars. Seeing Jiang Wuhan arrive, the divine thought avatars of the 5 ancestors immediately gathered around. Little Wuhan, you've finally returned. When I heard you had gone to the lower small world I was beyond worried. For this matter I gave Lintian and those youngsters a severe scolding. Fortunately there was danger but no harm. Did you bring back the pair of sisters from the creation lotus realm? Was everything smooth? The several ancestors asked in a flurry. Jiang Wuhan, unable to withstand the ancestors' enthusiasm, recounted the entire process of his journey to the creation Lotus realm, slaying evil cultivators and rescuing the sisters in complete detail. The ancestors listened with blood boiling and could not help clapping and laughing. Haha, exhilarating. Truly worthy of being the Qilin son of the Jiang family. No matter how aloof a woman is, once her vulnerable side is seen, she can be taken advantage of. Little Wuhan not only inherited the bloodline of that youngster Lin Yu, but even his romantic nature is passed down in the same vein. Oh. Hung Yu the great emperor did that too. Back then, before I the fifth ancestor sealed myself, that youngster Lin Yu was only in his teens. He once secretly imprisoned a divine maiden, tore off her bellyband and insisted it was the ultimate Tao emperor's bodice. Fortunately his wife was strict with him, or when he achieved the Tao and became emperor, who knows how many women would have suffered. Haha, there's such a thing too. For a moment the clan elders and several ancestors chatted cheerfully. Jiang Wuhan smiled without speaking, thinking to himself. Later he could use this leverage to extort his father properly. The first ancestor saw the topic deviating from the main point and immediately cleared his throat. Alright, let's talk business. Little Wuhan, since the people have been brought back, can our original plan be set in motion? The first ancestor spoke, correcting the topic. Jiang Wuhan nodded, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. First ancestor, the plan has already begun. The moment Jiang Wuhan spoke, the gazes of everyone present fell upon him. He looked at the crowd and calmly began. The moment we grandly sailed the blazing sun immortal boat toward the realm of creation and lotus bloom, the plan had already begun. It is an almost unspoken rule for major powers to plant spies in each other's territories. News of bringing back the sisters from the lower world will inevitably spread to every major force. However, to them this is not important information and will not attract the attention of higher-ups. Therefore we need to add fuel to the fire. Jiang Wuhan chuckled lightly, turned to Jiang Lintian and said, Family head, announce immediately that the imperial prince of the Jiang clan will take another Tao partner tomorrow. The partners are Qishue, the Saint Lord of the Tri-Life Pavilion from the lower realm, and her sister Ncc. Extend a broad invitation to all powerful figures to attend the ceremony. Rest assured, Wuhan, I will handle this. Jiang Lintian nodded. In this way the identities of these two sisters will inevitably attract the attention of powerful figures from all sides. Jiang Wuhan's gaze was profound as he spoke eloquently. Next we must release a heavy news that will shock and drive everyone wild. Mobilize the Jiang clan's foundation to help Qishue and Ncc achieve bloodline sublimation and attain the saint body. This had been agreed upon in the ancestral land before and was the key to the plan. Of course, releasing the news in advance is merely to build momentum. By then all kinds of speculation will run rampant and voices of doubt will dominate and continue to ferment. When public pressure reaches its peak, let Mu Yunxi and Qishue and Ncc each swallow the heavenly saint pill in succession and use the illuminating the heavens altar of the Jiang clan to present these real scenes, silencing all doubts and turning the public opinion into reality. And the Jiang clan will inevitably become the target of covetousness from all sides. At that point the family must display a strength and foundation sufficient to awe all races, turning that covetousness into genuine fear, even reverence. Jiang Wuhan looked at the five elders and smiled lightly. Then ancestors, your presence will be required. There is no need to act. Simply release imperial might to proclaim to heaven and earth that besides my father the eternal imperial emperor, our Jiang clan possesses the foundation of 5 contemporary great emperors. Little Wuhan, rest assured. If it's only to deter petty villains, there's no need for us to break the seal and emerge. The first ancestor nodded, but a trace of worry flickered across his face. But I fear that while this can intimidate the weak, it may easily provoke the rebellious mentality of certain self-sealed old fellows. If great emperors from other forces bring supreme imperial weapons, one of us 5 will have to break the seal and fight. Though they were great emperors who once dominated an era, their lifespans were now running out. If they broke the seal to fight regardless of the outcome, they would not escape death. If it truly comes to that, let this old man take the field. The first ancestor said without hesitation, this old man has been self-sealed the longest and the divine source's capacity is nearly at its limit. After I fall, the future of the Jiang clan will depend on your protection. The first ancestor looked at everyone, a gratified smile on his face. First ancestor, you are the highest in cultivation among us 5 and the most knowledgeable. No matter what, this matter should not befall you. The second ancestor rose and said solemnly, your divine source can still seal for another 1,000 years without issue. This battle, let me handle it. As soon as the second ancestor spoke, the other 3 ancestors also stood up and volunteered to fight. Seeing this, Jiang Wuhan quickly explained, ancestors, please don't get excited. There's no need for you to act. Have the family head send a message and request my father to return and take charge. Even if foreign great emperors come with supreme imperial weapons, what is a spent arrow compared to a peak great emperor? Unless multiple forces unite and recklessly try to destroy the Jiang clan. But doing so would bring them no benefit. Every one of you is the foundation of our Jiang clan. Do not speak lightly of life and death unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Wuhan pleaded. Your father is currently stationed in the forbidden zone of life. If he leaves and the old monsters there take the opportunity to cause chaos, it will be another catastrophe for the Yanfu Great World. The third ancestor frowned. This world belongs to all races, not exclusively to our Jiang clan. We don't need to expose our family to danger for the sake of other forces. Jiang Yuan's gaze deepened as he said solemnly, keep my father's return a secret for now. If no one dares to attack, let things be and treat him as if he never came back. But if someone foolishly attempts to destroy the Jiang clan regardless, then my father shall have no choice but to act in defense of the family. When that happens, all races will bear the consequences together. Jiang Wuhan was not a great emperor, he did not possess the vision and perspective of one. What he cared about now was only his own and the family's interests. The crowd exchanged glances and then nodded in unison, it can only be so. Jiang Wuhan continued, for the Jiang clan to govern all races we must not only have absolute military deterrence but also demonstrate sufficient affinity. Therefore, after revealing the family's foundation, we must provide sufficient protection and assistance to the Lin clan's main lineage and the tri-life pavilion of the realm of creation and lotus bloom. We must make everyone realize that as long as one becomes a marital relative of the Jiang clan regardless of their background, they will receive the Jiang clan's care. And female cultivators who marry into the Jiang clan will also have the opportunity for bloodline sublimation. Inner sage and outer king, that is the true way of supremacy. At this moment everyone present was boiling with excitement. The plan Jiang Wuhan had laid out was nearly flawless. They could already imagine how wild all the forces would become once it was implemented. By then the Jiang clan would no longer need to propose marriage to major powers, instead those powers would do everything possible to deliver the proud daughters of their factions to the imperial prince's bed. All races in the myriad heavens would revere the Jiang clan above all. All for a single chance at bloodline sublimation. At this moment everyone's gaze fell on Jiang Lintian, who did not hesitate. He waved his hand grandly and ordered, issue my command draft invitations and invite all the influential experts and prodigies from the major forces of the Yanfu Great World to attend the imperial prince's wedding ceremony tomorrow. Send a message to the forbidden zone of life requesting the eternal imperial emperor and the empress to return. At this moment the long-dormant landscape of the myriad heavens was about to undergo a cataclysmic upheaval. The alignment of forces was about to be reshuffled. In the central region of the Saint Domain, the supreme Vermilion immortal dynasty. An old eunuch with deep cultivation hurriedly shuffled into the imperial study with quick short steps. Your Majesty, the Jiang clan has sent an invitation requesting the dynasty's experts to attend the wedding ceremony of the imperial prince Jiang Wuhan. The old eunuch bowed his head holding an exquisite invitation of gold and red. Mu Qianzhao put down his vermilion brush and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Is this the wedding invitation for Jiang Wuhan and Mu Yunxi? The Jiang clan incited the princess to break with the dynasty and still have the audacity to send an invitation. Your Majesty, this is not a wedding between the eldest princess and the imperial prince. They are to marry a pair of sisters named Nqishua and Ncisi. The old eunuch looked distressed and explained. What? Mu Qianzhao was instantly enraged. He slammed his palm down, shattering the desk beneath him, scattering documents and memorials all over the floor. Ignoring the mess, he ground his teeth and said, a month ago they abducted my imperial sister without a word of marriage. And now they want to take 2 wild women as concubines. How dare the Jiang clan trample the dignity of our supreme Vermilion immortal dynasty? Your Majesty, the eldest princess and the imperial prince were already married last month, but at that time you said to treat it as if the imperial family had never had a person named Mu Yunxi, so no one from the imperial family attended and this news was not reported to you. The old eunuch was terrified, explaining as if he were a cicada in winter. Mu Qianzhao also remembered this incident and his mood calmed slightly. Nqishua and Ncisi. Which family's prodigies are these sisters? Why have I never heard of such figures among the prodigies of the 5 domains? Mu Qianzhao asked. Your Majesty, they are not prodigies of the 5 domains but come from a lower realm called the realm of creation and lotus bloom. The old eunuch replied with his head lowered. For a moment Mu Qianzhao couldn't help but frown and mutter to himself, having just married not long ago and now he's taking 2 natives from a lower world as wives. What is the Jiang clan trying to do? He gestured to the old eunuch and said gravely, "Bring me the invitation." The old eunuch circled around and handed the invitation to Mu Qianzhao. When Mu Qianzhao opened the invitation and clearly read its contents, his pupils instantly contracted. This. How is it possible? The exquisitely decorated invitation bore lines of golden text, and the preceding content was rather standard, merely conventional phrases of invitation. However, the last two lines made Mu Qianzhang's eyes widen in shock. The Holy Master and Shishue and the Holy Maiden and Cici of the Three Lives Pavilion are to be wed to our clan's Emperor Zetian, an exquisite match. On the day after the wedding they will be granted the celestial transformation using ancient secret techniques to elevate them to supreme holy bodies. Mu Qianzhang couldn't help but rub his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken. That was indeed a supreme holy body. Among the entire younger generation of the Taihuang celestial dynasty there wasn't a single holy body to be found. What methods did the Jiang family possess to elevate two natives brought from the lower realms to such heights? Insane. The Jiang family has completely lost their minds. Mu Qianzhang could hardly believe it. Yet at this moment the red paper with golden characters stated that the Jiang family wouldn't joke about such matters with the powers of major factions. What could this group of madmen be plotting? Mu Qianzhang was already flustered, turning to the elderly eunuch beside him. "Eunuch Wei, what do you think? Their intentions are this." Eunuch Wei was momentarily stunned, looking troubled as he replied, "I dare to speculate that either the Jiang family truly possesses the means to enhance physical constitution, or they are hiding a greater conspiracy, using this as a gimmick to attract the attention of various factions." Methods to enhance physical constitution are not rare, but to create a holy body requires nearly exhausting the foundations of an immortal imperial family. They have no reason to pay such a hefty price to aid two natives from a minor world. Mu Qianzhang snorted coldly, speaking in a deep voice, "Find out the true background of the sisters with the surname, and moreover, what exactly is the Jiang family's purpose? The Taihuang celestial dynasty never falls behind. Such matters must not remain ambiguous." Mu Qianzhang gritted his teeth, his gaze icy. "Yes." Eunuch Wei nodded hastily, leaving in a flurry. In the imperial study only Mu Qianzhang remained staring at the invitation in his hand, lost in thought. At the Yaoqi Holy Land in the Holy Heart Palace, the holy maiden Qi Mengyao was engaged in a tea match with the West Queen Mother when an elder from Yaoqi hurried in, reporting through the colorful screen, reporting to the Holy Master and Holy Maiden, the Jiang family's invitation has arrived. Invitation? The West Queen Mother was momentarily taken aback, her brows slightly furrowed. What event is the Jiang family celebrating this time? As she spoke she waved her jade hand and the invitation floated over the colorful screen, landing before her. Upon reading the contents within, a look of keen interest appeared on her face. Across from her, Qi Mengyao maintained a cool demeanor, her beautiful eyes calm as still water. Her slender fingers rested on the chessboard, seemingly focused solely on the game, oblivious to all else around her. "Mengyao, aren't you curious about the contents of this invitation? In response to my master, I believe we cultivators should not be burdened by matters of love, but should dedicate ourselves to our cultivation, achieving the supreme Tao. That is the right path." "Oh. Mengyao, if you haven't seen the contents of the invitation, how do you know? It concerns love affairs." The corners of the West Queen Mother's mouth curled into a playful smile as a chess piece fell on the board under her spiritual manipulation. Qi Mengyio's finger trembled slightly and the piece fell back into the box. Her face remained impassive as she spoke calmly, "The Jiang family sends an invitation. It is merely that little lecher wanting to take a Tao partner. A few days ago the Jiang family made a grand display utilizing a quasi-emperor level Yen Yang celestial ship to traverse the heavens and abducted two female cultivators from the lower realms. As an emperor he has so willingly debased himself, and even the entire upper echelons of the Jiang family indulged in his antics. It is utterly chaotic." Qi Mengyio's small face revealed rare annoyance as she spoke. The West Queen Mother, seeing this, revealed an interested smile. "That Jiang Wuhan is indeed quite excessive. His mother, your master's sister, once arranged a betrothal for you too. Yet now he has married the illegitimate daughter of the Lin family, with the eldest princess of the Taihuang celestial dynasty, and even went to the lower realms to abduct others, but has yet to come to our Yaoqi Holy Land to propose marriage, causing my disciple to wait for him in vain for 20 years, rejecting how many outstanding talents for him. So much so that now rumors have emerged that the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi favors women, and the West Queen Mother of Yaoqi and the Holy Maiden's unspoken matters, making it impossible for my master to marry now." The West Queen Mother's beautiful eyes sparkled as she spoke softly, revealing her charm. Upon hearing this a faint blush appeared on Qi Mengyio's small face, quickly concealed as she returned to her usual cool demeanor. "Who he marries, who he weds, has nothing to do with me. As for that childhood engagement, it was just a casual jest by my master and my master's sister. I never took it seriously. Then when he marries, will you accompany my master? The West Queen Mother chuckled, her interest piqued. This invitation has your name too. Really have my name? Qi Mengyao was taken aback, then huffed, an invitation with 2 names is so insincere, I won't go. The West Queen Mother laughed lightly. Of course you have your own separate invitation, and moreover, the Jiang family has announced that after the wedding they will grant those 2 sisters celestial transformations, helping them elevate to holy bodies. How is that possible? The Jiang family has gone mad. Qi Mengyao frowned, taking the invitation from the West Queen Mother, and upon seeing the contents asked in confusion, Master, does such a secret technique really exist in the world capable of easily elevating an ordinary constitution to a holy body? The West Queen Mother shook her head, speaking calmly, to be honest, I have never heard of such a secret technique, but the Jiang family has a long-standing heritage and deep foundations. It is even said that the great emperor power from their family 1,000,000 years ago has yet to fall. If such a technique truly exists, it is likely only the Jiang family could produce it. Qi Mengyao pondered for a moment, then gently pressed her pink lips together and slowly spoke, then Master, this time I will go with you. Having said that, I must clarify, I am not going for Jiang Wuhan, but I truly want to know what secrets the Jiang family is hiding. At the Tai Xian immortal gate on the Wan Sword Peak, the goddess Su Qingyue slowly opened her eyes, a fierce light flickering within them. A sword attendant approached on a sword, respectfully presenting the invitation. Su Qingyue took the invitation and slowly opened it. A cold smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. The Birth Lotus Realm. 3 Lives Pavilion. Anchishue and Ncisi. He. A holy body is naturally formed. This is an unchanging principle of heaven and earth. How could mere ancient secret techniques create 2 holy bodies? That's just a delusion. Su Qingyue scoffed, her face full of disdain. Master, the deity asks whether you will attend this ceremony of the Jiang family. Just a publicity stunt, no need to waste my time. Su Qingyue waved her jade hand, and the invitation in her grasp instantly shattered. She stood atop the mountain, gazing at the distant sky, muttering to herself, the golden age is approaching, and there are less than 100 years until the chaos heaven ranking reappears in the world. My time is running out. As she spoke, a weariness emerged on her youthful face, contrasting sharply with her age. The sword attendant bowed and nodded respectfully, saying, Understood, I will report this to the deity. However, just as she turned to leave, Su Qingyue suddenly called out to her. This time you will accompany my master and go take a look at what exactly the Jiang family is up to. At the Jiang family in the Imperial Sun Hall, and Anchishue and Ncisi were arranged in another side hall, staring blankly at the surrounding opulence, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. As evening approached, Jiang Wuhan arrived at the side hall. The sound of the door opening startled the sisters, causing their bodies to tremble as if they were startled birds. He looked at the sisters huddled together by the bed, feeling a sense of guilt for their confinement arise within him. Husband. Upon seeing Jiang Wuhan, the 2 timidly called out. Jiang Wuhan stepped forward, embracing them on either side, softly comforting, Don't be nervous, you will be living here permanently from now on, so you must learn to adapt to life here. Husband, we will try our best to adapt. Anchishue leaned against Jiang Wuhan's embrace, feeling a bit more at ease. At that moment Jiang Wuhan suddenly thought of something and spoke, By the way, have you looked at the betrothal gifts I prepared for you? The sisters took out the Qinkuan rings from their bosoms. Open it and take a look. Inside are various skills, divine abilities and treasures. If you find something useful, be sure to replace your old items quickly. Jiang Wuhan examined the 2 of them and instructed, After all, the things you used before are practically useless in the Yanfu Great World. Anchishue and Ncisi nodded, dropping blood to recognize their master, pouring their divine sense into the rings. In an instant their expressions were filled with shock, and even their breathing paused. These 2 Qinkuan rings were of the same grade as the one previously given to Mu Yunxi, all being saint-level storage treasures. Their internal space was vast, forming its own realm. Mountains of top-grade spirit stones emitted rich and pure spiritual energy. They had never seen spirit stones of this level in their entire lives. In addition to spirit stones, there were various elixirs, rare treasures, skills, divine abilities, and artifacts. Most were at the quasi-emperor level, with the worst being saint level. There was even an emperor-level skill, the Western Emperor Sutra. This was a legacy skill from the Yaoqi sacred land, only cultivable by the Holy Master lineage. Among the many emperor-level skills in the world, it could be considered one of the best. As the sisters' divine sense scanned these treasures, their emotions became increasingly complex. When their consciousness withdrew from the Qinquan rings they exchanged silent glances, only shock reflected in their eyes. Husband, these things inside are too precious for us to accept. And Kixu's face turned pale as she pushed the Qinquan ring back towards Jiang Wuhan. And Cece nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice, also returning the Qinquan ring. Jiang Wuhan looked at the two, chuckling lightly. What do you mean by that? Do you too want to call off the marriage? No, that's not it. And Qixue was startled and quickly explained, we just want to return these treasures. Cece and I will still serve by your side. Before she could finish she was interrupted by Jiang Wuhan. This is just the beginning. Once you become my women, resources like these will be at your disposal. Jiang Wuhan tightened his embrace around the two, leaning in to whisper in their ears, with me around in the future no one will be able to bully you sisters again. Feeling the warm and powerful embrace along with the domineering words echoing in her ears, a unique warmth surged within Qixue. And Cece blushed, leaning her little head closer into Jiang Wuhan's embrace. Sensing the warmth of the body in his arms, the atmosphere in the dim hall became increasingly enchanting. He pushed the two sisters down onto the bed and the curtains fell. The rising desire within him made him unable to wait until tomorrow. Just as their breaths became increasingly rapid and Qixue suddenly cried out, breaking the intimate atmosphere. Jiang Wuhan couldn't help but frown. They hadn't even started yet, why such a big reaction? Just as he was puzzled and Qixue suddenly sat up from the bed, her clothes disheveled, panic written all over her face. Husband, someone has invaded the Chuangxing Lianhua realm. Who would invade a remote little world? Jiang Wuhan frowned and asked, could it be that the family head has sent more people to the Sansheng Pavilion again? And Qixue quickly shook her head and denied, definitely not our people. Their aura is very similar to that of the Chuxian sect but far stronger than Yinyanlian. Moreover, they are heading straight for the Sansheng Pavilion and have already begun killing. Having refined the will of the Chuangxing Lianhua realm, she became the world master of this small realm, and everything happening within it could not escape her perception. At this moment Jiang Wuhan suddenly remembered that when he exterminated the evil cultivators of the Chuxian sect, someone had mentioned that the Dao lineage of the Chuxian sect originated from the Corpse Soul Palace in the upper realm. This upper realm was clearly not the Yanfu Great World, it must be a Central Thousand World. But logically speaking, cultivators from the Central Thousand Worlds shouldn't be able to directly enter the lower small worlds. How did they manage to enter the Chuangxing Lianhua realm? Jiang Wuhan pondered, then looked at the worried and Qixue and Cece, reassuring them, don't worry, these should be people from the Corpse Soul Palace. The Corpse Soul Palace is likely a force from the Central Thousand Worlds. Their peak combat strength should not exceed the 9th level of the Reincarnation Tribulation realm. And among the 3 I left at the Sansheng Pavilion, one is a 6th level saint. Dealing with such a situation will be more than sufficient. Jiang Wuhan explained. Husband, I can't just sit here, I want to go back to the Sansheng Pavilion and take a look. And Qixue looked at Jiang Wuhan with a pleading expression. As the world master she could return to the Chuangxing Lianhua realm at any time through the source imprint. However, Jiang Wuhan rejected her. It's easy to go back, but how do you plan to return? Jiang Wuhan looked at her and said calmly, don't forget, tomorrow is our wedding ceremony. It would take almost a day to get from the Chuangxing Lianhua realm to the Yanfu Great World. Not to mention the strength of the opponents is far beyond yours. Even if you go back, what can you do to help? Although his words were cold, he had to admit that he was right. And Qixue bit her lip tightly, her face pale from extreme worry. And Cece remained silent, tightly hugging Jiang Wuhan's arm, lost in her thoughts. Seeing this, Jiang Wuhan spoke to comfort them, just because I don't let you go back doesn't mean I will ignore the safety of the Sansheng Pavilion. I will confirm with Elder Luo Feng right now. What exactly is happening in the Chuangxing Lianhua realm? After saying this, he took out a black diamond-shaped crystal from the Qinquan ring. This was a transmission stone capable of spanning the realms. As he infused it with spiritual energy, a halo of light surged forth. In the Chuangxing Lianhua realm at the Sansheng Pavilion, led by Peng Zhu, a dozen black-clad evil cultivators silently appeared above the Sansheng Pavilion. Elder Peng Zhu, below is the Sansheng Pavilion. Should we send someone down to scout the situation first? Someone asked. Peng Zhu's expression darkened and he coldly snorted, it's just a mere indigenous force from a small world, at most a group of dragon transformation realm ants, there's no need to scout. Remember, when you go down later, kill anyone you see. After saying this, he leaped down, his body seemingly merging with the night. Inside the Sansheng Pavilion, a ghostly hand tore through the void, instantly shattering the bodies of over a dozen patrolling disciples. In an instant, more than a dozen people perished. They really are just ants. Peng Zhu sneered, waving his hand to summon a small ding covered in black patterns. The moment the small ding left his hand, it began to grow larger. In no time it transformed into a giant ding several hundred feet tall, hovering in the air, attempting to refine the entire Sansheng pavilion. Just then a golden staff tore through the air and crashed down on the black giant ding. Boom! A tremendous sound. The giant ding shattered with a loud crash, turning into countless fragments. As his life-bound treasure was destroyed, Peng Zhe's expression twisted and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, the golden staff came crashing down onto his chest. Who dares to come to the Sansheng pavilion to kill? A figure in white holding the long staff with a stern expression. Those who invade this realm shall die without mercy. In the pitch-black night, Peng Zhu took a solid hit from a staff, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string spanning dozens of zhang, crashing into a great hall and burying himself in the rubble. He struggled to crawl out from the debris, his eyes bloodshot as he fixed his gaze on the figure in white robes holding the staff. He could tell that his opponent was at the 8th level of the reincarnation tribulation realm, not far beyond his own cultivation. No wonder the legacy of the corpse soul hall in this minor world was so easily eradicated. It turns out that behind the Sansheng pavilion there are also seniors from the upper realm. Peng Zhe's gaze deepened as he spoke loudly. Senior, which middle thousand world do you hail from? Do you recognize our hall master? I don't know your dog of a hall master. All you evil heretics deserve death. The white-robed elder snorted coldly, his voice grave. Speak honestly, what is your purpose here? Peng Zhu frowned upon hearing this. You are merely one realm higher than me. What makes you so arrogant? I have slain experts at the 8th level of the tribulation realm before. Since you have no sense of propriety, you shall become a ghost beneath my hand. Die. With that, Peng Zhu raised both palms to the sky and the shattered fragments of the giant cauldron nearby flew up, reassembling in midair. As the great cauldron took shape, thousands of evil souls surged forth, letting out piercing mournful wails like raging waves rushing toward the white-robed elder. Crooked paths of darkness, how dare you show off? The white-robed elder's eyes were filled with contempt. He swung his staff, which instantly expanded to the thickness of a water vat and over 100 zhang in length. Golden light radiated from it, revealing countless swastika marks. With a single strike the evil souls were annihilated. The residual force did not diminish, crashing heavily onto Peng Zhu. This time it shattered his protective artifact. Furious, Peng Zhu roared, you dare oppose my corpse soul hall? When the hall master makes his move, he will refine you and your entire family into corpse puppets. But before he could finish, another strike came down. Seeing this, Peng Zhe's expression changed drastically. Without his protective artifact, taking that blow would mean certain death and the end of his Tao. At this moment, without a moment's hesitation, he executed a blood escape, shattering one arm as the price and fled across a void of 10,000 zhang. Damn it, you won't kill me this time, but the next time we meet will be your death. I will make you pay the price for offending a heretic cultivator. Yet before his arrogant words could finish, the space around him shifted as if the stars had moved and he returned to his original spot. Peng Zhu looked in shock at the white-robed elder, who now had another person beside him. That person appeared to be a young man in his 20s, yet he exuded an aura of profound mystery, as if he had merged with heaven and earth, becoming a part of the universe. Heaven and man as one, all laws follow nature. This was the realm of a sage. This man was none other than Luo Feng, the sage elder left by Jiang Wuhan at the Sansheng pavilion. In an instant the fierceness in Peng Zhe's eyes dissipated, his gaze becoming clear. Without hesitation he knelt directly before the two, his expression sincere. I'm one of your own, senior. As the saying goes, 3 strikes shatter the heretic soul, senior, I am your own man. At the same time several screams rang out behind Peng Zhu. The dozen or so corpse soul hall heretics he had brought were all slain without exception. Another elder from the Jiang clan, also at the reincarnation tribulation realm, came to Luo Feng with several blood-stained heretic artifacts, casually tossing them at his feet. Elder Luo, those dozen or so heretics at the divine martial realm are all taken care of. The elder clapped his hands calmly. 2 high-level reincarnation tribulation realm cultivators and 1 sage-level powerhouse. Such a lineup could not possibly come from a middle thousand world. Only that upper realm. Peng Zhu realized that he had truly bitten off more than he could chew. At that moment Luo Feng looked at Peng Zhu and said with a calm smile, smell this scent of blood. Blood means someone has died. When someone dies, someone will weep. When someone weeps, they speak from the heart. Now you have at least 3 things to tell me. As he spoke, the sage-level pressure descended and Peng Zhe's expression turned pained. After hesitating briefly he quickly spoke, Senior, I am not a heretic from the upper realm, I come from a middle thousand world. Not that. Luo Feng shook his head. What I said earlier was just to scare you, I didn't dare to hold a grudge, I only wanted to escape. Not that either. The pressure grew stronger and Peng Zhe's face became increasingly strained. Gritting his teeth he said, I come from the corpse soul hall of the Tsangshuan realm, one of the three corpse elders Shangshi Pengju, acting on orders from the hall master, the heavenly demon of alchemy. Know the old demon of alchemy to lead a purge of the Sansheng Pavilion, avenge the Outcloud sect, and then rebuild this legacy. Luo Feng nodded, replying calmly, that counts as one sentence. Continue. A middle thousand world cannot directly enter a minor world. We first entered the upper realm, then used the northern domain reception platform to come to the creation lotus realm. The Soul Talisman sect of the northern domain collaborates with our corpse soul hall. We regularly supply them with sufficient evil souls, and they open the reception platform for us, allowing corpse soul hall cultivators to establish legacies in various minor worlds. The purpose of the old demon of alchemy in establishing legacies in minor worlds is to gather the heretical disciples' vows of 3,000 minor worlds, sacrifice them, and thus break through the shackles of the 9th level peak of the tribulation realm, becoming a sage. Pengju held nothing back, revealing everything he knew. Just then a fluctuation came from the transmission stone in Luo Feng's bosom. He immediately took it out and infused it with spiritual energy. The figure of Jiang Wuhan materialized. Imperial Son. Luo Feng and the other two bowed. Has any heretic intruded into the Sansheng Pavilion? Do you have any awareness? Jiang Wuhan asked. Luo Feng nodded and explained, reporting to the Imperial Son a total of 15 heretics. 14 at the Divine Martial Realm have been completely eliminated. The remaining one at the 7th level of the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm has been captured, and we have extracted his purpose and origin. Then Luo Feng relayed everything Pengju had confessed to Jiang Wuhan. Tsangshuan Realm. Corpse Soul Hall. Northern Domain Soul Talisman Sect. Jiang Wuhan murmured, his gaze turning stern, good. Keep that heretic under control. If the Corpse Soul Hall tries to communicate, he knows what to say. You three just take care of the Sansheng Pavilion. Leave the rest to be handled by other members of the clan. Jiang Wuhan instructed. Understood, rest assured, Imperial Son. Luo Feng nodded. With that the projection of the transmission stone faded. Pengju witnessed this scene and asked tremblingly, just now I heard you address him as Imperial Son. May I ask, Senior, which power of the upper realm do you belong to? Luo Feng glanced at him and stated frankly, the immortal Imperial clan, the Jiang clan. At these words, like a thunderbolt from clear sky, Pengju was stunned, frozen in place. The Corpse Soul Hall had dealings with the upper realm and naturally understood the weight of the Imperial clan Jiang in the Jambu Great World. Without the slightest hesitation he knelt and kowtowed frantically, I was blind and foolish to commit such an offense. Please give me a chance to atone for my crimes. I am willing to do anything for the Jiang clan. Seeing this, Luo Feng curled his lip in disdain. Jiang clan Imperial Sun Hall. And Qixue and Ncisi, having learned the news from the transmission stone, finally relaxed. Thanks to our husband's foresight in placing strong experts in the creation lotus realm, the Sansheng Pavilion was spared from disaster. And Kixu's eyes held a smile, her words full of gratitude. I can never repay this, but from now on my little sister Cici and I will serve our husband wholeheartedly. Beside her, Ncisi's pretty face was flushed, her eyes curving into crescents as she reached out to unbutton her robe. But this time Jiang Wuhan did not lay hands on them. Rest well tonight, you two. Tomorrow night, on our wedding night. You can serve me well then. Jiang Wuhan said calmly. After all, tomorrow was the grand wedding ceremony where the Jiang clan would invite powerhouses from all major forces. If Jiang Wuhan stayed here tonight and when they bowed to the heavens tomorrow, everyone would see that the two sisters had lost their virginity, no longer maidens. It would ultimately bring shame upon the family. After taking leave of the sisters, Jiang Wuhan walked out of the side hall. The matters of the Corpse Soul Hall and the Soul Talisman sect had caught Jiang Wuhan by surprise, but it was not a major issue. In fact, these two were simply prey that had delivered themselves to his doorstep. Using them to establish the Sansheng Pavilion's authority was more than suitable. Just as Jiang Wuhan was pondering, the door of another side hall creaked open. A small hand reached out from inside, seized Jiang Wuhan's arm and pulled him in. Before he could react, he was pinned down on the bed by a pair of small but strong hands. Yunqi. Jiang Wuhan frowned in confusion. What do you want? Mu Yunqi curled her lips into a mischievous grin. I want. And this time I'm on top. Mu Yunxi's dominance did not last long. Even though her cultivation surpassed Jiang Wuhan's, the 10,000 Dao Desire immortal saint body was invincible in certain aspects. 3 hours later the time had passed into the dead of night. Mu Yunqi, tender as water, nestled in Jiang Wuhan's arms, too exhausted to lift even a single finger. After just 2 days apart, do you miss me that much? Jiang Wuhan reached out and pinched her, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his lips. Mu Yunqi rolled her eyes at him and muttered softly, I heard. You brought back a pair of sisters from the lower realm and tomorrow is the wedding. Her words carried a hint of unease. Seeing this, Jiang Wuhan said with great interest, I remember you said you wouldn't stop me from seeking other Dao partners. Not stopping doesn't mean it doesn't bother me. Mu Yunxi leaned against him and gently bit him. So I want to drain you dry tonight. Seeing her rare adorable demeanor, Jiang Wuhan couldn't help but laugh. You know my stamina in that regard. Isn't it always you who begs for mercy? Besides, you're already pregnant. Why aren't you more careful? Jiang Yuan's words carried a tone of reproach. Mu Yunxi rolled her eyes and said testily, who was it that tricked the young lady into believing that? During this stage there's a chance of having twins. I want to try too to see if I can have twins. Exposed, Jiang Wuhan felt a bit awkward. Yet he still forced composure and scolded softly, nonsense. Even if you don't think about yourself, think about the child in your womb. How can you act so impulsively just for a moment's pleasure? These words eventually overpowered Mu Yunxi in spirit. She lowered her head and whispered, don't be angry, husband. I could clearly feel. The life force in my belly is stable, so I did it. Besides, I had already started begging for mercy 2 hours ago, but you were relentless. Mu Yunxi gently bit her lip, her tone tinged with grievance. Still talking back. Jiang Wuhan glared at her and threatened, he'll have to enforce family discipline again to let you know that husband is paramount in this world. Mu Yunxi's eyes widened, her voice full of pleading. Husband, I'm sorry. Dawn had not yet broken. Jiang Wuhan dressed, bid a tender farewell to the sleeping Mu Yunxi and left the side hall refreshed. The entire Jiang estate was festooned with lanterns and ribbons adorned with festive red. In another side hall, Nqishue and Ncisi, attended by over a dozen maids, donned phoenix coronets and embroidered robes. They looked at each other's makeup and smiled. As time passed, guests arrived one after another. Jiang Linzhan and Jiang Linyuan along with a group of Jiang clan elders welcomed the visitors. All were influential figures and prodigies of the Yanfu great world. Compared to his wedding with Lin Qingya, this occasion was even more magnificent. Moreover, various factions turned their attention to Jiang Wuhan. Strange. I heard before that the Jiang imperial son was merely a mortal waste incapable of cultivation, but just now when I passed by him I faintly sensed cultivation fluctuations within him and not weak ones. Could it be that the Jiang imperial son has been concealing his true abilities all these years? I agree. Jiang Wuhan was born after Emperor Hengyu achieved Dao and ascended to emperorhood. As the direct child of an emperor, even possessing the most powerful bloodline would not be excessive. There's no way he could be a mere mortal physique. Even if he isn't a mortal physique, what does that have to do with his frequent taking of Dao partners? Even if Jiang Wuhan is a prodigy, he's still an out-and-out libertine. A man as fickle as this, even if I starve to death, die outside, or jump off the ancient divine mountain, I would never allow the sacred maiden to marry into the Jiang family. Everyone, what is wrong with you? Why focus so much on Jiang Wuhan? Isn't the purpose of our visit to investigate the bloodline enhancement and saint body creation that the Jiang family advertised in the invitation? The guests gathered in small groups, chattering. Outside the imperial son's hall, Jiang Lintian personally received the delegation from the Yaoqi Holy Land. Haha, I didn't expect the Queen Mother of the West to attend my son Yuan's wedding in person, truly an honor. Jiang Lintian said with a light laugh. You flatter me, Patriarch Jiang. Wuhan is the child of my junior sister. We are not strangers. Since my junior sister is stationed at the life-forbidden zone with Emperor Hengyu, I as her elder sister should naturally take care of the child for her. The Queen Mother of the West covered her mouth and chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Wuhan, who stood before the imperial son's hall in festive red attire. Jiang Lintian smiled and nodded. Indeed, the Yaoqi Holy Land has given Wuhan considerable help over the years. Back when Wuhan couldn't cultivate, you made an exception to let him enter the Sacred Heart Palace Immortal Pool and assisted with the Yaoqi secret method. Unfortunately, it still didn't succeed. The Queen Mother of the West sighed, then smiled softly, but fortunately heaven helps the virtuous. He has now awakened his physique and become a true cultivator. By the way, Patriarch Jiang, has my junior sister returned recently? The Queen Mother of the West glanced at Qi Mengyao beside her and said with interest, I've been wanting to ask her if the promises she made back then still hold true. Master. Qi Mengyao's delicate body trembled. She covered her face with a light veil, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Jiang Lintian noticed her and asked with a smile, could this be the Yaoqi sacred maiden? Mengyao pays respects to Patriarch Jiang. Qi Mengyao said respectfully. Jiang Lintian appraised her and thought to himself, this girl is quite comely and she looks like she bears children well. If she could become Yuan's Dao partner, it would be most fitting. But he kept those thoughts to himself. Qi Mengyao was universally acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in the southern domain, and even across the entire Yanfu Great World no one could rival her in appearance. Moreover, she was an innate Dao embryo naturally attuned to the Dao and was practically the designated next Yao Qi Holy Master. Over the years countless holy sons and divine sons had fallen for her at first sight, using every means to pursue her only to be rejected without exception. Jiang Lintian thought silently, this woman has aspirations higher than the heavens, and as the Yao Qi sacred maiden she cannot be forced by martial might. Making her willingly marry Wuhan would be more difficult than ascending to heaven. Patriarch Jiang, today is a grand day for the Jiang family. There's no need for you to accompany us specially. Please attend to your duties. We shall make ourselves at ease. The Queen Mother of the West said calmly with a smile. Jiang Lintian nodded, cupped his hands and said with a laugh, then I shall take my leave. The Yao Qi Holy Land delegation nodded and watched Jiang Lintian depart. Then the Queen Mother of the West looked at Qi Mengyao and said with great interest, Mengyao, that one in red over there is Jiang Wuhan. Would you like to go over and say hello and ask him if he knows about the child engagement his mother arranged for him back then? Master, please don't. Qi Mengyao looked around in panic. After confirming no one had heard, she breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps that was just a casual joke from my aunt back then, not to be taken seriously. Besides, I have no special feelings for this Jiang imperial son. Qi Mengyao lowered her head, her expression calm and unruffled. Is that so? The Queen Mother of the West chuckled, her gaze shifting behind Qi Mengyao. Wuhan, you're here. Come and get to know Mengyao. Qi Mengyao cried out in surprise, a rare alarm flashing in her beautiful eyes. She quickly turned around, but there was no one behind her. Jiang Wuhan was still standing in front of the imperial son's hall and hadn't come over. At that moment she realized her master was teasing her. Master. Qi Mengyao puffed out her cheeks, her gaze full of reproach. All right, I won't tease you anymore. The Queen Mother of the West chuckled, then grew serious. If you care, you have to learn to fight for it. Not everything will stay in place waiting for you. With that, the Queen Mother of the West led the Yao Qi Holy Land delegation toward the Jiang family's welcoming hall, leaving Qi Mengyao standing alone, her gaze fixed on Jiang Wuhan with a newfound complexity. As time passed, the various wedding ceremonies proceeded in an orderly manner. Due to the recent frequent marriages, Jiang Wuhan had become quite familiar with these processes. After the ceremony, he held the small hands of Nqishue and Ncisi on either side of him, and amidst the crowd's cheers and excitement led them into the bridal chamber. The two sisters sat side by side on the wedding bed, adorned in phoenix crowns and colorful garments, wearing red veils, nervously holding each other's hands. For them, the experiences of the past 2 days felt like a dream. From the brink of extinction in their small world sect, the Holy Master and Holy Maiden transformed into the imperial couple of the upper realm. Although the cost was that the sisters were together. Due to their sense of gratitude and their understanding of Jiang Wuhan over the past 2 days, they felt no resistance but rather a strange anticipation. As footsteps approached, the sisters grew increasingly anxious. Until Jiang Wuhan, holding a jade scepter, lifted their red veils, that feeling of shyness reached its peak. Husband. The sisters' red lips parted lightly, a mix of shyness and respect in their voices. Jiang Wuhan sat between them, patted his thigh and chuckled, come here, sit on my lap. And Nqishue and Ncisi were momentarily stunned, their faces turning bright red. To sit on his lap. And in front of each other. This is too. What? Do you want me to be rough? Jiang Wuhan grinned mischievously. Nqishue bit her lip, slowly rose and sat on Jiang Wuhan's lap. She felt dizzy, her pretty face burning hot. Yet her body unconsciously leaned into Jiang Wuhan's embrace, her jade arm wrapping around his neck. Cici, what about you? Jiang Wuhan looked at the shy girl, her youthful face full of embarrassment and difficulty. I. Her delicate body trembled slightly, but before Ncisi could react, Jiang Wuhan directly lifted her up and placed her on his lap. The girl's body was far less warm and plump than Nkixu's, but had a unique petite softness. Husband, let's turn off the lights first. Nqishue whispered softly in Jiang Wuhan's ear. If I turn off the lights, how can I see both your faces clearly? Jiang Wuhan looked at the two stunningly beautiful faces, which bore some resemblance, and a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ncisi's mouth opened slightly, surprised. Husband, you wouldn't want to keep the lights on? Before she could finish, Jiang Wuhan silenced her. The night was enchanting, the flickering candlelight reflecting the poetry of life. A night without further words. A hint of crimson appeared on the horizon in the morning. Jiang Wuhan got up, looking at Nqishue and Ncisi, who were sound asleep on the wedding bed due to last night's exhaustion. Their hands were still tightly clasped together as if they were grasping a lifeline in desperate struggle. Meanwhile the system panel appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the consummation with Dao Companion and Qixue rating 94. Reward settlement in progress. Rewards obtained Supreme Bone Fragment of the Cycle Laws Heavenly Saint Pills 4 Enlightenment of Cultivation Peak Yin Yang Realm Supreme Bone A Treasure of Creation containing the Supreme Inheritance. Fragment of the Cycle Laws A Shard of one of the 3000 fundamental laws of the universe useful for comprehending the cycle laws. A warm current surged from Jiang Yuan's chest as the power of the Supreme Bone began to wash over him. This power not only resonated with his bloodline but even coalesced into a mark deep within his essence. Heavenly Tribulation Light. Cycle Reverse. The two bloodline divine abilities were instantly comprehended. Jiang Wuhan felt the changes within his body, then focused his attention on that fragment of the cycle laws. Among the 3000 laws, the cycle laws were indeed an incredibly mysterious and powerful existence. However, Jiang Wuhan did not intend to use this fragment to comprehend the cycle laws. The Supreme Bone Inheritance contained the power of laws related to the cycle. For him this was already sufficient. There was no need to waste energy on cultivation. The path Qixue cultivates is indeed related to the cycle laws. Of course, the understanding of the cycle laws that Qixue grasped in the small world was barely superficial. If she obtained this fragment, her understanding of the cycle laws would surely advance by leaps and bounds. As for the elixirs, though he lacked the Yuansheng pill, he had a full 4 heavenly saint pills. If used properly, it would be enough to create 4 saint bodies. Immediately afterwards the system panel appeared again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the consummation with Dao Companion and CC rating 93. Reward settlement in progress. Rewards obtained Ancient Heavy Ikuanpeng Treasure Technique Yuansheng Pill 1 Enlightenment of Cultivation 5th Layer of Divine Martial Realm. In an instant Jiang Yuan's eyes underwent a transformation. Beside his pupils a small pupil differentiated, allowing him to see everything around him clearly even without using divine sense, even in the dark. Moreover, there was even the ability to see through. He could clearly see the delicate bodies of Qixue and Cece hidden beneath the blankets. And the Kuanpeng treasure technique symbolized the ultimate speed among the 10 fearsome treasure techniques. The combined abilities were extremely powerful enough to rank among the top 3. Would you like to accept the cultivation enlightenment? Accept. In the next moment a powerful aura erupted from Jiang Wuhan. His realm began to soar. In an instant he broke through the shackles of the transforming dragon realm and advanced to the Yin-Yang realm. First layer of Yin-Yang realm. Second layer of Yin-Yang realm. In the blink of an eye he reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Yin-Yang realm. After a brief pause he welcomed a new wave of eruption. In less than 10 breaths his realm stabilized at the 5th layer of divine martial realm. Among the major powers, those young prodigies around his age were mostly at the divine martial realm. Jiang Wuhan took a little over a month to catch up from being a mere mortal to the standard expected of the Jiang family's imperial son. What excited him even more was the plan ahead. Jiang Wuhan glanced at the exhausted sisters on the bed, covered them properly with the blankets, and stepped out of the imperial son's palace. Outside the palace Aunt Shui had been waiting for a long time. Imperial son, the family head has been awake all night awaiting you in the main hall. Aunt Shui said respectfully. Jiang Wuhan nodded and replied calmly, Aunt Shui, stay here and watch over them. They are a crucial part of this plan and nothing must go wrong. Understood. Aunt Shui nodded, standing guard outside the palace. Soon Jiang Wuhan arrived at the Jiang family's main hall. As he pushed the door open to enter, the disinterested Jiang Lintian and others simultaneously raised their heads, their gazes falling upon him. Wuhan is here. Is that the 5th layer of divine martial realm? Jiang Wuhan did not hide his aura, and his realm was seen through by the elders on the spot. In an instant everyone crowded around, their faces full of curiosity as they scrutinized Jiang Wuhan. These sisters really are great supplements. Within just one night they've turned our little Wuhan into a divine martial realm expert. We still need to find more like this with special attributes, both fun and useful. There's a triplet sister branch in the clan just at the age of budding, though their figures are a bit lacking. They are quite pretty. Should we summon them someday to meet? I think we can be bolder, do something ethically unconventional. Several clan elders grew more excited as they spoke, as if they wanted to fulfill their unachieved regrets through Jiang Wuhan. Alright, enough idle talk for now, let's get to business. Jiang Lintian waved his hand, correcting the off-topic discussion. He looked at Jiang Wuhan and asked, Wuhan, has everything gone smoothly? For Heavenly Saint Pills and 1 Primordial Saint Pill. For the upper echelons of the Jiang family, this is not merely 5 pills, if used properly they represent 5 sacred bodies. The crowd's eyes burned with intensity, fixated on the pills in Jiang Yuan's hands as the atmosphere in the great hall seemed to freeze. Wuhan, these pills. Could it be that you? Last night. Jiang Linshan's voice trembled. Indeed, aside from this there are other benefits. Jiang Wuhan first took out an ancient text documenting the Kunpeng treasure technique, then activated the ancient heavy eye and released the aura of the supreme bone. At this moment the entire hall was on the verge of boiling over. The Kunpeng treasure technique. This is actually the Kunpeng treasure technique. Among the 10 great techniques of the ancient beasts, it symbolizes the ultimate speed of heaven and earth. Having acquired the Qilan treasure technique before now possessing the Kunpeng treasure technique, my Jiang family has become the only force in this world to possess 2 of the 10 great techniques. What is the Kunpeng treasure technique? The changes happening to little Wuhan are what we should focus on. That is the ancient heavy eye, a symbol of unrivaled power in an era. Not only that, but there is also the supreme bone. Goodness, with all these blessings it's nearly impossible for little Wuhan not to become an emperor in this lifetime. Moreover, there might even be hope of challenging that legendary realm. The high-ranking members of the Jiang family had completely gone crazy. Each one of them was breathing heavily, their faces flushed. As if they could already envision Jiang Wuhan standing above all with all the myriad races honoring the Jiang family. Silence. Jiang Lintian suppressed the excitement deep within, stabilizing the atmosphere in the hall. He placed his hands on Jiang Yuan's shoulders, his gaze fervent as he said, "Wuhan, tell me. What do we need to do now? Head of the family, there's no need for excessive preparation, we just need to follow the plan we agreed upon yesterday. And proceed gradually." Jiang Wuhan felt nervous under everyone's gaze and chuckled lightly, saying, "The preparations I need are already in place. How far have we progressed on the family side?" Jiang Lintian pondered for a moment and explained, "The 5 ancestors are already in position. If any foreign expert surpassing the quasi-emperor realm steps into the eastern region, they will immediately release divine sense avatars at the emperor level enough to intimidate any petty thief. The array platform reflecting the heavens has also been set up. Everything happening within the array will ensure that everyone in the entire Yanfu Great World can see it." However, Jiang Lintian hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Recently the life-forbidden zone has been restless and the beings within seem to show signs of revival. The Emperor and Empress promised to return today, but until now, there has been no news. Emperor Hengyu is the assurance for the smooth execution of the plan. Although he is not a necessary link, if he is not present in the Jiang family we might have to sacrifice an ancestor. This is not the outcome Jiang Wuhan wants to see. I think the Emperor must have encountered some troubles. Should we delay the plan until he returns?" On the side, Jiang Linyuan suggested. Jiang Wuhan shook his head and rejected, saying, "The plan must not be delayed. The discussion of bloodline sublimation and the creation of sacred bodies has already sparked intense doubts among various forces. Currently almost all the cultivators in the Yanfu Great World are closely watching the Jiang family's every move, waiting for us to clarify this matter with facts. But if we delay the creation of the sacred body and they do not see Qixue and Cici's bloodline sublimation today, the efforts made in the invitations will backfire, turning the Jiang family into a complete joke. Even if we make up for it a few days later, the effect will definitely be greatly diminished." Jiang Wuhan explained. "Wuhan, we understand what you are saying, but if there is no Emperor Hengyu overseeing things and something goes wrong, are we really going to make an ancestor sacrifice?" Jiang Lintian frowned. Jiang Wuhan pondered for a moment and said firmly, "Since my father promised to return today, he will definitely not go back on his word. Everything will proceed as planned. If something unexpected happens." He did not continue. The 5 ancestors had sealed themselves within the source of the divine to respond to such special situations. Jiang Wuhan could not ensure absolute safety, and the ancestors had also told him not to feel any pressure if they would back him up on this plan. Seeing this, everyone chose to remain silent. After pondering for a while, Jiang Linshan's eyes showed a hint of determination. "Listen to Wuhan, everything will proceed according to plan. Everyone take your positions. 2 hours later activate the array reflecting the heavens. Be sure to guarantee that everything goes perfectly." With Jiang Linshan's command, the plan officially commenced. In the imperial palace in a side hall, Qixue and Cici had just awakened from their slumber when they saw Mu Yunxi standing by the bed with a gentle smile, looking at them with great interest. The 2 sisters couldn't help but shiver, staring at the unfamiliar yet powerful woman in front of them, instantly wide awake. "Where is my husband?" And Kixu's voice was hoarse as she hugged Cici, searching for Jiang Yuan's figure. "Don't be afraid, Wuhan is busy. He asked me to wait here for you to wake up so I can take you to a place." Mu Yunxi comforted softly. Who are you? And Cece frowned slightly timidly asking. My name is Mu Yunshi, you can call me sister. Mu Yunshi examined and Cece, who was wrapped in a quilt with only her little head exposed, and inwardly cursed Jiang Wuhan as a beast. At this moment Chishui realized and exclaimed, last night my husband did mention that he would give me and Cece a blessing today. Could it be that this is the blessing my husband spoke of? Mu Yunshi nodded and urged, it should be, let's get dressed and head out quickly. Wuhan and the family elders are already waiting for us. Meanwhile, outside the family main hall a magnificent array was completed. The array platform, entirely made of top-quality spirit stones, was inscribed with intricate golden patterns seamlessly connected. Special crystal stone pillars rose from all directions with changing scenery inside reflecting the heavens. Soon Aunt Shui escorted Mu Yunshi and the three women over. Husband, I brought your two little new loves. Mu Yunshi called out to Jiang Wuhan, who stood in front of the array platform. Jiang Wuhan stepped forward, embraced her and gently scratched her jade-like nose. If they are new loves, then what are you? An old love. Jiang Wuhan couldn't help but tease. Your old love is obviously Sister Lin. Mu Yunshi pouted, feeling awkward. Although she was a bit older than Lin Qingya, she had always called Lin Qingya sister. Seeing her like this, Jiang Wuhan squinted his eyes. Yunshi, don't force me to kiss you in front of others. You. Mu Yunshi opened her mouth, her face flushed. Husband is the greatest, I won't say any more. After saying this, she obediently leaned into Jiang Wuhan's embrace. At this moment Chishui and Cece walked over hand in hand. Seeing Jiang Wuhan holding Mu Yunshi, the two sisters couldn't help but pause. I'm sorry, husband. Maybe we came at the wrong time. And Chishui lowered her head, her gaze dim. The next moment Jiang Wuhan extended his hand towards the two. No, you came at just the right time. He handed a heavenly saint pill to both Chishui and Cece. Put it in your mouth and wait for my command to swallow. Although the two were puzzled, they still complied. Mu Yunshi listened to this ambiguous instruction and couldn't help but smile. Jiang Wuhan glanced at her. What are you laughing at? You should hold one too. Once the three women had the heavenly saint pills in their mouths, Jiang Wuhan pointed to the array platform reflecting the heavens calmly, saying, you three sit on it together. Jiang Wuhan nodded to the elders responsible for the array. The next moment the array activated. A pillar of light shot up into the sky, scattering like flowers in the wind across the heavens, branching out towards various forces. Jiang Wuhan stepped onto the array platform and the scene upon it spread throughout the entire Yanfu Great World. I am Jiang Wuhan of the Jiang family, the imperial son. Today the family shall bestow supreme blessings upon the three imperial consorts to assist them in ascending to the sacred body. This grand spectacle invites all of you to witness together. After speaking, Jiang Wuhan turned back and nodded to Mu Yunshi and the others. The three women understood and swallowed the heavenly saint pills in their mouths. The next moment waves of mysterious energy erupted from them. The moment the heavenly saint pill entered her mouth, a surging energy erupted first within Mu Yunxi's body. With a soft moan, waves of milky white light rippled outward from her like water circles. Her aura rose step by step and her entire temperament became increasingly ethereal, like an exiled immortal descending to the mortal realm, gentle and enchanting yet sacred and inviolable. As time passed, this rising aura reached its limit at a certain moment, undergoing a qualitative transformation and sublimation. Mu Yunshi was bathed in holy white light. Above the firmament, myriad rays of rosy clouds and thousands of auspicious signs appeared with heavenly anomalies stretching tens of thousands of miles, an especially vast spectacle. This time the Jiang family's experts did not suppress the anomaly. Instead, through the illumination of all realms formation, they allowed the experts of various factions to clearly witness this scene. For a moment the entire world was shocked. Who is this person? From her figure, she is not one of the two Dao companions Jiang Wuhan married yesterday, but she looks somewhat familiar. It's her. The eldest princess of the Taihuang immortal dynasty, Mu Yunshi. Wasn't she supposed to have eloped with a man over a decade ago and been secretly executed by the dynasty's experts? Why has she become the Dao companion of the Jiang family's imperial heir? That's not the point. The point is, it worked. Mu Yunshi has truly become a sacred body. I remember she was once an immortal heart jade body, barely considered among divine bodies. Now with such anomalies and such an aura, could this be the Xianxia Lingmei sacred body? The legendary Empress physique. With this sacred body assisting in dual cultivation, the chance of attaining the Tao and becoming an emperor will be greatly enhanced. After how many eons the Xianxia Lingmei sacred body has reappeared in the world? All the experts watching this scene went wild at that moment. The more powerful the cultivator, the clearer they understood the importance of origins and talent. Moreover, this Xianxia Lingmei sacred body could assist in becoming an emperor, a fatal temptation for many quasi-emperor experts. None were more frantic than the experts of the Taihuang immortal dynasty. How is this possible? That crazy girl is actually the Xianxia Lingmei sacred body. Could it be that the Jiang family truly possesses an ancient secret technique to elevate a cultivator's bloodline? Mu Qianzhao stared fixedly at the image in the projection, his eyes bloodshot. Various complex emotions intertwined, shock, jealousy and regret. If only they hadn't imprisoned Mu Yunxi back then, if only they hadn't completely broken off a month ago. Just as his thoughts were swirling beneath the parasol tree in the ancestral land, a fluctuation of imperial might emanated. Mu Qianzha's heart trembled. Without hesitation he arrived at the ancestral land. Ancestor. He was shocked to see that from the divine source atop the parasol tree a ball of divine fire descended and transformed into the form of an old man with white hair. The great emperor of the Taihuang immortal dynasty who had been in seclusion was known as Ling Jun. Ancestor, why have you emerged from seclusion? Mu Qianzhao asked in fear. He knew in his heart that Ling Jun's lifespan was nearly exhausted, and once he broke the seal his days would begin to count down. Ling Jun was the Taihuang immortal dynasty's trump card. If they lost this great emperor's protection, their status as overlord of the central region might be at risk. No need to worry. This Dharma body is merely a manifestation condensed by me through the Nirvana method, carrying a portion of my power. Though it cannot compare to a true great emperor, it is more than sufficient to suppress quasi-emperors. Ling Jun said calmly. Hearing this, Mu Qianzhao breathed a sigh of relief. But condensing such a level of incarnation would inevitably be a considerable drain on an emperor already on the verge of death. Ancestor, what are you planning to? Mu Qianzhao asked in confusion. Mu Yunxi carries the bloodline of the Mu family of the Taihuang immortal dynasty. The Xianxia Lingmei sacred body naturally belongs to the Taihuang immortal dynasty. Ling Jun gazed at Mu Yunxi bathed in celestial anomalies in the image and said with a deep look, go to the Jiang family and take back what belongs to the Mu family. Ancestor, please be cautious. Mu Qianzhao frowned and immediately stopped him. That crazy girl awakened her sacred body through the Jiang family's secret method. Moreover, the Jiang family's Hengyu great emperor is at his peak. Whether by reason or emotion, we cannot take back the Xianxia Lingmei sacred body. Humph, narrow-minded. Ling Jun snorted coldly and said disdainfully, before she left, Mu Yunxi took with her 3 drops of great emperor's essence blood. She must have used the imperial blood to wash her marrow and refine her veins, undergoing bloodline nirvana, thus awakening the sacred body. The Jiang family is merely putting on a show, stealing the fruit. Ling Jun paused, then said with a dark look, as for the Jiang family's Hengyu great emperor, though he is at his peak, he guards the life-forbidden zone. How can he leave at will? Immediately gather the dynasty's experts and follow me to the Jiang family. To demand a person. At the Jiang family on the formation platform. Mu Yunxi's awakening was merely the beginning of this miracle. While she triggered celestial anomalies in Qixue and Ncici's body successively erupted with terrifying aura, 2 illusory pillars of light shot into the sky. The moment they pierced the clouds, they interwove with each other, evolving into the transition between the 6 paths and samsara. Tao rhythm flowed, laws resonated. 2 more sacred bodies were born. At this moment the entire Yanfu great world descended into utter frenzy. A sacred body. Another sacred body. 2 identical sacred bodies. How is that possible? The same physique can never appear in 2 people simultaneously. Only if the predecessor falls can it be inherited by a successor. No, the auras of these 2 sacred bodies are very similar but not exactly the same. I understand now. The elder sister awakened the Samsara Holy Spirit body and the younger sister awakened the Rebirth Holy Spirit body. Both are extremely rare sacred bodies. Crazy, utterly crazy. What is happening to this world? When did sacred bodies become so worthless? The eldest princess of the Taihuang immortal dynasty aside, what right do that pair of sisters from a minor world have to awaken sacred bodies? This scene of overwhelming shock stirred a great uproar among all factions. Under the interweaving emotions of shock and resentment, everyone realized the same question. These 3 awakened sacred body women all shared one trait: they had married Jiang Wuhan and become the Jiang family's imperial heir consorts. For a moment many speculated. The so-called ancient secret technique for bloodline elevation to sacred body might be related to Jiang Wuhan. At this time at the Yaoqi Holy Land, the Queen Mother of the West looked at the 3 sacred bodies transforming in the image, a look of keen interest on her face. She turned to the Yaoqi elder outside the screen and instructed, immediately summon the holy maiden to the Sacred Heart Palace to see me. Have her prepare to accompany me to the Jiang family. Holy Lord, wouldn't this be too hasty? The Jiang family is putting on such a grand spectacle precisely to lure talented female cultivators from all sides to seek marriage alliances. By doing this, aren't we falling right into their trap? The elder frowned slightly and suggested, perhaps we should wait and watch a bit more. If we wait any longer, even the title of 10th wife might be taken. The Queen Mother of the West waved her jade hand and changed into an elegant and noble robe. A light veil covered her face, her aura hazy. But her eyes revealed urgency and eagerness as she waved her hand and said, "You don't need to go. I'll go myself." The Jiang family is stirring up such a big commotion. It's not only talented female cultivators heading their way. Some old fellows with ill intentions are probably getting restless too. At the Supreme Sword Pavilion of the Taishan Immortal Sect, I observe that the Jiang family's fortune is closely connected to Jiang Wuhan. In recent months he has been constantly taking Dao companions, and every woman who becomes his Dao companion has without exception turned into a sacred body. God Lord, this old one suggests selecting a few female disciples from within the sect and sending them to the Jiang family. Whether it's true or false, let's seize this opportunity first. A white-haired Taishan elder said with sharp eyes, suggesting this. As soon as these words were spoken, someone immediately refuted, "Elder, you are mistaken. Jiang Wuhan does not take Dao companions without any standards. He wouldn't accept just any female cultivator. Whether it's the eldest princess of the Taihuang immortal dynasty or that pair of sisters from the lower realm, at least they are divine body prodigies. Even the Lin family's concubine daughter he married earlier was, according to intelligence, also a sacred body. Perhaps in the entire Taishan immortal sect only the divine maiden can catch Jiang Yuan's eye." At the mention of the divine maiden Su Qingyue, the hall fell into silence. Just then the Taishan god lord seated at the head of the hall sighed lightly and spoke unhurriedly, "Inform Qingyue of this matter. Let her decide. The Jiang family has stirred up too much trouble this time. While it's a fortune, it will inevitably arouse covetousness. If they can't overcome this hurdle, they'll be caught in their own trap." The Taishan god lord gazed at the scene before him, his expression growing increasingly solemn. At that moment Su Qingyu's sword attendant flew over on her sword, bowed and reported, "God Lord, the divine maiden has already set out for the Jiang family in the eastern domain." "What?" Everyone in the hall was shaken, rising to their feet. The Taishan god lord's eyes darkened and he immediately said, "Elder, you lead the people." "No, I'll go myself. The Jiang family has released such a fatal bait. I want to see whether they can hold on to it." At the teleportation platform of the Jiang family, as time passed, the three women's bloodline transformation had reached its final stage. Jiang Wuhan gazed at the three lithe figures on the platform, his eyes growing increasingly tender. At the same time their transformation brought him some surprises. He had never expected that Mu Yunxi would become the legendary Empress body. For certain factions this was even more alluring than the extreme saintly body. If she fell into the hands of outsiders, she would be forcibly and repeatedly paired in dual cultivation with the faction's powerhouses and prodigies until every last drop of her value was drained. From now on she must never leave the Jiang family lest she attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Jiang Wuhan thought to himself. As for the sisters in Qixue and in Sisi, after advancing to saintly body, not only were their Dao wounds completely healed, but all difference between original and clone vanished, making them two entirely independent individuals. A quarter of an hour later, husband. Mu Yunxi was the first to open her eyes, her entire aura undergoing an earth-shattering transformation. Every smile, every gesture exuded infinite charm. She walked gracefully toward Jiang Wuhan with delicate steps. "How does it feel to have ascended to saintly body?" Jiang Wuhan looked her over and asked with a smile. "Great. I have never felt this good before." Mu Yunxi threw herself into his arms, her eyes curved in a radiant smile. "Husband, I feel I am about to undergo the next thunder tribulation." In the reincarnation tribulation realm, every 3 levels of advancement brought a thunder tribulation. The day after their marriage, Mu Yunxi had just weathered a thunder tribulation. The immense benefits from awakening the saintly body had allowed her to touch the threshold of the 9th level of the reincarnation tribulation realm. Suppress your cultivation first, do not undergo the tribulation. After matters here are settled, I will ask the patriarch for several protective artifacts for you. You must now protect both yourself and the child in your womb. Jiang Wuhan instructed. Mu Yunxi nodded obediently, her face beaming. "I understand." And Qixue and Nsisi had completed their transformation, feeling the changes in their bodies, their hearts filled with surprise and excitement. And Qixue stepped down from the platform eager to share this joy with Jiang Wuhan. But Cece bounded ahead and threw herself into Jiang Wuhan's arms, her small face flushed with excitement. "Brother-in-law, I have become so powerful now." That term brother-in-law made Nkixu's delicate frame tremble. It was the title Jiang Wuhan had commanded her to use the previous night. At first Cece had resisted, but then the words flowed more and more easily. Hearing this address, Jiang Wuhan looked at the innocent young girl in his arms, a strange feeling rising in his heart. And Qixue stepped forward shyly, a trace of bashfulness on her pretty face. "Sister, and I owe all our present achievements to your grace, husband. So should your next line be. How you plan to thank me?" Jiang Wuhan grinned mischievously. And Nkixu's face flushed with shyness, almost burying it in her chest as she murmured softly, "Your concubine and Cece are already yours. We truly do not know how to express our gratitude." "Is that so? Then." Jiang Wuhan leaned close to Nkixu's ear and whispered a few words. Instantly her face turned as red as a ripe apple. "Must it really be like this?" And Qixue looked troubled, then nodded slightly. "Very well, your concubine and Cece. We'll do our best." Mu Yunxi, witnessing this, could not help but ask curiously, "Husband, what new tricks are you up to? What do you want to join in too?" Jiang Wuhan smirked. Mu Yunxi's expression turned wistful as she muttered, "No way you wish." With that she turned her head away and stopped interfering. Just then Jiang Lintian descended from the sky and hurried over to Jiang Wuhan. "Patriarch, I was about to look for you. Could you arrange 2 protective artifacts for Yunxi? She is about to undergo the 9-fold thunder tribulation." Jiang Wuhan said lightly. Jiang Lintian's expression grew grave as he said solemnly, "I will have a Shui take care of that. You all return to the prince's palace immediately and do not come out until things are settled. The commotion this has caused is even greater than I expected. Various factions are already mobilizing. Soon the Jiang family will become a target for all." But before he finished speaking, a violent tremor shook the ground beneath their feet. A brilliant pillar of light descended from the heavens as though piercing the sky and earth, crashing onto the Jiang family domain. Soon they realized the impact was not limited to the Jiang family. The overwhelming energy swept across all realms, and every living being in the world felt their mind tremble involuntarily. At the same time a foreboding sensation surged into their hearts. This could it be? Jiang Lintian's expression turned grim as he looked up at the sky above. Where there had been a cloudless blue sky, auspicious clouds now appeared. Chaotic chi swirled as if the celestial gates had opened wide, and a vast chaotic light screen descended from those gates. Tao charms flowed upon it, emanating an aura vast and sacred, inspiring awe in the hearts of all. At this moment Jiang Lintian's pupils contracted. The chaotic heavenly ranking has appeared. His face was filled with shock. Beside him Mu Yunxi frowned, her expression one of disbelief. "How can this be? When I was in the Taihuang Immortal Court, I heard the Mu family patriarch predict that the next appearance of the chaotic heavenly ranking was 100 years away, so why?" The chaotic heavenly ranking was a manifestation of the heaven's will. Once it appeared, the 72 most powerful physiques of the era would be listed in order. For a moment Jiang Yuan's expression turned grave. The emergence of the chaotic heavenly ranking had completely caught him off guard. This illumination of the myriad realms to awaken the saintly bodies of Mu Yunxi and the others had already carried no small risk. After all, the Jiang family now possessed not just 3 saintly bodies. Lin Qingya Mu Ningwei Jiang Fan and his sister Jiang Lian, as well as Jiang Lingchen and Jiang Xianxian. Even Jiang Wuhan himself was a saintly body. Under the chaotic heavenly ranking none could escape. Other factions might not produce a single saintly body in tens of thousands of years, yet the Jiang family now had 10 at once. Just how great a commotion would this cause? It might spiral out of control. Jiang Lintian also realized this and ground his teeth. The third ancestor also predicted that the chaotic heavenly ranking would appear 100 years from now. Damn it, why has it come so early? And at this critical moment? Is this wretched heaven deliberately making things difficult for our Jiang family? Just as Jiang Lintian was seething with anger, the divine thought incarnations of the 5 ancestors descended. The first ancestor looked at the chaotic heavenly ranking taking shape high in the sky, surrounded by auspicious clouds. A hint of understanding appeared in his aged eyes. This is not the third's fault. The time for the chaotic heavenly ranking's arrival should indeed be a century later. But we all overlooked one thing. What? Jiang Lintian quickly asked. The contention of heroes, the golden great era. The second ancestor spoke slowly, his expression solemn. When the number of prodigies in an era reaches a certain threshold, the resonance between heaven and man triggers the Golden Great Era ahead of time. The Golden Great Era brought perfect laws and an open path to emperorship. Prodigies from all realms would display their divine might. For the Golden Great Era brought perfect laws and an open path to emperorship. Prodigies from all realms would display their divine might. For the Jiang family, a wholesaler of saintly bodies, this was the best of times. But only if they could survive the frenzy of the various factions that was now upon them. At that moment the Jiang family's first ancestor placed his hand on Jiang Yuan's shoulder, a kind smile on his face. "Child, you have done well. You have already done enough for the family. Whatever happens next should not be shouldered by you." Everyone understood the weight of those words, yet they gave the younger generation of the Jiang family an indescribable sense of security. This was the foundation of the family. At the same time the chaotic heavenly ranking took shape, reaching the 9 heavens above and penetrating the 9 netherworlds below. Tao charms flowed, interweaving into patterns and veins. The first name then appeared. The chaotic heavenly roster. 72nd rank by Luo Huang Quan, body divine physique, divine heir of the Tai Xian immortal sect Hua Yunfan. At the appearance of the first name, countless experts were struck with astonishment. The divine heir of Tai Xian, ranked last. How is this possible? The Bai Luo Huang Quan body ranks among the most supreme divine physiques known. In previous editions of the chaotic heavenly roster it would have secured a position within the top 50. Who then are these beings gracing the list this time? Hua Yunfan of the Tai Xian immortal sect, midway through cheerful banter, froze instantly upon seeing the roster. His expression darkened, his gaze locked unblinkingly onto the chaotic heavenly roster, searching desperately for the names preceding his own. Tao resonance surged, and the next name blazed forth. 71st rank, innate Tao embryo divine physique, holy maiden of the Yao Qi holy land, Qi Mengyao. The holy maiden of Yao Qi, it is truly she. This is the innate Tao embryo, a physique born in perfect harmony with the Tao itself. In certain respects it rivals even the sacred physique. Could such a being possibly rank only second to last? No wonder this is the chaotic heavenly roster of the Golden Age, truly awe-inspiring beyond measure. Countless experts gazed upon the scene, their awe deepening with every passing moment. Meanwhile Qi Mengyao, her serene still eyes like ancient wells, flickered with an unusual glint as she beheld her name upon the roster. She uttered no word, merely followed the Western Queen Mother in silence toward the Jiang clan. The chaotic heavenly roster continued to refresh, and the next name appeared. 70th rank, martial god overlord body divine physique, patriarch of the Jiang clan, Jiang Lintian. Name after familiar name unfurled across the chaotic heavenly roster. Among them were peerless prodigies and legendary masters renowned throughout the world. Each time a new name emerged, the first instinct of all observers was to cry out, "Too low." Yet the moment the next name appeared they found themselves murmuring, "Somehow, it makes sense." Soon the rankings reached the 50th position. 50th rank, human sovereign body divine physique, imperial heir of the Ji clan, Ji Xiankong. In that instant countless experts' eyes burned crimson. Preposterous. The imperial heir of the Ji clan, excluded from the top 50. This is the human sovereign body widely regarded as the strongest physique beneath the sacred physique itself. An ancestor of the Ji clan once ascended to emperorhood using this very physique. There's foul play, the chaotic heavenly roster is surely rigged. Unless the top 14 are all sacred physiques. How could that be? Each sacred physique is a celestial blessing, born once in an eon. Even in the last golden age barely a dozen ever manifested. Even if every sacred physique born since that era had survived intact, 14 could never exist. All held their breath, faces taut with solemn anticipation as the next name shimmered into view. 49th rank, blazing sun sacred physique, prodigy of the Jiang clan, Jiang Fan. An indescribable shock surged through countless experts' hearts. 49th rank, truly a sacred physique had appeared. Who is Jiang Fan? A sacred physique, yet why have we never heard of him before? I know him, he is the adopted son of the Jiang clan patriarch. But wasn't he previously endowed with the great sun divine physique? How did it transform into the blazing sun sacred physique? Unprovoked ascension. Ah, I see now. He too shares ties with Jiang Wuheng. As murmurs swirled, the chaotic heavenly roster refreshed again. 48th rank, 9 aperture exquisite sacred physique, dean of the Guanqi Academy, Lord Wu Hui quasi-emperor. 47th rank, wrathful Vajra sacred physique, holy monk of the Ban Ruo sect, Lord Liao Jia quasi-emperor. 41st rank, pure moon sacred physique, prodigy of the Jiang clan, Jiang Lian. More masters. Again, the Jiang clan. How many sacred physiques does the Jiang clan truly conceal? As for Jiang Lian, could she too have been refined by Jiang Wuheng to awaken her sacred physique? I know Jiang Lian, she is the younger sister of Jiang Fan, ranked 49th. Damn it, the beast. Not only sisters, brother and sister too. He spares none. Cursed fate, why wasn't I the one refined? The entire Yan Fu great world had descended into utter chaos. Jiang Wuheng stared at the ever-refreshing chaotic heavenly roster, his face drained of all vitality. His carefully hidden trump cards were being stripped bare, exposed to the world one by one. Beside him Mu Yunxi gripped his hand tightly, her delicate face etched with nervous tension. At that moment Jiang Wuheng watched the shifting roster, then glanced at the several Jiang clan elders, faces grave and unyielding, and a resolute light kindled in his eyes. Damn this chaotic heavenly roster, it seeks to expose my secrets. Then let it expose them all, at once. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Wuheng turned his gaze toward Jiang Lintian. Patriarch, I still hold 2 celestial sage pills. Though our younger generation bears no divine physique, you and Elder 2 are both named on the roster as divine physiques. For the sake of the clan, please consume these pills and ascend to sacred physiques. Jiang Wuheng produced the 2 pills and extended them, his eyes blazing. Since evasion is impossible, let this fire burn fiercer still. Jiang Lintian accepted the pills, exchanged a single weighty glance with Jiang Wuheng, and without hesitation turned to seek out Jiang Linyuan. Jiang Wuheng watched his retreating figure, then lifted his gaze once more to the chaotic heavenly roster. 36th rank Primordial Heaven, Ancient Sacred Physique, Lord of the Life Forbidden Zone, Lord Luanzang, Ancient Emperor. 35th rank Annihilation Shadow Sacred Physique, Mortal Realm, Lord and Zong Quasi-Emperor. 25th rank Luo Tian Sacred Physique, Imperial Consort of the Jiang Clan, Lin Qingya. 22nd rank Profound Charm Spirit Medium Sacred Physique, Imperial Consort of the Jiang Clan, Mu Yunxi. 21st rank Rebirth Spirit Entity Sacred Physique, Imperial Consort of the Jiang Clan, and Cece. 20th rank Reincarnation Spirit Entity Sacred Physique, Imperial Consort of the Jiang Clan, and Qishua. The sudden emergence of multiple Imperial consorts left everyone wide-eyed. There they are, they've appeared. Jiang Wuheng's consorts. By what right? What virtue or merit do they possess to attain such formidable sacred physiques? The Reincarnation Spirit Entity Sacred Physique halted at 20th rank, surely those ranked above 20 must be apex-tier sacred physiques. As all held their breath in hushed anticipation of the next ranking, 2 colossal pillars of light erupted skyward with thunderous force. Upon the celestial array platform, whose radiance bathed the heavens, 2 figures now stood, having appeared without warning. Jiang Lintian, Patriarch of the Jiang Clan. Jiang Linyuan, Second Elder of the Jiang Clan. Both were famed divine physiques listed on the chaotic heavenly roster. Jiang Lintian ranked 70th as the martial god overlord body, Jiang Linyuan 65th as the demon-slaying sword body. Now however overwhelming auras exploded from their forms, triggering profound heavenly anomalies. On the chaotic heavenly roster Tao resonance rippled, the names at 70th and 65th positions vanished. And Qishua, previously ranked 20th, slipped to 22nd. The rankings updated anew. 21st rank Primordial Dragon Elephant Sacred Physique, Patriarch of the Jiang Clan, Jiang Lintian. 20th rank Primordial Severing Immortal Sacred Physique, Second Elder of the Jiang Clan, Jiang Linyuan. What in the heavens is this? Can one simply upgrade on the spot? Blazes, be a divine physique and stay one. Why push for sacred ascension? Primordial Dragon Elephant Sacred Physique. Primordial Severing Immortal Sacred Physique, both are apex-tier sacred physiques. And yet they fail to break into the top 20. Just who, or what, are those ranked above 20? 19th rank Hong Meng Sword Body Prodigy of the Jiang Clan, Jiang Lingchen. The Jiang Clan. Again, the Jiang Clan. What unfathomable technique does the Jiang Clan wield? Are they mass-producing sacred physiques? Has the Jiang Clan gone mad, or has heaven itself lost its mind? If all this originates from the Jiang Clan's imperial heir, then where precisely does he stand on this roster? Jiang Wuheng is just a minstrel, he struggles even to cultivate. What rank could he possibly hold? Am I the only one fearing that the remaining 18 names will all be Jiang Clan members? This terrifying thought flashed simultaneously across the minds of countless experts. They stared transfixed at the chaotic heavenly roster, as the next name manifested. 18th rank Myriad Phenomena Convergent Origin Sacred Physique Founding Patriarch of the Jiang Clan, Jiang Qitian. 17th rank Primal Chaos Supreme Sacred Physique Patriarch of the Wu Ji Immortal Sect Emperor Hun Yuan. 16th rank 10,000 Tribulation Sword Bone Sacred Physique Founder of the Tai Xian Immortal Sect Emperor Niga Sword Emperor. 15th rank Celestial Fate Calamity Sacred Physique Sovereign of the Life Forbidden Zone Emperor Nan. 14th rank Ninefold Ascension Fox Immortal Body Sacred Physique Hu Tutu of the Xianyuan Mound. 13th rank Immortal Burying Sacred Physique Sovereign of the Life Forbidden Zone Emperor Zhang Xian. 12th rank Chaos Dao Embryo Sacred Physique Empress of the Jiang Clan Mu Linger. 11th rank Myriad Transformation Blazing Radiance Sacred Physique Emperor Level Cultivator of the Jiang Clan Emperor Heng Yu. Damn it. Another Jiang Clan member. Look closely, that is Emperor Heng Yu of the Jiang Clan. He achieved emperorhood outside the Golden Age, his accomplishment alone warrants 11th place. Even Emperor Heng Yu ranks only 11th. Then what manner of existence possesses talent surpassing his? May the top 10 hold no more Jiang Clan names. As many silently prayed, the roster shimmered once more. 10th rank Primordial War Body. The 10th Mu Ningwei bearer of the ancient war physique, adoptive daughter of the Jiang Clan's imperial scion. In that instant countless powerhouses glared with eyes nearly split, their back teeth ground to powder. Especially the experts of the Tai Huang immortal dynasty, who rubbed their eyes incessantly, faces brimming with disbelief. Mu Ningwei. That little pitiful thing who grew up in Xining courtyard as lowly as roadside weeds for anyone to trample had actually become the 10th ranked supreme prodigy on the chaotic heavenly ranking. In terms of physique alone, she even surpassed the Heng Yu Great Emperor. How could a bastard child become an ancient war physique? That is one of the ultimate sacred physiques. What does the ancient war physique amount to? It's still a forbidden constitution that cannot achieve the Tao as emperor. Yet when perfected, an ultimate sacred physique can rival an emperor. As the crowd gnashed their teeth, the list continued to refresh. The 9th Mu Fenghuang Princess of the Tai Huang Immortal Dynasty, bearer of the Phoenix Extreme Nirvana Saint Physique. Mu Fenghuang has become a sacred physique, and an ultimate one at that. The Tai Huang Immortal Dynasty is rebounding. Without her, I'd forgotten such a force even existed. What comes next are the true supreme prodigies. Everyone breathed heavily, eagerly awaiting the final 8. The 8th Yaoshi, the Empress of Yaoqi, sacred land, bearer of the innate saint body and Tao fetus. The 7th, the Primordial Kirin Emperor of the ancient divine mountain, bearer of the Primordial Kirin Emperor body. The 6th, the prison suppressing demon Emperor of the life forbidden zone, bearer of the 9 nether prison suppressing demon body. The 5th, the nameless Empress of the unknown domain, bearer of the 10,000 Tao chaos body. The 4th, the Lord of inauspiciousness of the life forbidden zone, bearer of the inauspicious body. The 3rd Jiang Xianxian prodigy of the Jiang Clan, bearer of the Chaos Green Lotus Saint Physique. Countless powerhouses gazed at this scene, their hearts overflowing with shock. Everyone knew that the ancient divine mountain and the life forbidden zone were the taboos of the Yanfu Great World. Yet seeing the information on the chaotic heavenly ranking, they realized the peril and terror involved. And this was only a part of it. Each of the 9 life forbidden zones hid horrors capable of overturning the entire world. Nevertheless, the Heng Yu Great Emperor resolutely guarded the zones, protecting the peace of all races. With his rank of 11th, the myriad transformations blazing saint physique, he held his ground against the ancient emperors within the zones. Even more astonishing was Jiang Xianxian, ranked 3rd. She surpassed many terrors of the ancient divine mountain and the life forbidden zone all by herself. Who is Jiang Xianxian? I know her, but she used to have the purifying world lotus physique, the most useless among divine physiques. I see now. The Jiang Clan's secret art can elevate a divine physique to a sacred one, but perhaps not below that level. Even so, it is terrifying enough. I am curious, the legendary Chaos Green Lotus Saint Physique capable of creating worlds is only ranked 3rd. Who are the top 2? I guess they are experts from the Life Forbidden Zone or the Ancient Divine Mountain, the former mysterious, the latter deep-rooted, both beyond the reach of ordinary forces. I doubt it. Among the 9 zones, the most enigmatic is the Inauspicious Mountain, where the Lord of Inauspiciousness sleeps, only stopping at 4th. Other ancient emperors can hardly surpass him. As everyone was filled with doubt, the chaotic heavenly ranking finally revealed the last 2. The 2nd Su Qingyue, divine maiden of the Taishian immortal sect, bearer of the pure glazed sword heart sacred physique. The 1st Jiang Wuhan, imperial scion of the Jiang Clan, bearer of the 10,000 Tao lust immortal saint physique. When the name Jiang Wuhan appeared on the chaotic heavenly ranking, all the powerhouses of the Yanfu Great World went into frenzy. What the hell is the 10,000 Tao lust immortal saint physique? How can it surpass so many ultimate sacred physiques? Does it seduce enemies into losing themselves in battle through desire? What if the opponent is a man or a beast? Won't it backfire? They recalled the redrobed youth who stood on the array platform illuminating the heavens delivering his opening lines. They had dismissed him as a nobody, yet he turned out to be a top-tier prodigy. Even the Jiang clan were surprised. They only knew Jiang Wuhan had awakened the 10,000 Dao Lust Immortal Saint physique, but because it offered no serious combat boost they had never taken it seriously. Now it seemed that the system Jiang Wuhan spoke of was part of the physique. Such an outrageous ability truly matched the weight of the #1 sacred physique in the myriad realms. At this moment the chaotic heavenly ranking hung high in the sky, its 72 names gleaming with flowing Dao runes. The imperial Jiang clan had undoubtedly become the most prominent existence in the Yanfu Great World. Just then a violent tremor shook the ground and a surge of energy shattered a corner of the array platform illuminating the heavens. Jiang Lintian sensed it and his gaze darkened. Do not panic. Someone is attacking the clan's guardian grand formation from the outside. From the energy fluctuation it's a quasi-emperor. No need for the ancestors to intervene yet. After calming the ancestors, Jiang Lintian turned to Jiang Wuhan. Wuhan returned to the Crown Prince Hall immediately. These people are most likely coming for you. Jiang Wuhan nodded and under Aunt Shui's escort led Mu Yunxi and the others back to the hall. Meanwhile a massive divine vessel shaped like a divine bird hovered outside the Jiang clan's guardian grand formation. Led by Mu Qianzhao and Mu Qiling, over 100 experts of the Taihuang immortal dynasty stood in the air, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Jiang Lintian led the Jiang clan's experts to confront them in the sky. Mu Qianzhao, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Lintian's gaze was icy. Are you jealous that my Jiang clan has so many talents while your Taihuang immortal dynasty only has Mu Fenghuang, who barely reached the Phoenix Extreme Nirvana Saint physique with Phoenix blood essence and came here to pick a fight? You've come to the wrong place. Jiang Lintian flipped his palm and summoned the ultimate imperial weapon, the 10,000 Desires Divine Furnace. Before Mu Qianzhao could speak, Mu Qiling barked, spare the nonsense, Jiang Lintian. Hand over the person immediately or don't blame us for being rude. Old fool, have you lost your mind? Coming to the Jiang clan to demand someone for no reason. Jiang Linyuan stepped forward and roared, if you want someone there's none. But if you want a father there are plenty here. Come kowtow 3 times to your father and I might reluctantly accept you as my bastard son. Jiang Linyuan, you're talking nonsense. Mu Qiling was enraged, grinding his teeth. Don't think that just because you've become a sacred physique you can do whatever you want. Hearing this, Jiang Linyuan suddenly laughed. Sorry, but becoming a sacred physique really does let you do whatever you want. If you don't believe me, let's duel. Within 10 moves, if I don't turn you into my grandson, it'll change my surname to yours. With that he summoned a quasi-emperor grade longsword radiating overwhelming battle intent. Think I'm afraid of you? Mu Qiling snorted and produced a phoenix wing gilt halberd. Just as he was about to act, Mu Qianzhao stopped him. Imperial uncle, focus on the matter at hand. Mu Qianzhao pacified Mu Qiling, then looked at Jiang Lintian. Clan Lord Jiang, regardless, the Taihuang immortal dynasty and the Jiang clan are in-laws. Since the in-laws have arrived, shouldn't you at least invite us in to sit? Forget that your dynasty publicly severed ties with Mu Yunxi back then, Jiang Lintian sneered. Your forceful attack on our guardian grand formation alone is enough for us to treat you as enemies. Mu Qianzhao, stop with the nonsense. What exactly are you here for? Since you put it that way, I won't beat around the bush. Mu Qianzha's gaze hardened. We came to take back the Taihuang immortal dynasty's eldest princess, Mu Yunxi. Is there no room for negotiation? Mu Qianzhao frowned. The Jiang clan only has the crown prince's consort Mu Yunxi, not the Taihuang immortal dynasty's eldest princess, Jiang Lintian said coldly. Back then, for the sake of your pitiful face, you imprisoned her for over a decade, letting her suffer scorn and abuse. Now that she has attained fortune in the Jiang clan and ascended to the mysterious spiritual medium saint physique, you want to take her back. Where in the world is such a good deal? Jiang Lintian's voice thundered. Mu Yunxi awakened her sacred physique because she refined the 3 drops of imperial blood she took from the dynasty of bloodline nirvana, Mu Qiling retorted stubbornly. Your Jiang clan just stole the fruit of that labor, putting on an act. You old bastard! Jiang Linyuan erupted, pointing at Mu Qiling. Have you no shame? You say we stole the fruit of Mu Yunxi's awakening. Then what about all the other sacred physiques that rose in our clan? Are they also fake? I don't care about the others if they have nothing to do with the Taihuang immortal dynasty. I'm only talking about Mu Yunxi. Hand her over and all will be well. But if the Jiang clan insists on detaining our eldest princess, don't blame us for taking her by force. Mu Qiling twisted his wrist and the phoenix wing gilt halberd gleamed with a cold murderous light. With you? Jiang Linyuan roared. At the same time Jiang Lintian stepped forward holding the 10,000 desires divine furnace aloft, its 7-colored divine flames blazing. Do you wish to taste the power of our Jiang clan's ultimate imperial weapon? Don't think your Jiang clan is the only one with an ultimate imperial weapon. The Taihuang Immortal Dynasty's imperial weapon is no less formidable. Mu Qianzha's eyes hardened with determination. Sword come. Before Mu Qianzha's words faded, a sea of fire swept across the sky. Accompanied by a sharp phoenix cry, a magnificent blazing red longsword landed before Mu Qianzhao. The sword was 3 feet long, its hilt like a divine phoenix spreading its wings and its tassel fully 2 feet resembling the drooping tail of a divine phoenix. The inherited imperial weapon of the Taihuang Celestial Dynasty, the Taihuang Sword. The moment Mu Qianzhao grasped the sword, his aura surged dramatically like a tiger gaining wings. He brandished the Taihuang sword and raised his arm shouting, "All troops hear my command." Yes. All the members of the Taihuang Celestial Dynasty cupped their hands in salute, their expressions respectful. Break the formation. At the command they formed a military array and launched a fierce assault on a single point of the Great Formation. In an instant the Great Formation trembled slightly and even the Jiang family inside felt a wave of turbulence. Seeing this, the Jiang family experts showed anger on their faces. The Taihuang Celestial Dynasty pushes its bullying too far. The will of heaven and earth is already making things hard for us, yet the Taihuang Celestial Dynasty still comes to step on us. Then let's fight. Family head, give the order. The crowd looked at Jiang Lintian with urgency in their eyes. Jiang Lintian's gaze sank and he immediately shouted, "On the Jiang family's territory can we let the people from the Taihuang Celestial Dynasty bully us? Charge out, meet the enemy." At the order led by Jiang Lintian, the Jiang family experts rushed out of the protective Great Formation. The myriad desires divine furnace rose into the air wrapped in endless flames and directly smashed the military array formed by the Taihuang Celestial Dynasty. "You damned old thing, I'll kill you." Jiang Linyuan, filled with fury, brandished his sword and charged at Mu Qiling. At the moment of bloodline sublimation and promotion to the primordial immortal slaying body, the long-suppressed realm suddenly burst open. Now he was already a 9th-level quasi-emperor powerhouse. With one man and one sword he resembled a god of death descending. In a single exchange he directly sent Mu Qiling reeling back several hundred zhang. What a ferocious sword! Mu Qiling gritted his teeth, his phoenix-winged golden halberd trembling from the impact, and faint traces of blood seeped from his tiger's mouth. In contrast, after delivering that sword, Jiang Linyuan felt refreshed, even his Dao heart became more transparent. "Old thing, weren't you just loudly bragging? Come again." Jiang Linyuan pursued with his sword, displaying a fierce countenance. Seeing this, Mu Qianzhao couldn't help but frown. He hadn't expected Jiang Linyuan to be so powerful, suppressing the 9th-level quasi-emperor prince support Mu Qiling with a single sword strike. "Imperial uncle, I will assist you." Before the words faded, the myriad desires divine furnace like a blazing sun burning with 7-colored divine flames directly smashed toward him. Mu Qianzhao was startled and immediately raised the Taihuang sword to block. Boom! The two ultimate imperial weapons clashed, unleashing endless divine flames. The terrifying force shattered a vast expanse of void. The primordial dragon elephant holy body was terrifying as such. Jiang Lintian, wielding the myriad desires divine furnace, crushed Mu Qianzhao and the Taihuang sword. The divine flames within the furnace erupted, turning the battlefield into a boundless sea of fire. The experts of the Taihuang Celestial Dynasty, once slightly touched by the 7-colored divine flames, experienced an eruption of the 7 emotions and 6 desires within their hearts, faintly showing signs of inner demons taking root. "Humph, with such trivial ability you dare to cause trouble at the Jiang family." Jiang Lintian's gaze turned cold and stern, his voice deep. "Today I will cut off one realm of your cultivation as punishment." Having said that, on top of the myriad desires divine furnace, a giant sword coalesced from divine flames, slashing toward the members of the Taihuang Celestial Dynasty. At that moment a golden great sword cut through the air and clashed with the divine flame giant sword. In an instant the divine flames scattered. This sudden change startled everyone present. Not far away, dozens of experts in sword robes flew toward them on swords. The leader had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes with a tall and straight posture. The man looked like a peerless sword unsheathed. Hovering beside him was an ancient sword emanating an aura no weaker than the Taihuang sword. This was clearly another ultimate imperial weapon. Moreover, it was an extremely pure sword without any fancy attributes, designed solely for attack. The inherited imperial weapon of the Taishian immortal sect, the Taishian sword. The leader was none other than the Taishian Divine Lord. He struck again with a sword, slashing at the boundless sea of fire. The sharp sword aura scattered all the seven-colored divine flames. Family head Jiang, why must you be so full of hostility, casually cutting off people's cultivation? The Taishian Divine Lord stood with his hands behind his back, his words exuding unfathomable depth. Everyone present are powerful experts of the era. Cultivation is not easy. Is it because the Jiang family produces so many talents and you worry that us old fellows might block the path of your prodigies that the family head would do such a thing to ruin people's future? Taishian Immortal Sect. Jiang Linqian's face darkened, his cold eyes fixed on the Taishian Divine Lord and the experts behind him. Su Changfeng stopped twisting right and wrong. Jiang Linyuan stepped forward, pointing at the Taishian Divine Lord, and angrily rebuked, "The scum of the Taihuang Celestial Dynasty came to the Jiang family to cause trouble. Their swords were almost at our throats. Our family had only cut off one realm of their cultivation, which is already merciful. What business do you have here? A bunch of hypocrites meddling in other people's affairs." Over the past 3 years, the resources he sent in pursuit of Lin Jingjing had forcibly raised the Lin family from a third-rate power to a first-rate clan. Today, being held under the pressure of elders from both sides. An elder of the Taishian Immortal Sect snorted coldly. "If you were truly guests, the Jiang family would naturally treat you with courtesy." Jiang Linqian's gaze swept over the crowd, his voice deep. "But all of you come with ill intent. State your purpose directly." The Taishian Divine Lord looked up at the chaotic heavenly ranking hanging high in the sky and smiled calmly. The premature appearance of the chaotic heavenly ranking this time has a great deal to do with the Jiang family. Since the Jiang family has mastered the secret art of mass-producing holy bodies, such a blessing. Why not share it with us? As fellow humans, it really should not be kept so selfishly. Before the Taishian Divine Lord's words ended, Jiang Linyuan's sword had already slashed toward him. With the realm of 9th level quasi-emperor and the ferocity of the primordial immortal slaying body, this sword strike was insurmountable for anyone below the great emperor level. The Taishian Divine Lord was startled. He had not expected Jiang Linyuan to act so decisively, nor that this newly promoted holy body would be so formidable. Without any hesitation, he raised the Taishian sword to block. Relying on the ultimate imperial weapon, he barely managed to deflect the strike. Before he could speak to complain, Jiang Linyuan on the opposite side roared angrily, "Family head, why waste words with them? The Taihuang Celestial Dynasty and the Taishian Immortal Sect are all birds of a feather. Fighting one is the same as fighting two. They want our Jiang family's fortune, but I fear they won't have the lives to take it." Jiang Linyuan pointed his sword at the Taishian Divine Lord and Mu Qianzhao, his eyes blazing with battle intent. The Taishian Divine Lord's face darkened and he said coldly, "Vulgar. This local family is utterly impolite. It'll be polite to your grandmother's leg." Jiang Linyuan cursed. Before his voice faded, Jiang Lintian held up the Myriad Desires Divine Furnace in one hand and grasped a quasi-emperor level spear in the other. With a flick of his wrist, the spear tip pointed at the two major powers. Taishian Immortal Sect, Taihuang Celestial Dynasty. You barged in yourselves. Don't blame the Jiang family for showing no mercy. Slaughter. At the order, the Myriad Desires Divine Furnace smashed heavily toward the Taishian Divine Lord. Jiang Lintian followed closely, his spear sweeping horizontally toward Mu Qiling. Seeing this, Mu Qianzhao was about to besiege Jiang Lintian, but Jiang Linyuan's sword strike sent him retreating. "An ultimate imperial weapon in your hands is nothing but a waste." Jiang Linyuan looked at Mu Qianzhao and snorted disdainfully. Mu Qianzhao did not reply. His gaze turned toward the depths of the Jiang family. That was the location of the Prince's Hall. The next moment, Jiang Linyuan's sword came slashing again. Although Mu Qianzhao, relying on the might of the Taihuang sword, could handle it with ease, the Myriad Desires Divine Furnace was unpredictable and dominated the battlefield. Moreover, his mastery of the Taihuang sword was clearly inferior to Jiang Linqian's long-term rapport with the Myriad Desires Divine Furnace. Desire flames transformed into arrows piercing through his arm, sending golden blood splattering out. On the other side, Jiang Lintian, with his proficient spear techniques and the support of the Myriad Desires Divine Furnace, oppressed both the Taishian Divine Lord and Mu Qiling single-handedly. In other battle rings, the Jiang family, taking advantage of home terrain, drove dozens of domineering ancient war chariots charging back and forth among the experts of the two major powers. Like gods descending to earth, they firmly held the upper hand. Seeing that even allying with the Taihuang Celestial Dynasty had resulted in heavy losses, the Taishian Divine Lord immediately roared, "Jiang Lintian, do you think that by stopping us here the Jiang family can rest easy? Once the chaotic heavenly ranking appears, the experts of the entire Yanfu Great World are all staring fixedly at your Jiang family. Now I'm afraid someone has already bypassed your protective great formation and gone in to seize people. The Taishian Divine Lord wanted to unsettle the Jiang family with this, but before his words faded a cold smile curled on Jiang Linshan's lips. Naive. What makes you think our Jiang family has no allies? Jiang Linshan's gaze sharpened and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Wuhan was right, strike one blow open to avoid 100 blows coming. Today I will make an example of you all. Meanwhile inside the Jiang family prince's hall a black-clad figure emerged from the void, looked at Jiang Wuhan and the others and curled a cold smirk. Jiang family prince and all you princess consorts, come with me. For a trip. Before the black-clad man's words ended, a soft charming laugh came from the void. The mortal world. Ha, a bunch of rats hiding in shadows. Even if you've cultivated to quasi-emperor you still do such despicable things. If you want to bully little Wuhan you'll first have to ask me. If I agree. As the voice fell, an ancient bronze mirror flew out from the void, its surface casting a mysterious glow that enveloped the black-clad man. In an instant the black-clad man was startled. This is an ultimate imperial weapon, the Kunlun mirror. The Kunlun mirror is the heirloom imperial weapon of the Yaoqi sacred land. When the arcane radiance within the mirror fell upon the black-clad figure, tendrils of ebony mist immediately steamed away. With the black-clad man's anguished scream his body collapsed and dissolved until only a shadow remained trapped within the pillar of light with nowhere to flee. The dark shadow snarled under its breath, Yaoqi sacred land meddling. But was drawn into the Kunlun mirror by the beam. At the same time Shi Wangmu and Qi Mengyao tore through the void and appeared before Jiang Wuhan and his companions. Shi Wangmu was noble and composed, every frown and smile displayed the bearing of a grand master. Qi Mengyao seemed like an exile of the heavens come to earth, her temperament ethereal and graceful. Both master and disciple veiled their faces with gossamer scarves, imbuing them with an enigmatic haze that made one long to lift the veil and behold their true countenances. Jiang Wuhan suppressed the impulse, stepped forward and bowed. My thanks to Senior Shi Wangmu for your timely aid. Lin Qingya and the others followed behind him, offering their gratitude. Shi Wangmu covered her mouth with a light laugh and said, when did little Wuhan learn such manners? Don't call me Shi Wangmu, it makes me sound old. My name is Yun Qingyi, call me Sister Yun. Sister Yun. Jiang Wuhan frowned in puzzlement. Senior Shi Wangmu, I recall you are my mother's senior sister, calling you sister would be a generational mismatch. Before he could finish Shi Wangmu shot him a devouring look and he hastily corrected himself, Sister Yun. That's better. Sister Yun chuckled, ruffling Jiang Wuhan's cheek playfully. That rat just now was the leader of Rinjin, called Anzang, a quasi-emperor bearing the Desolation Shadow sacred body and ranked 35th on the Hundun Tianbang. Shi Wangmu explained, only a special constitution like his could slip silently through your Jiang clan's grand formation and infiltrate this place. Rinjin, one of the three great assassination orders of the myriad worlds. Jiang Wuhan frowned then smiled. Anzang the quasi-emperor is 35th on the Hundun Tianbang, yet he could not withstand a single blow from Sister Yun. Clearly the Hundun Tianbang's rankings are unreliable. Sister Yun should be among the top 10 at least. Shi Wangmu chuckled, you little fellow know how to flatter people. Constitution is not everything, besides I hold the Kunlun mirror and it decisively counters those who lurk in shadow. She added, however, the Kunlun mirror only trapped one of his shadow assassination clones, his true body likely still prowls nearby. I must deal with him swiftly or his running about will bring trouble. Shi Wangmu spoke with gentle mellifluous tones even as she disclosed the shocking truth. This was Renjian's leader, Anzang the quasi-emperor bearer of the Desolation Shadow sacred body. It sounded in her mouth as if she were merely catching a common rat. Thanks to Sister Yun's timely assistance we can rest easy, Jiang Wuhan offered, supplying the appropriate sentiment. Before his words had ended Shi Wangmu interrupted with a tinkling laugh. You little thing, the more one looks at you the more one grows fond. She continued, still your flattery borders on excess. Even if I had not intervened the Jiang family's elders would hardly have stood idly by, would they? As she spoke she glanced at Qi Mengyao then at Jiang Wuhan. Little Wuhan, I will leave Mengyao here, see that you look after her. Although we have not met for a long time you two were close playmates in childhood, she added, then turned and vanished into the Master. Qi Mengyao trembled at the sound. She suddenly realized her master had deliberately left her here to contrive an encounter with Jiang Wuhan. Otherwise with her Shenwu realm cultivation she would be of little use to the Jiang family and there would be no reason to bring her. Besides, Jiang Wuhan already had 4 Daoist mates present. Qi Mengyao bowed her head, mortified to the point of wishing she could vanish. At that moment Lin Qingya stepped forward, linked arms with her and smiled, you must be Yaoqi's sacred maiden Miss Qi. Aunt Shui has just sent some refreshments, if you do not mind please sit and share them. We have long heard of sacred maiden Qi's great renown, at last we see you in person. Mu Yunxi drew near as well, and flanking Qi Mengyao with Lin Qingya said, "Since you are Yuan's friend, come and sit with us." "Thank you." Qi Mengyao inclined her head slightly, displaying the poised reserve of a lady of birth. Jiang Wuhan stood aside, studying her with contemplative interest. Under his gaze Qi Mengyao felt uneasy but said little. Mu Yunxi tapped him lightly and chided, "Husband, is it proper to stare at a girl like that upon first meeting?" Sister Yun said, "We were childhood playmates. I did live at Yaoqi for a time, but I do not recall being playmates with her. What lingers instead is memory of a good brother with whom I once competed in childish contests." Fragmentary dim recollections surfaced in Jiang Yuan's mind. Qi Mengyao blushed at his words. "Do not dwell on past matters, imperial son," she murmured. Seated with Lin Qingya holding her, she found the company oddly disquieting. When prodigies of the realms once gathered to debate the Tao, her innate Tao gestation bestowed a certain unbidden superiority. Yet now these seemingly obscure figures before her were each in truth sacred body prodigies. By comparison she felt somewhat overrated. Seeing Jiang Wuhan still staring, she secretly scolded his rudeness, yet could not hide her curiosity. "Imperial son, may I ask you a question if it is not inconvenient?" "Ask." Jiang Wuhan replied calmly. "Exactly how does one achieve bloodline ascension and rise to a sacred body?" Her question caused the others to exchange peculiar looks. Qi Mengyao hurried to clarify, "I do not mean to pry. If it is improper, forget it." "There is nothing improper." Jiang Wuhan waved his hand and smiled faintly. "It is a pill called the Tiansheng Dan. Once ingested, it can catalyze bloodline ascension and elevate one's constitution." He regarded Qi Mengyao with keen interest. "As a preternatural Tao gestation, you are already among the foremost divine physiques. If you took one, you might ascend to the very pinnacle of preternatural sacred bodies, perhaps rivaling Empress Yaoxi herself." At that suggestion a rosy flush rose to Qi Mengyao cheeks. In her understanding, only by becoming Jiang Yuan's woman could she be deemed worthy of such a blessing. Is he always this blunt? She thought, particularly in front of his Taoist companions. The thought made her face grow even redder. She lowered her head and murmured, "Imperial son, I will consider it." Meanwhile, beyond the comfort of the imperial hall, the battle grew ever more intense. Although the Jiang clan held the upper hand, ever more forces poured into the eastern domain, and many strong figures lurked in the shadows waiting for a chance. At that moment a black-clad man fell from the void and was instantly exposed to the lethal range of the Wanyu divine furnace. Divine flame crystallized into a keen blade and thrust toward him. At the crucial instant Taishian Shenju acted, intercepting the heavenly fire on his behalf. The black-clad man was Renjian's leader, Anzong the Quasi-Emperor. "Anzong, did you succeed?" Taishian Shenju hurriedly asked. "Success, my foot. You old mutt, why did you not warn me the madwoman from Yaoqi had come?" Anzang's face darkened as he ground his teeth. "Of the 81 shadow kill clones I forged, she used the Kunlun mirror to refine away 80. Even my true body was nearly seized and refined by her." From within the Jiang estate, Shi Wangma's commanding voice rang out, "Anzong, you skulking rat, come out." Terror flashed across Anzang's face as he snarled, "Damn it, that madwoman is still after me. I no longer covet the Jiang family's destiny." He had barely spoken before employing his shadow vanishing art and vanished into thin air, leaving Taishian Shenju looking grim for an instant. His disquiet was short-lived. The next moment an arcane radiance descended. Another quasi-emperor at the 9th peak had arrived bearing an ultimate imperial weapon. Shi Wangmu joined the battle. With a single clash she launched a fierce onslaught against Taishian Shenju. Caught off guard, Taishian Shenju hurriedly wielded the Taishian sword in defense. Yet the Kunlun mirror held the might of heaven and earth. Though the Taishian sword was sharp, its force proved insufficient. In an instant the arm that grasped the sword was blown to pieces, dissolving into a mist of blood as the Taishian sword flew from his hand. Taishian Shen's face darkened as he hissed, "Yaoqi's sacred lord, you meddle too much. My junior sister is the Tao companion of Emperor Hengyu. If the Jiang family's affairs are mine to involve myself in." Shi Wangmu regarded him with icy disdain and retorted, "You who boast of purging demons and upholding the Tao stoop to plundering amid chaos. The Taishian immortal sect are a pack of hypocrites," she continued. "You and the filth of the Taihuang court are cut from the same rotten cloth." Before her words had faded, the heavens convulsed. Imperial might swelled and took the form of a colossal human visage. Then a voice thundered, presumptuous. The single utterance made heaven and earth tremble. Shi Wangma's heart leapt. She raised the Kunlun mirror to shield herself. The ultimate imperial weapon bore the brunt of the overwhelming imperial might, yet cold sweat had already beaded on her brow. Those present lifted their heads and strained to behold the vast face, an involuntary awe rising in every heart. An emperor had descended. "It is the Ling Jun of the Taihuang court," someone whispered. For this matter he actually broke his seal and emerged. While all were stunned from the depths of the Jiang estate, 5 still more potent surges of imperial might suddenly erupted. I have slept for years, the world has likely forgotten my name, came a hoarse proclamation. Now even curs and dogs dare trample the Jiang family. I Jiang Qitian have awaited this for a long time. If you have no fear of death, come together and face me. Jiang Qitian. A name that once shook the myriad realms and suppressed an entire era. Even after countless ages, when this name resurfaced, it still sparked immense commotion. Countless powerhouses of the Yanfu Great World were filled with shock, marveling at how this progenitor of the Jiang clan had traversed endless years and remained alive to this day. Beyond the Jiang clan's founder, 4 other formidable imperial mights erupted. 5 great emperors. In that moment every cultivator in the entire Yanfu Great World was astounded. The Jiang clan, besides the reigning Hengyu Great Emperor, there are actually 5 great emperor powerhouses. These are all figures recorded in ancient texts. Who would have imagined they have survived until now? Is this the true foundation of an immortal imperial clan? No wonder the Jiang clan's imperial scion dared to publicly expose the secret of bloodline ascension, with such backing. Only if the sealed ancestors of all other factions broke out and achieved supreme transcendence could they even threaten the Jiang clan's foundation. The Taihuang Immortal Dynasty and the Taishian Immortal Sect have become the vanguard. Facing such a spectacle, they are already caught in a dilemma. As countless hidden powerhouses trembled in awe, the colossal face in the heavens manifested its true form. Spiritual Lord stood with hands behind his back, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on the 5 divine thought avatars emerging from the Jiang clan's ancestral land. Each one emanated boundless imperial might, stirring an impulse within all hearts to bow in worship. Fellow Taoists, long time no see. Spiritual Lord spoke slowly, his voice like thunderclaps deafening. Before his words faded, the 3rd ancestor snorted coldly, saying disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? How dare you address us as fellow Taoists?" At these words Spiritual Lord's countenance instantly darkened. He gazed at the 5 Jiang clan ancestors, flicked his sleeve and said in a deep voice, "All of you are renowned great emperor powerhouses. Surviving until now is no easy feat. I have come today not to covet the secret fortune of bloodline ascension within the Jiang clan, but merely to retrieve a junior from my Taihuang Immortal Dynasty. If the Jiang clan releases him, I will cease all entanglement and immediately depart with the Taihuang cultivators. But if the Jiang clan remains obstinate..." Spiritual Lord gave a light snort, the threat unmistakable. However, the Jiang clan ancestors were not swayed in the slightest. "If the Jiang clan remains obstinate, what will you do?" The 5th ancestor sneered, saying in a deep voice, "A mere imperial fire avatar, yet so arrogant." Spiritual Lord's heart jolted. This avatar bore 30% of his true body's cultivation, nurtured for tens of thousands of years, almost indistinguishable from the original. Yet the other had seen through it at a glance. His gaze turned dark, a hint of resolve surfacing in his eyes. "Your eyesight is sharp indeed. This is indeed an avatar of mine. But your current state is hardly better than mine. You are still sealed within divine source, reduced to frightening others with these divine thought avatars. If I crash through now with Hengyu Great Emperor absent, who in the entire Jiang clan can stop me?" Spiritual Lord threatened coldly. "Then you may try." The Jiang clan progenitor's gaze was contemptuous, as if looking down upon an ant. "Even if you break out, I could just snatch away Mu Yunshi with one hand and I would still be invincible in the world." Before his words ended, Spiritual Lord stepped forward, warping the void beneath his feet, shrinking the ground into an inch, as if the next moment he would step directly into the Jiang clan's Imperial Scion Hall. Almost simultaneously on the progenitor's divine thought avatar, a terrifying momentum abruptly burst forth. Imperial might flowed and the originally illusory body solidified in an instant. A sky-obscuring, sun-covering giant hand descended from the heavens, pressing down toward Spiritual Lord. In that instant Spiritual Lord's heart shook violently. The Jiang clan progenitor had broken free from his seal and emerged. At the same time, the largest sacred source mountain in the Jiang clan's ancestral land split open. Heaven and earth sensed it, winds and clouds stirred, sweeping the sky. Beneath that giant hand, Spiritual Lord's avatar flickered like a candle flame in the rain, and wind cracks appearing all over its form. You madman. Having self-sealed for endless eons only to break out for such a trivial matter, is it worth it?" Spiritual Lord gritted his teeth and waved his hand, summoning a multicolored feather fan to shield himself. An ultimate imperial weapon, the 5 Flames 7 Feathers fan. "Those who offend my Jiang clan shall be slain without mercy." The progenitor roared, and a blackened red banner flew out from the shattered divine source. As it landed beside him, imperial might suddenly flowed, and the progenitor's momentum soared like a tiger gaining wings. An ultimate imperial weapon, the Starfire Soothe Heaven banner. "Kill." The banner unfurled, and as it waved, a rain of fire descended from the heavens. In this moment fear showed on spiritual lord's face and he immediately cried out to the sky, "Reverse tribulation, save me." Before his voice faded, a domineering sword aura ripped through the void. The myriad auspicious clouds in the sky were cleaved cleanly in two and the residual might struck at the Jiang clan progenitor. The progenitor's heart tensed and he quickly raised the Starfire Soothe Heaven banner to parry. A thunderous boom. The banner was knocked back and the Jiang clan progenitor stared intently in the direction from which the sword aura had come. A graceful figure in green robes holding a sword stepped out from that shattered void. "Reverse tribulation, Sword Emperor." The Jiang clan progenitor murmured. Reverse tribulation, Sword Emperor looked up, a smile curving at her lips. "My era was far before yours, senior, yet unexpectedly you recognize me." The progenitor lifted his head to look at the chaotic heavenly ranking. Ranked 16th among the myriad constitutions, the myriad tribulation Sword Bone, founder of the Taishian immortal sect. Reverse tribulation, Sword Emperor. You do not belong to this era yet appear in full prime. The Jiang clan progenitor examined her, his expression grave. A great emperor is a great emperor of humanity, not of a single faction. Since you possess such strength, why do you not guard the forbidden life zones for humanity? Senior, since you also see that I do not belong to this era, maintaining full power inevitably comes at a price. In my current state I can no longer guard the forbidden life zones for humanity. Reverse tribulation, Sword Emperor said calmly. The progenitor sneered in disdain. You have the strength to come to the Jiang clan and snatch fortune to fight among ourselves, but no strength to guard the forbidden life zones for humanity. Sometimes I truly wonder if Lin Yu's sacrifices for humanity are worth it. At that moment spiritual lord said impatiently, "Reverse tribulation, why waste words with him? He may be the Jiang clan progenitor, but having just broken free from the divine source, his strength is far less than half his peak. Unless he undergoes ultimate sublimation, he is no match for you. You hold him off and I will fetch the person." I don't believe the Jiang clan would sacrifice another great emperor for a few juniors. With that he raised the 5 flames 7 feathers fan and charged toward the Jiang clan. The progenitor saw this and immediately swung the Starfire Soothe Heaven banner, unleashing a sea of flames 1,000 zhang wide, crushing toward spiritual lord. Almost instantly Reverse Tribulation Sword Emperor acted, raising an imperial sword no weaker than the Taishian sword, cleaving the void in one stroke, shattering even the sea of flames stirred up by the Starfire Soothe Heaven banner. At the same time Reverse Tribulation Sword Emperor waved her hands, summoning 7 divine swords that formed a sword prison trapping the progenitor. Reverse Tribulation, well done. Spiritual Lord sneered, his feet shrinking the ground into an inch, instantly stepping into the Jiang clan's imperial Scion Hall. Seeing this the progenitor gnashed his teeth in fury, his eyes nearly splitting. A surging aura erupted from his entire being. Witnessing this, Reverse Tribulation Sword Emperor said in a deep voice, "Senior, you must think carefully. If you undergo ultimate sublimation, then I will no longer hold back. The Taishian immortal sect goes too far." The other ancestors were enraged, the sacred source mountains in the ancestral land trembling continuously. If all 5 ancestors broke out, this battle force would surely sweep the entire Yanfu great world. But after this battle all of them would face the prospect of falling. "No matter what, we cannot let these scum take little Wuhan away," the 3rd ancestor said through gritted teeth. At this critical juncture the void around them quivered and 2 formidable figures tore through space, descending above the Jiang Taihuang Immortal Dynasty Taishian Immortal Sect. This emperor guards the forbidden life zones for humanity, yet you lead an attack on this emperor's clan, too tyrannical. Junior Hengyu requests both seniors to die. In this moment the heavens and the earth trembled, resonating with the great Tao. The Emperor Hengyu returned with the Empress Mulinger. As Ling Jun stepped into the Imperial Sun Hall, before he could steady himself a colossal divine furnace shattered the void and descended right above his head. The path of enlightenment weapon of Emperor Hengyu, the Hengyu Divine Furnace. In an instant Ling Jun was filled with horror, exerting all his strength to raise the 5 fire 7 feather fan, but beneath the Hengyu Divine Furnace he had almost no power to resist and was instantly suppressed. Upon witnessing this the people of the Taihuang Celestial Dynasty changed their expressions. "Emperor Hengyu, please show mercy. Our ancestor acted for the Taihuang Celestial Dynasty, for us unworthy descendants. Please spare our ancestor." Before Mu Qianzhao could finish his words he was interrupted by Mu Linger. "Just because of the phrase for the Taihuang Celestial Dynasty can one rush into the Jiang family to burn, kill and plunder? What kind of nonsense is that?" Mu Linger stood beside Emperor Hengyu, looking down at the crowd, her beautiful face filled with a cold expression. "Can my husband also destroy your Taihuang Celestial Dynasty for the Jiang family?" This. Mu Qianzhao was left speechless. However, Mu Qiling next to him frowned and said, "Emperor Hengyu, as the emperor of the human race you should be guarding the life forbidden zone now. If you leave your post so recklessly and if something should happen in the life-forbidden zone it would cause chaos for the common people. Who will bear this responsibility? Before the words finished Mu Linger's beautiful eyes narrowed and with a gentle wave of her hand she threw out a snow-white exquisite spear. The spear like a dragon tore through the void and instantly pierced Mu Keiling's body nailing him to the ground. Everyone was startled if they now saw that the snow-white spear was actually an extreme path imperial weapon. Although Mu Linger had not attained the rank of emperor she was a peak practitioner at the 9th level of quasi-emperor. She appeared delicate yet wielding an extreme path imperial weapon her true strength surpassed even Jiang Lintian and Jiang Linyuan. Does my husband need your guidance on how to act? Mu Linger gazed coldly at the crowd below her beautiful eyes bursting with killing intent. We as a couple guard the life-forbidden zone to protect the common people not for you ingrates to repay kindness with malice. Receiving protection from the Jiang family yet failing to express gratitude instead coveting the Jiang family's fortune and harboring ill intentions. If the existences within the life-forbidden zone instigate a dark upheaval let them do so. With my husband here it is sufficient to protect the eastern region. If you wish to survive consider yourselves fortunate. As Mu Linger began to speak not only did the people of the Taihuang Celestial Dynasty and the Tai Xian Immortal Sect show fear but even the hidden powerhouses lurking in the shadows revealed expressions of terror. Dark upheaval calamity for the common people. Only the emperor at their peak can contend against it. If Emperor Hengyu truly only protects the Jiang family and the eastern region ignoring other powers even if a self-proclaimed emperor from their ranks emerges how long can they withstand under extreme elevation? Madam, calm your anger. Emperor Hengyu advised. Before he could finish speaking he was forcibly shaken off by Mu Linger. What anger should I calm? Jiang Linyu, must you always stand by pretending to be the good guy every time I argue with someone? Is it to show your broad mind or your high morals? As my husband can't you show a bit of backbone? I don't want to go home and replay this only to get angry all over again. Mu Linger unleashed her full fury showing no mercy even to Emperor Hengyu. He could only smile wryly and wave to retract the Hengyu divine furnace. Within the furnace the voice of Lingjun's avatar emerged. Emperor Hengyu, do not heed the words of a woman, as an emperor you must prioritize the greater good. Before the words finished Emperor Hengyu with a thought directly refined the Lingjun avatar. This scene instantly stunned everyone present. The Lingjun of the Taihuang Celestial Dynasty was refined. Regardless that was a generation's emperor, how could it be? Did you not hear the ancestor of the Jiang family say that it was merely an avatar of Lingjun? Even if it was just an avatar it carried 30% of the ancestor's cultivation. Facing a fully realized emperor it turned out to be so fragile. Amid the astonishment of the crowd Emperor Henji's gaze was imposing as he looked down at them. You all invaded the Jiang family, as a member of the Jiang family I should slay all of you. However, considering your arduous cultivation with the golden age approaching I shall cut off your cultivation by one realm as a punishment. If you dare to offend again I will ensure that you perish and your entire clan is eradicated. With that Emperor Hengyu pointed as if wielding a sword and in an instant the powerful members of the Tai Xian Immortal Sect and the Taihuang Celestial Dynasty all spat blood and fell to the ground, their realms dropping a level. At this moment Emperor Hengyu looked at Mu Linger and said with a calm smile, how does my handling of this matter seem to you, my lady? It's acceptable. Mu Linger waved her hand, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. My lady, as I have been out for a long time you should see Wu Hen soon. Emperor Hengyu instructed. Mu Linger nodded and turned to the Imperial Sun Hall. In the next moment Emperor Henji's smile faded as he looked at the rebellious Tribulation Sword Emperor. At this moment the rebellious Tribulation Sword Emperor faced both Emperor Hengyu and the ancestor of the Jiang family alone, knowing she was no match and had no intention to fight. I didn't expect you to return. The rebellious Tribulation Sword Emperor looked at Emperor Hengyu and smiled lightly. Can you truly let go of the duty to protect the common people? If you had not acted against the Jiang family I would not have to make such a choice, Emperor Hengyu replied indifferently, slowly speaking, though I temporarily left the life-forbidden zone I did leave some measures before I departed. If those individuals wish to instigate a dark upheaval at this opportunity it is nearly impossible. Is that so? Then I can rest assured. The rebellious Tribulation Sword Emperor smiled lightly. The ancestor of the Jiang family snorted coldly and said, stop putting on a facade of compassion. If you do not give the Jiang family a satisfactory explanation Lingjun's fate will be yours. The rebellious Tribulation Sword Emperor nodded and a strand of divine thought entered the foreheads of Emperor Hengyu and the ancestor. In an instant the two exchanged glances, their expressions surprised. It seems my explanation is quite satisfactory to both of you. Then I will rely on the Jiang family. After speaking the rebellious Tribulation Sword Emperor turned and stepped into the void, vanishing in an instant. Subsequently the ancestor walked towards the array platform reflecting the heavens, casually repairing the shattered corner. His figure was reflected in all realms. In the Golden Age the path to the Emperor is reopened with countless opportunities if the Jiang family will not monopolize. From this day forth the Jiang family will host a conference of the celestial talents from all realms, whether from the Yanfu Great World or the lower realm. Celestial beauties, those with excellent qualifications and outstanding appearances regardless of their background or race, may participate. If they can catch the eyes of our family's imperial son, not only will they gain a chance for bloodline elevation, but their entire faction will also become kin to the Jiang family, receiving protection and generous betrothal gifts. Additionally, among the allied factions one more person can be selected to receive fortune and bloodline elevation. This statement stirred a massive wave. As soon as this was announced, the entire Yanfu Great World erupted once again. The Taihuang Celestial Dynasty and the Tai Xian Immortal Sect, who had risked everything to be enemies with the Jiang family, desperately sought to seize what the Jiang family had just offered. As long as the sent celestial beauties could catch Jiang Yuan's attention, not only could they cling to the Jiang family's powerful support, but their own faction's prodigies would also qualify for elevation to the Sacred Body. The Sacred Body. A Ancient Millennium supreme talent, at least possessing the prowess of a quasi-emperor. In this moment the leaders of various factions had their eyes reddened, their minds fixated on three matters: marriage. Marriage. Still it's marriage. Meanwhile, in one of the 9 life-forbidden zones, the Wanlin Cave, a pair of dark deep eyes suddenly opened in the endless darkness. In the forbidden zone of life, the Wanlin Cave. In the endless darkness a massive jade-like skeleton lay across the underground cavern, exuding a chilling aura of calamity. Within a floating giant coffin a pair of dark eyes slowly opened. The desolate and ancient aura of dominance began to disperse. The Qilin Ancient Emperor. Once a supreme powerhouse who suppressed an entire era, now he lay in slumber after taking his own life. After countless years of deep slumber, waiting for a chance. At this moment his eyes seemed to pierce through the void, seeing the chaotic celestial ranking hanging high above the heavens. The era of golden prosperity has come earlier than expected. A hoarse growl echoed from within the coffin, carrying a chilling coldness. I have slept for many years, and upon awakening, I never imagined that the once feeble small force has now grown to such an extent. 6 emperors. Such combat strength made him feel somewhat challenged. Moreover, Emperor Hengyu was at the peak of his power. In contrast, the Qilin Ancient Emperor not only saw his realm decline but also had lost most of his own strength after years of slumber. To seize that opportunity in this era of golden prosperity, a dark upheaval must be instigated to accumulate sufficient power and return to the peak. Issue my command. The Qilin Ancient Emperor's gaze sharpened as he spoke solemnly. Awaken all powerhouses above the great sage level within the Wanlin Cave to discuss strategies here. We must initiate the next dark upheaval within a century. I will make all races in the world recognize who is the true master of this realm. In the forbidden zone of life, the Demon Suppression Ridge. This is a desolate expanse devoid of light where black stone tablets stand tall as far as the eye can see. The mountains and plains resemble a purgatory. Beneath every demon suppression tablet lies a stunning powerhouse that has shocked the myriad realms. At the deepest part of the Demon Suppression Ridge there stands a towering stone tablet carved with mysterious and intricate Tao patterns, exuding an eerie aura. The unchanging Demon Suppression Ridge suddenly saw the massive stone tablet collapse with a thunderous crash. A dried-up hand emerged from the blackened earth. That hand bore no flesh, only skin covered in mysterious runes tightly adhering to the bones. Chaos Blue Lotus Sacred Body. Pure glazed sword heart. A hoarse and sinister voice emerged from beneath the blackened earth, laced with contempt. The 10,000 paths desiring immortal sacred body. How many millennia has it been since it has been this lively? The Jiang family. Even 6 emperors may not sleep soundly. The hand pushed aside the blackened earth as the demon king of the suppression slowly stood up, wrapped in black shrouds. The massive black stone tablet beside him emitted a dim light, shrinking to palm size and landing in the demon king's grasp. A pair of eerie eyes peered out from the gaps of the shroud, gazing at the countless black stone tablets below the Demon Suppression Ridge. Old mates, it's time to wake up. Regardless of whether we were enemies or friends in the past, in this life, I will lead you all back to the world, allowing those ants who consider themselves masters of the realm to see just how ridiculous their actions truly are. As he spoke, the earth beneath countless black stone tablets began to tremble. Everything happening within the forbidden zone of life was unknown to the outside world. Currently all factions in the Yanfu world were focused on the Jiang family. In the southern domain at Xianyuan Tomb, a handsome man in white looked down at a group of enchanting women and admonished, "Listen well, this time we go to the Jiang family not to fight and kill but to showcase your charm. Once you meet the Jiang family's young master, display all your unique skills. Whether it be the heavenly fox seduction technique or the harmonious heart method, everything is aimed at enticing Jiang Wuhan. As long as one can climb into the young master's bed, they will instantly be enshrined as our clan's holy maiden and gain the qualification to enter the sacred land to receive the holy immortal inheritance. However, if I find out that anyone holds back, there will be no mercy. Upon hearing this, the faces of the enchanting women were filled with excitement. They were confident that no one in this world understood how to seduce men better than they did. At this moment someone asked, "Clan leader, isn't Tutu coming along this time?" "That girl may have talent, but her nature is pure and she is completely ignorant of matters of love." The man in white waved his hand. "Clan leader, how do we know if we don't try? Since it's Jiang Wuhan, what woman hasn't he seen before? Perhaps he is tired of the flashy ones and might like someone pure and innocent. Bring her along. Even if she doesn't get chosen, it would be good for her to gain some experience." In the northern domain at the 10,000 Desires Holy Sect. In a hall filled with the fragrance of spring, the sect leader by Nikhang donned light gauze, her exquisite figure barely visible beneath the nearly transparent fabric. In front of her several stunning women lounged casually on the cushions amidst the hall's opulence. "You are all disciples I have meticulously trained over the years and have inherited my true teachings. Now that the Jiang family is gathering partners for the young master, I have already lost my virginity and cannot participate in this matter. You will represent the 10,000 Desires Holy Sect. Whoever can win Jiang Wuhan will become the next sect leader of the 10,000 Desires Holy Sect." At the Prajna sect at the Great Thunder Sound Monastery. As a holy land in the minds of the myriad world's practitioners, it was now in utter chaos. Dozens of Buddhas and holy monks disregarded their status and dignity, crowding around an ethereal and stunning nun, endlessly persuading her. "Ling Ran, you grew up in the pure land, deeply immersed in Buddhist teachings. You should understand the principle of if I do not enter hell, who will?" Back then the Buddha showed compassion and fed flesh to the eagles. Now the Jiang family's young master is a person of destiny. If you have a connection with him and can become his partner, it would not only be a tremendous fortune for you personally but also an excellent opportunity for the prosperity of our Buddhist sect. In the Pure Land there is a joyful Zen method that seeks to achieve the supreme state of being desireless and empty of all forms through great joy and great sorrow. I see that your bones are extraordinary, making you a perfect candidate for practicing this method. Take the scriptures to the Jiang family, consider it as subduing demons and eliminating evil. For the eternal foundation of the Buddhist sect, is it not worth sacrificing a little appearance? What concerns do you still have? Listening to their words, Yilingren's face turned red, both embarrassed and angry. As a holy maiden of the Buddhist sect, she had always kept her heart pure and distanced herself from men. Yet for the sake of a potential holy body from the Prajna sect, these usually esteemed elders were willing to sacrifice their dignity. Talking about feeding flesh to eagles, subduing demons. She really wanted to refuse. But when she saw the eager gaze of her master and the chaotic celestial ranking hanging outside the hall, she ultimately compromised. "Disciple, I accept the command." In the Taihuang celestial dynasty, beneath the Wudong tree at the ancestral land, the spirit monarch was defeated, and although he did not perish, his main body was severely injured and his consciousness connecting to the outside world dissipated. Simultaneously, the backing king Mu Qiling was gravely injured and on the verge of death, and all the royal powerhouses heading to the Jiang family had their cultivation suppressed by one realm. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow for the Taihuang celestial dynasty. Mu Qian Zhao knelt beneath the Wudong tree, his face full of regret. As the first force to propose a marriage alliance with the Jiang family, the Taihuang celestial dynasty had the timing on their side, and they could have used this opportunity to rise further, yet now they had squandered a good hand. Looking across the entire celestial dynasty, besides the slumbering spirit monarch, the strongest now was unexpectedly the Empress Su Lingxi. What a disgrace! If it weren't for that girl Huang Er. Mu Qian Zhao muttered. Suddenly he realized something. Huang Er. Yes, to untie the bell one must tie it. If she can bow her head and apologize to the Jiang family's young master and become his partner, the Taihuang celestial dynasty could not only become kin with the Jiang family, gaining their protection, but perhaps the dynasty could also gain another holy body. Upon thinking of this, a glimmer of light appeared in Mu Qian Zhao's dim eyes. Come here. Immediately go summon the princess, I have important matters to discuss with her. The rise and fall of the Taihuang celestial dynasty depend entirely on her. In the Jiang family's DZ hall. Tracing back to when the Hengyu emperor severed a layer of cultivation from everyone, Mu Linger stepped into the hall. Before Jiang Wuhan could react, she embraced him, tightly pressing him against her chest in a gesture of overwhelming affection. Lin Qingya and the others were startled, instinctively rising to their feet, their gazes toward Mu Linger now filled with caution. Only Qi Mengyao bowed respectfully saying Master. Mengyao, you're here too. Mu Linger nodded slightly then looked at the women with a warm smile. No need to be formal, please sit. Little Wuhan, it's been so long, have you missed your mother? Mu Linger reached out to pinch Jiang Yuan's cheek, her beautiful eyes brimming with tenderness. Mother. Jiang Wuhan looked awkwardly at Mu Linger, who appeared even younger than himself. Just then the Queen Mother of the West entered the hall from outside chuckling. Linger, little Wuhan has grown up now. You can't treat him like a child in front of his young Dao companions. Senior sister. Mu Linger released Jiang Wuhan and took the Queen Mother's hand. Thank you for looking after little Wuhan while I was away. I didn't do much. Little Wuhan's achievements today are all thanks to the blessings of the Jiang ancestors, and his own determination. The Queen Mother spoke with heartfelt relief. Senior sister, you just said. Little Wuhan's Dao companions. Are all of these? Mu Linger looked at Lin Xingya and the others, pleased with each one. Finally her gaze settled on the only one she recognized, Qi Mengyao, and she smiled radiantly. This child hasn't learned much else, but he's certainly inherited his father's youthful charm. Mengyao, you'll need to keep him in line from now on. Master, the Imperial Prince and I are not yet. Qi Mengyao blushed, lowering her head shyly. They are the prince's Dao companions. Suddenly the atmosphere in the hall grew awkward. Seeing this, the Queen Mother quickly mediated, though not yet, it will be soon. Master. Qi Mengyao chided, her cheeks flushed. Just then Jiang Wuhan suddenly stood up and said, Mother, Sister Yun. Where is the primogenitor now? When I came over, the Hengyu Emperor and the Jiang primogenitor had just dispersed the people from the Tai Xian Immortal Sect and the Tai Phoenix Immortal Dynasty. They should be at your family's illuminating all heavens array platform. The Queen Mother explained. At the mention of the primogenitor, the hall's atmosphere grew heavy. Mu Linger's expression turned guilty as she sighed softly. Little Wuhan, this is your father's and my fault. If we had returned earlier from the life-forbidden zone, the primogenitor wouldn't have had to break out of his sealed slumber. Once the divine source seal was broken, the frozen time within the primogenitor's body began to flow again. Unless he broke through a cultivation realm in a short time, he couldn't avoid the fate of depleted lifespan and dying like a guttering lamp. I have a way to save the primogenitor. Jiang Wuhan quickly interjected, his face filled with urgency. Mother, Sister Yun, let's go to the array platform. The two women exchanged glances. Though unsure what Jiang Wuhan was planning, time was pressing, so they had to try any hope, no matter how slim. They each took one of Jiang Wuhan's arms and with a single step, shrinking the earth into inches, they arrived in an instant beside the illuminating all heavens array platform. At that moment the primogenitor was descending from the platform, giving final instructions to the four elders and the Hengyu Emperor. The scene was emotional when Jiang Wuhan arrived and shouted, Primogenitor, I have a way to extend your lifespan. Jiang Qitian paused, a glint of relief in his old cloudy eyes. Little Wuhan, I appreciate your kindness. But I know my own condition better than anyone. After being sealed in divine source for countless ages, this body is already worn and broken. Even if I found the legendary immortal elixir, it would be hard to prolong my life. I must take the Starfire Soothe Heaven banner to the life-forbidden zone while my essence hasn't scattered to burn brightly in my final glory, and drag a few ancient emperors from the forbidden zone down with me. That way I can ease some pressure for your father. Jiang Qitian waved his hand, summoning the Starfire Soothe Heaven banner from afar, his expression solemn. When I fall, this banner will return to the Jiang family on its own. It'll leave my lifelong cultivation imprinted within it as a divine thought. Little Wuhan. Pass it on to a worthy descendant of the Jiang bloodline. Primogenitor, please don't speak of life and death so lightly. I recall you are the myriad phenomena returned to origin, sacred body ranked 18th on the Chaos Heavenly Roll. Though a top sacred body, it is not the ultimate one. Lin Xingzhong took out the Essence Saint Pill from his bosom and presented it to Jiang Qitian. If you take this Essence Saint Pill and advance to the ultimate sacred body, you might break through a realm before your lifespan runs out. A single breakthrough at the Imperial realm can grant an additional 100,000 years of longevity. Jiang Yuan's words struck the hearts of all present. The Hengyu Emperor had already learned about the system from the elders, and with his imperial insight readily accepted the concept of heaven's favor. Now everyone's gaze converged on the Essence Saint Pill, a priceless treasure capable of creating an ultimate sacred. Jiang Qiatan was silent for a long time, then gently pushed the pill back. No, Little Wuhan, this pill is too precious. I have less than 3 days of life remaining. Even if I become an ultimate sacred body, the chance of breaking through an imperial realm in 3 days is slim. Don't waste resources. Keep it for someone more deserving. Or give it to your father. If he becomes an ultimate sacred body, it would be a tremendous boon for both the family and all humanity. Jiang Qitian urged. Primogenitor, though the essence saint pill is precious, it's merely a consumable resource, its value cannot compare to yours. If I obtained one, I can get more. Jiang Wuhan met his gaze, desperation in his eyes. Even if there's only the slightest chance, I'm willing to stake this pill for your glimmer of hope. Please, primogenitor, take the essence saint pill, break through a realm and lead the Jiang family forward for another 100,000 years. Jiang Wuhan fell to his knees, shouting with all his might. At these words, all the Jiang family members present knelt down, crying out, please primogenitor, take the essence saint pill. Jiang Qitian watched the scene, his eyes filled with deep relief and emotion. Such young scions of the family were worth protecting with his life. Little Wuhan, and all of you, rise. I will give it my all. Jiang Qitian took the essence saint pill and swallowed it. In the next moment a torrent of power exploded within his body. Even beings of imperial might grimaced in pain under its force. Though filled with worry, those around were forced to step back lest they disturb the primogenitor's breakthrough. Strands of white light emerged from Jiang Qitian's form, cracking like a spiderweb. With a low roar, a barrier seemed to shatter and a new power slowly awakened. In an instant the white light transformed into a rainbow surging skyward. Golden lotuses blossomed beneath Jiang Qitian's seated form. Tao transforming into golden lotuses, unity of heaven and man. Seeing this, all present were overjoyed. This is the legendary Tao unity sacred body. The Tao follows nature, myriad paths converge into one. An ultimate sacred body on par with the Chaos Azure Lotus sacred body, even surpassing it in some aspects, rivaling the mythical Tao body. He made it. The primogenitor succeeded. The elders recognized the Tao unity sacred body at once, their joy unrestrained. With the Tao unity sacred body, the primogenitor may yet break through an imperial realm within 3 days, the Hengyu emperor said calmly. But before his words faded, the golden lotuses around Jiang Qitian bloomed fully and he entered a state of enlightenment. The laws of heaven and earth descended upon him, pouring into his mind like a baptism. The shackles of a realm sealed for endless ages loosened. Jiang Qitian stepped into the third level of the imperial realm. As he slowly opened his eyes, Jiang Wuhan and the others hurried forward. Primogenitor, you've broken through. Wonderful. A single imperial realm breakthrough adds 100,000 years of life. Within these 100,000 years the Jiang family will have at least 2 grand emperors at their peak. And the primogenitor's cultivation is at the 3rd level, true imperial pinnacle. They exclaimed in delight. Jiang Qitian smiled and waved a hand, saying calmly, it's not 100,000 years. Heaven is impartial, sealing oneself in divine source to delay aging is already a shortcut. Now even with the breakthrough I've only gained a few thousand years. Hearing this they couldn't help but feel disappointed. A few thousand years was all too brief for an imperial powerhouse. That's fine. Now that the primogenitor has awakened the Tao unity sacred body, a few thousand years is enough to break through several more realms. As long as cultivation keeps rising, living on, even achieving immortality, is possible. Jiang Wuhan comforted him with a smile. Jiang Qitian shook his head with a bitter smile. It's not that easy. The 3rd imperial realm is the peak. Beyond that lies the legendary heavenly emperor. The gap between the 3rd and 4th realms is not just one level, it's the chasm between Grand Emperor and Heavenly Emperor. How many ages has it been since a Heavenly Emperor was born in this world? Jiang Qitian was resigned to this. He turned to Jiang Wuhan and slowly bowed. Startled, Jiang Wuhan said, Primogenitor, you mustn't. Ancestor, I am but a junior, how can I accept such a grand gesture from you? The Hengyu Emperor hurriedly interjected. Jiang Qitian glanced at the Hengyu Emperor and said calmly, I am bowing to little Wuhan, stay out of it. Without him I would now be in the 10,000 Kirin cave, burning brightly in my final glory to fight the Kirin ancient emperor to the death. Little Wuhan gave me a second chance at life. Whatever he desires I will surely grant. Jiang Qitian looked at Jiang Wuhan, his face full of affection. Primogenitor, there is something urgent that would be perfect if you handled it personally. Jiang Wuhan said quickly. Oh. Jiang Qitian asked with interest. What is it? Protecting our own. Jiang Wuhan's lips curled into a smile. Corpse Soul Hall Talisman Soul Sect. It's time to settle the score. In the northern region the Talisman Soul Sect stood as an insignificant minor sect within the vast Yanfu Great World. Its highest combat power barely reached the Saint Realm. Whether the chaotic heavenly ranking manifested or the Golden Age arrived, it seemed utterly unrelated to them. This seemingly reclusive minor sect however colluded with heretical cultivators, casually consuming the souls of millions of lower realm beings to cultivate refined talismans and forge artifacts. Their sins towered to the heavens, their iniquities overflowed. Worse still, the Talisman Soul sect had assisted the heretics of the Corpse Soul Hall in traveling through the northern reception platform to reach the Lotus of Creation realm. Had Jiang Wuhan not been cautious, leaving Elder Luo Feng and a few others to guard the Three Lives Pavilion, the entire small world would have faced utter annihilation. At this moment two figures appeared silently above the Talisman Soul sect. Jiang Qitian gazed down at the sect below and could not help but furrow his brow. Indeed, a group of soul-refining heretics hidden so deeply. Had little Wuhan not discovered them in time, countless lower realm beings would have perished at their hands. Jiang Qitian sighed softly, then frowned. However, these heretics are weak if the strongest is merely at the Saint realm. Why did you need me to make this trip personally? Ancestor, this journey is not merely about slaying demons and eradicating evil, its primary purpose is to establish authority. Jiang Wuhan looked down with a solemn expression. The Talisman Soul sect, as an accomplice in the attempt to destroy the Three Lives Pavilion, will have the Jiang family's great emperor personally intervene on behalf of the Three Lives Pavilion. The world will clearly see our family's commitment and protection for our marital kin. There is no need for further words. As for the Corpse Soul Hall, I have already asked the second elder to lead clan experts to the Lotus of Creation realm to retrieve people, with Pengju guiding them to the Tsangshuan realm. The Tsangshuan realm as a middle thousand world cannot withstand the descent of a great emperor. Our Jiang family has dispatched a peak 9th heavenly layer quasi-emperor enough to showcase our resolve and strength and protection. Whether the Corpse Soul Hall or the Talisman Soul sect, they now serve but one purpose: to establish authority. Jiang Wuhan explained. You little rascal, you've thought it through quite thoroughly. Jiang Qitian nodded, his eyes filled with reassurance. Just then a cultivator from the Talisman Soul sect noticed their presence. A heretic at the Divine Martial realm flew through the air gripping a soul-summoning banner and bellowed, "Who are you daring to trespass into the Talisman Soul sect?" Perfect timing, the sect leader's soul-guiding bell still lacks a few main souls. You've delivered yourselves right to us. With that the heretic waved the banner, and instantly the surroundings grew dark as a legion of ghosts came forth. Yet just as the hundreds of malevolent spirits approached within a few feet of the two, they vanished like moths diving into a red-hot branding iron, dissolving into wisps of black smoke. Only then did the heretic realize the terror of his foes. Before he could kneel and beg for mercy, Jiang Qitian with a mere thought caused the heretic to explode into a mist of blood. The accursed soul-summoning banner was shattered as well. Ancestor, let us begin. Jiang Wuhan produced a recording stone transmitting the scene here to the formation platform that reflected the heavens in the Jiang family. Jiang Qitian nodded, slowly extending his hand and pressing down upon the void below. In an instant the great power of the four directions converged into a hand that blotted out the sky, descending with imperial might, crushing down upon the Talisman Soul sect. In the next moment the entire space occupied by the sect was utterly destroyed, the void collapsed and everything within was ground to nothing. In less than a breath the heretical sect was razed, not even a blade of grass remained. Is that enough? Jiang Qitian asked calmly. Jiang Wuhan nodded and smiled lightly. Enough. My thanks to the ancestor. Now it is up to the second elder and the others. Meanwhile in the Tsangshuan realm at the Corpse Soul Hall. Ever since Pengju had left, the demonic lord of refining heaven had felt increasingly uneasy. Despite repeatedly contacting Pengju via recording stone and receiving the reply, "All is well, I am rebuilding the lineage," he still could not rest easy. Until one day countless experts flew through the skies and descended upon the Corpse Soul Hall. The leader exuded an aura as deep as an abyss, as vast as an ocean, holding a blood-red longsword like a god of slaughter descending to the mortal world. Even though the demonic lord of refining heaven was the most powerful being in the Tsangshuan realm, before this man he felt like an ant gazing upon the vast heavens. By Jiang Linyuan's side stood a familiar figure, Pengju. Pengju, what is the meaning of this? The demonic lord of refining heaven's face darkened as he demanded. Pengju curled his lips into a sycophantic servile smirk. Hall Lord, didn't expect it, did you? I've betrayed you again. Before he could finish, Jiang Linyuan casually obliterated him. Pengju, as one of the three corpse elders of the Corpse Soul Hall, had stained his hands with the blood of countless innocents. His sins were unforgivable. He had been kept alive only to lead the way. Now Jiang Linyuan looked down and pronounced his verdict. The Corpse Soul Hall is cruel and tyrannical, oppressing the people, turning the Tsangshuan realm into a den of heretical cultivators, and colluding with the heretics of the upper realm Talisman Soul sect in an attempt to dominate the 3,000 small worlds. Their crimes run deep, unforgivable by heaven and earth. By the order of the Jiang family's imperial son and in the name of the Three Lives Pavilion we shall annihilate the Corpse Soul Hall and purge the heretics from the Tsangshuan realm. Slay. The moment the word rang out, Jiang Linyuan struck with his sword. The demonic lord of refining heaven watched the world-ending blow descend. His shock and terror reached their peak. He had roamed the Tsangshuan realm for over 10,000 years, never had he imagined that an insignificant Three Lives Pavilion could provoke a leviathan like the Jiang imperial clan. But now words were useless. The full-force strike of a peak ninth heavenly layer quasi-emperor slew the demonic lord of refining heaven, destroyed countless heretics within the Corpse Soul Hall, and even shattered the world's origin of the Tsangshuan realm. The Tsangshuan realm had become utterly corrupted into a realm of heretics. From the decrepit elderly to children barely able to walk, all were heretics nurtured by the Corpse Soul Hall. This middle thousand world had rotted through completely. Only by shattering and reshaping it could redemption come. This scene, along with Jiang Qitian's annihilation of the Talisman Soul sect with a single gesture, spread through the myriad worlds. Countless cultivators witnessing these events were immensely shaken. The Jiang family's ancestor broke his seal and emerged. Not only did he not fall, but he has grown even more formidable. Such momentum, he may have already stepped into the peak of the great emperor realm. How terrifying. The Jiang family now possesses 6 great emperors, and among them 2 are in their prime. How do you know the remaining 4 self-sealed great emperors are not also in their prime? A great emperor personally took action to eliminate a minor heretical force in the northern region just to show support for the Three Lives Pavilion in the lower realm. They dispatched the Jiang family's second elder, who is among the top echelon below the great emperors, to personally head to the middle thousand world below, not only annihilating the Corpse Soul Hall but even the entire Tsangshuan realm could not escape. Killing with ruthless decisiveness, eradicating the roots, such boldness from the Jiang family. There may be another reason for destroying the Tsangshuan realm. Remember, the Lotus of Creation realm where the ancestors originated is but a small world. No matter how many resources are poured in, the number of middle thousand worlds is fixed at 3,000. Only by destroying one middle thousand world can the Lotus of Creation realm have the chance to elevate into a new middle thousand world. This is paving the way for the Lotus of Creation realm's ascension. If partners from a small world are doted on like this, imagine the saintesses from the great worlds. The imperial son is so domineering, I like it. You call that like? I'm too embarrassed to expose you. You're just coveting his great power. How lowly. A woman may be poor, but she shouldn't sell herself. If the price is right, that's love. In an instant all the major forces across the Yanfu great world sprang into action. Saintesses, divine maidens, Buddhist maidens and princesses who had normally hidden deeper than the deep now surged forth like a bustling market, one after another heading to the Jiang family. They claimed it was for the sake of discussing the Tao. As for what Tao they discussed, never mind that. Inside the side hall of the imperial son's residence, Jiang Wuhan enjoyed the leg and shoulder massages from the ancestors in Qishue and Nsisi. Watching the scenes reflected in the magic mirror placed beside the bed, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Brother-in-law, are you really going to take so many Tao companions? Nsisi whispered softly as she gently kneaded his back. What? Worried that you won't receive my favor in the future? Jiang Wuhan caught her small hand and gently stroked it. Nsisi's pretty face flushed and she lowered her head in silence. And Qishue, while helping rub his legs, chuckled. Husband, Sisi is worried about your health. Before she finished, Jiang Wuhan grabbed her arm and pulled her into his embrace. Don't worry. Even if I take other Tao companions later, my affection for you two will never diminish by even a fraction. Jiang Wuhan drew Nsisi into his arms as well and whispered tenderly in both sisters' ears, until you both conceive children I will keep favoring you. At these words the sisters' faces turned so red they seemed ready to drip. Do I have to conceive too? Nsisi lowered her head, her small face nearly buried in her chest. Yes. Jiang Wuhan nodded, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. But before that I want to try some new games. He reached out and drew the bed curtains. The figures of Qishue and Nsisi slowly embraced each other. The dissolution of the chaos heavenly rankings heralds the true beginning of the golden era. The entire Yanfu great world has become lively. Various forces have dispatched their powerful cultivators to escort the exceptional young women of the heavens to the Jiang family in the eastern region to participate in the Grand Conference of Heavenly Talents. The outskirts of the Jiang family have transformed into the most bustling marketplace in the entire Yanfu great world. Carriages pulled by strange beasts, warships of celestial vessels, various exquisite flying treasures and ancient battle chariots passed down through families all crowded the outskirts, creating a scene where not even a drop of water could leak through. Such a grand spectacle resembled the legendary gathering of myriad immortals, attracting countless onlookers. Look. That is the Jade Emperor's celestial carriage from the G family. Even the beasts pulling the carriage are saint-level jade dragons. With such a grand display, it must be that the head of the G family personally escorts the G family's imperial daughter. And there is the Xian bird's carriage from the Yaoqi sacred land. The wife of Emperor Hengyu was once a holy maiden of Yaoqi, and the Jiang family has deep ties with the Yaoqi sacred land. If they can form a union, these two great forces will become the strongest allies. The Tianhu clan from Xianyuan Grave has also arrived. It is said that every woman of the Tianhu clan is as beautiful as a celestial maiden possessing an innate allure. If one could gain their affection, life would have no regrets. However, the women of the Tianhu clan never marry outside their clan. This time, perhaps an exception will be made. That Buddha's light-shining celestial vessel. Doesn't it look just like the blissful celestial ship of the Prajna sect from the western region? Isn't this a matchmaking event? What are a bunch of bald monks doing here? Aren't they supposed to be ascetics entirely detached from worldly affairs? Detached, my foot. The Prajna sect practices joyous Zen more dazzling than your tricks. They are probably here to escort the Buddha girl. Ling Ran, the one with the pure forgetting body, ranked 62nd in the Chaos Heavenly rankings. With such a heavenly talent from the Buddhist sect, do those old monks really intend to let her return to the secular world? As for Buddhist matters, can that be called returning to the secular world? That is called Buddha's grace. Look. That is the royal banner of the Taihuang celestial dynasty. How dare they show their faces here? I have never seen such shameless people. Countless spectators were marveling at this unseen-a-lifetime spectacle, expressing their astonishment. Those haughty sacred lands, immortal family, celestial dynasties and sects that usually hold themselves in high regard have almost all arrived at the Yanfu Great World. Under the protection of their elders, a group of exceptional young women entered in succession. With their grace and beauty, they all shared a common goal at this moment, the myriad desires for the immortal sacred body Jiang Wuhan. By clinging to this great benefactor, one would find their journey through the opportunities and crises of the golden era exceedingly smooth. Jiang Lintian watched the bustling scene, observing the once aloof powerful figures displaying flattering smiles. He felt a surge of emotions. He understood that Yuan's plan had succeeded. Although the process was somewhat bumpy, the commotion caused by several short-sighted forces had instead established their authority. The results achieved were beyond expectations. With 6 emperors stationed and 2 of the current peak emperors present, such combat power was enough to keep any force clear-headed and engage in calm discussions. Even begging to send their own heavenly women to the Jiang family. Lintian, long time no see. At this moment a soft and melodious voice soothing to the bone wafted through the air. Not far away, Bai Nishang, adorned in a purple dress, approached gracefully and alluringly. Behind her followed 4 charming young girls, appearing innocent, yet each smile and frown exuded a captivating allure. The people from the Wanyu sacred sect have arrived. Jiang family head, it has been a long time. A handsome young man in white followed closely, accompanied by a dozen elegantly charming girls from the Fox clan. The clan leader of the Tianhu, Huing Jun. Unlike the alluring charm of the Wanyu sacred sect, the Tianhu clan's allure is innate, with all their methods being naturally gifted. As their eyes met, both revealed expressions of disdain. White friend, Hu clan leader, how have you been? Jiang Lintian smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. At this moment his gaze was suddenly drawn to a young girl behind Huing Jun. She wore a white fur dress with bright eyes and white teeth exuding an outstanding aura. Her cute and charming appearance combined with an innate allure created a stark contrast with the innocence and confusion reflected in her eyes, enhancing her captivating charm. Hu clan leader, this must be the 9-turned celestial fox body of the Tianhu clan, Hu Tutu, right? Jiang Lintian inquired with a smile. As soon as he spoke, several girls from the Fox clan made way and Hu Tutu stepped forward, bowing respectfully, her voice melodious. Tutu pays respects to the Jiang family head. Haha, no need for formality, please come in. Jiang Lintian assessed her once more, nodding in satisfaction. This mix of innocence and desire, coupled with the strength of the 9-turned celestial fox body, would surely please Wuhan. At this moment Bai Nishang pouted and said, displeased, a bunch of flirtatious foxes, usually pretending to be aloof, but now they come crawling to cling to the celestial youth of the human race. The Fox clan members paused, their expressions revealing displeasure. Seeing this, Jiang Lintian immediately reprimanded, white friend, all guests are welcome. The Jiang family treats the Wanyu sacred sect and the Tianhu clan equally. Since you have entered the Jiang family, you must abide by the rules of the Jiang family. Bai Nishang rolled her eyes at him, exuding charm, as she said, you heartless one, back when you were deceiving me you called me little sweetie. Now that you see someone younger, the newcomer surpasses the old, and you call me white friend. These 4 are all my direct disciples, yet you don't even say you will look after them. Your mind is full of vixens and little vixens. I mean, there are no good men. As she spoke, everyone around perked up their ears, the surrounding noise quieting significantly, fearing they might miss out on an important plot point. Jiang Lintian felt embarrassed, stammering, White friend, this matter still needs to be deliberated. Then he glanced at Jiang Lintian Zhan and Jiang Lintian Yuan beside him and urged, Elders, why are you still dazed? Hurry and take the friends from the sacred sect to the Maple Forest Hall to rest. Ladies, please follow this old man. Jiang Lintian Zhan looked at the 4 female disciples of the Wanyu sacred sect, smiling calmly. Jiang Lintian looked at Bai Nishang, who remained in place speechless. I mean, you are supposed to take care of me. What does it mean to leave one behind? Bai Nishang's lips curled slightly as she linked arms with Jiang Lintian. Jiang Lintian felt numb all over and immediately compromised, saying, I will send the information about your 4 disciples to the Imperial Hall for priority review by the Imperial Son. But whether the Imperial Son will take a liking to them I cannot decide. Thank you, Jiang family head. Bai Nishang's eyes sparkled with joy as she leaned over to whisper gently in his ear, tonight let you sleep. After saying this, she followed Jiang Lintian Zhan away. Jiang Lintian secretly thought demon while facing the unusual gazes of the guests with an awkward expression. Just then a dignified voice resounded, Jiang family head, how have you been lately? Not far away a graceful figure clad in a phoenix crown and silk robes approached, escorting a young girl in red amidst a throng of powerful court figures. Su Lingxi. Mu Fenghuang. People from the Taihuang celestial dynasty, how did they get here? I heard that this Mu Fenghuang first had delusions of grandeur, rejecting the proposal of the Jiang family's imperial son, claiming that he was trash unworthy of her. A few days ago the Taihuang celestial dynasty even attacked the Jiang family, attempting to seize people, nearly costing the life of the Jiang family's ancestor. Heavens, what kind of skin do these people have to come to the Jiang family after making such a ruckus? If it were me, I would have long since found a crack in the ground to hide in. The surrounding crowd murmured while Mu Fenghuang's face flushed red as she lowered her head, trailing behind Su Lingxi. In contrast, Su Lingxi remained calm, ignoring the surrounding voices. This palace comes with my daughter uninvited. I hope the Jiang family head will not take offense. Su Lingxi smiled lightly. Jiang Lintian maintained his smile but replied flatly, all guests are welcome. Please proceed to the Maple Forest Hall for a brief rest. Thank you. Su Lingxi nodded, hurrying away with Mu Fenghuang. Observing their retreating figures, Jiang Lintian Yuan could not help but frown and said, family head, why did you let the people from the Taihuang celestial dynasty in? Not to mention the fact that they attacked the Jiang family a few days ago, but just the initial visit to the Taihuang celestial dynasty, that girl repeatedly belittled little Wuhan. For this reason alone they should not have been given this opportunity. Jiang Lintian Yuan said indignantly. Jiang Lintian smiled slightly, revealing an interested expression, some matters we can handle for them, but there are things we should not meddle with. Even if we must refuse, it should be done by Wuhan himself. Thinking from another angle, what if Jiang Wuhan actually liked to conquer such an arrogant little princess, punishing and educating her, transforming her into a willing and submissive pet? Second elder, please prepare a dossier and send it to the Imperial Hall for the Imperial Son to review. The guests have not yet arrived in full and you're organizing this now. Do the 4 from the Wanyu sacred sect require special treatment? What do you think? Jiang Lintian glanced at him and sighed. Understood. Jiang Lintian Yuan nodded, revealing a playful smile. In the Imperial Hall within a side chamber, Jiang Wuhan leisurely ate the celestial fruits that Ncc had peeled and delivered to his mouth, enjoying Nkixu's brain cushion wave service while looking at a thick stack of materials in his hand. A playful smile crept onto his lips. Things are getting interesting. Myriad Desires Sacred Sect. Hongmei Zilan Qing Zhu Huang Ju. Mu Fenghuang of the Grand Phoenix Immortal Dynasty has also come. Supreme Mystery Immortal Sect. Su Qingyan. Jiang Wuhan leafed through the documents, a hint of amused smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Qi Shui, what do you think? Husband, I don't know. And Qi Shui said timidly. Don't be afraid, just say whatever comes to mind. There's no outsider here. Jiang Wuhan soothed. And Qi Shui bit her lip lightly and said softly, these materials are incomplete. And they feel rather deliberate. It's like making dumplings just for this vinegar. Go on. Jiang Wuhan nodded. Among the female cultivators mentioned in the documents, aside from the 4 from the Myriad Desires Sacred Sect, the rest are either unremarkable or have grudges with you, husband. Placed together they seem designed specifically to highlight those 4 from the Myriad Desires Sacred Sect. And Qi Shui explained. At this moment Ncc suddenly spoke up. When the second elder delivered the materials earlier, he inadvertently said, I never expected Bai Nishang to be the clan head's mistress. That explains it. Bai Nishang is the current sect master of the Myriad Desires sacred sect. Jiang Wuhan nodded and chuckled lightly. I never asked for these materials. The clan head's extra effort is mostly to do me a favor. Husband, you mean? Mu Qixue asked. The information in the documents is too scant. I must see the actual people to decide. Jiang Wuhan slowly rose and said calmly, if they truly are 4 beauties, taking them all in wouldn't be a bad idea. What if they don't live up to their reputation? And Cece hastily asked. Jiang Wuhan reached out and rubbed her little head smiling, then out of respect for the clan head, I'll keep them. I happen to need 4 maidservants by my side. If you two have nothing else to do, come with me to Maple Grove Hall and pick out your future sisters. With that he put on his robe and walked out of the prince's hall. Maple Grove Hall, a palace transformed from a quasi-emperor artifact, was built specially to host the various factions that came for the Tao discussion. Within lay a hidden universe, radiant divine lights swirling. The main hall was vast, dignified and luxurious like an ethereal fairyland. Now the prodigy female cultivators of various major powers gathered here. Every single one was a peerless beauty of national grace, possessing stunning features and extraordinary talent that drove countless suitors mad. They carried the admonitions and expectations of their elders as they awaited the arrival of that man. For a moment the atmosphere turned subtle. Though they tried hard to maintain composure and pride, the occasional glances toward the hall's entrance betrayed their inner anticipation and tension. The ladies all waited quietly, though there was an exception. If the Jiang family wants a Tao discussion, making so many of us wait for Jiang Wuhan alone, is this their sincerity? A woman clad in white tight-fitting attire with a high ponytail, though dressed in a neutral style, had an impressively voluptuous figure. She crossed her arms, her tone full of resentment. Her name was Jean Liner, the daughter of the Martial War Pavilion's master with an innate war constitution. Though not on the Chaos Heavenly ranking, she was still a renowned prodigy with a divine body. Before she finished speaking, a seductive purple-clad maiden with flowing eyes and a teasing smile curled her thin lips. Sister Liner, why such a big grudge? He is the #1 peerless prodigy on the heavenly ranking and the only bloodline of the current great emperor. Perhaps he's currently indulging in some sister's tender embrace, unable to extricate himself. As soon as Zilan spoke, the 3 sisters of the Myriad Desires sacred sect beside her couldn't help covering their mouths and giggling. Peals of laughter rippled like silver bells. Yet it made many nearby women blush and silently scold them for being improper. A bunch of slutty foxes. Jean Liner spat under her breath. Several fox women nearby frowned and said coldly, fellow cultivator of the Martial War Pavilion, please watch your words. Ba, fellow cultivators do not give rise to anger. Yi Lingran advised. Tisk, why is there a bald donkey? Doesn't she know what this occasion is? Someone muttered. Yi Lingran couldn't help frowning. Who are you calling a bald donkey? My master is a bald donkey, but am not. I have hair. Just as the dispute was ongoing, a clear and cold voice rang out. He's here. The speaker was Su Qingyue, the divine maiden of supreme mystery. She wore a snow-white dress, immaculate and untouched by dust. Sitting in a corner, she resembled a sheathed ancient sword. At first glance she gave an unremarkable and tranquil impression. Only upon closer inspection could one detect the ethereal aura that surrounded her, as if she did not belong to this mortal world. At this moment she slightly raised her eyes and looked outside the great hall. The gazes of the ladies all turned sharply toward that direction. They saw a tall black-robed youth walking with steady, powerful steps like an immortal lord stepping out of a painting, approaching slowly. He was handsome and imposing, exuding the noble aura of a superior. His eyes were deep as an abyss, concealing an unfathomable mystery. Behind him followed 2 stunning beauties, one tall and one small, An Qixue and An Cece. At this moment the entire Maple Grove Hall fell silent. Brother-in-law, there are no maple trees here, so why is it called Maple Grove Hall? And Cece looked up with a naive expression and asked. I originally wanted to name it Maple Grove Evening, which hides a classical illusion. But after all, it is a place of elegance that requires subtlety, so I changed it to Maple Grove Hall. Jiang Wuhan explained. And Cece looked bewildered, and the ladies in the hall seemed half understanding. But their attention was mainly on Jiang Wuhan himself. The gazes of the ladies toward him were filled with scrutiny and curiosity, along with a hint of fervor. Is this the Jiang family's imperial prince? The Myriad Tao Desire immortal sacred body. He looks rather ordinary. How can he be ranked first on the Chaos Heavenly ranking? No, when did he break through to the divine martial realm? I remember when he married the Lin family's concubine-born daughter, he was just a mortal with no cultivation. How long has it been? His cultivation is now higher than mine. No one can go from a mortal to the divine martial realm in such a short time. This man is deeply calculating. Perhaps he has been concealing his true ability all these years. He is clearly here to discuss Tao with us, yet he brought those two sisters from the lower realm. What is that supposed to be? Showing off to us? What kind of look is that? What does he take us for? Goods casually picked off a shelf. The prodigy ladies huddled in twos and threes whispering. Jiang Yuan's divine sense was powerful, he could hear most of what they said. But he paid no heed to their gossip. After entering the hall, he walked straight to the throne crafted from divine source and sat down without hesitation. Jiang Wuhan looked down from his lofty seat at the prodigal female cultivators below, a spring-like smile on his face. Ladies, long time waiting. These frivolous words when spoken by him did not seem rude but instead carried a strange sense of warmth. Simultaneously he swept his gaze over the female cultivators and their information panels appeared one after another. Hong Mei. Score 90. Identity personal disciple of myriad desires sacred sect. Physique proud snow red plum body king body. Measurements 165 centimeters 896092. Rating C. Count 0. Zilon. Score 90. Identity personal disciple of myriad desires sacred sect. Physique snow jade sacred orchid body king body. Measurements 173 centimeters 825694. Rating B. Count 0. Qing Zhu. Score 90. Identity personal disciple of myriad desires sacred sect. Physique domain breaking spirit bamboo body king body. Measurements 168 centimeters 9858102. Rating D. Count 0. Huang Zhu. Score 91. Identity personal disciple of myriad desires sacred sect. Physique marvelous mushroom immortal chrysanthemum body king body. Measurements 158 centimeters 885390. Rating E. Count 0. The 4 connections recommended by Jiang Lintian barely reached the passing line. Especially Huang Zhu, she is an unexpected surprise, small tree bearing big fruit. Jiang Wuhan nodded to himself, then looked at the others. This is... Suddenly Jiang Wuhan was stunned and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Su Qingyue. Score 96. Identity divine maiden of the supreme mystic sect. Physique pure glass sword heart saint physique. Attributes 162 centimeters 9856102. Rank D. Connection count 0. Qi Mengyao. Score 95. Identity sacred maiden of Yaopool. Physique innate Tao embryo divine physique. Attributes 172 centimeters 10858110. Rank E. Connection count 0. The scores of these two had actually changed compared to when he saw their portraits earlier. System can scores actually change? Jiang Wuhui asked. The system score is a comprehensive evaluation based on the female cultivator's current physique disposition state and physical condition. Before the host initiates a courtship, this system will update the score at any time based on the female cultivator's changes, ensuring the host finds a high-quality Tao companion. Real-time updates. That was intriguing. It meant Su Qingyue and Qi Mengyao had recently encountered some events, perhaps obtaining a fortuitous opportunity or experiencing a shift in mindset, that led to a score increase. For Jiang Wuhui this was good news. The higher the score, the more generous the rewards from union and the greater the chance of producing exceptional offspring. Then he continued scanning the others in the hall. Yi Lingran. Score 93. Identity Buddhist maiden of Prajna sect. Physique stainless forgetful dust divine physique. Attributes 165 centimeters 9660100. Rank D. Count 0. GZ. Score 94. Identity imperial maiden of the G clan. Physique purple extremity divine physique. Attributes 160 centimeters 865288. Rank C. Count 0. Hu Tutu. Score 98. Identity young master of the Sky Fox clan. Physique 9 revolutions immortal fox body saint physique. Attributes 176 cm 146 cm 116661086 625680. Rank GA. Count 0. Mu Feng Huang. Score 90. Identity princess of the Supreme Phoenix Dynasty. Physique Phoenix Ultimate Nirvana Saint Physique. Attributes 162 cm 726588. Rank A. Count 0. John Liner. Score 88. Identity Young Master of Martial Combat Pavilion. Physique Innate War Physique Divine Physique. Attributes 166 cm 926298. Rank C. Count 0. As Jiang Wuhui glanced over them he was secretly astonished. These were truly the finely cultivated female prodigies of various major powers, their quality was undeniably high. Especially the young master of the Sky Fox clan whose score reached an astonishing 98. But why does she have two sets of attributes? Jiang Wuhui frowned puzzled. System, is there some mistake? As a 9 revolutions immortal fox body who Tutu possesses immense potential deep within. When she enters the 9 revolutions immortal fox state and unleashes that potential her form also undergoes changes. In her normal state she takes on a youthful figure. A form that transforms at will. 1 Dao companion 2 experiences. This was like pulling the ultimate hidden treasure. The Sky Fox clan really knew how to play. He had to secure her and conduct thorough research. After scanning the hall once more he gained a general understanding of everyone present. Jiang Wuhui cleared his throat and slowly began, "You've all come under the guise of discussions on the Tao, but we all know the true purpose. I've never liked beating around the bush, so we'll speak plainly." He looked at them, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Everyone present perked up their ears, their expressions ranging from tension to anticipation, while some annoyed by Jiang Wuhui's arrogance showed disgust. Yet no one dared to interrupt him. Jiang Wuhui, as the number 1 on the chaotic heavenly ranking, possessing the 10,000 Tao Desire Immortal Saint Physique, every female who unites with me will gain unimaginable benefits. And the bloodline ascension you seek is merely the beginning of these benefits. A path to become a great emperor, a step to soaring success. Even the offspring born will be prodigies rarely seen in 10,000 years. Jiang Wuhui will not only discuss the Tao in this manner, I intend to discuss even more Taos. His voice boomed echoing through the hall. The female prodigies had already witnessed the spectacle of bloodline ascension, but when Jiang Wuhui spoke so bluntly it still provoked resentment in many. What was this? Opening a harem and selecting consorts with such audacity. They had avoided discussing the matter of sharing a husband precisely to preserve their last shred of dignity. But Jiang Wuhui's words tore away that final scrap of decency. He didn't care, however, and continued to watch their reactions with amusement, a smirk curling at his lips. Of course, the fortune of serving this imperial son is not something just anyone can obtain. Only those who pass the trials are qualified to discuss the Tao with this imperial son. The first trial. Jiang Wuhui paused, then raised his hand and pointed at several women. You and you. Your figures are lacking and your appearances unremarkable. This imperial son does not favor you. All of you, eliminated. His words fell like a hammer. The dozen or so female cultivators he pointed at turned pale. At the same time a sharp cry rang out in the hall. Jiang Wuhui, that's enough. Jean Liner stood abruptly, her cool lovely face covered in frost. She pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Wuhui. You go too far. Everyone here is a sacred maiden, divine maiden or imperial maiden of top-tier powers. Yet you treat us like goods to be picked over. Insulting us is to insult the forces behind us. What gives you the right? Jean Liner's words resonated with many, especially those who had just been eliminated. Among them were scions of imperial clans whose ancestors had once become great emperors. As the pride of their factions they carried their own arrogance, which Jiang Wuhui had ruthlessly trampled upon. Sister Liner is right, the imperial son of the Jiang clan has gone too far. We cultivate the Tao to pursue the supreme realm, to prove our Tao and become emperors, to rise above all beings, not to become your tools for lust and reproduction. Even if you are the imperial son of the Jiang clan, such words are an utter humiliation. Voices rose in fury. Several hot-tempered women like Jean Liner even summoned their portable artifacts ready to strike. Jiang Wuhui watched these indignant beauties, but instead of anger a smile spread across his face. This was exactly what he wanted. To become the imperial son's consort of the Jiang clan and obtain supreme fortune, they must abandon their former identities and pride and consider themselves part of the Jiang clan. Otherwise, if they clung to their former pride, even if he nurtured them, they would have no sense of belonging to the Jiang clan. Jiang Wuhui would never waste effort to make a wedding dress for others. Have you all finished your noise? A shout like a thunderclap instantly drowned out the women's voices. These proud daughters had been pampered and spoiled since childhood, and no one had ever raised their voice at them. Now many were cowed by the domineering sound. Only Jean Liner clenched her teeth, refusing to yield. Jiang Wuhui, you must apologize for what you just said, she persisted. Apologize? Then tell me, why should this imperial son listen to you? Jiang Wuhui sneered. Because my strength surpasses yours. Jean Liner released the powerful aura of the 8th level of the divine martial realm and said solemnly, you may be first on the chaotic heavenly ranking, but at the end of the day you're nothing more than a lecher seeking fame. Do you dare fight me? If you lose you'll apologize to us. Jean Liner challenged, her eyes blazing with battle intent. Jiang Wuhui looked at her with contempt. Can you even fight? What use is fighting? In this world you need power and background. Which sect are you from? Jean Liner snorted proudly, young master of martial combat pavilion Jean Liner. If you don't like that just call me young master Jean. I can handle it. Jiang Wuhui sneered, so you're just a small fry. You. Enraged Jean Liner summoned a golden rod, leaped into the air and smashed it toward Jiang Wuhui. Husband. Be careful. And Kixu's heart leaped with alarm. Despite her own weakness she instinctively shielded Jiang Wuhui. The next moment he reached out and pulled her behind him, forming hand seals. Kuan-Peng precious art. Spiritual energy intertwined, manifesting a Kuan-Peng phantom. In that instant the strike arrived. Spiritual energy interweaved, manifesting a giant Kuan phantom. In mid-tumble it transformed into a rock, diving straight toward Jean Liner. In a single exchange the long staff in Jean Liner's hand was directly blasted away and she herself was knocked back, hundreds of Zhang retreating to the entrance of the main hall. The next moment Jiang Wuhan mobilized the power of the Supreme Bone, erupting a temporal fluctuation around his body. Supreme Bone Reincarnation Reverse Flow. With a single finger point a formless halo descended, enveloping Jean Liner. Her exquisite delicate figure shrank visibly at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye Jean Liner turned into a little girl around 10 years old. Her loose white training garb hung slackly on her frame and on her chubby baby face was a fierce yet adorable expression. Bastard. Though Jean Liner was angry she looked more like she was acting cute. She took 2 steps forward but accidentally stepped on the hem of her trailing clothes and fell flat on her face. When she lifted her head tears glistened in her clear eyes. Jiang Wuhan, you. What have you done to me? Change me back at once. Jean Liner bit her sparkling silver teeth, wearing an aggrieved expression. This look was much more endearing than before. I still say. On what grounds? Jiang Wuhan looked down upon the crowd with a disdainful gaze. Anyone who steps into the Jiang family and wishes to receive the fortune I bestow must follow my rules. Don't give me your pride and principles. In the Jiang family. My rules are the rules. Jiang Wuhan's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. His peripheral vision swept over Jean Liner and he said in a deep voice, those who do not wish to follow the rules can leave now. Once you leave this hall, whatever you do I will no longer interfere. You can give up, I don't care. But don't regret it. Though Jiang Wuhan's words were harsh, they were the truth. This Dao discussion assembly was not the Jiang family begging to form marriage alliances with various powers, but rather these women desperately vying to become Jiang Wuhan's Dao companion. As long as they possessed the qualification to discuss the Dao with the imperial son, it would be an unparalleled fortune for them personally and even for the forces behind them. Just like the pair of sisters behind the imperial son and the Sansheng pavilion behind them. With the imperial son's support they leaped from ruined divine bodies to become top-tier saint bodies, ranked 20th on the chaos heavenly ranking, mastering reincarnation and the afterlife. Even the originally tottering Chuangsheng Lianhua realm gained the qualification to grow into a middle thousand world. At this rate, within a few decades the Chuangsheng Lianhua realm might become the most supreme among the 3,000 middle thousand worlds. This was a heaven-defying fortune that they could never obtain through their own struggles over 100 lifetimes. Thinking of this, many proud daughters of heaven were stirred. Their gazes toward Jiang Wuhan no longer held disgust or repulsion, only fervor and reverence. Especially the enchantresses of the Heavenly Fox clan, their eyes could practically form strings. Even if they possessed immortal beast bloodlines at the end of the day. They were still demons, and demons are naturally drawn to strength. Whether it be status, power or means, this man was irreproachably perfect. Only Hu Tu, to the odd one out, kept staring at the rare immortal fruits before her, unable to resist drooling. Meanwhile the 4 women of the Wanyu holy sect, after a brief exchange of glances, made a decision and nodded in unison. Yao Kai's holy maiden Qi Mengyao gently pursed her pink lips, her beautiful eyes thoughtful. Taishian divine maiden Su Qingyue and Buddhist maiden Yi Lingran maintained a calm serenity throughout like an ancient well without ripples. However, the two had different thoughts. The former seemed to have already made a decision unruffled by changes, the latter was simply indifferent and unconcerned. As for the dozen or so proud maidens who had just been named and eliminated by Jiang Wuhan, they bowed and gracefully withdrew from the Maple Forest Hall. Their elders were in the side hall using the treasure, Xiantian mirror, to monitor every move in the main hall. Seeing the trouble Zhang Liner had caused and fearing that they might also act disrespectfully toward Jiang Wuhan and thus offend the Jiang family, they all sent voice transmissions to warn them. Even if they could not gain the imperial son's favor, they must by no means become hostile to him. Zhang Liner was likewise scolded via voice transmission by the pavilion master of Wuzhan Pavilion. Her chubby little face was so aggrieved she almost cried, but she still hugged her loose clothes and silently returned to her seat. Just as Jiang Wuhan thought he had the hall's atmosphere under control, a voice filled with humiliation and unwillingness came from a corner. Jiang Wuhan, you are what you said true. As long as I become your Dao companion, not only will we receive fortune but even the forces behind us will be protected by the Jiang family. Everyone turned to look and saw Mu Fenghuang biting her pearly teeth, her exquisite face full of grievance, tears shimmering in her eyes. Her voice trembled as she tried to suppress her emotions. She had not wanted to speak, but Su Lingxi repeatedly urged her through voice transmission, telling her to win Jiang Yuan's favor no matter what. For the sake of the Taihuang immortal dynasty, she must become Jiang Yuan's woman by any means. Mu Fenghuang had never seen her mother so anxious, and before coming to the Jiang family her lofty father had knelt to her in the ancestral land. He instructed her that the rise and fall of the Taihuang immortal dynasty depended entirely on her. For the Mu family she had to bow her proud head and reach out to grasp the future. Jiang Wuhan looked at her, then revealed a hint of a smile. Of course it's true, but his tone shifted and his face turned cold. You are not worthy. Why? The hope that had just kindled in Mu Fenghuang's eyes instantly shattered. Her voice was sharp and her delicate body trembled slightly. Jiang Wuhan sneered, speaking bluntly, because you are not worthy. At these words Mu Fenghuang's eyes widened, her face filled with shame, anger and shock. Jiang Wuhan, you. What right do you have to say that? She bit her lip, her voice trembling. You can even accept that ruined flower Mu Yunxi, so why do you say I am not worthy? In what way am I inferior to Mu Yunxi? How dare you? Jiang Wuhan lashed out with a slap, striking Mu Fenghuang's face across the air. The force was so great that it knocked her to the ground. A clear palm print instantly appeared on her fair rosy cheek. Back then I went to the Taihuang immortal dynasty to propose marriage. Though it was not for you, you burst into the hall and declared that a waste like me was unworthy of being your Dao companion. Now I return these words to you unchanged, Mu Fenghuang, you are not worthy. Jiang Yuan's eyes were icy as he thundered, don't you dare compare yourself to my Yunxi. In my eyes you are not even qualified to lick her feet. These words struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving Mu Fenghuang frozen in place. The pride in her heart was utterly shattered. The surrounding proud maidens buzzed with discussion, pointing at her. Mu Fenghuang's heart was full of grievance and tears streamed from her eyes. When in her life had she ever suffered such humiliation? Father, mother. She wanted to leave, but recalling the desperation of Mu Qianzhao kneeling on the ground begging her and Su Lingxi's tearful exhortations, Mu Fenghuang's beautiful eyes once again flashed with determination. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, looked up at the lofty Jiang Wuhan and spoke with a trembling voice. If you hold a grudge because of what I said back then, I am willing to apologize for it. Just let me stay and give me a chance. Mu Fenghuang choked out. However, this display did not earn Jiang Yuan's pity. He knew well that Mu Fenghuang was not someone who understood gratitude. Her current pleas were merely forced by circumstances. At this moment Jiang Yuan's gaze darkened. An apology should have the attitude of an apology. Since you want a chance, I will give you one. I said you are not worthy of being my Dao companion, but I am still in need of a servant to pour tea and fetch water. Are you willing? Every word of Jiang Wuhan was like a sharp blade stinging Mu Fenghuang's heart. In the side hall Su Lingxi saw this and couldn't help gripping her clothes, both pained and anxious. At this moment Mu Fenghuang's delicate body trembled, her lips tightly bitten. After a long silence she slowly spoke, I am willing. Before her words faded Jiang Yuan's gaze hardened and he thundered, how dare you? Who allowed you to stand while speaking to your master? Wretched slave, kneel. The words lowly slave struck like a heavy hammer, shattering Mu Fenghuang's last remnants of dignity. She gazed at Jiang Wuhan with difficulty, her delicate form trembling slightly. Ultimately filled with humiliation and unwillingness, her face contorted as she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, collapsing to the ground unconscious. At this moment the great hall fell into a dead silence. All eyes were fixed upon the delicate figure sprawled in the pool of blood, each person lost in their own thoughts. This is the princess of the Taihuang celestial dynasty. A peerless prodigy ranked 9th on the Chaos Sky list. The most cherished gem of the entire Taihuang celestial dynasty. Yet now she had become the lowly slave in Jiang Yuan's words. Moreover, she was forced to kneel and call him master in public. What a humiliation this was. Seeing this scene, Su Lingxi hurried to the main hall, first probing with her divine sense, then continuously channeling spiritual power to feed her spiritual medicine. In her flustered state there was hardly a trace of the dignity befitting an empress of the celestial dynasty. Finally stabilizing Mu Fenghuang's condition, Su Lingxi breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the aloof Jiang Wuhan, her beautiful face filled with complex emotions. Jiang family's son killing is just a matter of a few words. If you look down on my daughter, just say so and send her away. Why must you humiliate her like this and destroy her Dao heart? Su Lingxi coldly questioned. At that moment Jiang Wuhan sensed the imposing aura surrounding him, knowing that the ancestor had arrived and could suppress Su Lingxi at any time. A hint of nonchalance appeared on his face. Su Senior, you truly are the master of the harem in the central state. Your skill in distorting truth and sowing discord is indeed superb. I have said from the beginning that Mu Fenghuang is unworthy. It was she who insisted on clinging to me, begging for an opportunity. I, the son of the emperor, have a kind heart and cannot bear to see anyone in tears, thus I allowed her to become my female slave. Yet you two, instead of being grateful, one spits blood while the other questions me. As the ancients said, only women and villains are hard to raise. If the ancients truly do not deceive me. Jiang Wuhan waved his hand and ordered, someone take all those from the Taihuang celestial dynasty. And send them out. After saying this, the Jiang family's guards approached Su Lingxi. Leading them, Jiang Qingzhu said calmly, the Jiang family is small and cannot accommodate such a great bodhisattva from the Taihuang celestial dynasty. Please leave. Though the words were light, they struck Su Lingxi's face like a slap. The whispers of those around made her feel a burning heat on her cheeks. She picked up Mu Fenghuang and was about to leave when she recalled the tragic state of the Taihuang celestial dynasty, causing her to halt in her tracks. Turning back, she looked at Jiang Wuhan with complex eyes and said with difficulty, Jiang Wuhan, if my daughter agrees to become your servant, will you also grant the Taihuang celestial dynasty generous betrothal gifts and protection? If she can fulfill her duties as a servant and serve me well, I might reward the Taihuang celestial dynasty with something. Jiang Wuhan chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, of course, if Su Senior is also willing to stay and accompany Mu Fenghuang, I would be most welcoming. Upon hearing this, Su Lingxi's face turned crimson. She had once been the goddess of the Tai Xian sect and later married Mu Qianzhao, becoming the empress of the central state. When had she ever been subjected to such lewdness? You lewd man, you! Shameless! Su Lingxi scolded angrily, clutching Mu Fenghuang as she left in embarrassment. Watching the mother-daughter duo leave in such a disheveled state, the awe of the other proud women in the hall towards Jiang Wuhan deepened. Just as he said in the Jiang family. His rules were the rules. Seeing that his intimidation had taken effect, Jiang Wuhan also decided to seize the moment. He looked at the group of silent, proud female cultivators below and revealed a gentle smile. Now that the troublesome people have left, let us continue with the important matters. I have always been easygoing and never bully others with my power. You all need not let the earlier little incident affect your mood. Jiang Yuan's words made everyone roll their eyes. Just moments ago he wanted Mu Fenghuang and her mother to serve as his female slaves, and he called that easygoing. They thought about it but dared not speak. Next we have the second test, which should be quite simple for all of you. Jiang Wuhan leaned back on the divine throne wearing a calm smile. You are all ladies from top factions, and aside from cultivation I believe you have dabbled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, as well as etiquette, music and dance since childhood. I want you to showcase your respective talents. If there are no limits to the means. As long as it resonates with the Tao I cultivate, you will qualify to sit in the prepared VIP seats beside me. His gaze swept across the beautiful women below as he chuckled lightly, who will come first? Upon these words the hall erupted in commotion. Wasn't this just asking them to perform? The so-called resonance with the Tao, in plain terms, was just about pleasing him by any means. At that moment many proud women showed humiliation on their faces. This was simply rubbing their dignity into the ground. And then making them praise the emperor's rubbing was profound. Many felt disgusted, but thinking of Mu Fenghuang's fate and the opportunity of soaring high after becoming Jiang Yuan's partner. Their meager pride seemed utterly worthless. Moreover, the emperor had said this was a discussion of the Tao. They were the ones who misinterpreted it as vulgar love. Cultivation was about the clash of great paths. There was nothing shameful. Who will be the first? Jiang Wuhan lazily ate the celestial fruit handed to him by Nshichi. Upon these words everyone exchanged glances. No one was willing to stick their neck out. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a delicate and ethereal figure stood up from the corner of the hall. It was the goddess of Tai Xian, Su Qingyu. A peerless genius ranked second on the Chaos Sky list. She possessed a pure glazed sword heart and was known as the reincarnation of the sword immortal. She appeared somewhat petite, dressed in a loose white sword robe, yet it could not conceal her proud demeanor. Her cold eyes were like ancient wells, revealing no trace of emotional fluctuation. She stood there quietly, resembling a magnificent yet reserved sword of unparalleled beauty, evoking a sense of coldness that could only be admired from a distance. To be honest, Jiang Wuhan was somewhat surprised to see her stand up first. The Tai Xian sect is one of the forces that attacked the Jiang family, had suffered the loss of many realms from the Divine Lord to the Sacred Realm Elders. In this golden era, this undoubtedly severed many of Tai Xian's sect's opportunities. However, Su Qingyu seemed unaffected, and it was said that she was the only one who came to the Jiang family without any elders accompanying her. The young lady Su Qingyan wished to offer a sword dance to the emperor. Her voice was crisp and melodious like a celestial song. Jiang Wuhan immediately became interested. With a score of 96, a sword dance from the goddess possessing a pure glazed sword heart, even if she aimed to kill him, it would still be worth experiencing. Excellent. Jiang Wuhan nodded and looked at Nshichi, saying nonchalantly, "Nshichi, accompany the Tai Xian goddess on the zither as she dances." "Yes, my lord." Nshichi sat beside Jiang Wuhan, gracefully playing the zither. In the next moment, Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes focused and her jade hand waved gently, causing the heavens and earth to emit a crisp sound of a sword cry. A sharp sword tore through the air and landed in her palm. Upon seeing this, Jiang Wuhan couldn't help but frown. Something's not right, this is. Jiang Wuhan immediately recognized that the divine sword held by Su Qingyu was an extreme Tao Emperor weapon. It was precisely the one that belonged to the Sword Emperor during the tribulation. However, it had concealed its brilliance, appearing no different from an ordinary mortal sword. "Miss Su, may we begin?" Nshichi inquired. Su Qingyu nodded, replying indifferently, "Thank you for your trouble." As her voice fell, Nshichi gently plucked the strings of the zither, and with the melodious tune Su Qingyu began to move. The sword glimmered with a cold light like a pool of autumn water. As she made her first move, it was slow, the sword tip tracing a graceful arc through the air. Suddenly, with a flick of her wrist, silver light burst forth, and the sound of the sword breaking through the air rang clear like a dragon's roar. Her figure moved in tandem, the white dress fluttering as the sword light followed. Each move was decisive and elegant. Her steps were light, barely making a sound on the hall's floor, only the sharp whoosh of the sword leaving a hissing echo. These movements, though simple, were filled with beauty and carried a hint of the Taoist simplicity. But just then the swordplay transformed. The once relaxed atmosphere suddenly became tense and urgent. The moves grew increasingly fierce, each strike perilously close. The sword edge brushed past her cheek and swept over her hair a mere hair's breadth away. She advanced and retreated within the sword light, as if using her body as a brush to sketch a scroll of wild cursive calligraphy. The sword's momentum resonated with the laws of the sword. Nshichi played the zither, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her eyes fixed intently on Su Qingyu's graceful sword dance, the music becoming increasingly urgent. At the same time, her understanding of the sword path advanced by leaps and bounds. Not just her, even the many powerful figures in the side hall who had been watching every move now exhibited expressions of astonishment, gaining insights from Su Qingyu's sword dance. In fact, a great saint-level sword master, after observing for a long time, broke through on the spot, advancing to the realm of sword path qua a saint. In a state of ecstatic joy, he suddenly exclaimed, This is the 3 lives breaking the tribulation sword dance created by the Sword Emperor during the tribulation. After hundreds of thousands of years, I never expected to see it in a junior. This sword dance is renowned as the pinnacle of swordsmanship from that era. One dance can invoke the laws of the sword, entering the Tao with the sword as if aided by the divine. This girl is so young yet possesses the 2nd rank on the Chaos Heavenly rankings with her pure glazed sword heart. With such insights into the sword path, her achievements in this golden age may surpass even the former Sword Emperor. Seeing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The Jiang family has hit the jackpot this time. Their words reflected both acknowledgement of Su Qingyu and envy towards the Jiang family. At this moment in the main hall, Su Qingyu's sword dance was nearing its conclusion. And Qixue who accompanied her on the zither looked pale, drenched in fragrant sweat soaking her clothes. Until the final move the long sword pointed to the sky. The sword body still trembled slightly, emitting a faint buzzing sound. The sword momentum in all directions came to a halt. After a while she slowly sheathed her sword. The sharpness around her gradually retracted, returning to her usual cool demeanor. Su Qingyue stepped forward, taking out a jade vial from her bosom and pouring out a pure white pill. "Thank you." She handed the pill to Qixue, a faint smile gracing her lips. Qixue glanced at Jiang Wuhan, who nodded in response, and only then did she express her gratitude and swallow the pill. Her complexion visibly became rosy. This time playing the zither was also a great fortune for her. The great hall was filled with exclamations. I have broken through. The bottleneck of my understanding of the sword path has also loosened. Heavens, is this the pure glazed sword heart, the second rank on the Chaos Heavenly rankings? She and the Imperial Sun are truly a perfect match, a match made in heaven. In an instant many proud young women who had harbored competitive thoughts against Su Qingyue also felt completely convinced. With a single sword dance even the great saint-level experts could gain insights and advance to quasi-emperor. How could they compare with Su Qingyue? Imperial Sun, I have embarrassed myself. Su Qingyue still maintained her cool demeanor. At that moment everyone's gaze fell upon Jiang Wuhan, awaiting his judgment. Although everyone knew that Su Qingyue's performance was flawless. But they were curious about how this unconventional Imperial Sun would react. Jiang Wuhan looked at the ethereal and cold girl reminiscent of an immortal, and truthfully he was quite satisfied. However, he found it somewhat difficult to read Su Qingyue's thoughts. Others wished to become Jiang Wuhan's partner primarily because they sought to enhance their bloodlines with the celestial Saint Pill, or because the Jiang family could provide them and their backgrounds with adequate support and protection. But Su Qingyue was different. The pure glazed sword heart she possessed was in itself an ultimate sacred body. As for protection, her ability to travel alone from the Tai Xian immortal sect to the Jiang family was enough to demonstrate her extraordinary nature. Moreover, she seemed to have little sense of belonging to the Tai Xian immortal sect. One could say she had no demands of Jiang Wuhan. Without seeking bloodline enhancement or family protection, what could her purpose be? Jiang Wuhan could not guess, nor did he care. Once she entered the Jiang family and became his partner, whether she lay down or remained standing wouldn't it all be up to him. Furthermore, what he cared about more was, this was a top talent with a score of 96. Her sword dancing figure was so agile if she were to press against him and twist her waist. Oh. Thinking of this, Jiang Wuhan felt a surge of heat within. Haha, very good. He nodded repeatedly, not concealing the admiration in his eyes. You are qualified to be my partner, to cultivate the great Tao together and to help the Jiang family flourish. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present fell silent in astonishment. Even on Su Qingyue's eternally cold face a faint blush could not help but appear. What Jiang Wuhan said was too direct, wasn't it? To put it plainly, you're quite good qualified to be with me and have a few children. Although they had indeed come for that. Saying it outright was too embarrassing. Su Qingyue's expression returned to normal as she revealed a calm smile and bowed gracefully to Jiang Wuhan. Thank you, Imperial Sun. After speaking under the envious gazes of everyone, she walked towards the esteemed seating position in the hall. The first one through. Next, who will come? Jiang Wuhan asked calmly. Although Su Qingyue set the bar quite high. This put considerable pressure on the subsequent proud young women who were to perform. Just as everyone hesitated, a childish voice rang out. I'll go. Jean Liner tightened her loose robe, her small figure walking out barefoot. Her cute rosy face was filled with a stubborn defiance. Jiang Wuhan looked her over, revealing an intrigued expression. This little tomboy had quite some guts. Having just suffered a loss at his hands, she still dared to step forward. Then Jiang Wuhan glanced at her information panel. Jean Liner rating 88, identity young master of the martial combat pavilion, physique innate battle body divine body. TSK. A score of 88. What a pity. Seeing Jiang Wuhan's expression of regret, Jean Liner puffed up her cheeks and said, Jiang family Imperial Sun, what kind of expression is that? Little girl, someone like you who only thinks about fighting and killing should refrain from embarrassing yourself here. After it's over, go ask our family head if the Jiang family still needs any guards. Jiang Wuhan waved his hand, giving her a way out. But her inherently stubborn character made her unwilling to give up just like that. Who do you look down on? I'll show you right now. Jean Liner said angrily. Jiang Wuhan, seeing this, smiled helplessly. All right, then you come. I want to see what skills you've got. Before his words fell, Jean Liner stepped to the center of the hall, striking a flamboyant pose before the crowd. Yet this action on the youthful Jean Liner gave off an impression of a child playing dress-up. Jean Liner was unfazed. She wanted to prove with her strength that she was no worse than the Tai Xian goddess. Just as she was about to begin her dance, Jiang Wuhan waved his hand, dispelling the cycle of reverse flow. In the next moment her body swiftly reverted and her once tightly bound robe burst open. In an instant spring light burst forth. The sudden turn of events caused Jean Liner to instantly change color. She collapsed to her knees, clutching her arms tightly in front of her. She lifted her head to glance at Jiang Wuhan, her delicate face brimming with shame and indignation. Jiang Wuhan, you rogue, I will kill you. Jean Liner bit her pearl-like teeth, tears of humiliation streaming down her face. Jiang Wuhan shrugged, an innocent look on his face. This technique, reincarnation reverse flow, has a time limit. I don't know when it will be lifted. Besides, I warned you earlier, but you insisted on coming up. So are you going to jump or not? If not, get down and make room for others. That would save him the trouble of finding a reason to eliminate her. I will jump. Jean Liner bit her lip and slowly rose to her feet. Under the gaze of the crowd she retied her robe, barely covering part of her body yet still revealing glimpses of her form, but she paid no heed. Once again she assumed the same pose. And Qixue, observing, asked softly, "Need accompaniment?" "No." Jean Liner replied angrily. With that she began to move. As she spread her arms, her full figure threatened to burst forth. Jiang Wuhan sat directly before her. The sudden visual impact made his eyes go wide. Then Jean Liner began to dance gracefully. Her dance was unlike ordinary softness, every movement brimmed with strength and wild beauty. Empowered by her battle physique, her dance merged with the laws of combat. Enhanced by the barely there attire, the scene stirred the blood. The surrounding young female prodigies blushed silently, condemning Jean Liner for her shamelessness. Even the powerful figures from various factions in the side hall watching through the mystic heaven mirror could not help but gasp. Who would have thought? The daughter of the War Battle Pavilion Master, seemingly so naive, is actually quite mature. Ahem, this old man saw nothing. My teacup is empty. Please add some milk. No, I mean this cup is really big. No, this tea is so white. Slurp, Umitba, this old monk cannot bear to see this, it is a disgrace to decency. Baldy, I advise you to mind your own business. Mind your image, the Taoist friends from the Jiang family are watching. Despite the words, all eyes were glued to the scene, unable to look away. The War Battle Pavilion Master's face alternated between pale and red, but he said nothing. In his heart he knew his daughter had no advantage over the gentle and lovely celestial maidens. Perhaps only such unconventional methods could please the Jiang family's imperial son and win his favor. Unlike some holy lands or immortal dynasties, the War Battle Pavilion had only been passed down for a few tens of thousands of years with shallow foundations, no emperor of their own and no ultimate imperial artifact to guard them. It was the type of faction that was neither top tier nor bottom tier. Such middling powers were the most desperate when opportunities arose. He truly wanted to advance. Jiang Lintian took in everyone's reactions, but his gaze unconsciously drifted toward Bai Nishang. Sensing his look, she smiled sweetly and winked at him. Jiang Lintian shuddered and quickly pretended to look elsewhere. Grand Elder put away the recording stone at once. In public, what kind of behavior is this? Jiang Lintian scolded. In the side hall only Jiang Linzhan was left feeling wounded. Back in the main hall Jean Liner's dance continued. To be fair, she had some skill. The dance was passionate and unrestrained, even Jiang Wuhan, who had seen countless beauties, was drawn to her full shapely long legs. As she moved, the display was dazzling with highlights that left one breathless. For a moment his impression of Jean Liner changed. Though hot-tempered, she had a unique side. Unfortunately, just as Jiang Wuhan was lost in thought, Jean Liner's war dance reached its final stage. Her movements were bold and grand, wild yet uniquely beautiful, as if interwoven with the momentum of heaven and earth, revealing the laws of combat. She rose into the air, arms slightly spread like a female war god traversing heaven and earth, a confident smile on her face. The dance ended. The laws and visions dispersed. Jean Liner barefoot looked up at Jiang Wuhan, waiting for his nod. Everyone's eyes fell upon Jiang Wuhan, believing that no one could resist Jean Liner's dance. Jiang Wuhan slowly rose from his divine source throne, smiling calmly. Well danced. Your performance was brilliant. Hearing this, Jean Liner smiled triumphantly. She lifted her chin slightly, a proud glint in her eyes. But the next moment Jiang Yuan's tone shifted. However, I regret. You did not pass. Instantly the hall fell into dead silence. Many exchanged bewildered glances. Jean Lianer's expression froze and she stood rooted to the spot. You. What did you say? She stared at Jiang Wuhan in disbelief. I didn't pass. That's right. Jiang Wuhan nodded calmly. You didn't pass. Now. You may leave. His tone was indifferent, yet it sent a thunderous shock through the crowd. Jean Lianer. Didn't pass. Such an astonishing performance, even sacrificing her modesty, and yet. This result. So what exactly is the criterion for this second trial? Could it all be based on the imperial son's personal preference? Even so, Jean Lianer should have passed. I noticed earlier. Jiang Yuan's eyes were glued to her. Everyone was stunned, unable to fathom Jiang Yuan's thoughts. Jean Lianer snapped back to reality. The crushing defeat and the shame of her revealing attire made her lose control again. Why? Why didn't I pass? In what way am I inferior to the Taishian divine maiden? She crossed her arms in front of her, shouting hoarsely, her words dripping with humiliation and resentment. Jiang Wuhan watched her near frenzied state and said lightly, your performance was indeed better than I expected. I admit I underestimated you. But you missed one point. I am choosing a Dao companion, not a guardian. The combat laws you displayed are formidable, but they do not interest me. From start to finish you never understood how to please a man. Before he could finish, Jean Lianer interrupted him. You're lying. Just now you were practically drooling. I did please you. Her voice choked, her reddened eyes filled with grievance. Jiang Wuhan was taken aback. Don't spout nonsense. I'll sue you for defamation. She's slandering me. I'm lying. He sighed, then smiled calmly. Fine, I'll be honest. You fall short in every aspect compared to Su Qingyue. You're not my type. Satisfied now? He shrugged, speaking bluntly. You. Jean Lianer choked with fury. She wanted to retort but found no word. In terms of grace and the ability to please a man, she truly was no match for Su Qingyue. But since childhood, when had she ever endured such humiliation? Enough. Don't stand there. If you wish to stay in the Jiang family, do as I said. Ask the patriarch if we need any guards. Jiang Wuhan said indifferently. Jean Lianer bit her lip, glaring fiercely at Jiang Wuhan. Finally, with a flick of her hand, she walked out of Maple Forest Hall filled with shame and defiance. At the same time she swore in her heart, the disgrace of today I, Jean Lianer, will repay manifold. Watching her retreat in disgrace, the remaining celestial maidens grew even more tense. Jiang Yuan's ruthlessness exceeded their expectations. They yearned to become his Dao companion, dreamed of it. Yet such stringent standards made them hesitate. Jiang Wuhan looked down at the silent, stunning beauties and asked calmly, who else wishes to debate the Dao? I'll give it a try. A gentle melodic voice sounded. From the corner a maiden in plain robes with a serene countenance rose and walked slowly to the center of the hall. Her expression was elegant and she radiated a warm Buddhist light. The Buddhist maiden of the Boer sect, Yi Lingran. A hidden gem rated 93 points. Jiang Yuan's heart burned. Those who appear gentle, obedient and innocent are often the most intense when unleashed. At that moment Yi Lingran looked at Jiang Wuhan and smiled softly. Imperial son, I only know how to chant sutras and recite Buddha's name. In such an occasion, it seems out of place. Other than that I truly have no other skills. With that she bowed, recited a Buddhist salutation and turned to leave Maple Forest Hall. If even Jean Lianer, who gave such an effort, was eliminated, then her own lack of charm and boldness would certainly get her expelled from the Jiang family. I've done my best, I really don't know how to please a man. Being eliminated can't be helped. When I return my master won't blame me. Hee hee, how clever of me. Just as Yi Lingran was congratulating herself on her cleverness, Jiang Yuan's voice suddenly rang out, stop. You have passed. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall burst into an uproar. Everyone furrowed their brows, increasingly unable to fathom Jiang Yuan's moves. The most astonished was Yi Lingran, who stood frozen in place, thinking she had misheard. Imperial son, what did you just say? Yi Lingran turned around, her expression startled. I didn't quite catch it. I said you have passed and are qualified to cultivate the great Dao alongside me, the Imperial son. Jiang Wuhan repeated. These explicit words instantly made Yi Lingran's cheeks flush crimson. She stood there dumbfounded, her mind a blank slate. Why? She hadn't done anything at all, so why had she passed? I don't understand. Yi Lingran stared blankly at Jiang Wuhan and spoke slowly. You don't need to understand. You only need to know. I need your Dao. Jiang Wuhan said with a gentle smile. Just kidding, this is a score of 93. A piece of meat delivered to my mouth, how could I let you escape? Besides, what fun is it if everything is already set? The more reserved they are, the greater the sense of accomplishment in shaping them. Take your seat. Don't hold up the others. Jiang Wuhan said calmly yet with an unquestionable dominance. Yi Lingran stood stiffly at a loss. After a moment of stunned hesitation urged by a telepathic message from her sect elder, she finally moved toward the distinguished guest seat at the head. She sat beside Su Qingyue, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Wuhan, who sat on the abyssal throne with a faint smile always playing on his lips. As she thought about what lay ahead, she grew even more bashful, her rosy face almost burying itself in her chest. At that moment a warm soft hand landed on the back of hers. Yi Lingran's delicate body trembled slightly. Looking up, she saw Su Qingyue gazing at her with a gentle expression. Don't be nervous. For you this is not a calamity but a blessing. In the days to come. Enjoy yourself. Su Qingyue might not have meant it that way, but her words carried deep ambiguity. Yi Lingran grew even more shy, feeling her face burn hotter and her mind go completely blank. Then, as if possessed, she blurted out, "Thank you, sister. Enjoy. Together." Jiang Wuhan glanced at them out of the corner of his eye, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He withdrew his gaze, surveyed the women in the hall once more and said indifferently, "Next, who wishes to discuss the Tao?" The group of prodigious maidens exchanged glances, their eyes filled both with envy of Su Qingyue and Yi Lingran and with fear of following in the footsteps of Bu Zanliner and Mu Fenghuang. The four maidens of the 10,000 Desires sacred sect exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes burning with fervor. Qi Mengyao, the sacred maiden of Yao Qi, bit her lip thoughtfully. Just as they were about to rise, a graceful silhouette walked in from outside the hall. The newcomer wore an elegant dress of black and white, her curvaceous figure exuding a gentle mature aura like a ripe peach. This temperament was absent among the prodigious maidens present. She retained her charm, stunningly intelligent and beautiful. In her rippling eyes there was both bewitching allure and the wisdom honed by years. A single glance from her inspired awe. Even more unsettling was the vast aura emanating from her, ethereal and unfathomable. At that moment everyone present was taken aback. She was not a prodigy but a true quasi-emperor who had fully matured. Heavens, this is a quasi-emperor. Which faction's quasi-emperor is she? Why have we never seen her? I recognize her. She is the sect master of the Black and White Inquiry Dao sect, Lu Suxin. She entered the Dao through chess, her strength unfathomable, from the same era as my master. Then what is she doing here? Could it be that this senior also wishes to discuss the Dao with the imperial son? As soon as this speculation was uttered, many present were startled. A long-renowned quasi-emperor actually stepping onto the stage to compete with these juniors for a man. What a joke. Even the various powerhouses observing from the side hall showed expressions of astonishment. Sect Master Lu. What is she doing? Ask her what she's doing. A dignified quasi-emperor, a sect master, actually wants to eat young grass as an old cow. This is simply too. Fellow Taoists of the Jiang family, aren't you going to do something about this? As the saying goes, maidens allure, matrons captivate souls. The Jiang family's imperial son is so young, how can he withstand the torment of a woman like Lu Suxin, who is as fierce as a wolf and tiger? Ba. If I don't enter hell, who will? Don't harm the Jiang family's imperial son, Lei Lu. If you have any tricks, direct them at this old monk. Damned bald donkey, your abacus beads are bouncing right into my face. The side hall fell into chaos. Jiang Lintian also found Lu Suxin's actions unfathomable, but he did not intend to intervene. Lu Suxin has been ascetic since childhood, her body is pure. Jiang Lintian mused, his gaze falling on Jiang Wuhan. But I wonder. Facing a quasi-emperor, does this little lad Wuhan have the guts to take her down? In the main hall the atmosphere was tense. Jiang Wuhan observed this charming quasi-emperor beauty, a playful smile curling at his lips. Then an information panel appeared. Lu Suxin, score 94, identity sect master of Black and White Inquiry Dao sect, physique chest god body divine body measurements 176 cm 115601000 thunder G times 0 weakness not yet conquered, cannot be viewed. Hiss. An unexpected bonus. At this moment Jiang Wuhan seemed to realize something. In the past both he and the Jiang family's high echelons had focused their attention on the prodigious maidens of various factions, completely overlooking these long-renowned female saint masters, female sect masters, female emperors. After all, every quasi-emperor who had grown to this level had been exceptionally brilliant in their youth. Not only were they gifted in talent, but their luck and temperament had been honed through ages. However, their status as experts and the generational gap made it somewhat difficult to make a direct move. Just as Jiang Wuhan was pondering how to win over this quasi-emperor beauty, she leaped lightly to the center of the hall. Her elegant black and white robes swayed especially at the chest, where the pressure seemed to intensify. That piece of fabric bore a pressure it was never meant to bear. Jiang Wuhan even worried it might tear apart under the strain. This humble one is Lu Suxin of the Black and White Inquiry Dao sect, paying respects to the Jiang family's imperial son. She bowed gracefully before Jiang Wuhan. The magnificent view was fully in sight. Jiang Wuhan chuckled and nodded. Sect Master Lu, you are too kind. May I ask what guidance Sect Master Lu seeks by coming here? Could it be that you also wish to discuss the Tao of creation with me, the imperial son? A hint of roguish charm curled at the corner of his mouth. If it had been a maiden she would have blushed and pouted at such explicit words. But Lu Suxin was completely unfazed. She shook her head gently and said calmly, the imperial son is joking. This humble one is old and faded, hardly worthy of the imperial son. Who said Sect Master Lu is old? It seemed ordinary but concealed profound secrets. Jiang Wuhan glanced at it and his divine sense felt as if it were being drawn in. The chessboard was vast and boundless, containing a myriad of stars. It seemed ordinary but concealed profound secrets. Jiang Wuhan glanced at it and his divine sense felt as if it were being drawn in. The chessboard was vast and boundless, containing a myriad of stars. Using the vast heavens and earth as the board and the stars as pieces, he withdrew his divine sense, his shock indescribable. This is a supreme imperial weapon. Jiang Wuhan murmured to himself. Although it's a supreme imperial weapon, its Tao essence is complete. Jiang Qishan's voice sounded in the depths of his consciousness, tinged with emotion. But as a foundational treasure for a first-rate faction it is more than sufficient. Jiang Wuhan nodded inwardly. He looked at Lu Suxin, signaling her to continue. Lu Suxin nodded slightly and said solemnly, this humble one is willing to exchange our sect's ultimate treasure, the starry chessboard, for an opportunity of bloodline ascension. I implore the imperial son to grant this. As soon as these words were spoken the entire hall was astonished. Lu Suxin's words fell like a boulder into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring ripples within Maple Forest Hall. What did she say? She wants to exchange a Supreme Emperor armament for a chance at bloodline sublimation. Is this Lu Suxin out of her mind? A Supreme Emperor armament is the foundation of a sect. Though the Black and White Inquiry sect has a long heritage, it has only produced one great emperor who has long since fallen. Over the years it has been declining day by day. For generations only a single quasi-emperor has guarded the sect. This starry chessboard is the only Supreme Emperor armament of the Black and White Inquiry sect. Even if it could birth a sacred physique prodigy within the sect, who can guarantee that prodigy will surely achieve the Tao and become an emperor? The golden era is not lacking in prodigies, and the competition is fiercer and more brutal than ever. Betting everything on this one throw is not a wise decision. Know that starry chessboard has issues. Though forged from emperor-grade materials, its inner Tao rhyme is incomplete. It's not a complete Supreme Emperor armament. But it is stronger than a quasi-emperor armament, perhaps a half-step emperor armament. In the side hall many experts discerned the truth. Jiang Linyuan's expression was grave. He looked at Jiang Lintian and transmitted, Patriarch, this deal. We don't seem to lose. Jiang Lintian nodded imperceptibly, replying, indeed we don't lose. When Wuhan takes a Tao partner we will obtain at least 2 heavenly saint pills or even primordial saint pills. Moreover, Wuhan says that subsequent offspring will bring enough generous rewards. This starry chessboard, though only a half-step emperor armament, can be elevated to a true Supreme Emperor armament if a great emperor reforges it with their own proven Tao. A Supreme Emperor armament, even for a behemoth like the Jiang clan, is an absolutely crucial resource. Patriarch, how many Supreme Emperor armaments does our Jiang clan currently possess? Jiang Linyuan asked. Jiang Lintian sighed lightly and said calmly, not many. After all, a great emperor can only prove one Tao and typically can only refine one Supreme Emperor armament. The Eternal Emperor was a heaven-defying genius, refining 2 Emperor armaments, the Myriad Desires Divine Furnace and the Eternal Divine Furnace. Though the Empress did not achieve the Tao to become an emperor with her own efforts and the Eternal Emperor's aid, she also refined a Supreme Emperor armament. Including the Emperor armaments refined by the 5 ancestors and the cosmic crucible obtained by Wuhan, we currently have only 9 Supreme Emperor armaments. If a great emperor has not yet fallen, their Supreme Emperor armament carrying their Tao can be regarded as part of their body. Thus the Jiang clan now has 4 Supreme Emperor armaments sealed within divine sources along with 4 ancestors. If we obtain this starry chessboard, it will likely be given to Jiang Linyuan. Jiang Linyuan realized this and his heart burned with anticipation. Patriarch, do you think little Wuhan will make the trade? Jiang Linyuan pressed. Normally yes, but Jiang Lintian curled his lips, revealing an intrigued expression. What Wuhan seeks is far more than a half-step emperor armament. At this moment all eyes were blazing, staring intensely at Jiang Wuhan, awaiting his response. Sect Master Lu, are you serious? Jiang Wuhan spoke, his tone gentle yet with a hint of formality. He merely respected an elder, not because of Lu Suxin's quasi-emperor cultivation, nor her great Ji figure. Lu Suxin lowered her head and spoke respectfully, this humble one came solely for this matter, and I am sincere. Then have you truly thought it through? Trading this half-step emperor armament for a chance at bloodline sublimation. Jiang Wuhan deliberately stressed the 4 words half-step emperor armament. Lu Suxin's eyes flickered, but she remained composed and nodded. As long as the Divine Sun agrees to the exchange, this humble one will present the starry chessboard with both hands. As she spoke, she held the ancient chessboard in both hands, lowered her head slightly and raised it above her head. The pressure of a Supreme Emperor armament radiated from the starry chessboard. Desolate, vast, ever-changing. As if on this small board one could evolve the ultimate mysteries of heaven and earth. Everyone's gaze fell upon the board, their eyes showing fanatical fervor. Is this the proven Tao armament of the chess-viewing emperor, the starry chessboard? After countless ages, even though some Tao rhymes and laws have worn away, its mysteries still shine through. No wonder the Black and White Inquiry sect has declined. Such an infinitely evolving Tao is obscure and difficult. Even a prodigy as brilliant as Lu Suxin in her youth could only barely step into quasi-emperor. A legacy founded by a peerless genius yet lacking successors. The crowd lamented, but their greed and desire for the starry chessboard were undisguised. However, Jiang Wuhan merely cast a casual glance and withdrew his gaze. Sect Master Lu, your sincerity is indeed evident, but, he leaned back on the divine source throne, his tone languid. The starry chessboard, though left by the chess-viewing emperor, has seen countless years, even its inner Tao rhyme has partially worn away. How much power it still holds remains unknown. He looked down from his height and said calmly, therefore I ask Sect Master Lu to demonstrate the wonders of this starry chessboard for this divine sun. His words carried a hint of disdain and provocation. Seeing her cherished heirloom emperor armament treated with such contempt, Lu Suxin felt a flash of displeasure, her brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. But since she was the one seeking a favor, Lu Suxin had to swallow the humiliation. She bowed slightly and said, if the divine sun wishes to see this humble one will naturally comply. This one game shall be my offering of sincerity for seeking fortune. With that, Lu Suxin sat cross-legged, placing the starry chessboard on her knees. Her jade-like hand gently grasped, and a white stone as dazzling as a star materialized between her fingers. Pa! One stone fell on the star point, instantly drawing the flow of heaven and earth's momentum. The Tao of chess transformed, evolving all things. For a moment Jiang Yuan's divine sense was once again drawn in, as if he were placed in the primordial chaos before heaven and earth opened, witnessing the process of creation and the evolution of all things. A single thought spanned the river of time, a single glance traversed the vicissitudes of the seas. Sunrises and sunsets, the cycle of seasons. The turning of years, how many mighty ones who once suppressed an era faded with time. When his divine sense withdrew from the starry chessboard, black and white stones had already filled most of the board. Jiang Wuhan felt as if he had experienced endless ages, yet no more than an instant. When Lu Suxin's slender hand lifted the final black stone, she smiled radiantly at Jiang Wuhan. Divine Sun, please. Watch this humble one well. Why? Jiang Wuhan smiled calmly. Because this move will be exquisite. As her voice fell, Lu Suxin placed the black stone. Pa! Everything came to an end. The interwoven black and white stones dispersed as if the heaven and earth that had evolved for countless ages returned to silent chaos. All that existed seemed never to have been. Or rather, a cycle was completed. Lu Suxin's Tao was indeed formidable. At this moment she lowered her head, her spirits low, her complexion pale. In contrast, Jiang Wuhan had greatly benefited from watching this game. He gained new insights into the ever-generating Tao. His cultivation of the yin-yang heaven-repairing technique also advanced to the next level. His cultivation realm rose accordingly. Under everyone's gaze he achieved epiphany on the spot and broke through to the 7th level of the divine martial realm. This sudden change shocked the assembly of prodigal female cultivators. Only Jiang Wuhan knew that this was all thanks to Lu Suxin. When he looked up he suddenly sensed that Lu Suxin's condition was not good. "Ancestor, what's wrong with her?" Jiang Wuhan asked. "This girl's Dao heart has issues. No wonder she has such talent yet is stuck at the 1st level of Quasi-Emperor." Jiang Qitian discerned the problem and sighed. Not only is her Dao heart damaged but she also bears severe Dao wounds from forcibly breaking through. At this rate she probably won't live past 100 years. His words were full of regret. Jiang Yuan's eyes turned grave. When he looked up at Lu Suxin he had made a decision. "Sect Master Lu." Jiang Wuhan called softly. Lu Suxin seemed not to hear. Her eyes were vacant and she murmured, "If heaven, earth and the myriad Daos all ultimately end in nothingness, what is the meaning of all this existence? No good, her inner demon has awakened." Jiang Qitian was alarmed and immediately transmitted a sharp roar, "Awaken." Lu Suxin's brow tightened and she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then her eyes cleared. "Thank you." Lu Suxin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said calmly. Jiang Wuhan waved his hand. "Sect Master Lu, you're welcome." Entering the Tao through chess, evolving the mysteries of all things, Sect Master Liu's methods have truly opened this divine son's eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Suxin revealed a relieved smile. She slowly rose holding the starry chessboard and walked toward Jiang Wuhan. "So." Jiang Wuhan looked at the curvaceous beauty approaching step by step, then suddenly changed his tone, "I refuse." As these words fell, the atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Refusal. These 2 words struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, reverberating in Lu Suxin's ears. She halted in her tracks, her smile frozen, gazing at Jiang Wuhu with astonishment. Everyone present was also taken aback, their hearts skipping a beat. Refuse? Why would he do that? The starry chessboard is a half-step emperor armament. Moments ago Lu Suxin even risked triggering her Dao injury to reveal its mysteries. After all that effort, all she gets is a refusal. If he had no interest in the starry chessboard, why force Lu Suxin to display the emperor armament at the cost of her inner demon's agitation? The celestial maidens in the main hall as well as the various powerhouses in the side halls were all baffled by Jiang Wuhu's move. This imperial son of the Jiang clan was unpredictable at every step. Lu Suxin herself was the most astonished. She could sense that Jiang Wuhu was satisfied with the game of chess she had just performed, so why did he refuse? Could it be that he had some perverse taste and simply wanted to see her embarrassed? Lu Suxin looked back on her life. She had enjoyed success at a young age, surpassing her generation with unparalleled insight. She had once believed she might transcend to become an emperor and restore the ancient glory of the Black-White Inquiry Dao sect. Yet her cultivation had stalled at the peak of the Great Saint realm. That state lasted for over 10,000 years. Watching her master fall and with no quasi-emperor to guard the sect, she employed secret arts to forcibly break through. Though she successfully ascended to the 1st level of quasi-emperor, she incurred severe incurable Dao injuries. Now the younger generation of the sect had no one to shoulder the burden and her days were numbered. Thus she set aside her pride and staked everything, hoping to use the starry chessboard to exchange for an opportunity to elevate a disciple's bloodline. Even if that disciple could only advance from a royal body to a divine body, there was still hope that before her demise, with all resources marshaled, she could groom that disciple into a quasi-emperor. Yet such a simple, humble wish was repeatedly thwarted by this young man who was even younger than her own disciple's disciple. For a moment sorrow overwhelmed her. "I want to know. Why?" Lu Suxin stared at Jiang Wuhu, her breath quick and her delicate figure trembling slightly. Her ample bosom rose and fell. "In the eyes of the imperial son, is the inherited emperor armament of my Black-White Inquiry Dao sect insufficient to merit a bloodline elevation?" Her voice was filled with grievance. A hint of tears crept in. The elders of the sect and her disciples were all anxiously waiting for her to bring back the chance to become a divine body. She bore the weight of the entire sect's hopes. If she failed, she truly did not know how to face the sect. "Sect leader Lu, you misunderstand." Jiang Wuhu spoke, a calm smile on his face. "The starry chessboard is excellent. Your Dao is quite satisfying." However, Jiang Wuhu looked at Lu Suxin, whose beautiful face was full of tension and anxiety. He shifted his tone, "A mere half-step emperor armament holds no interest for me." Bang! These arrogant words set off a storm in everyone's hearts. That was a half-step emperor armament. A treasure cherished even by quasi-emperors. You disregard it. Do you think you are an emperor? Even the powerhouses in the side halls frowned, remarking on the imperial son's audacity. What is little Wu Hu doing? Must he humiliate Lu Suxin like this? Jiang Linyuan couldn't help frowning. Wu Hu is meticulous. He must have his reasons. Let us wait and see. Jiang Lintian said calmly. At that moment Lu Suxin's lips parted slightly. She had 1,000 words bottled up but didn't know where to begin. He couldn't even fancy a half-step emperor armament. Then what did he want? As everyone was steeped in confusion, Jiang Wu Hu slowly rose from his divine source throne and walked toward Lu Suxin. He stood before her less than a foot apart, almost able to catch the faint fragrance of her body. You. What do you want? Feeling his burning aggressive gaze, Lu Suxin instinctively stepped back. But the next moment, under the eyes of the crowd, Jiang Wu Hu made a move that left everyone dumbfounded. He reached his hands beneath the starry chessboard and grasped Lu Suxin's small hands that were holding it. They were warm, soft and smooth, an exquisite sensation. Then under Lu Suxin's astonished gaze, Jiang Wu Hu slowly spoke, I have no interest in a half-step emperor armament. But I am very interested in you, imperial son. At these words the entire hall was shocked. Hundreds of eyes went wide, fixed on the two figures in the center. Everyone felt as if struck by lightning, minds blank. What did Jiang Wu Hu just say? He had taken a fancy to Lu Suxin. She was a renowned quasi-emperor, a contemporary of the Hengyu Great Emperor and the imperial empress Mu Linger. This imperial son of the Jiang clan actually wanted such a figure to be his woman. He was truly ravenous. He has lost his mind. The imperial son of the Jiang clan is openly pursuing a quasi-emperor. This is utterly outrageous and thrilling. Fortunately Lu Suxin remained pure and never got involved with the young Hengyu Great Emperor. Otherwise it would be even more thrilling now. That would truly be rich in life. Everyone saw Jiang Wu Hu's domineering, unorthodox ways. But no one expected his audacity to reach such heights. The Queen Mother of the West stared at the image in the mystic mirror, her beautiful eyes shifting with curiosity. Could it be that because Linger has been away for so long, little Wu Hu lacked maternal care, thus developing a particular interest in older women? Listing Jiang Wu Hu's Dao companions, Su Qingyue, Yi Lingren and Ncisi the sisterly exception, aside from the latter the others were all of a size that could nourish a child and still have plenty left for him. Then the Queen Mother glanced down at herself, her expression complicated. Not far away by Nishang chuckled, this little one. What a marvelous fellow. To entertain such bold thoughts for Sister Suxin. The law of universal gravitation of the bosom came into effect. A group of venerable elders nearby found their gazes involuntarily drawn. Jiang Lintian. Haha, just joking. Bai Nishang giggled, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Lintian. I am no wanton woman. My chastity in this life belongs to only one man. Everyone turned to look at Jiang Lintian. For a moment he was drenched in sweat. This Wu Hu is too reckless. He suddenly spoke, redirecting everyone's attention back to Jiang Wu Hu. In the main hall the celestial maidens were still in shock. Only Qi Mengyao regained her composure first, her beautiful eyes revealing calm certainty. I understand. She spoke slowly, her eyes shimmering with unusual light. The imperial son is ranked first on the Chaos Heaven ranking as the 10,000 Dao desire immortal sacred body. His Dao is precisely this. To him, whether a maiden just coming of age or a 10,000-year-old empress, as long as they align with his Dao there is no difference. His Dao heart is as firm as a rock, he seeks only the great Dao. Only such a man can become the true protagonist of the Golden Age. Qi Menjiao's words were like a guiding lamp. Everyone nodded involuntarily, there was some reason to it. As for Lu Suxin, the center of the storm, after a period of mental paralysis a wave of shame surged within her, flushing her entire face crimson. She stared at the youthful face so close, wearing a devilish smile. After stammering for a long time she finally spoke, You wicked man. Lu Suxin's voice, filled with a contrasting charm, left everyone present utterly astonished. Could this be the reason for the gradual decline of the Heibai Wendazong? It seemed not unjust at all. Lu Suxin instantly reacted, her face turning even redder. She had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, experiencing countless storms. Yet she had never encountered such absurd and bizarre events as today. A junior who was barely a fraction of her age actually dared to express interest in her in front of the world's strongest. He wanted her to become his woman. For a moment she couldn't distinguish whether this was humiliation or teasing. A myriad of complex emotions intertwined. Lu Suxin quickly withdrew her hands from his palm, a hint of anger flashing across her delicate face. You are simply too audacious. Her face flushed, rapidly replaced by an expression of complete coldness. In the next moment the pressure of a quasi-emperor erupted uncontrollably from within her, enveloping the entire main hall. Jiang Wuhan, how dare you humiliate me like this? I am the leader of the Heibai Wendazong, inheritor of the Dao lineage of the Chess Emperor. Lu Suxin clenched her teeth, trembling, slightly unsure if it was from anger or some other reason. Even if you are the son of the Jiang family and look down on the star chessboard in my hands, you should not be so frivolous with me. Her words betrayed a grievance she herself had not realized, with tears brimming in her eyes. Under her quasi-emperor level pressure, Jiang Wuhan, though at the forefront, remained completely unaffected. He stood there, his signature smile still on his lips. Leader Lu, why be angry? Jiang Wuhan shrugged innocently and said, I was merely expressing my admiration for you. Admiration? Lu Suxin bit her lip, her stunning face filled with indignation. You call this admiration? Of course. Jiang Wuhan nodded, speaking as if it were the most natural thing. Leader Lu, with unparalleled grace and beauty like that of a celestial fairy, it is only natural that I, the Emperor's son, would admire you and wish to become Dao partners. What is wrong with that? Moreover, having feelings for someone is a freedom. I can like anyone I choose, and that is my right. If you agree, the betrothal gifts promised by the Jiang family, as well as the protection of the Heibai Wendazong and the opportunity for the enhancement of your bloodline you've sought, will all be yours. If you refuse, then simply do so openly. That is also your right, and I will not interfere. Jiang Wuhan spoke as if everything were perfectly reasonable. His irritating expression left Lu Suxin speechless with anger. Her chest rose and fell rapidly as she struggled to suppress the urge to strike Jiang Wuhan. She repeatedly reminded herself that this was the Jiang family. Behind Jiang Wuhan stood at least 6 powerful emperors. If she dared to harbor even the slightest thought against Jiang Wuhan, the Heibai Wendazong would be wiped off the map of the Yanfu Great World in an instant. She couldn't hit him, nor could she scold him. For a moment Lu Suxin felt a mix of shame and anger. She began to fantasize that if Jiang Wuhan were her disciple, she would definitely whip him mercilessly. Beat him until he cried, beat him until he admitted his mistakes, beat him until he begged for mercy. Jiang Wuhan watched her flustered yet furious expression, a victorious smile appearing on his face. This was precisely the effect he desired. After applying adequate pressure, he needed to offer enough benefits to seize the weaknesses of this great beauty and break through her defenses. Leader Lu, I know. You have carried a lot on your shoulders by coming here today. Taking this step was also a last resort for you. Jiang Wuhan's tone softened. Lu Suxin's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of melancholy. So you would shamelessly humiliate and tease me even more. Her tone shifted from anger to reproach. You misunderstand, I want to help you. Jiang Wuhan reached for Lu Suxin's little hand but was evaded by her in caution. Jiang Wuhan did not mind this, smiling calmly. The Heibai Wendazong once flourished, but with the fall of the Chess Emperor the sect has gradually declined. For hundreds of thousands of years at least one quasi-emperor of the 5th level or above would oversee each generation, but now you forcibly broke through, suffering severe Dao injuries, and your lifespan is less than 100 years. Thus you want to take a gamble even at the cost of exhausting the sect's foundation to cultivate a quasi-emperor before your fall. But Leader Lu, have you considered that even if I agree and you succeed, what happens next? With the sect's foundation exhausted, even if the Heibai Wendazong has a quasi-emperor, what will happen to the next generation? Let alone quasi-saints, even great saints and saint kings would be difficult to emerge. The Heibai Wendazong will only be gradually squeezed for survival under the assaults of various forces, ultimately leading to its Dao lineage's destruction or becoming a vassal of others. Is this the outcome you are striving for with all your might? Jiang Wuhan's words were calm, yet each was a pearl that made Lu Suxin's heart tremble. She looked at Jiang Wuhan, her face filled with disbelief. How do you know all this? What Jiang Wuhan had said were all core secrets of the Heibai Wendazong. Especially the matter of her severe Dao injuries and lifespan of less than 100 years. Even the core elders of the sect and her personal disciples did not know. Jiang Wuhan smiled faintly, reaching for her hand once more. This time, whether from shock or some other reason, Lu Suxin did not evade, allowing Jiang Wuhan to hold her soft little hand in his palm. How I know is not important. Jiang Wuhan looked at her, smiling gently. What matters is that I want to help you. The moment those words were spoken, Lu Suxin's heart was struck deeply. Since her master fell, she was pushed onto the throne of the sect leader, and everyone in the Heibai Wendazong regarded her as their protector. Yet no one had ever been able to help her share the pressure. She had long forgotten what it felt like to rely on others. But now the long-lost sense of security was once again felt in the presence of this small man. Soon after she scoffed, her tone tinged with derision. "Son of the Jiang family, are you pitying me?" Lu Suxin felt bitter inside, resistant to such charity. Jiang Wuhan gently squeezed her little hands, smiling calmly. "It's not pity, it's compassion. Suxin, how long has it been since you've tried to rely on someone else?" This endearing address and this question struck like an arrow, hitting the softest part deep within Lu Suxin's heart. She looked at Jiang Wuhan with a more complicated gaze. "You can try relying on me, I will resolve all the troubles you face." Jiang Wuhan looked at her, extending a finger. "Firstly, I will help you heal your Dao injuries and grant you an opportunity for bloodline enhancement to assist you in advancing to a sacred body. In this golden era you might be able to strive for achieving the Dao and becoming an emperor. Secondly, I can additionally grant the Heibai Wendazong an opportunity for bloodline enhancement. You can choose a prodigy from within the sect to undergo physical enhancement. This is also for you to cultivate a successor. Finally, the Heibai Wendazong will become a marital relative of the Jiang family, gaining not only enough generous betrothal gifts, but I can also consult the family head to send a quasi-emperor powerhouse to oversee the Heibai Wendazong. From now on, anyone who dares to strike the Heibai Wendazong will be considered as striking against the Jiang family." Jiang Wuhan stepped closer to Lu Suxin, their bodies almost touching. He pushed the star chessboard into Lu Suxin's embrace, gently advising, "This star chessboard is the imperial artifact left by the chess emperor for his descendants, and no one is more qualified than you to wield this imperial artifact. Take it with peace of mind. Once you achieve the Dao and become an emperor, you can restore the lost Dao essence within and reshape its former brilliance." At this moment Lu Suxin's gaze changed. You serious?" She felt Jiang Wuhan's sincerity and found it hard to believe. "Of course." Above the heavens, the black formation patterns that appeared out of thin air were of the imperial rank. The void shifted, stars and constellations moved. Space was forcibly torn apart. 3 terrifying figures shrouded in mist traversed the void, arriving. The overwhelming imperial might pressed down upon all like 3 colossal mountains. It was overwhelmingly suffocating. Great emperors. The 2 dreaded words surfaced simultaneously in everyone's minds. And there was more than one. Has the world gone mad? Where did 3 great emperors come from? No, they are not great emperors, but ancient emperors. Ancient emperors from the forbidden zones of life. They have awakened. Is the dark calamity coming? At this moment even the powerful figures of various factions showed fear on their faces. The dark calamity. This was a terror imprinted in the deepest souls of all. Ancient emperors and beings from the forbidden zones would surge forth, devouring all living things. All living beings across the realms would become their prey. Ancient emperors of the forbidden zones. How dare you trespass into the Jiang family? Jiang Lintian led a group of Jiang family elites out of Maple Grove Hall, roaring vehemently, "This is the clan of the Eternal Emperor. Leave now while you still can." Before he could finish, an overwhelming imperial might surged forth. Even a peak quasi-emperor was but an ant before a true great emperor. In an instant Jiang Lintian was sent flying like a withered leaf in the wind. His body crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Patriarch Jiang Linyuan and the others rushed toward Jiang Lintian. "Leave me alone." Jiang Lintian lay in the rubble, roaring, "Their target is the imperial son. Protect Wuhan." Heck, quite clever. A black figure hidden within the mist spoke in a hoarse voice, sneering darkly, "But unfortunately it's too late. After today the 10,000 Dao Desire immortal saint body will no longer exist in this world." An ancient emperor stepped through the void and arrived before Maple Grove Hall in an instant. Yet the moment his foot touched the ground, a razor-sharp divine sword cleaved through the void, striking before him. The ancient emperor was startled and immediately retreated. However, the sword aura was fierce. Each move drew upon the momentum of heaven and earth imbued with the laws of the sword and directly severed one of the ancient emperor's arms. "Who is it? Playing tricks, show yourself." The ancient emperor waved his hand, regenerating the lost limb. The severed arm dissolved into a pool of foul blood, emitting a stench. The void before him twisted and a graceful figure in green robes with a sword appeared. It was the great emperor of the Tai Xian immortal sect, the Inverse Tribulation Sword Emperor. "It's you." The ancient emperor's gaze darkened, his face sour. "Bitch, you meddle too much." "Oh. You recognize me?" The Inverse Tribulation Sword Emperor studied the ancient emperor, who had concealed his aura, and curled her lips into a cold sneer. You come hiding your identities, afraid that if the Eternal Emperor learns your origins he will spare no effort to bathe your forbidden zone of life in blood. Though the 9 great forbidden zones of life harbored their own schemes, their united power could sweep across the myriad realms. This assault on the Jiang family was merely a plot by the strong from a few of those zones. If they concealed their identities, even if the Eternal Emperor sought vengeance later, he would have no leads. He couldn't possibly wipe out all 9 forbidden zones, could he? But once their identities were exposed, the Eternal Emperor would have a target. With the 6 great emperors of the Jiang family acting together and focusing their fire, destroying one forbidden zone would be more than enough. That disgusting trick of regenerating a severed limb, let me guess. The inverse tribulation sword emperor's gaze was like a sword fixed on her opponent. If I'm not mistaken, you hail from Zhangxian grave. You are an ancient emperor under the Zhangxian emperor. The Zhangxian emperor commands 2 ancient emperors. Are you the Zhangqian ancient emperor or the Zhongyu ancient emperor? The inverse tribulation sword emperor waved her hand indifferent. It doesn't matter. Today I'll slay you first, another day I'll obliterate Zhangxian grave. With his background exposed, the Zhangqian ancient emperor's face grew uglier. He turned to the other 2 figures in the mist and shouted, I'll hold this damn swordswoman. You 2 strike now and kill every human prodigy inside the hall. Inside Maple Grove Hall were the human prodigies ranked first and second on the Chaos Heavenly ranking. Moreover, the many female cultivators present were all top talents from various factions. If they were all wiped out, over 70% of the younger generation's foundation would be erased. In this golden age humanity would have no hope left. Need you say more? An irritated voice came from the black shadow in the mist. Almost simultaneously an ancient emperor clad in a black robe already stood within the main hall. The moment he descended, an incomparable pressure fell. It wasn't mere oppressive force, but a power that suppressed all things. Everyone present was pale, forced to the ground, unable to move an inch. Even Lu Suxin, a quasi-emperor, was utterly powerless. Only Jiang Wuhan stood still, calm and composed. Ancient Emperor of the Forbidden Zone. Jiang Wuhan smirked, laughing inwardly, finally here. The black-robed ancient emperor studied him, a cold, intrigued smile curling beneath his hood. Interesting. A mere ant at the divine martial realm actually withstands my suppression. The 10,000 Tao desire immortal saint body, you cannot be allowed to live. He raised his hand and summoned a palm-sized black steely, pressing it down toward Jiang Wuhan. If not for my master ordering you spared, I'd dearly love to taste the essence of the top-ranked physique on the Chaos Heavenly ranking. Now kneel before me. With a fierce shout, the steel emitted a sinister black light, instantly expanding into 100 zhang boulder. Its surface interwoven with intricate patterns, it plummeted down. Yet when it was still a zhang above Jiang Wuhan's head, it halted as if blocked by an immense force, unable to descend further. I thought it was the Genyu Demon Emperor himself, but it's just a minor pawn under his command. A deep-aged voice sounded beside Jiang Wuhan. In an instant imperial might radiated. Sensing the formidable aura, the black-robed ancient emperor's heart sank. You are," he said in a low voice. "You scum of Jinmo Ridge, have you heard of your grandfather Jiang Qitian?" The void beside Jiang Wuhan twisted and the Jiang family progenitor stepped out leisurely. In his left hand he held the borrowed realm furnace and in his right the spark-extinguishing banner. With 2 ultimate imperial divine weapons, Jiang Qitian was as formidable as a tiger with wings. Without any hesitation he directly unleashed the realm furnace. The ultimate imperial divine weapon, heavy and mighty, smashed the 100 zhang demon-suppressing steel hanging in midair to pieces. At once the pressure dispersed. The gathered prodigies and female cultivators breathed in relief, but still trembled with fear at the sight before them. Standing before them was a living ancient emperor from a forbidden zone. Ancestor Maple Grove Hall is a place of elegance. If you must fight, do it outside lest you disturb the ladies. Jiang Wuhan reminded. Rest assured, young Wuhan, I know what I'm doing. With that, Jiang Qitian brandished the spark-extinguishing banner and hurled it at the black-robed ancient emperor. The banner stirred up an endless sea of fire, transforming into a blazing dragon that bared its fangs and claws, driving the black-robed ancient emperor back out of Maple Grove Hall. Outside the hall, the Zhangqian ancient emperor was straining with all his might to hold off the inverse tribulation sword emperor, planning to retreat via the imperial formation as soon as the black-robed ancient emperor succeeded. But at that moment a deafening explosion erupted from Maple Grove Hall. The blazing dragon swept across a vast sea of flames, hurling the black-robed ancient emperor thousands of zhang away. What happened? The Zhangqian ancient emperor's heart jolted. Before his words faded, a blazing red banner hurtled through the air. At its tip a gleaming spearhead pierced his imperial body without warning. With that single strike he was gravely wounded. The next moment Jiang Qitian strolled casually through the sea of fire. As he passed the inverse tribulation sword emperor, they exchanged a nod of understanding. Meanwhile the black-robed ancient emperor mustered all his strength to break free from the dragon's assault. He was charred black, utterly disheveled. The last ancient emperor maintaining the black formation in the mist paled at the sight. "Damn, it's an ambush. Retreat!" he shouted, not waiting for the other two ancient emperors, and began to reverse the formation to flee alone. But in the next moment the space was sealed and the black formation shattered. "What's happening?" As he hesitated, a figure in a dark imperial robe stood behind him. The eternal emperor held the eternal furnace, a cold sinister smile curling on his lips. "Ladies and gentlemen, since you've come, make yourselves at home. Since you're here, you might as well be buried here." The ever-changing battlefield situation was decisively determined the moment the Emperor Hengyu appeared. The three ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone faced this current emperor with almost no chance of victory. Moreover, their only hope for escape, the black formation, was shattered with a thunderous roar the moment the array patterns reversed. As the fog dissipated, a shadow resembling a grey qilin appeared. This was not a celestial beast qilin but an ancient beast possessing the bloodline of a qilin. Furthermore, its bloodline originated from a rare variant among the qilin symbolizing calamity, the black qilin. Wanlin Cave Mo Lin, Ancient Emperor. The corner of Emperor Henjia's mouth curled into a smile as he coldly snorted, "I thought the old qilin ghost had personally come. Sending just you three lackeys to deal with my son, isn't that a bit too dismissive of the Jiang family? Kneel before me." As he spoke, the imperial might surged forth, resonating with the Tao. The great force from all directions converged into an imperial decree, crashing down upon the three ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone. Even with numerous emperors and ancient emperors surviving through special means, there was only one current emperor in the world. That was the invincible symbol of this era, Emperor Hengyu Jianglinyu. Under the imperial decree, Mo Lin, the black-robed emperor, and the Zhang Tian ancient emperor felt an overwhelming pressure. Despite their utmost efforts to resist, their bodies uncontrollably crashed to the ground. "Emperor Hengyu, why are you still in the Jiang family? Didn't you leave long ago?" Mo Lin, ancient emperor, gritted his teeth, trembling all over. Before Emperor Hengyu could speak, the black-robed figure who was kneeling on the ground immediately roared, "This is a trap, we've been deceived. Hengyu never left, he was waiting for us to step into his trap." The words carried a sense of despair. "Isn't it too late to realize this now?" Jiang Qitian stepped into the air using the Qian Kuan melting furnace to protect Fenglin Hall, holding the Starfire Zhao Tian banner. The crimson banner fluttered in the gale, resonating with the Emperor's laws. At this moment the three ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone fully awakened. Their incursion into the Jiang family had long been anticipated by the opponent. When they appeared, the Jiang family's emperor did not reveal himself but summoned the Reverse Tribulation Sword Emperor to intervene, creating an illusion that although the Jiang family had 6 emperors, they were weak on the inside. Using Jiang Wuhan as bait, they firmly hooked the 3 ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone. Jiang Qitian remained by Jiang Wuhan's side, ensuring his safety. And at the moment the 3 ancient emperors stepped into the Jiang family, the imperial stage array pattern sealing the void had already begun to be arranged. Its purpose was to prevent them from crossing the void to escape. Having lost the array patterns to cross the void, the 3 ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone would be completely trapped in the Jiang family. Closing the door and beating the dog. "Impossible, this is impossible." Mo Lin, ancient emperor's face showed terror as he trembled. "The array patterns for crossing the void were drawn by my Wanlin Cave's Qilin ancient emperor using the Qilin clan's secret techniques. No matter how powerful you are as a current emperor, you cannot possibly break it. Qilin array patterns." "Ha!" Emperor Hengyu chuckled coldly, waving his hand to summon the Hengyu divine furnace. The array patterns displayed on it were precisely the Qilin patterns carved with Qilin treasure techniques. In this world you are not the only ones among the Qilin clan who can master Qilin treasure techniques. In the past, Jiang Wuhan offered the Qilin treasure techniques awarded by the system to the family, and all the experts above the quasi-emperor level in the clan had practiced the Qilin treasure techniques. Seeing this, Mo Lin turned pale as a corpse. Yet doubt still lingered in his heart as he said solemnly, "Though you Jiang Linyu are strong, you are not adept in array's secret techniques. Relying solely on yourself, it is impossible to inscribe the Qilin pattern sealing the void onto the imperial weapon in such a short time. This is a significant doubt. The number of human emperors is few and far between." Jiang Qitian was protecting Jiang Wuhan and even invited the Reverse Tribulation Sword Emperor for assistance. Who else could assist Emperor Hengyu? Just then, in the Jiang family's ancestral land, the void's power fluctuated. A young man draped in a golden dragon-patterned robe with a handsome face stepped into the air. Though he appeared young, his eyes concealed untold hardships and profundities. With each step he took, large array patterns emerged beneath his feet. Jiang family's third ancestor, Jiang Xuanji. The heavenly mechanism, 100 refinements, divine body. The only emperor in history who has attained the Tao through the patterns of heaven and earth. In terms of physique he may not be top tier. But in terms of methods he was unpredictable, shrouded in mystery. Jiang Xuanji, the Zhang Tian ancient emperor's expression turned grave as he recognized this once formidable Jiang family emperor. Impossible, if you just revived you wouldn't possess such momentum. The Zhang Tian ancient emperor gritted his teeth, his face filled with disbelief. As Jiang Xuanji descended onto the battlefield and looked down, he revealed a cold smile. Who told you? I just revived. A few of you. I have been waiting here, for many days. This was a meticulously arranged banquet by the Jiang family. From the moment Emperor Hengyu left the Life Forbidden Zone, it had been anticipated that with his departure, coupled with the arrival of the Chaos Heavenly ranking, the ancient emperors in the Life Forbidden Zone would surely take action. Instead of exhausting themselves to prevent the ancient emperors from breaking out of the Forbidden Zone, it was better to take advantage of the deeper and more powerful ancient emperors yet to awaken within the Life Forbidden Zone and lure those restless ancient emperors out. The early bird gets the worm. These three ancient emperors, though not the rulers of their respective forbidden zones, were terrifying existences that had instigated dark upheavals consuming billions of lives. If they could be eliminated, it would be a great victory for humanity. Emperor Hengyu, do you truly intend to eradicate us completely? The Zhang Tian ancient emperor gritted his teeth and roared, I have also fought for humanity and have once protected billions of lives. Do you truly wish to disregard our past friendship? If you still remember your past identity, I can spare you the last shred of dignity. Emperor Hengyu looked down imperiously and declared loudly, you all take your own lives. Good. The Zhang Tian ancient emperor suddenly laughed loudly, the originally restrained terrifying aura bursting forth. Consuming everything, reaching the utmost sublimation. This was the last trump card of the ancient emperors. Once they chose to reach the utmost sublimation, they would quickly return to their peak. However, once consumed, their lives would come to an end. Unless they could instigate another dark upheaval to consume billions of the human race's essence to replenish themselves. But with Emperor Hengyu reigning over the current world and the ancient emperors deep in slumber within the Forbidden Zone, it was nearly impossible for just a few of them to instigate a dark upheaval. After the Zhang Tian ancient emperor, the two ancient emperors Mo Lin and the black-robed one also reached their utmost sublimation. The three ancient emperors descended in their full glory. Hengyu, if you wish to eradicate us, then let's fight to the death. The Zhang Tian ancient emperor roared, charging towards Emperor Hengyu with everything he had. But at that moment a graceful figure in green attire wielding a sword blocked his path. You once devoured billions of lives from the dozens of middle thousand worlds beneath my Tai Xian Men. The reverse tribulation sword emperor's expression was cold and proud, her beautiful eyes revealing a terrifying killing intent. This account should be settled today. As her voice fell, a sword strike descended. In an instant, millions of strands of reverse tribulation sword chi sparkled and intertwined, slashing through the imperial body of the Zhang Tian ancient emperor. Each strand of sword chi contained the power of laws capable of slaying emperors. Under this sword the world dimmed. The imperial level killing move descended and the terror of death instantly enveloped the Zhang Tian ancient emperor. No, the Zhang Tian ancient emperor's eyes widened in despair as he let out a desperate roar. Even with his remarkable self-healing ability, facing this sword his soul and imperial body crumbled away bit by bit. Along with the great Tao laws he commanded gradually being erased, transforming into nothingness. Boom! A thick lightning bolt split the sky, seemingly dividing the heavens in two. Mountains and rivers trembled and heaven and earth mourned. The emperor had fallen. The Yanfu great world was engulfed in darkness as if mourning for the fallen emperor. A bloody wind swept through and a rain of blood fell endlessly. What a grand imperial fall! Emperor Hengyu felt the world's mourning and a fierce killing intent surged in his eyes. His gaze looked down upon the black-robed and Mo Lin ancient emperors. The imperial might erupted. Then let this imperial fall phenomenon come even more violently. The great emperor had fallen. This unprecedented phenomenon, rare through the ages, appeared before the crowd without any warning. This realm fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the oppressive gloomy sky, watching the endless bloody wind and rain along with terrifying thunderbolts that tore across the heavens. All of this was like a dream. An ancient emperor of the Forbidden Zone at the peak of extreme sublimation had fallen just like that. He died under the sword of Nijia, the sword emperor, leaving no remains. Even more astonishing was that the four human emperors led by Hengyu the emperor intended to continue besieging and killing the remaining two ancient emperors. In a single day they had slain 3 Forbidden Zone ancient emperors. What a monumental achievement. Hengyu, you go too far. Even if I must die, I will drag a few human emperors down with me. Molan the ancient emperor roared, transforming with a shake into his true demonic beast form. It was a towering beast 10,000 zhang tall, resembling a dark Qilin, monstrous and ferocious. With a single stomp of its hoof it shattered several halls of the Jiang clan. At this moment the aura around him grew increasingly formidable, surpassing the limit of extreme sublimation, and still continued to climb. The power within his body became increasingly violent. He intended to self-destruct. The self-destruction of an ancient emperor in extreme sublimation would be powerful enough to level the entire eastern domain. Those witnessing this scene were immediately terrified and fled in all directions. However, this realm had already been sealed by the Emperor's array patterns. Even the void-crossing array patterns personally laid by Qilin the ancient emperor could not break through, let alone a group of quasi-emperors and great saints who were sect masters and sacred lords. Do not panic, everyone. With our clan's Hengyu emperor here, the Forbidden Zone ancient emperors stand no chance. Jiang Lintian lay in the ruins, yet still did not forget to reassure the crowd. Bai Nishang stayed by his side, watching his disheveled appearance with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In a mix of worry and anger she lightly slapped him. This is hardly the time for that. Worry about yourself first. Bai Nishang's eyes brimmed with tears as she chided him coquettishly. At the same time she looked up at the battle circle of 6 emperor-level powerhouses in the sky. Molan the ancient emperor rose into the air, his Tenthasanshang body lunging at Hengyu the emperor. Incorrigible. Hengyu the emperor snorted coldly. In a single thought he summoned the Hengyu divine furnace, which descended like a madly blazing sun, crashing down upon Molan the ancient emperor. The Tenthasanshang beast facing the Hengyu divine furnace was like a moth drawn to a flame, instantly engulfed by the blaze. Beneath the sea of fire, every inch of Molan the ancient emperor's flesh and every wisp of his soul were gradually burned away by the furnace's divine flame. The agonized scream of Molan the ancient emperor echoed through the heavens and earth. Seeing this, the black-robed ancient emperor's deep eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. Taking advantage of Molan's suppression by the Hengyu divine furnace, he tore through the void and charged at Jiang Xuanji. In his view, among the 4 human emperors present, Jiang Xuanji was the easiest to bully. Even if he had to die, he would drag a human emperor down with him. Ha, treating me as a soft persimmon. Jiang Xuanji sneered. With a flip of his palm he summoned the ultimate imperial weapon, the myriad phenomena heavenly mechanism disc. In an instant he disrupted the heavenly mechanism. He took a step forward as leisurely as strolling in a courtyard, yet he had already predicted the black-robed ancient emperor's attack. Their figures intertwined and Jiang Xuanji emerged unscathed. What? The black-robed ancient emperor was shocked, but before he could react the starfire sky-soiling banner swept in with a Tenthasanshang sea of fire. Demon-suppressing steel. With a roar the shattered black steel within Maple Forest Hall trembled violently, attempting to break free from the suppression of the Qinquan furnace and rush out of Maple Forest Hall to fight for the black-robed ancient emperor. However, before he could recall the demon-suppressing steely, another furnace flew from the direction of Maple Forest Hall, crashing into the black-robed ancient emperor without warning. The 10,000 Desires divine furnace. Pfft. A mouthful of imperial blood spurted out. The black-robed ancient emperor was sent flying, then engulfed by the sea of fire brought by the starfire sky-soiling banner. At the same time the Hengyu divine furnace descended with boundless divine fire. The 2 seas of fire intertwined and the 2 ancient emperors caught within let out heartrending screams. All of this seemed coincidental, but it was entirely under Jiang Xuanji's control. Disrupting the heavenly mechanism to seek good fortune and avoid disaster. The next moment Hengyu the emperor summoned the 10,000 Desires divine furnace and collided it with the Hengyu divine furnace. The power of ultimate destruction erupted within the 2 divine furnaces. The 2 ancient emperors suppressed inside were directly killed without any surprise. Another 2 ancient emperors had fallen. But this time it did not trigger the phenomenon of heaven and earth mourning together. The Hengyu divine furnace had concealed the heavenly mechanism. Seeing this, Jiang Qitian couldn't help but frown. Linyu, what are you? Before Hengyu the emperor could speak, Jiang Xuanji beside him said, Ancestor, it was I who asked Linyu to do this. If we kill one ancient emperor, it will only make the awakened emperors in the life forbidden zones cautious. But if we kill all 3 ancient emperors, they might rise in revolt. Since we have started this, we might as well seize the opportunity and make it thorough. Jiang Xuanji smiled lightly, looking towards the direction of the life forbidden zones. When I first attained the Tao and became an emperor, I made a bold vow to pacify the life forbidden zones. But until I sealed myself within the divine source, I ultimately failed to fulfill this long-cherished wish. Now with Lin Yu dominating the age, I am willing to use this remaining body to undergo extreme sublimation. While the ancient emperors are still unaware, help him pacify one life forbidden zone first. Jiang Xuanji's expression was calm, as if he were merely talking about an ordinary trivial matter. Throughout the ages, every human emperor has harbored the obsession of pacifying the life forbidden zones. But in the end, Jiang Qitian frowned upon hearing this. Extreme sublimation, have you considered the consequences? Ancestor, I do not belong to this era anyway. If I can help the current emperor to campaign against the forbidden zone ancient emperors, it would still be a dignified exit. Jiang Xuanji interrupted him, smiling calmly. A few days ago, when I broke out of my seal, all of you advised me not to speak lightly of life and death. Jiang Qitian sighed softly, his aged face full of anxiety. I borrowed little Yuan's fortune and managed to sublimate and prolong my life. As long as there is an origin Saint Pill, you could do the same. Ancestor, you are a Tao, one sacred body capable of such feats, but I. Jiang Xuanji shook his head, giving a helpless bitter smile. Besides, where is there still an origin Saint Pill? This. Jiang Qitian was stunned and fell silent. Better to use the time I still have to do more for the present human race. Jiang Xuanji chuckled softly and said calmly, Ancestor, rest assured, I sealed myself for a shorter time than you. Even after extreme sublimation, I will not fall immediately. However, the Qilin pattern on the Hengyu divine furnace cannot conceal the heavenly mechanism for long. We must destroy one life forbidden zone before the ancient emperors of 10,000 Qilin cave and demon-suppressing ridge discover it. This was something he and Hengyu the emperor had agreed upon long ago. Now there was no turning back. Their target was the burial immortal mound. Among the 9 life forbidden zones, the burial immortal mound was one of the weakest. Within it there were only 3 ancient emperors. Now Zhengtian the ancient emperor had already fallen, and the remaining 2 were no longer a concern. Well, these forbidden zone ancient emperors are extremely arrogant, daring to storm into the Jiang clan and make a move on Xiao Wuhan. Anger and battle intent appeared in Jiang Qishan's eyes. Then let's seize this opportunity to annihilate one life forbidden zone and add some excitement for our clan's imperial son's marriage to the celestial daughters of various clans. Ha ha ha, exactly my thought. Jiang Xuanji laughed heartily. Just then Nijia the sword emperor suddenly frowned. Everyone, don't celebrate too early. The burial immortal mound is a bit off. Upon hearing this, Hengyu the emperor and the others all looked towards the burial immortal mound. Jiang Qishan's gaze darkened. Not good, the burial immortal mound is going to flee. The life forbidden zone is after all the ultimate imperial weapon forged by the ancient emperor. Under the ominous signs of the fallen Zong Tian ancient emperor who brought grief to heaven and earth, the Zong Xian emperor sensed something amiss. He feared that the identity of the Zong Tian ancient emperor would be exposed, provoking retaliation from the Jiang family, and thus made the decisive choice to flee. In an instant the entire Zong Xian tomb emitted a dazzling, ghastly white light. The massive mound filled with mourning sticks and soul-calling banners shrank at a visible pace as it fled deeper into the forbidden zone. Damn it, that scoundrel Zong Xian is trying to escape. Jiang Qishan's face was filled with rage. Rest assured, Ancestor, he won't get away. The Emperor Hengyu coldly snorted, and with a wave of his hand the void around the Zong Xian tomb shattered as countless golden chains of order materialized, firmly binding the Zong Xian tomb. This was a backup plan left by the Emperor Hengyu when he returned to the Jiang family within the life forbidden zone. Inside the Zong Xian tomb, the desperate roar of the Zong Xian emperor echoed. Third Ancestor. The Emperor Hengyu glanced at Jiang Xuanji, who nodded and waved, activating the Wanxiang Tianji disc. Instantly the array patterns flowed and the two crossed the void, arriving above the Zong Xian tomb. Zong Xian Emperor, long time no see. Jiang Xuanji looked down, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Before his words fell, the Zong Xian tomb trembled and countless graves emitted eerie gray patterns. Suddenly a bony arm emerged from beneath the largest grave. In the next moment flesh gradually grew on the crystal-clear bones. Veins intertwined and were soon covered by a ghastly white skin. Boom! The graves exploded and a terrifying figure, pale and exuding a deathly aura, shattered the void as it approached. It was none other than the master of the Zong Xian tomb, the Zong Xian Emperor. Following him was a skeletal figure, emaciated and resembling a skeleton. The other ancient emperor of the Zong Xian tomb, the Zong Yu ancient emperor. Jiang Xuanji, you actually broke free. In the Zong Xian emperor's eyes there were only whites emanating a sinister glow. He then looked at Emperor Hengyu and said in a deep voice, Hengyu, there seems to be a misunderstanding between us. I am willing to apologize for the Zong Tian's offense against the Jiang family. Apology is fine, but it must be with your life. As the words fell, Emperor Hengyu struck directly, summoning the Hengyu Divine Furnace and the Wanyu Divine Furnace simultaneously. The two divine furnaces emitted a terrifying killing aura like two blazing suns crashing down. The Zongxian Emperor immediately changed his expression and waved his hand to summon the Zongxian tomb below to defend, only to find that it had long been imprisoned by the golden chains of order and could not be activated. Seeing this, the Zongxian Emperor furrowed his brows and shielded the Zongyu Ancient Emperor in front of him. The Zongyu Ancient Emperor was fixated on Jiang Xuanji when the two divine furnaces approached. The residual force swept across, shattering vast stretches of void and returning them to chaos. Seizing this opportunity, the Zongxian Emperor exerted himself to the utmost and managed to sever the golden chains imprisoning the Zongxian tomb. As the ultimate imperial weapon returned to its place, the Zongxian Emperor's aura surged dramatically. Emperor Hengyu, I know. As the current emperor, your means are boundless. But I am also the ruler of one of the 9 life-forbidden zones existing for countless ages, and I am not a fool with an empty reputation. I know I am not your combined opponent, but if you wish to kill me, it will not be an easy task. If other ancient emperors from the forbidden zones are alerted, we will rush at you together. Even if you are Emperor Hengyu, you cannot possibly kill us all before your power of the laws is exhausted. When your strength is depleted, it will be your death day. Now you have already killed 2 ancient emperors within my Zongxian tomb, it's time to stop. As the Zongxian Emperor's words fell, the temperature around suddenly plummeted. Jiang Xuanji summoned the Wanxiang Tianji disc, stabilizing himself in the center, and a wondrous array covering thousands of miles unfolded before him. Heaven's mechanism kill. Can character extreme cold demise. Stepping forward, he froze the surroundings for miles. Water vapor condensed into hundreds of feet-long frost spears imbued with imperial-level laws of power, striking towards the Zongxian Emperor. Jiang Xuanji broke free and ascended, intending to fight to the death at the Zongxian tomb. No matter how grand the Zongxian Emperor's words were, he would not waste time on chatter, he would act decisively. This madman. The Zongxian Emperor gritted his teeth and summoned the power of the Zongxian tomb. The soil atop the massive mound seemed to come alive, coalescing into blades from the Zongxian earth. As the two sides clashed, ice shards and dirt flew about. Even the splinters scattered could easily crush quasi-emperor-level experts. Kuan character myriad celestial stars. Jiang Xuanji manipulated the Tianji disc, causing a star filled with a killing aura to crash down. A corner of the Zongxian tomb was smashed away, and the Zongxian Emperor's brow furrowed as a drop of imperial blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the Zongxian Emperor thought he had caught Jiang Xuanji's flaw and was about to counterattack when he saw the Hengyu Divine Furnace barreling towards him. He barely had time to react and was instantly engulfed by divine flames. The Zongxian Emperor was greatly alarmed and immediately summoned the Zongxian Earth to protect himself. Just as the two sides were in a stalemate, 2 figures tore through the void. One figure was burly, over 2 meters tall, robust like an iron tower. Clad in golden-scaled armor with a thick blood aura, he wielded an ancient blue staff surrounded by an aura of auspiciousness. The other figure was emaciated, wrapped in black shrouds revealing only one eye. In his palm he held a palm-sized black stone tablet inscribed with mysterious patterns, exuding a heavy, desolate, oppressive force. These two were none other than the Qilin Ancient Emperor of the Wanlin Cave and the Zhenyuemo Emperor of the Zhenemo Ridge. Both are among the top 10 ancient emperor powerhouses on the Chaos Heavenly ranking. The Qilin patterns on the Hengyu Divine Furnace were worn from the battle, and the heavenly secrets of the 2 ancient emperors Hypo and Mo Lin could not be hidden. Additionally, the commotion from the Zongxian tomb alerted the Qilin Ancient Emperor and Zhenyuemo Emperor. If the 3 of us join forces, we might not be unable to contend with Hengyu. Before his words could finish, the Qilin Ancient Emperor and Zhenyuemo Emperor exchanged glances, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in their eyes. With 2 ancient emperors of the Zongxian tomb dead and one severely injured now that the Jiang family had come knocking, their only utility was to be put forward to quell Emperor Hengyu's wrath. If they killed him, they would not be killed. In the next moment, the Zhenyuemo Emperor directly summoned the ultimate imperial weapon, the Zhenyuemo Bei. The originally palm-sized black stone tablet grew in the wind, instantly transforming into a colossal stone towering thousands of feet, descending upon the Zongxian Emperor. Boom! The Zhenyuemo Bei directly crushed onto the Zongxian tomb, instantly subduing this ultimate imperial weapon. The Zongxian earth guarding the Zongxian emperor withered and the endless divine flames released by the two divine furnaces instantly engulfed the Zongxian emperor. Meanwhile the Qilin ancient emperor hurled the Qilin staff in his hand. With a mighty swing he directly smashed the Zongxian emperor's imperial body into blood mist. Zhen character exorcise evil thunder. Jiang Xuanji raised his hand to the sky and a purple divine thunder poured down from the 9 heavens like divine retribution from the heavens cleansing the evils of the world. As the heavenly thunder fell into the sea of flames the two raging powers intertwined. Coupled with the full force of the two ancient emperors the Zongxian emperor perished in an instant. An overlord of the Forbidden Zone fell just like that. The world dimmed and blood rained like pillars. The Emperor Hengyu stood upon the ruins of the Zongxian tomb gazing coldly at the two ancient emperors Qilin and Zhenyu. In the atmosphere between the two parties after reaching a boiling point the Qilin ancient emperor suddenly revealed a hint of a smile. The Emperor Hengyu's battle prowess is unmatched. With such an emperor for humanity even if we ancient emperors from the Forbidden Zones had the heart to stir up dark chaos we wouldn't dare to act. The Qilin ancient emperor spoke and the Zhenyu emperor beside him nodded in agreement. What the Qilin said is true. The two of us awakened due to the emergence of the chaos heavenly ranking and are unaware of what has transpired in the world. It was the Zongxian thief who secretly contacted us ancient emperors from the Forbidden Zones attempting to harm the Jiang family's prodigies. In the Golden Age though myriad races compete we are all dignified individuals too proud to engage in such heinous acts. Knowing that Emperor Hengyu and the former Xianji Emperor are here for revenge we have come to assist. The Zhenyu Emperor's voice was hoarse like rusted iron scraping. But this did not hinder his ability to twist the truth. You two truly do not know anything. Jiang Xuanji smirked. Indeed we do not know. The Qilin ancient emperor shrugged feigning innocence. In this great era the Wanlin cave has no intention of competing so why should we wade through this muddy water? If you two do not believe I will return to the Wanlin cave and fall into slumber again sealing off the Wanlin cave. Once a life forbidden zone seals itself external force is needed to awaken it. A self-sealed life forbidden zone poses almost zero threat to humanity in a short time. The Zhenyu emperor nodded, same for me. Hearing this Jiang Xuanji looked at Emperor Hengyu a deep glimmer appearing in his eyes. At the Jiang family Feng Lin Hall Jiang Wuhan stood at the front of the hall. Seeing the ancient emperor perish and the great emperor vanish he waved to put away the Qinquan melting furnace. Is it over? Qi Mengyao stepped forward sizing up Jiang Wuhan concerned. Are you? Alright. No worries. Jiang Wuhan waved his hand his expression grave. What is it? Qi Mengyao asked puzzled slightly frowning. You knew about the ancient emperor's arrival and the Jiang family's arrangements didn't you? Jiang Wuhan glanced at her but did not answer. He was indeed aware but not extensively. He did not know about the third ancestor breaking free. Once one reaches the peak of ascension it signifies what Jiang Wuhan understood in his heart. There were only two ways to save the third ancestor. One was to self-inflict a wound like the ancient emperor of the Forbidden Zone devouring the essence of humanity to replenish oneself. Jiang Xuanji would never do such a thing. The other way was to break through in cultivation and forcefully extend one's life. Yuan Shengdan. Jiang Wuhan murmured to himself. He turned his head and looked at Su Qingyue who was seated in the VIP section. Then he quickly walked over. In the VIP section Su Qingyue's face was pale and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her fair forehead. Yi Lingran noticed and asked with concern, Sister Su what's wrong? It's nothing, I just need to rest for a bit. Su Qingyue replied weakly. At that moment Jiang Wuhan approached her and unceremoniously picked her up. At 162 centimeters tall she seemed somewhat delicate in Jiang Wuhan's arms. This sudden change made Su Qingyue pause and a flush appeared on her fair cheeks. Why is the Emperor's son? Su Qingyue furrowed her brows in confusion. There's something I need your help with, come with me. Jiang Wuhan said as he carried her toward the hall. As they reached the entrance of the great hall they ran into Jiang Lintian who was being supported by Bai Nichang accompanied by powerful figures from various factions. Wuhan, what is this? Jiang Lintian glanced at Su Qingyue in Jiang Wuhan's arms, his expression peculiar. Him taking her back to the Emperor's Sun Hall, Jiang Wuhan replied calmly then asked with concern, Master, how is your injury? Is it serious? Just a surface wound. When the ancient Emperor attacked I protected myself with the Wanyu divine furnace so it's not a big deal. It's all part of Emperor Hengyi's plan to feign weakness against the enemy, Jiang Lintian explained waving his hand. The earlier weakness was all an act. That's good. Master, let's end today's Dao discussion here. Well, continue the rest tomorrow. After saying this he carried Su Qingyue past the others and left Fenglin Hall. Behind him Nqishue and Ncisi followed at a distance but did not interrupt. They stopped only when they saw the two enter the Emperor's Sun Hall and into a side chamber. Nkixu's eyes dimmed, feeling somewhat empty inside. Husband. She murmured to herself, looking dejected. I clearly came first. Beside her Ncisi took Nkixu's hand and softly said, Sister, are you unhappy? No. Nqishue hastily denied it. Sister, you can't fool me. Ncisi looked at her with a gentle smile and said, Since brother-in-law is not here, let me keep you company tonight. You're being ridiculous. Nqishue blushed and scolded. I'm not being ridiculous. Ncisi blinked her clear eyes innocently and said, He'll keep you company and talk so you won't feel bored. Oh, so you just want to talk? I thought you meant something else. Nqishue mumbled, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ncisi seemed to guess something and grinned mischievously. Sister, what do you think it is? Tu wasn't thinking about that. Nqishue quickly denied it, then looked towards the side chamber where Jiang Wuhan and Su Qingyue had entered, her expression strange. This time my husband can't wait to be with Miss Su before even getting married. As she thought about what would happen in that side chamber, her little face grew even redder. Meanwhile, inside the side chamber, Jiang Wuhan laid Su Qingyue down on the bed. She had been quiet all the way, but as soon as she lay down she frowned and placed her hands against Jiang Wuhan's chest. Jiang Wuhan, what are you trying to do? Su Qingyue's eyes widened, filled with vigilance. Aren't you a bit too shy at your age? Jiang Wuhan held her small hand and smirked. I can see that you really don't understand. After saying this he lifted her small hand over her head with one hand while using the other to unfasten her dress. When his large hand touched Su Qingyue's soft and slender waist, her delicate body trembled, her brows tightly knitted and her eyes filled with a sense of grievance. No, stop. Su Qingyue murmured, but before she could finish her words she was silenced by Jiang Wuhan. After a moment of entangled passion they separated, and Jiang Wuhan wore a calm smile while the beauty beneath him was already in a daze. She looked somewhat weak, as if she had exhausted her strength and could not resist Jiang Wuhan's misdeeds. Jiang Wuhan, you are too much. Su Qingyue turned her face to the side, biting her moist lips tightly, her stunning face filled with grievance and tears shimmering in her eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Wuhan felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. Yet he had no intention of stopping. Setting aside desire, he needed this union. As the most highly rated celestial beauty beside him, Su Qingyue's first connection would surely lead to the creation of a Yuan sacred pill. The three ancestors needed the Yuan sacred pill to prolong their lives. Perhaps. Jiang Wuhan did not deny his actions, calmly saying, However, since you came to discuss the Dao, it's because you intended to be my Dao partner. Marriage is merely an optional ceremony. If you care, I can arrange it for you. You are mistaken. My coming to discuss the Dao does not mean I want to be your Dao partner. Su Qingyue gritted her silver teeth and said earnestly, Let me go first and I'll slowly explain. Before she could finish, Jiang Wuhan tightened his grip, even causing her pain, making her brows furrow, and let out a soft grunt. What nonsense! Attending the Dao discussion without wanting to be one's Dao partner. Did she plan to empty-handedly capture the wolf? That's how it is. Jiang Wuhan pressed her down on the bed, his other hand gradually moving up her waist. The white sword robe was being removed piece by piece. Su Qingyue began to panic and couldn't help but frown. What? What are your hands doing? If you do this, how am I supposed to speak? If you don't want to speak, then don't. Jiang Wuhan leaned down again to silence her. Su Qingyue's eyes widened as she felt a strange sensation in her body, her mind going blank. When they separated again, her sword robe had been thrown to the floor, leaving her with only her belly wrap and panties. She looked at the handsome face with a wicked smile before her and couldn't care much. She immediately explained, Jiang Wuhan, calm down, I'm here to ask for your help. The future of the human race is now all in your hands. Flattering me. While Jiang Wuhan was busy, he chuckled and said, Go on, I love to hear it. In this golden age the foundation of the human race is somewhat stronger than before, but the true calamity bearers and game changers still lack sufficient strength. I need your pills to help them undergo bloodline ascension. Su Qingyue hurriedly explained, but suddenly felt a chill. Hey, are you listening to me? Stop for a moment. What are you holding in your hand? It looks a bit familiar. Su Qingyue's voice abruptly stopped as she recognized. Jiang Wuhan was holding her panties. In an instant she felt a bit panicked. She certainly understood what Jiang Wuhan intended to do. At that moment her eyes were filled with pleading as she looked at Jiang Wuhan. Jiang Wuhan, please don't. In an instant Su Qingyu's body tensed, her small hands clenched tightly and 2 streams of clear tears slid down her cheeks. Simultaneously Jiang Wuhan felt his mind shake and his consciousness was pulled into a void of chaos. Not far away a woman with an ice-like jade-like figure was enveloped in white light, appearing to be the ruler of this chaos. The woman looked very familiar. It was Su Qingyu. Jiang Wuhan immediately reacted. If this was Su Qingyu's sea of consciousness, the woman in the white light was her soul. However, beneath that soul there was an even more powerful soul force. Could it be? Someone is attempting to seize control. Jiang Wuhan looked at the powerful figure facing away and immediately shouted, "Whoever you are, get out of Su Qingyu's body now. You first." The graceful figure in blue slowly turned, her eyes filled with a dark expression. "You have 3 breaths of time, otherwise, don't blame me for cutting it down." A soft reprimand instantly shook his consciousness out of Su Qingyu's sea of consciousness. Jiang Wuhan felt as if he had just awakened from a dream, breaking into a cold sweat. When he looked again at the beauty beneath him, his gaze had changed. "It's actually you." Jiang Wuhan saw no one else in Su Qingyu's sea of consciousness but the adversarial tribulation sword emperor. The soul of a great emperor resided within Su Qingyu's sea of consciousness. This meant that should the adversarial tribulation sword emperor wish it, she could supplant Su Qingyu's consciousness at any moment. The myriad doubts within Jiang Wuhan's heart became utterly clear at this instant. Why did Su Qingyu dare to come to the Jiang family alone from the Tai Xian immortal sect? Why, as the Tai Xian divine maiden, was she not bound to obey the commands of the Tai Xian divine lord? Why during the imperial battle did she remain within Maple Forest Hall yet exhaust her vitality, leaving her so weak that she could not resist? More importantly, ever since Jiang Wuhan carried her out of Maple Forest Hall, he had faintly sensed something amiss with the Su Qingyu in his arms. She lacked a hint of cold aloofness and composure, instead possessing the disposition of a young girl. Simply put, whether in her words and actions or in her reactions to Jiang Wuhan's flirtations, she resembled more closely the manner of a 17 or 18-year-old maiden, rather than the expressionless placid demeanor she had maintained from start to finish within Maple Forest Hall. At this moment Su Qingyu gazed at Jiang Wuhan, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, her face full of grievance as she said, You should leave now. She truly means what she says." Her voice carried a sob, yet it seemed instead to be concern for Jiang Wuhan. Although Jiang Wuhan felt that the adversarial tribulation sword emperor's threat was likely only meant to intimidate him, he dared not gamble. If he lost the wager, the laws of the sword were no laughing matter. If truly severed, given Jiang Wuhan's cultivation at the divine martial realm, whether he could even restore it was uncertain. He could distinguish between one satisfying meal and perpetual satiation. Jiang Wuhan rose and withdrew, and Su Qingyu tensed her body once more, unable to suppress an unusual low moan. She quickly pulled the cotton quilt over herself, covering her body, leaving only a small head exposed. Su Qingyu, her face full of grievance, extended her hand toward Jiang Wuhan. "The thing in your hand, give it back to me." Her gaze fixed stubbornly on the small undergarment in Jiang Wuhan's hand, her voice laced with tears. Jiang Wuhan casually tossed it back to her, feeling a wave of frustration inside. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Sometimes a supremely talented female cultivator was not necessarily all that wonderful. Take Su Qingyu for instance, who knew how many secrets she still harbored. It was fine that the adversarial tribulation sword emperor dwelt within her sea of consciousness, but what if she suddenly possessed her? Hiss. Would that not be equivalent to him having slept with a great emperor? Outrageous. Just as Jiang Wuhan was feeling vexed, an information panel materialized. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the initial connection with Su Qingyu. Score 96, reward settlement in progress. Reward obtained: Dragon Pattern, God-Slaying Halberd, Supreme Imperial Armament, Heavenly Saint Pill 5, Primordial Saint Pill 1, Cultivation Infusion, First Layer of the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. Do you accept the cultivation infusion? Oh. Jiang Wuhan suddenly felt that he was not so frustrated after all. Su Qingyu was truly a top-tier specimen, rated 96, merely from a single connection. Such an abundant reward appeared. A full 5 Heavenly Saint Pills and 1 Primordial Saint Pill. Accept the cultivation. At the cultivation infusion, Jiang Wuhan's aura surged sharply. He quickly broke through the shackles of the 9th level peak of the divine martial realm, but did not ascend to the reincarnation tribulation realm. For cultivators, the reincarnation tribulation realm marked the beginning of a qualitative change in life. One needed to temper the body with heavenly tribulation to truly become a tribulation realm powerhouse. Within the Imperial Sun Hall, the Great Emperor had laid down formation patterns that obscured celestial secrets, masking the breakthrough aura of Jiang Wuhan. Only when he walked out of the imperial sun hall and underwent the baptism of heavenly tribulation would he truly become a cultivator of the reincarnation tribulation realm. And the euphoria brought by the breakthrough made Jiang Yuan's face a picture of bliss. Meanwhile Su Qingyue had put on her clothes and stepped barefoot off the bed. Noticing the expression of lingering satisfaction on Jiang Yuan's face, she flushed and chided, "Pervert. What did you say?" Jiang Wuhan raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure in his tone. "Nothing." Su Qingyue pursed her lips, her peripheral vision inadvertently glancing toward the bedside. On the slightly disheveled bed that tiny patch of crimson bloodstain was conspicuously glaring. Recalling Jiang Yuan's recent actions, her face reddened as she said with a coquettish tone, "Don't tell anyone about this." Jiang Yuan's gaze was disdainful. He said nothing but turned around the screen beside the bed and strode out of the hall. Seeing this, Su Qingyue quickly followed. "Hey Jiang Wuhan, you don't intend to just walk away like this, do you?" Su Qingyue looked up at him, her willow brows slightly furrowed. "Otherwise, would the one in your sea of consciousness let me stay here overnight?" Jiang Wuhan said calmly. "Of course not." Su Qingyue quickly shook her head, then extended her small hand toward Jiang Wuhan. "The 2 items, you still haven't given them to me." "What items?" Jiang Wuhan asked with confusion. "You were so focused on taking advantage of me earlier, you didn't even listen to what I said, did you?" Su Qingyue bit her lip, puffing out her cheeks in anger. 2 pills that can sublimate the bloodline." Seeing this, Jiang Wuhan couldn't help but sneer. Has the esteemed Tai Xian divine maiden lowered herself to the level of a courtesan trying to trade her body for 2 heavenly saint pills? If you had consulted with the one in your sea of consciousness earlier and used your body to satisfy me, this imperial son might have been pleased enough to reward you with 2 heavenly saint pills. But now, not a chance. Jiang Wuhan was extremely annoyed. Although he had obtained the system's reward, it was still the first time he had been driven out. And this insensitive woman was chasing after him to demand heavenly saint pills. Had it not been for the adversarial tribulation sword emperor appearing today to help the Jiang family slay an ancient emperor, he would have long since ordered Su Qingyue to be thrown out. Hearing Jiang Yuan's rude words, Su Qingyue knitted her brows, her delicate face full of displeasure. How dare you humiliate me like this?" Her pearly teeth clenched tightly, her stubborn little face brimming with grievance. "I have not held you accountable for defiling my purity, yet you blame me. Moreover, those 2 pills were promised to me after discussions between the Jiang family founder and the Hangyu great emperor. They never said I had to become your Dao partner." Before she could finish, Jiang Wuhan waved his hand to cut her off. "Whoever promised you, go ask them. Here, to obtain heavenly saint pills you must become my Dao partner." Jiang Yuan's gaze turned icy as he looked Su Qingyue up and down, then a sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. "But now, I'm no longer interested in you." Having said that, Jiang Wuhan turned and left. Su Qingyue watched his receding back, her delicate frame trembling slightly. Whether from anger or something else. Jiang Wuhan, stop right there. Su Qingyue's face flushed with anger, her beautiful eyes taking on a cold glint. "I have done for your Jiang family all that I should have done, and even what I should not have done, you have already done. And now you want to go back on your word." Before she finished, she took a step forward to catch up with Jiang Wuhan and raised her hand to press on his shoulder. However, before her hand could fall, Jiang Wuhan seized it with a reverse grab. The power of his cultivation, infinitely close to the reincarnation tribulation realm, exploded ferociously, suppressing Su Qingyue. "Su Qingyue, this imperial son has been more than courteous to you. You had better restrain yourself. If you erase the last shred of goodwill I have for you, don't blame me for being ruthless." As he spoke, his ancient dual pupils activated, unleashing an overwhelming pressure. For a moment Su Qingyue's delicate form trembled and a look of difficulty appeared on her face. Ancient dual pupils. Gazing at those desolate and profound double pupils, her exquisitely beautiful face was filled with disbelief. Her cultivation was at the 9th level of the divine martial realm. Among her peers she could be considered outstanding. Yet the cultivation Jiang Wuhan now displayed completely crushed her. Jiang Wuhan pushed her away without mercy and strode out of the side hall. Su Qingyue in contrast stared blankly at Jiang Yuan's retreating figure, her eyes complex. "What are you hesitating about?" At this moment the voice of the adversarial tribulation sword emperor came from the depths of her consciousness. "I'm wondering, could the heavenly fates prophecy have made a mistake?" Recalling Jiang Yuan's previous dominance, Su Qingyue furrowed her brows slightly. "Compared to that one, Jiang Wuhan is more like the gamebreaker in this calamity. The heavenly fates prophecy is never wrong. Jiang Wuhan is destined not to be the gamebreaker." The adversarial tribulation sword emperor sighed softly, helplessly. "You should not be indecisive. This is a great taboo for a sword cultivator. If you were to use that power, Jiang Wuhan would be no match for you. I taught you the sword not so that you would only talk sense with opponents. Child, time is running out. This last sentence struck Su Qingyu's heart like a sharp sword. Her gaze turned resolute. She quickly walked out of the side hall intending to catch up with Jiang Wuhan. However, the moment she opened the hall door and saw the scene before her, she was instantly stunned. Above the territory of the Jiang family, dark clouds like ink covered vast stretches of the sky. Beneath these clouds, even the signs of the ancient emperor's fall were obscured. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The moment Su Qingyu stepped out, she was confronted with a scene resembling the end of the world, causing her heart to skip a beat. The calamity has come early. Her lips parted slightly, her face turning pale. But in the next moment she sensed something was amiss. Above the dark clouds, although filled with the aura of calamity, its essence was remarkably pure. It seemed to be merely a thunder tribulation. Although the spectacle was grand. It is the calamity cloud of the thunder tribulation. The voice of the calamity sword emperor echoed once more. Calamity cloud. Su Qingyue gazed at the terrifying calamity cloud spanning thousands of miles, even obscuring the signs of the ancient emperor's fall, her heart shaken. This is too vast. Who could it be? Suddenly her pupils constricted as she spotted a familiar figure standing on the air beneath the sky full of calamity clouds. Jiang Wuhan. Jiang Wuhan is transcending the tribulation. Su Qingyue was instantly dumbfounded. When she had previously battled Jiang Wuhan, she had vaguely sensed that his aura was unstable. He had clearly broken through the limits of the divine martial realm, yet had not truly ascended to the reincarnation calamity realm. This magnificent calamity cloud was precisely the precursor to Jiang Wuhan's tribulation. Just a single layer of thunder tribulation exuded such might. For a moment Su Qingyu's heart wavered once more. And such a grand spectacle equally drew the attention of various forces. The Jiang family's prince is about to ascend to the reincarnation calamity realm. I must be seeing things. This calamity cloud spans several thousand miles. The size of the calamity cloud directly determines the power of the thunder tribulation. Usually the stronger the innate talent of the cultivator, the more powerful the thunder tribulation they must face. But several thousand miles. That's too exaggerated. I remember when Emperor Hengyu ascended to the reincarnation calamity realm, his calamity cloud was barely 10,000 miles. The Jiang family prince surpassing the blue is actually several times greater than Emperor Hengyu. I observe the prince. He possesses the bearing of an emperor. The crowd exclaimed in awe while numerous talented female cultivators fixed their gazes on the unparalleled figure beneath the calamity cloud, filled with longing and blooming like peach blossoms. Especially a girl from the Tianhu clan, her beautiful eyes glimmering, her gaze almost turning into silk. If she could be pressed beneath such a magnificent man for a night of spring, it would be worth dying for. At this moment Jiang Lintian stood up and loudly declared, "Everyone from the Jiang family heed my command. All experts above the Saint King's stage present, protect the prince." At the sound of his command, with everyone's agreement, over 100 powerful figures soared into the sky to guard Jiang Wuhan. This scene was extremely shocking. Just a small thunder tribulation had over 100 experts above the Saint King's stage providing protection. The saints who were glorious in the outside world didn't even have the qualifications to step forward and offer protection. This is the grand display of the Jiang family's prince. Above the heavens the calamity clouds swirled, emitting deafening thunderous roars. Beneath the heavy sounds the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Suddenly the calamity clouds reversed and the originally dark clouds shone with dazzling light. At the center of the calamity clouds, as the clouds parted and the fog dissipated, a brilliant white light descended, enveloping Jiang Wuhan. In the next moment a rain of flowers began to fall as two stunning celestial maidens draped in feathered robes, each carrying a delicate flower basket, gracefully approached Jiang Wuhan. This picturesque scene in the eyes of the onlookers transformed into profound terror. The calamity breaks the heavens, the pure maidens scatter flowers. Could this be the legendary? From the ancient times, the sixth-ranked pure maiden asking the way to birth calamity. This is madness, the heavens have gone mad. What good person from a family ascending to the reincarnation calamity realm would have their small thunder tribulation replaced by the pure maiden asking the way to birth calamity? Even Emperor Hengyu back then only had his 9-layer thunder tribulation replaced by the 4th-ranked ancient calamity, 10 directions of fiery azura calamity. The Jiang family prince's single layer of small thunder tribulation has been tampered with. Is it the heavens that envy, or is it a heavenly punishment? As everyone gazed upon this scene, they were increasingly shocked. The Jiang family members guarding nearby upon witnessing this felt not only surprise but also deep concern. Jiang Lintian looked at the two pure maidens drawing closer to Jiang Wuhan, feeling anxious, and immediately sent a voice transmission, "Wuhan, keep your mind steady, do not fall into temptation." No sooner had he spoken, his face twisted as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Interfering with the tribulation is akin to opposing the heavenly path. This is both a warning and a punishment. But in the next moment, I refuse. This was Jiang Yuan's voice. Without a hint of hesitation, he proactively approached the two pure maidens. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Wuhan embraced both pure maidens. In an instant everyone was dumbfounded. This fellow dares to embrace anyone. The pure maidens are breathtakingly beautiful, more so than any woman in the world. Because they themselves are the embodiments of worldly karma, able to stir the most primitive and intense desires deep within one's heart. This heavenly tribulation is meant to force the tribulation bearer to sever worldly ties and desires. Otherwise, being entangled with worldly karma will amplify the power of the subsequent thunder tribulation by 100-fold. The pure maiden asking the way is too difficult for the young. Moreover, for the Jiang family prince, it is especially difficult. Amitabha, my senior brother, faced the pure maiden asking the way to birth calamity during his 9-layer thunder tribulation. As expected of a high monk from the Prajna sect, easily severing the 7 emotions and 6 desires transcending the worldly. Holy monk, could you share your insights on perfectly overcoming the pure maiden asking the way to birth calamity? By the way, your senior brother made it through, right? Damn. The bald donkey didn't make it. How could the Jiang family prince possibly succeed? Look, the Jiang family prince is making his move. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jiang Yuan's hands gradually climbed to new heights. The Jiang family members looked on with strange expressions. With Jiang Yuan's character, he wouldn't want to discuss the path of creation with two pure maidens in such a public setting, would he? That is the embodiment of heavenly tribulation. Could it be that the prince intends to become the only man in history to explode upwards and overturn the heavens? Just as everyone was filled with worry, Jiang Wuhan leaned closer to the ears of the two pure maidens, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ladies, you are quite ample. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Wuhan summoned the Qinkuan melting furnace with his left hand, suppressing the pure maiden on his left. His right hand tightened around the dragon pattern god-slaying halberd, piercing through the body of the pure maiden on his right, directly lifting her up. You are too careless. The two ultimate imperial weapons exuded a destructive might, directly shattering the bodies of the two pure maidens. This sudden reversal left all the onlookers astounded. The Jiang family prince was never tempted by the pure maidens, he was only looking for an opportunity. We all underestimated this prince. His Tao heart is stronger than we imagined. Amitabha, it turns out the prince was only pretending. What are you regretting about, you bald donkey? Compared to the shock of various forces, the Jiang family members felt more relieved. I knew it, little Wuhan would never disappoint us. Shut up, old man, you were just thinking of sacrificing yourself to share a burden with little Wuhan. Indeed, it was a bit strange. The excitement and desire little Wuhan showed when he first saw the pure maidens didn't seem fake. But then why? This left everyone puzzled. As for the reason, no prize guessing, a Tao heart steadfast. See, stopping at the edge of a cliff. The answer is self-evident. Jiang Wuhan swept his gaze across, and there wasn't even a system rating. Logically, beings of your level shouldn't have the privilege to receive this prince's favor. And the pure maiden asking the way to birth calamity, though infamous, is not much stronger in power compared to ordinary thunder tribulations. The terrifying aspect is that the worldly karma that the pure maidens embody upon falling upon the tribulation bearer will amplify the destructive force of the heavenly tribulation by 100-fold. Once desires are severed and the pure maidens are slain, this heavenly tribulation signifies that one has overcome the majority of it. However, just as Jiang Wuhan prepared to confront the heavenly tribulation heathen for a swift resolution, the originally subdued pure maidens reformed. The flower baskets in their hands disappeared, replaced by twin swords, their beautiful eyes filled with fury and murderous intent. Behind them endless thunder surged, filled with the aura of calamity. Seeing this, Jiang Wuhan couldn't help but be taken aback. Did this heavenly tribulation have its own consciousness? After realizing it had been deceived, it directly ceased its performance. I still have a belly full of anger and no place to vent it. Jiang Wuhan lifted the Qinkuan melting furnace with his left hand and held the dragon pattern god-slaying halberd horizontally with his right. The two ultimate imperial weapons exuded overwhelming imperial might, and his eyes erupted with surging battle intent. If you want to fight, then, let's battle. The once enchanting maidens now descended with heavenly tribulation like two valiant war goddesses wielding lethal intent. Jiang Wuhan showed no sign of weakness, grasping two supreme imperial weapons and surging upward to clash with them. This sight immediately terrified the Jiang clan. Little Wuhan, you've lost your mind. That's not how you endure heavenly tribulation. Withdraw quickly. The crowd alarmed shouted warnings. This was undoubtedly an affront to heaven's authority. All their telepathic messages were blocked. The two maidens arrived with swords, and as they swung sword aura interwove with lightning tearing they knelt in gratitude for heaven's grace, thankful that the tribulation spared time to smite them. But Jiang Wuhan, this outlier, showed not an iota of reverence. Instead he dared to wield supreme imperial weapons and confront the tribulation heathen. This was undoubtedly an affront to heaven's authority. All their telepathic messages were blocked. The two maidens arrived with swords, and as they swung sword aura interwove with lightning tearing vast rents in the void. Jiang Wuhan raised his hand and offered the Qinquan crucible. The divine might of the imperial weapon shattered the sword aura and lightning, its residual power slamming directly into one maiden. Divine flames erupted from the crucible, instantly consuming that maiden. The other charged with her sword, and Jiang Wuhan gripped the dragon-patterned god-slaying halberd, sweeping it across in a stroke that could annihilate an army. The maiden parried with both swords but was sent flying hundreds of zhang by the immense force. Seeing this, Jiang Wuhan activated the Kunpeng art, his form turning into a blur as he arrived in an instant. Kunpeng divine art. He channeled the Kunpeng art into the dragon-patterned god-slaying halberd and struck down mightily. Take this blow. The phantom of a Kunpeng appeared, tearing the void, and directly shattered the maiden's body. It should have ended there, but in the next moment both maidens emerged from the void, giving Jiang Wuhan no time to think, and crashed directly into him. The maidens, like two masses of energy, merged into his body upon contact. Instantly the power of the tribulation erupted within him. The tribulation clouds churned, all the lightning force within tens of thousands of li of clouds transformed into a thick pillar of thunder pouring down from the heavens. It was like a white line piercing heaven and earth, striking straight down and engulfing Jiang Wuhan's body. Young Emperor Wuhan. Seeing this, the Jiang clan's eyes split with fury. The power of calamity and destruction ravaged Jiang Wuhan's body. At the same time, a sign of rebirth through tribulation began to stir. The Qinquan crucible and the dragon-patterned god-slaying halberd orbited Jiang Wuhan, guarding his flesh and soul from annihilation. This process lasted a full hour. When the devastating lightning dissipated and Jiang Wuhan's figure came into view, everyone was utterly shocked. This level of tribulation was no longer a test but pure execution. Even for a cultivator at the 9th level of the reincarnation tribulation realm, let alone Jiang Wuhan, who had not yet reached that stage, the probability of survival was less than 1%. What happened now was a miracle. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Wuhan slowly opened his eyes. Destruction gave way to renewal, he was reborn. The heavenly tribulation clouds gradually thinned and the remaining power surged into Jiang Wuhan, helping him break through his shackles and step into the 2nd level of the reincarnation tribulation realm. Finally. It's over. Jiang Wuhan exhaled a turbid breath. But at that moment he vaguely saw the two maidens on the dispersing clouds turning back to glance at him. This time. You're lucky. Humph, we'll see. Two coquettish voices echoed in the depths of Jiang Wuhan's consciousness. Then everything faded away. He landed back on the ground. Jiang Lintian and the others gathered around, their faces bearing both relief at his survival and joy at his advancement. Wuhan, well done. Truly the unicorn of our Jiang clan, facing the maiden's tribulation of rebirth heathen without a scratch. Already at the 2nd level of the reincarnation tribulation realm. At this rate, within 100 years you'll surely prove the Tao and become an emperor. The young emperor truly has the bearing of a great emperor. The crowd examined Jiang Wuhan with satisfaction. His gaze shifted, looking toward the ancestral land. Has third ancestor returned? At these words the smiles on everyone's faces froze. Jiang Lintian sighed softly. Third ancestor and Emperor Hengyu have returned. They are now in the ancestral land. Making final arrangements. Clan leader. Take me to the ancestral land now, immediately. Jiang Wuhan's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes urgent. Third ancestor might still be saved. Little Wuhan, did you get another primordial elixir? Jiang Linyuan quickly pressed. That Jiang Qitian, through a primordial elixir, achieved bloodline ascension and became a Dao One sacred body, breaking through to the 3rd level of the Emperor realm and prolonging his life was no secret among the Jiang clan's core elders. Even though Jiang Zuanji's heavenly secret's 100 refined divine body was inferior to Jiang Qishan's previous myriad phenomena returning to origin sacred body, there was still a glimmer of hope under the primordial elixir's elevation. Little Wuhan, the clan leader, was wounded by heaven's Tao while warning you during your tribulation. Jiang Linyuan reached out and grasped Jiang Wuhan's shoulder, his expression solemn. I'll accompany you to the ancestral land. With that he took a step, shifting stars and constellations. In an instant the two arrived at the Jiang ancestral land. At that moment Jiang Xuanji sat cross-legged, his chi and blood exhausted, making his final wishes known to those present. First ancestor, there is something I've kept in my heart all along, never daring to tell you. At every ancestral worship ceremony the offerings placed on your altar were secretly eaten by me. Second ancestor, that year I used your name to have amorous adventures in the lower realms, so much so that your name ended up on the kill lists of a dozen middle thousand worlds. Fifth ancestor, do you remember when you publicly accused me of using a divine thought incarnation to steal the dragon transformation pill you needed to advance to the dragon transformation realm, and you were punished by the clan for great disrespect? Your dragon transformation pill was indeed stolen by me for no reason other than for fun. Fourth ancestor also knows this because I stole his too, but he didn't explain for you, instead he joined others in accusing you. And Li knew. One after another Jiang Xuanji poured out all the guilt he had harbored over the years. Yet bathed in the atmosphere, these deeds that should have ignited fury were all forgiven. The younger generation of the clan is so promising that the family flourishes and may become the foremost immortal clan in the cosmos. But I won't live to see that day. When that day comes, look upon it for me. Before Jiang Xuanji finished, Jiang Wuhan rushed over in haste. Third ancestor, do not speak so lightly of life and death. Please take this primordial elixir and defy fate. Jiang Wuhan presented the elixir to Jiang Xuanji. But Jiang Xuanji only glanced at it and shook his head lightly. I have no use for it. Keep this precious pill for someone who needs it. Third ancestor is one of the anchors of the Jiang clan. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, we cannot give up. Jiang Wuhan gritted his teeth, his gaze darkening. If third ancestor falls now, I will resort to every means to spread what you just confessed across the cosmos. At these words Jiang Xuanji's eyes went wide. You little brat, how dare you? Then he turned to Emperor Hengyu. Lin Yu, discipline your son. Third ancestor, I think Wuhan is right. Emperor Hengyu said calmly. You. Jiang Xuanji was left speechless. Seeing this, Jiang Qitian urged, third brother, just listen to little Wuhan and take it. This primordial elixir is his sincere offering as a junior. He took the elixir and personally handed it to Jiang Xuanji. You all won't even let me die in peace. Jiang Xuanji sighed, raised his head and swallowed the primordial elixir. In the next moment golden formation patterns condensed beneath Jiang Xuanji, linking heaven and earth as if exhausting all mysteries of the world. His bloodline began to ascend. The golden patterns dissolved into nothingness, appearing empty yet containing all realms. Everyone was astounded. This is the all methods profound sacred body. The ultimate sacred body of formation patterns, capable of manifesting all things in the world with a wave of the hand. Third ancestor, isn't this the physique you've sought your whole life? To prevent the all methods profound sacred body from perishing as soon as it appears, you must give your all to survive. You must survive. The crowd watched Jiang Xuanji intently, urgency in their eyes. He too strained every sinew, striving to reach a higher realm. Time passed, but Jiang Xuanji's cultivation showed no sign of breakthrough. His withered body had reached its limit. The source of life gradually faded, his end drew near. Yet just as everyone was steeped in sorrow, a surging vitality, one that severed the past and heralded rebirth, exploded within Jiang Xuanji. For a moment all were stunned. This is. Jiang Xuanji did not like Jiang Qitian break through the shackles of his cultivation realm to extend his lifespan. Instead, at the final moment of his life, he severed the past and lived out a second lifetime. In that moment everyone in the ancestral land was astounded. The old body perished, the new self was born, and he reversed the course of his life to live a new existence. His battle prowess and vitality would both return to their peak. This was an elevation of life itself, a complete transformation. The newly born imperial body, divine soul and potential all far surpassed those of his previous life. However, this step was exceedingly perilous. Even for a great emperor it was a matter of 10 deaths with no chance of life. Unless one had reached the point of utter despair, no one would willingly attempt this path. He succeeded. The third ancestor has succeeded. The third ancestor has reversed his life to live a second existence. I knew it, this young man was unwilling to fall just like that. Haha, is it because he couldn't bear to part with the all methods profound saint body, or was he afraid that after death little Wuhan would ruin his reputation? The crowd gazed at the reborn Jiang Xuanji with smiles on their faces. At that moment Jiang Xuanji opened his eyes and looked at the few people around him. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. I have returned. We welcome the third ancestor back. Jiang Wuhan bowed respectfully, his face full of relief. Haha, it's all thanks to your primordial Saint Pill, little one. Jiang Xuanji chuckled, then retrieved a cosmos ring from his bosom and handed it to Jiang Wuhan. Here, this is a token of thanks from your third ancestor. Upon seeing the object, Hengyu Emperor couldn't help but frown. Third ancestor, this item should be placed in the family treasury. Little Wuhan alone cannot use that much. Hengyu Emperor spoke. Jiang Wuhan was curious and asked, Third ancestor, what is this? The Tomb of Immortals. Jiang Xuanji said casually, but it made Jiang Wuhan's heart skip a beat. The Tomb of Immortals, one of the 9 forbidden life regions. Inside the Tomb of Immortals, the 3 ancient emperors have all perished. As a supreme imperial weapon, the Tomb of Immortals excels in both offense and defense and can also trap and suppress enemies. Jiang Xuanji spoke calmly, explaining, moreover, within the Tomb of Immortals there are hidden many inheritances and traditions of ancient emperors and quasi-emperors, as well as precious resources like heavenly treasures enough to forge an immortal power. He had packaged the entire Tomb of Immortals and given it to Jiang Wuhan. Jiang Wuhan took the cosmos ring and said with a calm smile, Third ancestor, my father is right. Such a massive trove of resources in my hands would be a waste of their potential. Moreover, the techniques and methods I cultivate now suit me better than the inheritance of the Tomb of Immortals. This resource should be used where it is more appropriate. Jiang Wuhan explained. Little Wuhan, how do you plan to use it? Jiang Qitian asked. The undying divine medicine and rare treasures within the Tomb of Immortals shall enter the Jiang family treasury. The various inheritances and traditions are of little use to our Jiang family, they can be given as betrothal gifts to allied families. Jiang Yuan's thoughts were clear. He then looked at Jiang Linyuan, who had escorted him here, and said, As for this Tomb of Immortals imperial weapon, it can be entrusted to second elder for use. At these words, Jiang Linyuan, standing at the edge of the ancestral land, couldn't help but feel a shock. In the outside world he was a formidable peak quasi-emperor. But within the Jiang ancestral land he was a mere inconspicuous figure. When the imperial prince and the great emperors discussed family matters, even if he silently withdrew, no one would notice him. Yet one sentence from Jiang Wuhan made his heart tremble. The imperial prince had secured a supreme imperial weapon for him. As a powerhouse in the top tier below the great emperors, the only thing Jiang Linyuan lacked to stand shoulder to shoulder with the leaders of major powers was a supreme imperial weapon. He yearned for a supreme imperial weapon with all his might, dreamed of it day and night. But supreme imperial weapons were limited in number, and obtaining one was as difficult as ascending to heaven. For a moment Jiang Linyuan was filled with nervous anticipation, waiting for the reactions of Hengyu Emperor and the 5 ancestors. Such a distribution indeed maximizes the utilization of this resource. Linyuan, this Tomb of Immortals will be yours from now on. What do you think? Jiang Qitian looked at Jiang Linyuan and asked calmly. The next moment Jiang Linyuan knelt on the ground with a solemn expression. Linyuan will not disappoint your trust. I will dedicate myself to the family even if it means sacrificing my life. There is no need for such gravity. As an outstanding figure of the current generation, though you have the heart to repay the family with your life, the prosperity of the family requires you to live well. Jiang Xuanji smiled faintly, then glanced at Jiang Wuhan. Understanding his intention, Jiang Wuhan removed the Tomb of Immortals from the cosmos ring and walked over to Jiang Linyuan. It was a small mound of earth the size of a palm, adorned with miniature morning sticks, soul-summoning banners, and other artifacts. Jiang Linyuan received it with both hands, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Jiang Wuhan, grinning. Little Wuhan, I never spoiled you for nothing. With the Tomb of Immortals in hand, if you ever set your sights on any woman in the future, whether her family agrees or not, I will surely bring her back for you. Jiang Linyuan said with great excitement. Then I'll have to trouble the second elder. Jiang Wuhan laughed. Just then Jiang Qitian suddenly thought of something and asked, Little Wuhan, a few days ago, the primordial saint pill you gave me was the last one, wasn't it? Where did this one for the third come from? Before Jiang Wuhan could answer, the excited Jiang Linyuan interjected, Ancestor, this afternoon Little Wuhan carried the Taishian goddess into the imperial prince's hall. The Taishian goddess. Su Qinghua. For an instant Jiang Qitian's heart jumped. Oh no. Little Wuhan, that woman, didn't she do anything to you? Jiang Qitian examined Jiang Wuhan from head to toe, concern in his voice. Fine, Ancestor, rest assured. Jiang Wuhan said calmly. That's good. Jiang Qitian breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. I have matters to discuss with that woman. Before he could finish, a clear cold voice came from the periphery of the ancestral land. Ancestor of the Jiang family, Hengyu Emperor. I too wish to have a talk with you. It was Su Qingyu's voice. But compared to her tone in the imperial prince's hall there was a slight difference. Perhaps it was the Nietzsche Sword Emperor taking over. Jiang Qitian and Hengyu Emperor exchanged glances and strode out of the ancestral land. Jiang Wuhan followed. Outside the ancestral land Su Qingyue stood in a white sword robe like an ethereal celestial being descending to the mortal world. The bright moonlight draped over her like a white veil adding a touch of cool mystery. Her eyes were cold and she radiated an aura that warned others to keep their distance, inspiring awe. Jiang Qitian glanced at Hengyu Emperor and they both nodded in unison. Miss Su, the matter we discussed earlier was not made known to my son Wuhan. If he has offended you in any way I apologize on his behalf. Hengyu Emperor paused then changed his tone. Although there was a misunderstanding, the two of you have now crossed the Rubicon. Why not go with the flow and become Dao companions? A perfect match of talent and beauty. Before he could finish, Su Qingyu's delicate body trembled slightly. Her gaze swept past Jiang Qitian and Hengyu Emperor, landing on Jiang Wuhan behind them. Jiang Wuhan, you scoundrel. She clenched her teeth, both angry and embarrassed. You promised me this would stay secret. Why did you flaunt it and let everyone know? Jiang Wuhan shrugged, looking innocent. I told no one, nor do I consider being in that kind of relationship with you something worth boasting about. You. Su Qingyue was speechless but didn't dare to vent her anger in front of the Jiang family great emperors. She sighed softly and extended her small hand toward the three of them. The deed is done. Isn't it time to give me what you promised? Su Qingyue suppressed her anger like a powerless wife demanding hush money. Wuhan, your father and I indeed promised her 2 heavenly saint pills in exchange for the Nietzsche Sword Emperor's intervention. Jiang Qitian explained. Jiang Wuhan nodded, took out 2 heavenly saint pills and casually handed them to Su Qingyue. She took the pills and examined them carefully. Could a tiny pill like this truly create a saint body? Even for the well-traveled Nietzsche Sword Emperor this was astonishing. Believe it or not. Jiang Wuhan waved dismissively, then turned to Jiang Qitian and Hengyu Emperor. Ancestor father, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. He bowed respectfully and brushed past Su Qingyue. Watching Jiang Wuhan's retreating figure, Jiang Qitian gave a helpless smile. Miss Su, allow me to say one more thing. In terms of lineage and talent, the exceptional son of our Jiang family is in no way inferior to you. If the two of you were to marry, it would be a perfect union, a match made in heaven. Moreover, what is done is done. Why cling so stubbornly to conventions? If you could be with Wuhan, the help you would receive would far exceed just 2 heavenly saint pills. These words, though leaning in Jiang Wuhan's favor, had to be admitted as reasonable. Su Qingyue bit her lips lightly, a dimness flickering in her beautiful eyes. I was born to face the tribulation. Personal feelings are too much of a luxury for me. She sighed softly, turning her head slightly toward the direction Jiang Wuhan had gone. A complex emotion flickered in her cold eyes. After leaving the ancestral grounds, Jiang Wuhan walked back to the imperial prince's palace accompanied by Aunt Shui. Along the way, an inexplicable sense of restlessness weighed on his heart. Scenes from that afternoon in the side hall, the brief ambiguous encounter with Su Qingyue, kept flashing through his mind. Had it been any other woman, she would never have had the chance to refuse Jiang Wuhan. Even if the forced fruit were not sweet, it would still quench one's thirst. But Su Qingyue was different. Within her resided a great emperor's soul. Though the relationship between them remained unclear, this alone granted her the right to refuse. Anyway, I've already obtained the reward. As for that woman. Jiang Wuhan snorted coldly, his expression dismissive. I couldn't care less. Seeing this, Aunt Shui broke into a gentle smile. Imperial Prince, I believe Miss Su does harbor some special feelings for you. Aunt Shui, you needn't console me with such words. Jiang Wuhan waved his hand and chuckled derisively. Women like Su Qingyue, this imperial prince can have as many as he desires. That pretense of aloof purity only irritates me. Imperial Prince, I am not consoling you, I speak the truth. Aunt Shui smiled softly, her tone tender. Just now in the ancestral grounds, the look she gave you carried not only resentment but also a certain affection. Moreover, a young woman who has given her innocence to someone often develops special feelings. Imperial Prince, don't doubt me, I've been through it. I wouldn't deceive you in such matters. Her cheeks flushed like peach blossoms and her beautiful eyes shimmered with reminiscence. It doesn't matter. Jiang Wuhan waved dismissively. For now I have no interest in Su Qingyue. As he spoke, they reached the imperial prince's palace. From afar, Jiang Wuhan spotted a familiar figure lingering outside the palace. She had a voluptuous figure exuding the ripe charm of a peach. It was Lu Suxin, the sect master of the Black-White Dao Inquiry sect and a quasi-emperor. Seeing this, Aunt Shui discreetly vanished into the void. Jiang Wuhan stepped forward slowly and spoke casually, "Sect Master Lu paying a visit so late, what advice do you have?" Lu Suxin seemed lost in thought, hesitating whether to enter the palace, and thus hadn't noticed Jiang Wuhan's approach. The sudden voice startled her, making her delicate frame tremble. When she turned to look at Jiang Wuhan, her eyes were filled with a fearful timidity. Jiang Wuhan nodded inwardly. Now this was the proper reaction. This humble one pays respects to the imperial prince. Lu Suxin immediately bowed gracefully, bending at the waist in a respectful salute. No need for such formality. Jiang Wuhan reached out to support her arm, then smoothly took her small hand in his palm. Feeling the warmth from his domineering grip, Lu Suxin's pretty face flushed and she appeared flustered. Too much had happened today, the descent of the ancient emperors, the Jiang family's great emperor stepping forth to slay 3 ancient emperors and annihilate the immortal burial mound. And also Jiang Wuhan's mere minor thunder tribulation had turned out to be the plain maidens' Dao Inquiry rebirth tribulation. One event after another. Each fiercely battered Lu Suxin's psychological defenses. The dignity she had painstakingly maintained over the years was utterly insignificant before the colossal entity that was the Jiang family. Even everything she had pursued in her lifetime could be undone by a single light word from Jiang Wuhan. This immense sense of disparity shattered her former pride completely. "Sect Master Lu, if you have something to say, let's discuss it inside the palace." With that, Jiang Wuhan took her hand without waiting for a reply and led her toward the imperial prince's palace. Inside, the side hall formation patterns inlaid with eternal night sun pearls radiated a light as bright as day. Everywhere the eye could see was the height of luxury. Lu Suxin gazed at the ornamented side hall, 100 times more lavish than the main hall of the Black-White Dao Inquiry sect, and her heart was stirred once more. She looked up at the young handsome face before her and couldn't help blushing. "Imperial Prince, it's late and quiet. Is it proper for us, a man and a woman alone, to share this room?" Lu Suxin asked softly. "If Sect Master Lu truly felt it improper, you would have clearly refused when I proposed we enter the palace." "Imperial Prince, it's late and quiet. Is it proper for us, a man and a woman alone, to share this room?" Lu Suxin asked softly. "Am I to interpret that you're hinting at something?" At these words, Lu Suxin's face grew even redder. I didn't." She tried to explain, but her sheepish tone couldn't even fool herself. Perhaps deep in her consciousness, she was hoping for something to happen. Seeing this, Jiang Wuhan flashed a sinister smile. "Since Sect Master Lu is concerned, then please take your leave. We can discuss your matters tomorrow." Hearing this, Lu Suxin's heart skipped a beat and panic crept onto her face. She didn't want to leave. But she failed to notice that although Jiang Wuhan was playing hard to get the hand holding hers, had never let go. "Imperial Prince, I was merely speaking casually just now." Lu Suxin lowered her head, her small face almost buried in her chest, and murmured softly, I didn't mind." Before she could finish, Jiang Wuhan pulled her into his embrace. In an instant he held a fragrant jade-like softness. Her plump curvaceous body was roughly locked in his arms. The usually lofty quasi-emperor sect master now trembled like a frightened fawn, silent and meek. This stark contrast gratified Jiang Wuhan's desire for control immensely. What's more, this was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, a stunning beauty with a perfect figure. In that moment Jiang Wuhan's inner fire blazed. The frustration he had endured that afternoon with Su Qinghua surged back all at once. Feeling Jiang Wuhan's advance, Lu Suxin's brows furrowed slightly and her expression turned troubled. "Imperial Prince, we are not yet Dao companions. Some things cannot happen. Imperial Prince, please show some restraint." Having cultivated for tens of thousands of years, she had never been teased like this before. The unfamiliar sensation made her face flush, her heartbeat quicken. Subconsciously she gradually abandoned resistance. Yet as her garments loosened, the last shred of reason held her back. She quickly pressed down on Jiang Wuhan's hand, which was trying to explore further. "Imperial Prince, you have already done too much." Lu Suxin bit her lip, her shy voice laced with grievance. "I cannot allow you to continue indulging. Some things must wait until after we are wed." She had always been a woman with very traditional values. Seeing this, Jiang Wuhan whispered in her ear, "Sect Master Lu, I know what you desire. This sect master wouldn't want her sect to remain unprotected, would she? I will grant all your requests. Moreover, after my tribulation I made a special trip to the Jiang family's ancestral grounds and asked the ancestor for a rare spiritual herb. As he spoke he took out a rare treasure shaped like a white lotus from the ring the third ancestor had gifted him. It had 7 petals and 3 leaves. The entire plant was crystalline like jade, exuding a surging vitality. Upon seeing it, Lu Suxan's mouth fell open, her face filled with astonishment. Is that the legendary divine remedy capable of healing any Tao injury below the imperial level, the 3-7 Sacred Heart Lotus? Lu Suxin recognized the treasure at a glance, and the softest part of her heart was deeply touched. She heard Jiang Wuhan say he had specially gone to the ancestral grounds to request it after his tribulation. This divine herb was priceless. Most importantly, it only grew in forbidden life zones. Only a great emperor could gather it in this world. Imperial Prince, this is too precious. This humble one does not deserve it. Lu Suxin murmured, her eyes dim. Before she could finish, Jiang Wuhan interrupted. This divine herb exists for the sole purpose of healing the Tao injury within you. With your talent, your achievements in this life should never have been limited to the first level of quasi-emperor. Jiang Wuhan gazed at her tenderly, placing the 3-7 Sacred Heart Lotus in her hand. Take it. In my eyes your worth cannot be measured by material things. At that moment Lu Suxan's defenses crumbled completely. Since her master fell, no one had ever been so good to her. She released Jiang Wuhan's right hand and actively embraced him. Their lips met and she kissed him fervently. Until Jiang Wuhan lifted her onto the bed, Lu Suxin nestled in his arms, her cheeks flushed, breathing heavily. Imperial Prince. That still cannot happen. If my purity is lost before marriage, I won't be entitled to a grand bridal procession with 10 miles of red decorations, nor to wear the phoenix coronet and embroidered cape. Preserving her virginity before marriage was her bottom line. Jiang Wuhan chuckled lightly. I'm not a man of carnal urgency. It's just that the heavenly tribulation's divine power hasn't been fully refined within me, leaving my heart restless. I need you to help me. Rest assured, I never force anyone. I won't touch what I shouldn't. Truly. Is that true? Lu Suxan's eyes were hazy, her expression innocent. You are a quasi-emperor. If I break my word, you can push me away anytime. Jiang Wuhan squinted at her. It's just that right now my temper is flaring. Lu Suxin, half believing, reached out and grasped the future. The night had grown deep. Su Qingyue wandered aimlessly through the darkness, and before she realized it, she had returned to the Imperial Sun's Hall. The guards and maids outside did not stop her, allowing her to approach the side chamber. When she reached out to push the door, she found the formation patterns activated, indicating someone was inside. You're back. Aunt Shui emerged from beneath the corridor, a gentle smile on her face. Someone is inside. Am I right? Su Qingyue maintained her usual cool demeanor and asked calmly. Aunt Shui did not answer but pointed toward another side chamber. You can come this way. The Imperial Son will be pleased if he learns of your return tomorrow, Aunt Shui said as she walked toward that side chamber. However, Su Qingyue did not follow. That place is not meant for me. Or rather, there is no place for me here anymore. She slightly bowed her head, her gaze calm. I apologize for the intrusion. With that she turned and walked away. After only a few steps she suddenly halted and glanced back at Aunt Shui. May I ask? Who is in the room? Su Qingyue bit her lip, a flicker of strange emotion appearing in her beautiful eyes. Aunt Shui paused for a moment, then replied frankly, Sect Master Lu of the Black and White Tao Inquiry Sect. Divine Maiden Su. Sect Master Lu came to discuss sect affairs with the Imperial Son, nothing of a personal nature. Before she could finish, a seductive moan drifted from that side chamber. Imperial Son. Can I really eat this? There. Not there. For a moment the atmosphere grew awkward. Aunt Shui pointed at the formation patterns outside the hall, her gaze evasive. This side chamber has been uninhabited for years, and the isolation formations sometimes malfunction. Su Qingyue remained as cool and composed as ever, nodding impassively. Thank you. With that she turned and vanished into the night. But in the moment she turned, 2 clear teardrops slid down her cheeks. At the same time, deep within her consciousness, the voice of the calamity-reversing Sword Emperor echoed, you should never have returned here. Now that you have the celestial Saint Pill in hand, it is time to attend to the real matters. Meanwhile, inside the side chamber, Jiang Wuhan was unaware of Su Qingyue's late-night visit. Only the candle flames within the hall crackled throughout the night. As the sun rose with a golden hue and the sky faintly brightened, Jiang Wuhan glanced at Lu Suxin, who was sleeping soundly in his embrace, then sat up and stretched. He opened the system panel but saw no notification of rewards being credited. Indeed, taking shortcuts was not possible. Last night he had also fulfilled his promise to Lu Suxin, refraining from forcibly crossing her boundaries. Thus he had to find another way. Though the play was varied, it yielded no results in the end. However, with this connection established, securing Lu Suxin's reward was only a matter of time. Suxin, I still need to go to Maple Forest Hall today. If you feel tired you may stay here and rest. Jiang Wuhan leaned close to her and whispered softly, remember to refine the 3-7 Sacred Heart Lotus as soon as possible. First heal your Dao wounds. Half awake, Lu Suxin extended her jade-like arms and hooked them around Jiang Wuhan's neck. Husband, it's still early. Stay with your wife a little longer. Won't you? Her voice was soft and alluring, her fragrant and tender body exuding captivating charm. Jiang Wuhan kissed her gently on the lips and smiled tenderly. A man's willpower is weakest at this hour. And you are so beautiful that I fear I might lose control and break your boundaries. There will be plenty of time, we have all the days ahead. Jiang Wuhan dressed himself and walked out of the room. After he left, Lu Suxin slowly opened her eyes, misty with emotion. Her jade hand gently stroked the spot where he had lain the previous night and a blissful smile graced her face. As Jiang Wuhan stepped out of the side chamber, he saw Aunt Xue and Cece standing at the entrance, seemingly discussing something. What are you two talking about so early in the morning? He walked over and casually ruffled Aunt Cece's small head. Aunt Cece leaned into Jiang Wuhan's embrace, tilted her face up and said, brother-in-law, I came looking for you and I ran into Aunt Xue here. Aunt Xue said she has been waiting for you all night. Aunt Cece explained. Imperial Sun Divine Maiden Su came last night. Aunt Xue bit her lips lightly, looking somewhat embarrassed. She heard the sounds of your discussion with Sect Master Lu. And then left. But she hasn't gone far yet, it seems she is deliberately waiting for someone. She looked at Jiang Wuhan and asked tentatively, Imperial Sun, perhaps you could follow her. Some things are better clarified face to face. Su Qingyue huh. After the cooling down of last night, Jiang Wuhan in his sage-like state had come to terms with many things. Su Qingyue bore the soul of a great emperor. She had once spoken to him about the one who breaks the game and the one who answers the calamity. As the second-ranked prodigy on the Chaos Heavenly list, she might be carrying burdens far heavier than his own. Moreover, from her perspective, he indeed seemed like a beast who had forcibly taken her innocence and then spread the word. Can we catch up to her? Jiang Wuhan asked. Aunt Xue nodded and explained, she has not yet left the Jiang clan's domain. Take me to her. There are a few words I wish to say. Jiang Wuhan nodded. Beside him, and Cece clung to his arm and quickly said, brother-in-law, I want to come too. What for? Jiang Wuhan pinched her cheek and said with a smile, go keep your sister company. I came precisely because of my sister. And Cece pouted, acting coy. Sister was frowning all night and only fell asleep just before dawn. So I have to go with you, brother-in-law, and drag you to my sister's room afterward. She held on to Jiang Yuan's arm as if afraid that if she let go he would go to another woman's room. I promise you when I return I will come to your room. Jiang Wuhan smiled and comforted her. As for Maple Forest Hall, let them wait. After pacifying Aunt Cece, he turned to Aunt Xue and said calmly, let's go. Aunt Xue nodded, grasped Jiang Yuan's shoulder, and they vanished into the void. Outside the Imperial clan's divine city, Su Qingyue walked alone with her sword. Just then, leaving without saying goodbye. After all, I am somewhat your half-husband. Jiang Yuan's voice came from behind her. Su Qingyue's delicate frame trembled. She quickly turned and saw the man who held a special place in her heart. You? How did you get here? Her eyes flickered with surprise. I thought I was entangled with Sect Master Lu, so you decided to leave without a word. Jiang Wuhan stepped forward and gently tucked a stray lock of her hair behind her ear. That is your Dao, I should not interfere. Su Qingyue bit her lip. That night she too had come to understand many things. As a myriad Dao lustrous immortal saint physique, this was his Dao. To demand his fidelity would only destroy his path. You have your own Dao as well, and I support you too. Jiang Wuhan smiled lightly and then asked, is there anything else I can help you with? The Jiang clan has helped me greatly. The 2 celestial saint pills are more than enough. Su Qingyue smiled, then added a little sheepishly, actually the calamity-reversing sword emperor assisted the Taifeng celestial dynasty only to obtain the fortune of bloodline sublimation. Please don't think ill of her. She is not important. Jiang Wuhan chuckled, cupping Su Qingyue's exquisite face in his hands, and said tenderly, to me you are more important. Since you require no further help from me, allow me to give you a gift before you depart. With that, Jiang Wuhan took out a dirty earthenware basin from his ring of space. It appeared unremarkable, but the patterns upon it were intricate, concealing the power of laws. It was a quasi-emperor artifact. Su Qingyue was both amused and exasperated at the sight. What is this? Is this any way to give a gift to a girl? It looked like the basin a filial son would smash during a mortal's funeral. Indeed, the basin bore cracks as if it had been broken into 3 pieces and then reassembled. Don't be picky. None of the saint weapons and quasi-emperor artifacts from the burial immortal tomb are normal. Jiang Wuhan waved his hand helplessly. This quasi-emperor artifact contains the law of death. Carrying it will benefit you. If you ever fail in your endeavors, you can use this basin to beg for food, at least you won't starve. At his words, Su Qingyue couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Get lost. I will never beg. Her coquettish exclamation was full of charm. She accepted the basin, a gentle smile spreading across her cold, beautiful face. Thank you for the gift. Jiang Wuhan, when I return, will you marry me and take me as your bride? In the ancestral land of the Supreme Phoenix Celestial Court, Mu Fenghuang knelt beneath the parasol tree, gazing at the faint divine flame before her face brimming with grievance. Beside her, Mu Qianzhao and Su Lingxi shook their heads helplessly, letting out sighs. Ancestor, the enmity between the Supreme Phoenix Celestial Court and the Jiang family runs deep. Even if we bow our heads and admit our faults, they will not forgive us. Instead, they will seize the chance to humiliate us. Su Lingxi clenched her teeth, a troubled expression on her face. Especially that little brat Jiang Wuhan. He actually said he wanted me and Fenghuang to stay and be his female slaves. Jiang Linyu was a lecher in his youth, and Jiang Wuhan as his son surpasses him tenfold. Now Fenghuang has awakened the Phoenix Extreme Nirvana sacred body, ranking 9th on the chaotic heaven list of the present age. If we nurture her properly, she may prove the Tao and become an emperor. Why listen to Jiang Yuan's nonsense and stoop to self-degradation? She recalled the arrogant sneer on Jiang Yuan's face in Maple Forest Hall yesterday, and rage flared within her. Beneath the parasol tree, the divine flame flickered unsteadily, and a feeble voice of Spirit Lord emerged. The Jiang family's imperial son possesses the strongest physique of this era, a peerless prodigy who can trigger the white maidens, questioning past life tribulation even at a minor thunder tribulation. Such an anomaly has never appeared in the Yanfu Grand World, nor will it ever appear again. Moreover, the Jiang family is now the only force in this world that dares to confront the forbidden zones of life. They have slain 3 ancient emperors from those zones and even annihilated the burial immortal tomb. Spirit Lord let out a long sigh, his voice filled with helplessness and regret. I took the wrong step, yet you must bear the consequences. Fenghuang, child, rise. As his words faded, a gentle force from the divine flame lifted Mu Fenghuang softly. Ancestor, what about the Supreme Mystery Immortal Sect? Mu Qianzhao thought of their former ally. The Supreme Mystery Immortal Sect was not only Su Lingxi's natal family but had also joined them in attacking the Jiang family. Moreover, the sect's high-ranking members had also had their cultivation reduced by 1 realm. Logically, both sides should be in the same predicament. The Supreme Mystery Divine Lord has made no moves. Spirit Lord fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly. But the Inverse Tribulation Sword Emperor has reconciled with the Jiang family. He has even cut off contact with me. Su Qingyue's Spirit Lord, do not contact me anymore. I fear the imperial son might misunderstand. What? Mu Qianzhao was shocked. The Inverse Tribulation Sword Emperor once nearly forced the Jiang family's founder to undergo extreme sublimation. How could they possibly reconcile? Husband, yesterday when the Jiang family slew 3 ancient emperors, one of them was killed by the Inverse Tribulation Sword Emperor. Su Lingxi explained. To put it bluntly, although the Inverse Tribulation Sword Emperor is not a great emperor of this age, he still possesses combat power at the great emperor level, which makes him valuable for cooperation in the eyes of the Jiang family. What does the Supreme Phoenix Celestial Court have? Their sole great emperor has sealed himself in seclusion, and the divine flame avatar has been severed half dead. Ancestor, if we exhaust the court's legacy to nurture Fenghuang, she may have a chance to prove the Tao and become an emperor in this lifetime. Su Lingxi's expression turned grave, her gaze firm. By then, even if the Jiang family reigns supreme in the Yanfu Grand World with a great emperor of this age sitting in the Supreme Phoenix Celestial Court, we can still claim a place in the central province. For a moment the scene fell into silence. This was a decision concerning the rise or fall of the Supreme Phoenix Celestial Court. They had faced 2 such choices before, and both times they chose the wrong path. But this time, Fenghuang, child, are you willing to bear this heavy responsibility? Spirit Lord spoke, his voice tinged with weariness. Rest assured, Ancestor. Feng Huang will live up to your expectations and in this golden age. Prove the Tao and become an emperor. Mu Fenghuang's gaze was resolute, a fierce glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. When I become an emperor I will make Jiang Wuhan and the entire Jiang family pay a bitter price for what they have done. I will make everyone know that I, Mu Fenghuang, am second to none. In the eastern domain the Jiang family, after bidding farewell to Su Qingyue, Jiang Wuhan returned to the imperial son's palace and went straight to the room of Qixue and Sisi. On the large bed behind the colorful screen the two sisters were sleeping soundly in each other's arms. When Jiang Wuhan drew near Sisi was startled awake by the sound. "Brother-in-law, you're here." She opened her mouth but Jiang Wuhan covered it. Then he lay down between the two sisters and gently removed Nkixu's light garments. In her sleep Qixue let out a seductive moan. She slowly opened her drowsy eyes and a handsome radiant face came into view. "Husband." And Qixue was overjoyed, immediately reaching out to wrap her arms around Jiang Wuhan's neck. At the same time her legs tightly clamped around his waist. And Qixue wanted and Qixue got. Her heart was full of satisfaction. In another side hall Lu Suxin had refined the 37 sacred heart lotus and the Tao injury within her body had healed. For a moment her face radiated vitality and her complexion was far better than yesterday. Yet her heart remained heavy. She knew well that the greatest obstacle to her cultivation was not that Tao injury but the instability of her Tao heart. The better the cultivation environment Jiang Wuhan prepared for her, the deeper her anxiety grew. This anxiety had tormented her for 10,000 years, nearly forming an inner demon. Only during her intimate exchanges with Jiang Wuhan last night did she feel a long-lost peace. But the imperial son actually did such shameful things with me last night. Recalling the madness of last night her cheeks flushed. Even so she still wanted to stay by Jiang Wuhan's side. Lu Suxin got out of bed and changed into a simple elegant dress. But the pain in her back made her walk a bit strangely. Not long after leaving she encountered two stunningly beautiful celestial maidens in the corridor of the imperial son's palace. They were Lin Qingya and Mu Yunxi. Since the two women had become pregnant they no longer clung to Jiang Wuhan day and night. Instead they shared cultivation insights and anecdotes about pregnancy, becoming close sisters with no secrets between them. At that moment they noticed Lu Suxin approaching from a distance. Exchanging a glance Mu Yunxi said with a serene smile, "This younger sister must be Sect Master Lu. You know me." Lu Suxin was a little surprised. She examined the two women and quickly recognized Mu Yunxi. That day on the array platform illuminating the myriad realms she had publicly advanced to the sacred body. "Everyone in the world knows who you are." Lin Qingya took the initiative to step forward and linked arms with Lu Suxin. "We know everything that happened in Maple Forest Hall yesterday. So you're the imperial son's consorts." Upon learning their identities Lu Suxin felt a sense of guilt as if she had stolen someone else's husband. "No need to be formal. From now on we're all sisters." Lin Qingya gave a faint gentle smile. Though she was the youngest of the three she exuded the magnanimity of the lady of the house. Seeing this Lu Suxin bit her pink lips. "The imperial son does this. Don't you mind at all?" "Why should we mind?" Mu Yunxi tilted her head and beamed a charming smile. "This is our husband's Tao. Besides, as the imperial son of the Jiang family he will inevitably prove the Tao and become an emperor in the future. Having multiple wives and concubines is perfectly normal. The founding ancestor of my Lin family had over 20 wives and concubines, let alone our husband." Lin Qingya stated frankly. "Yes, this is the imperial son's Tao." Lu Suxin murmured thoughtfully. "Then what about my Tao? Using the chessboard to derive all things in heaven and earth, countless mysteries. Yet no matter how the heavens and earth change, how all things transform in the end, they all inevitably come to an end. If the heavens and earth are destined for destruction from the very beginning and humans are born to die, then what meaning does this Tao hold?" Her gaze dimmed as she subconsciously shifted her steps. Lin Qingya and Mu Yunxi's cultivation levels were far below Lu Suxin's, so they could not perceive her unstable Tao heart, they only noticed her strange gait. "Sect Master Lu, are you feeling unwell?" Lin Qingya asked. Lu Suxin paused and replied offhandedly, "I'm fine, just a bit of pain in my back." "Pain in your back?" Lin Qingya looked puzzled. Lu Suxin nodded. "The entrance in the back hurts a little." "Where? You mean?" "The entrance." Mu Yunxi frowned, immediately cursing Jiang Wuhan as pervert in her heart, then sighed lightly. "Sect Master Lu, I need to correct you. That's not an entrance, it's an exit. If you keep treating it as an entrance it will keep hurting. Mu Yunqi explained. Sorry. Lu Suxin finally came to her senses, realizing she had said something strange. Her face flushed bright red. Seeing this, Lin Qingya quickly came to her rescue to ease the awkwardness. It's okay. The entrance is also the exit, it depends on how you use it. At these words Lu Suxin's spirit jolted. She seemed to have thought of something extraordinary and murmured to herself, the entrance is also the exit. The end of all things is also the beginning of a new cycle. The Tao that derives all things in heaven and earth is about seeking, the process is what matters. Rain is born from the sky and falls to the ground, the journey of falling is life itself. From nothing to nothing, cycling endlessly. This is the meaning of derivation. The inner demon that had plagued her for years dissipated in that instant. The power of the laws of heaven and earth descended, and the shackles of her cultivation which had long remained unbroken crumbled thunderously. Her aura continued to surge. The second layer of quasi-emperor, achieved effortlessly. Outside the imperial hall, Lu Suxin entered a state of epiphany. Unusual phenomena emerged in the heavens and the earth, evolving the myriad realms. In an instant the essence of Tao flowed and auspicious clouds descended from the sky. Lin Qingya and Mu Yunqi observed the phenomena, gaining insights into their own paths leading to a breakthrough on the spot. Lin Qingya stepped into the sixth layer of the divine martial realm. Having awakened her sacred body a few days prior and transcended to the early stage of saint after undergoing tribulation, Mu Yunqi now broke through another realm, becoming a mid-stage saint. Time flowed and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Suxin ended her epiphany, and after thousands of years of accumulation she soared into the sky at this moment. Her cultivation had reached the fourth layer of the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, her Tao heart was solid and the path ahead was clear and smooth. Feeling the profound aura within her body, Lu Suxin was filled with excitement. I did it. My Tao wounds are healed and my Tao heart is reshaped. I even see the opportunity to attain the Tao. Her face could not hide the excitement, her lips curling upward slightly. I owe this achievement to the imperial son. Perhaps even what he did to me last night might have been intentional, meant to guide me. Her mind conjured the image of that young and handsome face. And she began a series of wild speculations. Just then, what's going on? Why is it so lively? Jiang Yuan's voice came accompanied by Nqishua and Ncisi. Husband. Husband, imperial son. The three women gathered around, some joyful, some shy. Husband Lu Zongzhu has advanced to the fourth layer of the quasi-emperor realm. Mu Yunqi quickly spoke, trying to claim credit. I have also advanced to the mid-stage saint. She raised her chin, wearing a proud expression of praise me. As the saying goes, one becomes foolish for 3 years after pregnancy. This saying is not without reason. My gentle and wise eldest princess now looks so foolish. Beside her, Lin Qingya gently bit her pink lips and calmly said, Husband, I have also broken through to the sixth layer of the divine martial realm. Qingya Yunqi, the most important thing for you two now is not cultivation but taking care of your pregnancy. Jiang Wuhan opened his arms, embracing the two women. At the same time he said affectionately, however, your rapid progress in cultivation has exceeded my expectations. Husband saying such things really lacks persuasiveness. Mu Yunqi felt delighted in her heart but acted proudly, saying, compared to us your improvement is what really surprises people. When we just got married you were still in the Tianwu realm. It hasn't been long and you are already a venerable in the second layer of the reincarnation tribulation realm. At this rate it won't be long before you surpass me. She clenched her little pink fist and lightly tapped Jiang Yuan's chest. Jiang Yuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. What are you saying? Haven't I already surpassed you long ago? When did you surpass? Mu Yunqi paused, then immediately reacted, her face turning red. Imperial son, are we going to Fenglin Hall today? Lu Suxin, standing aside, timidly asked. The stronger she became, the more awed she felt towards Jiang Wuhan. Or rather the imperial family Jiang clan. Without witnessing the opportunity to attain the Tao, seeing the emperor is like a frog in a well gazing at the moon. Having witnessed the opportunity, seeing the emperor is like an ant observing the vast sky. The difficulties in between are unimaginable. I was just about to go to Fenglin Hall. If you have nothing to do you can come with me. Jiang Wuhan said calmly. Upon hearing this the girls nodded in unison. At Fenglin Hall, inside the main hall, a group of proud women took their seats, waiting for a long time, but Jiang Wuhan had yet to arrive. Just as the women were getting anxious, Jiang Linyuan stood high above Fenglin Hall looking down below and announced loudly, by the decree of the ancestor of the Jiang family, Emperor Qi Tian, the Great Emperor of Heavenly Secrets, along with the Great Emperor Hengyu, eradicated the burial of immortals yesterday. The original source of the Forbidden Zone and the resources accumulated over millions of years are all attributed to the imperial family Jiang clan to congratulate the imperial son. At these words the entire venue was in shock. Although they had already heard this news from others, hearing the confirmation from the high-ranking members of the Jiang family was still incredibly shocking. After a brief silence, Huang Ju of the Myriad Desires Sacred Sect was the first to react, immediately shouting, "Congratulations to the imperial son." The others also regained their composure, cheering one after another. Jiang Linyuan watched this scene with a satisfied nod. He raised his hand to silence the crowd and continued, "By the order of the imperial son. The resources obtained from the burial of immortals, including the Dao lineage inheritance, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, will be considered as part of the betrothal gifts for our relatives. At this Dao discussion conference, those who pass the imperial son's assessment and become Dao partners with our clan's imperial son will have their supporting forces. Each receive a share of resources." Boom! At this announcement it was like a thunderclap in the ears of everyone present. All stared dumbfounded at Jiang Linyuan, their faces filled with shock. The resources and lineage of the burial of immortals. That is a genuine ancient imperial lineage, the inheritance of the quasi-emperor. It is known that among the various forces present only a few have produced emperors and possess complete imperial inheritance. Most forces rely on fragmented imperial scriptures or directly treat quasi-emperor or even saint-level techniques as their inherited methods. Even those top forces that have produced emperors during this golden age of talents cannot avoid the situation of scarce resources. However, the Jiang family is willing to share the resources and lineage of the burial of immortals with all clans. Leaving aside the lineage inheritance, just the resources contained within a life forbidden zone is terrifying. After all, the burial of immortals emperor was once a human emperor who severed a blade and transformed into an ancient sovereign. At the time the burial of immortals was established, the burial of immortals emperor as a supreme being must have swept through the world to gather heavenly materials and earthly treasures into the forbidden zone. Within the forbidden zone, even a blade of wild grass or a handful of yellow earth is an immeasurable treasure. This is not merely a betrothal gift. This is simply a heavenly bestowal of fate. Second Elder, what you said. Is it true? By the way, why isn't the Jiang family head here to announce such an important matter? Everyone is puzzled. In everyone's eyes, Jiang Lintian is the representative of the Jiang family. The words of the imperial son hold weight. How could they be false? Jiang Linyuan's expression was solemn and he explained, as for the family head, he was injured by the heavenly Dao yesterday while protecting the imperial son during his tribulation due to the disturbance caused by the transmission of sound. He is currently recuperating at home. Today's family matters will be handled by me. His voice was thunderous, stirring up a tumult within the Fenglin Hall. The Prajna sect is finally going to soar to great heights, and I will no longer have to lead my disciples in hard labor to beg for alms. The Prajna sect is fine, after all it is a top force with a world-honored one presiding over it. This resource is merely an added bonus. The most envied, however, is the Heibai Wendazong. They have truly struck it rich. I would have forgotten about this if you hadn't mentioned it. Lu Suxin. An old woman in her thousands of years, what kind of luck is she having to catch the eye of the Jiang family's imperial son? Last night Lu Suxin went to the imperial son's hall, most likely an old tree eating a tender cow. What about the divine maiden of Tai Xian? Wasn't she favored by the imperial son yesterday? Why is she not here today? Yesterday she was carried back to the imperial son's hall. A woman of such stunning beauty falling into the hands of the imperial son would surely keep her from getting out of bed the next day. In an instant countless envious gazes fell squarely upon Yi Lingran. As for those forces that hesitated and observed yesterday yet to discuss the Dao, each one turned red with envy. The most distressed was the master of the martial battle pavilion. He glared fiercely at the nearby Jean Liner, wishing he could slap her twice. If it weren't for her insistence on being the first to act yesterday, how could they have offended the imperial son? And how could they have been eliminated? All day long just know how to fight and kill. What use is your strength? You weren't even chosen by the imperial son. The master of the martial battle pavilion poked Jean Liner's little head with his finger and scolded, "I'll punish you to kneel at the ancestral hall for 3 days and 3 nights to reflect on where you went wrong." Clearly it was Jiang Wuhan who lacks discernment. How am I worse than Su Qingyue or Yi Lingran? Jean Liner protested indignantly. The master of the martial battle pavilion sighed helplessly and looked towards a Fox Clan girl who had been eliminated, giving her a push. That Fox Clan girl frowned slightly and pouted, "Senior, you hurt me." He then pushed Jean Liner again. Jean Liner frowned and shouted, "Dad, what are you doing?" The master of the martial battle pavilion sighed suddenly, feeling that Zhang Liner's elimination seemed not only due to her clash with Jiang Wuhan. The Queen Mother of the West stared intently at the main hall through the Xiantian mirror, eagerly transmitting, "Meng Yao, when Xiao Wuhan arrives later you must be the first to discuss the Dao. You missed the opportunity yesterday, you cannot miss it again today. Regardless of whether to vie for the resources of the burial of immortals, you and Xiao Wuhan are childhood sweethearts. How can you let such an excellent man be handed over to other women? Don't pretend you can't hear, keep quiet. If you don't go up, the master will go up." Her words were filled with urgency. "Master, don't cause trouble, I will go up." Qi Mengyao blushed and transmitted back. Just as chaos reigned in the hall, Jiang Yuan's figure appeared outside Fenglin Hall. In an instant all the noise quieted down. Countless gazes fell upon him. Jiang Wuhan, accompanied by Lin Qingya and others, entered Fenglin Hall, looking around at the women with a calm smile. "It seems that everyone is quite satisfied with my decision." He paused, then changed the subject. "However, the resources of the burial of immortals are limited and cannot satisfy too many forces. Therefore there are only 3 spots left for the Dao discussion advancement. Fellow Taoists, please perform well." Boom! Jiang Yuan's words struck like thunder. Everyone present was rooted to the spot. Only 3 advancement slots remained. There were at least 30-some celestial maidens awaiting assessment in the main hall. The probability of selection was less than 1 in 10. In an instant everyone went into a frenzy. "Meng Yao, what are you waiting for? Go now. Zhouling Qing'er, take 2 with you. GZ, what are you hesitating for? For the sake of your elder brother you must secure the qualification for bloodline sublimation for the Ji family. Bad omen. The master is attending to the Jiang family head and the imperial prince shows us no consideration. At least let's first seize 1 slot so that our 10,000 desires sacred sect can become the Jiang family's in-laws." The maidens rose one after another, vying to present their Dao. Regardless of whether their Dao would catch the imperial prince's eye, they would argue it first. Otherwise, once the 3 slots were filled, those behind wouldn't even have the chance to present. In an instant everyone scrambled. The instigator of this commotion, Jiang Wuhan, was in no hurry as he accompanied Lin Qingya and the others to the VIP seats, helping Lin Qingya and Mu Yunxi to sit down. "Brother-in-law is biased." And Cece pouted and muttered softly, "Cece is also brother-in-law's Dao companion, so why doesn't he help Cece to a seat?" "Brother-in-law is biased." And Cece pouted and muttered softly, "Cece is also brother-in-law's Dao companion, so why doesn't he? Then, if Cece also becomes pregnant, would brother-in-law treat Cece with the same patience?" And Cece looked at him with hope. Beside her, and Qishue chided, "Cece, don't speak nonsense in public. This child, how could she say such embarrassing words without blushing in front of so many people? It's fine. Cece can say whatever she wants." Jiang Wuhan sat on the divine source throne, picked up Cece and set her on his lap. Then he looked at Qishue and Lu Suxin, smiling lightly, "You 2 don't just stand there. Take your seats. Husband, let Cece sit with me." And Qishue bit her pink lips, somewhat troubled. "Her sitting on your lap? What decorum is that?" "It's fine. This morning in the hall, I neglected Cece. Now consider this my compensation to her," Jiang Wuhan said calmly. Hearing this, and Kixu's face flushed red. It had been she who, yearning after not seeing Jiang Wuhan for a night, kept him to herself. And Cece could only sit by the bed and watch. And Qishue fell silent and followed Lu Suxin to the VIP seats. Jiang Yuan's gaze once again fell upon the celestial maidens below. Just as the maidens were locked in dispute, a terrifying imperial might suddenly descended. A charming and lovely young girl held a beam of white light in her palm, suppressing all the surrounding maidens. Jiang Wuhan activated his primordial double pupils and saw beneath the white light a square white jade seal, warm in texture, with a coiled dragon on top. One corner was broken and mended with immortal pattern fine gold. Its might was not inferior to his own Shinkuan furnace. Clearly this was an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. The Ji family, the human king imperial seal. Jiang Yuan's expression turned solemn as he recognized the identity of the charming young girl. Ji family imperial daughter GZ. A top-tier contender with 94 points. Jiang Wuhan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the Ji family to go all out this time. To create an advantage for GZ, they had even brought out an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Her action, however, immediately stirred discontent among others. In the side hall, the Fox clan chieftain slammed the table and stood up displeased. The Ji family. Too despicable. For the younger generation to debate the Tao and they use an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, isn't that bullying? The Queen Mother of the West said angrily, only the Ji family has extreme Tao Emperor weapons. My Yao Qi has them too. With that she directly summoned the Kunlun mirror. Ba, since we are comparing extreme Tao Emperor weapons, old monk cannot be outdone. Venerable monk, don't make trouble. Didn't your Prajna sect's Buddhist maiden already advance? How infuriating. Don't think that with an extreme Tao Emperor weapon you can do whatever you want. This is unfair. In an instant the powerful figures fell into discord. Silence. Jiang Linyuan lightly scolded, turned his palm and summoned the burial immortal tomb. The next moment a formidable imperial might flowed, overpowering the powerful figures in the side hall. That is. The burial immortal tomb. The extreme Tao Emperor weapon refined by the burial immortal emperor for eons, now. In the hands of the Jiang family's second elder. The Jiang family has another extreme Tao Emperor weapon. Everyone exclaimed, but it eased the tense atmosphere. Second elder of the Jiang family, will you not intervene regarding the Ji family imperial daughter's use of an extreme Tao Emperor weapon? The Fox clan chieftain demanded. Jiang Linyuan's gaze was deep as he said calmly, the imperial prince will handle matters in the main hall. In the main hall Jiang Wuhan waved his hand and summoned the Qianquan furnace, neutralizing the pressure of the human king imperial seal. The surrounding maidens all breathed a sigh of relief in unison. GZ, since this is a Tao discussion, to make friends, why use an extreme Tao Emperor weapon? He looked at GZ with keen interest and said calmly, such an approach, isn't it bullying the weak and wielding power over others? The path of cultivation is a struggle and debating the Tao is also a struggle. GZ gazed at Jiang Wuhan unfazed and undaunted. The Ji family possesses an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, this is an advantage granted by our ancestors. I have no reason to discard it. Haha, well said. Jiang Wuhan waved his hand to the crowd and smiled lightly, return to your seats. This imperial prince wants to see what tricks the Ji family's imperial daughter truly has up her sleeve. The group of celestial maidens reluctantly returned to their seats. GZ broke into a smile and said in a melodious voice, little maiden GZ wishes to present a painting for the imperial prince. A painting? Jiang Wuhan nodded with interest and declared, someone bring brush, ink, paper and inkstone. The imperial prince need not trouble, I only need silk and ink. Saying this she took out 2 inkstones of thick ink and a plain silk cloth 2 zhang in length and width from her ring of Qinquan. Under the gaze of all she removed her long boots and white socks, walking barefoot in the hall. At the same time 2 water sleeves hung from under her garments. With a height of 160 centimeters, she looked like a delicate porcelain doll. Her lively eyes held a wisdom that belied her charming appearance. This spectacle also aroused the curiosity of everyone present. Didn't she say she would paint? This looks more like dancing. Could it be that she intends to use herself as the painting, flaunting herself to attract the imperial prince's attention? What is the Ji family's imperial daughter up to? Everyone was puzzled and exchanged glances. Jiang Wuhan however grew more intrigued and asked, would you like some musical accompaniment? GZ was silent for a moment, then bit her lip and said, the imperial prince is thoughtful. Musical accompaniment would be best, but I'm afraid no one present knows how to play the Ji family's Human King's battle formation music. At this the atmosphere turned somewhat strange. Playing the Ji family's Human King's battle formation music in the imperial clan Jiang family. Wasn't that a provocation? Everyone murmured softly, their gazes falling on Jiang Wuhan. They awaited Jiang Wuhan's reaction. Human King's battle formation music. A playful smile curled at the corner of Jiang Wuhan's mouth. During the Dark Calamity the Ji family's Human King fought a peak battle, cutting down 6 ancient emperors of the Forbidden Zone. The Great Tao responded, sending down this music. This is a hymn to a human emperor, playing it here is not unacceptable. His gaze swept across the audience and he said leisurely, who can play a tune of the Human King's battle formation music on the zither? Before his words faded one person slowly rose. I am willing to play the zither for the Ji family's imperial daughter. Qi Mengyao, her expression calm, walked toward the center of the hall. The Yao Qi sacred maiden. The Jiang family imperial prince is unpredictable, his earlier words might have just been magnanimous talk. The Ji and Jiang are both imperial clans. Playing the Ji family emperor's battle formation music in the Jiang family, I couldn't even propose such an affront. Though the Yao Qi sacred maiden is a primordial Tao body, a natural cultivation prodigy, she lacks worldly wisdom. This move may very well bury even her own chance. The maidens shook their heads and sighed. Excellent. Jiang Wuhan, while enjoying the immortal fruit and Cece fed him, nodded with interest. GZ. Begin. As the word fell, GZ barefoot stood on the silk and bowed gracefully to Jiang Wuhan. Zheng. The zither sound suddenly rose and a mysterious meaning spontaneously emerged. Within the maple forest hall silence reigned. GZ stood before the silk cloth, her eyes gently shut, her water sleeves drooping down, their cuffs thoroughly soaked in ink. A twang, as the zither melody drifted, GZ's right arm stirred. Her water sleeve like a black blade swept from behind, cleaving through the stagnant air of the entire hall and slammed fiercely against the bottom of the silk. Ink exploded, a coarse black line spanned 3 zhang, as solid and profound as the earth. Her body moved without pause. Riding the momentum of her right sleeve, she arched her waist backward, her entire form resembling a drawn bow. Her left sleeve skimmed the floor, sweeping upward from the very bottom of the silk, tearing its way along the cloth. The ink trail shifted from dense to light, from thick to fine, and at the apex of her backward arch it abruptly halted, fixing into a cliff wall. At this moment the zither music grew slightly more urgent. Barefoot GZ stamped the ground and began to spin. Each exertion tautened the arch of her foot into a sharp curve, and her skirt was flung into a white wave by centrifugal force. Both water sleeves unfurled around her. The left sleeve swept horizontally, carving layered ridges atop the cliff. The right sleeve stabbed swiftly, ink dots clustered like a sudden downpour, exploding into a pine forest across the rock face. She made her body the axis and her sleeves the spokes. With each rotation another mountain range appeared on the silk, nearby ink black as iron, distant ink faint as mist. Ink splashed ceaselessly from the sleeve cuffs, dotting the painting as if by nature's own hand. Jiang Wuhan took in the entire spectacle, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He picked up a celestial fruit, brought it to Cece's lips and asked softly, "Cece, what do you think of this elder sister's talent?" "It's brilliant." And Cece nodded repeatedly but couldn't help furrowing her brows. However what? "Speak boldly," Jiang Wuhan asked with a smile. "Her momentum is very strong, it's less like an offering of art and more like a declaration." Though Cece was naive in heart, she possessed a sharp intelligence. With one sentence she struck the vital point. Jiang Wuhan smiled without speaking and continued to observe GZ's performance. The melody of the human king's battle formation music grew hastier and GZ's dance steps changed accordingly. The tips of her toes no longer stamped the ground, instead they struck in rapid succession, making her appear as though suspended in midair. The trajectory of the water sleeves evolved from sweeping and slashing to coiling, circling and entwining. Both sleeves crossed and brushed across the silk, drawing a winding, twisting ink trail that threaded through the mountains. Upon meeting rock it veered, upon encountering a cliff it plunged. The force of the sleeves alternated between light and heavy. Light like a dragonfly skimming water, leaving shimmering ripples on the silk. Heavy like a flood dragon diving into a pool, the entire sleeve slapped the silk, splashing ink everywhere and bursting into a spray of waves. Every move was precisely perfect. Her skirt was already thoroughly soaked. The melody surged into its climax. The ink trail moved against the current, using dry brush and astringent ink to paint a solitary pine hanging upside down from the cliff. Upon the silk the painting neared completion. Mountains stood steep, peaks piled upon peaks, dark ink marked sheer precipices, light ink indicated distant peaks veiled in mist. Rivers originated in the west, rushing eastward, all the way exploding into a vast ocean at the center of the canvas. A lone pine hung upside down from the cliff wall by the stream, jagged rocks lay in disorder. Atop the distant peak a faint stroke of ink was barely visible, like accumulated snow. The human king's battle formation music neared its end. GZ's long sleeves danced and the silk soared into the air. With one pointing finger a drop of residual red, a blend of blood and ink, fell upon the silk. 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains, a single patch of setting sun. Then she summoned the human king's imperial seal, leaving a square seal mark at the bottom of the silk. At that moment the painting was complete, stirring the Tao resonance of heaven and earth. Many of the young prodigies present gained insights from this artwork. GZ turned to face Jiang Wuhan, bowed and made a graceful obeisance. This painting is entitled Mountains and River Society and Altars presented to the Imperial Sun. Though she performed the bow and salute, her gaze and tone were neither servile nor arrogant. As Cece had said, it was not an offering of art but more like a challenge. The young prodigies in the main hall, still immature at heart, only saw the painting's extraordinary quality, unable to perceive the hidden implications. But the various strong figures in the side hall were all seasoned schemers. For a moment tongues wagged. What a magnificent mountains and rivers society and altars painting. What a remarkable imperial daughter of the Ji clan. The Ji clan is also an immortal imperial lineage with ambitions no less grand than the Jiang clan. This is not painting at all, it is a blatant proclamation of their ambitions. The strong figures' hearts trembled violently. In this moment their gazes toward the Ji clan experts shifted. In the current great era fortune belongs to the Jiang clan. Conforming to the Tao of heaven and attaching oneself to the Jiang clan is undoubtedly the optimal choice. However, the Ji clan seemed to hold a different view. The Ji clan's grand elder, Ji Kun, watched this scene with a faint calm smile on his face. He intended to tell the Jiang clan in this manner the Ji clan marrying off their daughter was not submission but a strong union of equals. The human king's battle formation music, the mountains and rivers painting. What they demonstrated was the Ji clan's foundation and ambition. He believed that the very fact Jiang Wuren had permitted the performance of the human king's battle formation music in the hall from the start showed his reverence for the Ji clan's strength. Now with the situation as it was, as long as the imperial son was not foolish, he would know how to decide. The Ji clan actually wants to turn the tables and play the host. Jiang Linyuan's expression darkened, yet he showed nothing. He trusted that Jiang Wuren would make his own judgment on this matter. And now within the main hall. The humble maiden's offering of the mountains and rivers painting. My lord imperial son, is it to your satisfaction? Ji Zi, seeing Jiang Wuren silent for a long time, could not help pressing further. Jiang Wuren looked down from his throne, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Using the body as a brush, concealing Tao resonance within the painting, evolving mountains, rivers and the entire realm. The person is beautiful, the dance is beautiful, the painting is beautiful too. I am very satisfied. Hearing this praise, Ji Zi could not help feeling a surge of joy in her heart. A note of pride also crept into her mind. Indeed, even this imperial son of the Jiang clan was moved by the profound foundation of the Ji clan. She had never intended to ingratiate herself with Jiang Wuren. What she sought was a marriage alliance of strong cooperation, even one where the Ji clan held more initiative. Using the resources of the Jiang clan, she wished to forge for the Ji clan, two contemporary great emperors. However, but at this moment Jiang Wuren suddenly shifted his tone. He rose from his throne and walked step by step toward Ji Zi. I wish to know, does this painting depict the Jiang clan's realm or the Jiang clan's world? Jiang Wuren's gaze burned, the fierce aura emanating from him made Ji Zi shiver. Imperial son, what difference does it make? Ji Zi forced down the agitation within her, raised her head to look at Jiang Wuren and said with a calm smile, since it is a marriage alliance and we are both of the human race, even sharing the emperor's throne, is that not permissible? Before she could finish, Jiang Wuren grabbed her face with one hand. He looked down at this young girl before him, petite, lovely, yet concealing grand ambition, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Every great emperor of the Ji clan was an unparalleled figure, I do not deny that. But in this current great era the mandate of heaven belongs to my Jiang clan. If the Ji clan wishes to be in-laws with my Jiang clan, you had best set aside that pitiful pride of yours. You want the Jiang clan's protection to borrow my Jiang clan's fortune, yet also aspire to the world. You want the Ji clan to have it all. Hearing this, Ji Zi's gaze grew complex. She tried to break free from Jiang Wuren's grip, but her small face was firmly pinched, leaving her only able to pout and question as if acting cute. Imperial son, I do not understand your meaning. The Ji clan is different from other powers. Before she could finish, Jiang Wuren cut her off again. In my eyes no one is any different. He squeezed harder, causing Ji Zi some pain. You performed for this imperial son and this imperial son is pleased. But the ambition you harbor, this imperial son, does not like it at all. Considering your earnest performance just now, this imperial son will give you a chance to choose. Jiang Wuren's gaze was haughty, his tone filled with an unyielding tyranny. Submit now, call me master, and you will have passed this trial. Otherwise get out of the Jiang clan, go back to the Ji clan, and continue your pipe dreams there. You choose for yourself. At these words utter silence fell over the entire hall. Silence. A deathly silence. Inside Maple Forest Hall everyone's gaze was fixed entirely on Jiang Wuren. Everyone knew of his domineering ways, yet they never imagined he would go to such lengths. That was the Ji family. An immortal imperial clan that had competed alongside the Jiang family for countless ages, evenly matched. Yet Jiang Wuren, in the presence of the world strong and all the proud talents, made the imperial daughter of the Ji family submit to him. And even call him master. At this moment Ji Zi's illusions shattered. She opened her eyes wide, staring at the man before her in disbelief. That exquisitely beautiful face instantly turned pale. At the same time Elder Ji Kun in the side hall erupted in fury. He shattered the table before him with a palm strike and abruptly rose to his feet. How dare the imperial son of the Jiang family be so insolent? Insulting my clan's imperial daughter is insulting the entire Ji family. The Jiang family must give an explanation for this. With a furious roar his formidable cultivation at the 8th level of Quasi-Emperor was fully displayed. However, before his words faded an even more powerful aura exploded from within the hall. In an instant it tore apart all of Ji Kun's oppressive aura. PFF. A mouthful of golden imperial blood burst forth. Ji Kun was like struck by lightning, his entire being seemed to have its bones drawn out, collapsing to the ground in an instant. Not far away Jiang Linyuan held the burial immortal mound in his hand, his gaze cold and sharp. My clan's imperial son's actions are none of your meddling, you old immortal. His aura was like a rainbow and a hint of murderous intent surfaced in his eyes. Elder Ji Kun saw this and felt a shock in his heart, his gaze also gained some clarity. He knew that he had been impulsive just now. Leaving aside the 6 great emperors of the Jiang family, just Jiang Linyuan ranked 20th on the Chaos Heavenly list and possessing the primordial immortal slaying physique, and Jiang Lintian ranked 21st and possessing the ancient dragon elephant holy body were enough to absolutely crush many of the current powers. Moreover, yesterday the Jiang family publicly executed 3 ancient emperors and annihilated the burial immortal mound, one of the 9 forbidden zones of life. With such achievements, even if Jiang Linyuan killed Ji Kun on the spot, the Ji family would have to praise the kill as justified. His death would be in vain. At this moment Ji Kun panicked. Jiang. Fellow Daoist Jiang, please calm down. I was impulsive and admit my mistake. At this moment his heart was filled with regret and fear. He recalled the Ji family head's instruction before they came on this trip: they must not antagonize the Jiang family. Originally he thought that relying on the Ji family's foundation he could go along with Ji's wishes and test the Jiang family's limits. But he never expected the Jiang family to be so overbearing. Not only did they want their imperial daughter to be a slave, but they even dared to kill on the spot. At this moment inside the main hall, Ji's delicate body trembled. At the moment Jiang Wuhan released her, she was already swaying. Her face was full of humiliation, but she did not dare to fight Jiang Wuhan. Jiang Wuhan, you. Why do you humiliate me like this? Ji clenched her silver teeth and tears faintly glistened in her clear big eyes. Jiang Wuhan looked down from above and sneered, all of this is your own doing. You should not have thought too highly of yourself, nor should you have treated me, this imperial son, as a piece in your game. You wanted to use the identity of the imperial son's consort to borrow the power of both the Jiang and Ji imperial clans to become the reigning female emperor. Euphemistically calling it ruling together and sharing the world. But if one day the Ji family grows powerful, who will have the final say in this world? That remains uncertain. You want to be a female emperor, yet you treat me as a chess piece in your hand, a stepping stone on your path to emperorship. Nice idea, but have you considered, do you deserve it? These words struck like a thunderbolt, instantly making Ji see reality clearly. Jiang Wuhan, the most dazzling prodigy of the era. First on the Chaos Heavenly list. The imperial son of the Jiang family, backed by 6 great emperors. He was destined to be the protagonist of this great age. How could he willingly be another's pawn? In contrast, she was more like a pawn. A ridiculous and self-righteous pawn. Ji's small lips parted slightly, but she was speechless. In her heart she knew that what Jiang Wuhan said might be true. But as the imperial daughter of the Ji family, she had been indoctrinated since childhood to live for the glory of the imperial clan. As long as the Ji family was eternal and immortal. As long as she could stand at the pinnacle of the human race. Anyone could be used. Anything could be abandoned. The intense conflict between reality and her own worldview made this Ji family imperial daughter, who had lived in pride since childhood, tremble violently. Her body went limp and she collapsed to the ground, looking utterly dejected. Jiang Wuhan looked down at her, his smile growing colder. What? Still not convinced? Do you think I, this imperial son, am deliberately targeting and humiliating you? The Ji family's ambition to rule all races is not wrong, but the prerequisite is. You must have the strength to match it. Relying on a weak woman like you, borrowing a supreme imperial weapon to bluff and playing some petty tricks that cannot be brought into the open, you think that will make the Jiang family bow and compromise? Who do you think you can fool with your little schemes? Each word like sharp blades continuously stung Ji's heart. I didn't. Her face was pale and her body trembled as she looked at Jiang Wuhan. No. Jiang Wuhan leaned down, reached out and pinched her chin, forcing her to look up at him. Dare you say that this painting of mountains and rivers does not depict the Ji family's world? Have you never thought of using me in your heart? His questioning left Ji Zi speechless once again. She forcefully turned her head away, unable to meet Jiang Wuhan's eyes. It was shame, it was reverence. This reaction made Jiang Wuhan very satisfied. He could tolerate ambition in those around him, as a prodigy of the era lacking aspirations to compete for the great way would be abnormal instead. But this ambition must have limits. Everything they desired must be permitted by Jiang Wuhan. What Jiang Wuhan had not granted they had no right to touch, let alone reach for themselves. And after this round of discipline, Jiang Wuhan was unwilling to give up this 94-point top-tier girl. After a moment of mutual silence he slowly spoke, his tone softening, I am pleased that you have such ambition. But I am very dissatisfied with the method you used. However, this imperial son, can still give the Ji family a chance. As long as you willingly become my woman and acknowledge me as your master, I can promise that the Ji family will become the strongest imperial clan under the Jiang family. What do you think? As these words were spoken, hope rekindled in Ji Zi's beautiful eyes. She looked up at Jiang Wuhan and suddenly felt that this young figure was so tall and majestic. Moreover, he was radiating light, like a divine being. For her it was almost impossible to change her cognition in a short time. And while Jiang Wuhan shattered her unrealistic fantasies, he also gave her a choice that, though different, was equally deadly alluring. But the prerequisite was that she had to set aside her inner pride and dignity and call him master. Ji Zi's heart fell into fierce struggle. Either accept the conditions and seize the future, or leave the Jiang family with humiliation. Imperial son, Ji Zi bit her pink lip lightly, her gaze complex. However, just as she began to speak, Jiang Wuhan interrupted her. My consort need not answer in haste, I will give you time to consider. He helped Ji Zi stand up, looking at her tear-stained yet utterly shy beautiful face, and a mischievous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Inside the side hall, Elder Ji Kuan saw this and immediately wore an anxious expression. Ji Zi, what are you hesitating for? Why don't you agree quickly? Don't forget this discourse has only 3 slots. Ji Kun's voice transmission fell in Ji Zi's ears, but she acted as if she hadn't heard, walking back to her seat with a flushed face. She really needed to think it over carefully. At the moment Ji Zi left, a seductive, enchanting laugh that could melt one's bones came from not far away. Having finished admiring the painting, Imperial son, might you be interested in admiring this servant's dance? A fox-tribe maiden with an alluring figure rose, swaying her enticing slender waist as she gracefully approached. She wore a white gauze dress, her delicate and graceful figure was faintly visible under the veil. Her naturally seductive aura instantly drew everyone's gaze. Jiang Wuhan glanced over, and as the information panel of this fox-tribe maiden appeared, a smile of keen interest curled at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Wuhan was stunned. He barely knew her. Why was her weakness already laid bare before? At that moment Zhou Ling stepped forward with delicate, graceful steps, approaching Jiang Wuhan. Her enchanting eyes shimmered and her already beguiling face now bloomed like a peach blossom, carrying a smile that could captivate any soul. This sight stirred Jiang Wuhan's heart without warning. What a seductress, he thought to himself, startled. For an instant I nearly fell under her charm. Meanwhile the assembled powerhouses in the side hall all drew sharp breaths. Hiss, truly the Tianhu charm art is unmatched in the world. Even with my formidable willpower I almost fell under this woman's spell just now. The women of the Tianhu tribe are indeed born temptresses. But today this old monk wishes to challenge his own weakness. A pack of degenerates, act proper, damn it. This lord advises you not to meddle in others' affairs. Beyond their appreciation of the charm art, the crowd was mostly amazed by Zhou Ling. Most of them were quasi-emperor powerhouses, and even the weakest were at the great saint realm. Their minds had long been tempered as calm as an ancient well. Yet a junior from the Tianhu tribe had stirred ripples within their hearts. The miling divine body combined with the Tianhu charm art. Truly terrifying. Jiang Wuhan looked at the enchanting beauty before him and without hesitation seized her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Feeling the exquisite curvaceous form in his arms, a sinister smile curled at the corner of his lips. My beauty, with what dance do you intend to delight this imperial son? Whatever the imperial son desires, this humble one shall perform. Even if the imperial son wishes for me to writhe beneath him, I have countless tricks and skills. Zhou Ling nestled in Jiang Wuhan's arms, her gaze misty, her breath fragrant like orchid. Alluring yet not lewd, tinged with a hint of shyness. Seeing this, the female cultivators among the assembled prodigies clicked their tongues in disdain. On the VIP seats Lin Qingya frowned and said, Husband. Could he have been charmed? Very likely. Lu Sushi nodded gravely. Just now that vixen's technique almost ensnared even me. Moreover, the imperial son is closest to her, so the charm he endures is far stronger. Could it be that husband is going to take that fox spirit right here in the hall? And Qixue furrowed her delicate brows, her heart full of worry. Only Mu Yunqi shook her head and sighed helplessly. I told you, you underestimate him too much. The tricks our husband knows are no fewer than hers. And from what I know of him, if someone uses a honey trap, he will not hesitate to play along. Instead of worrying about our husband, you'd better worry about that woman of the Tianhu tribe. Before she finished, Jiang Yuan's hand had already moved upward. This sudden move seemed to catch even Zhou Ling off guard. Though she wished to become Jiang Yuan's woman, doing such things in public was unacceptable to her. Imperial son, please don't. Zhou Ling spoke softly, her tone laced with reluctance and shyness. Jiang Wuhan did not stop his movement and whispered wickedly into her ear, didn't you just say you would do whatever this imperial son desires? Now why are you acting coy? A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips, carrying an unyielding dominance. Zhou Ling's delicate body trembled and she couldn't help but frown. Imperial son, you're pretending. Shock flashed in her heart, and the way she looked at Jiang Wuhan changed. It held reverence, but even more, excitement and fervor. To resist her charm at such close quarters and even counter her. This only made Zhou Ling, who was naturally drawn to strength, even more fascinated with the man before her. She twisted her body, slithering like a supple water snake out of Jiang Yuan's embrace. Zhou Ling looked at him and giggled, Imperial son, don't be impatient. This humble one has a few sisters who are willing to dance with me for you. Excellent. Jiang Wuhan felt the lingering fragrance on his fingertips and nodded in approval. The next moment 4 young maidens of the Tianhu tribe stepped out from their seats. Lovely and charming, each radiating beauty. But Hu Tutu looked dazed and out of place among the others. Sister Zhou Ling, can Tutu come down? Hu Tutu looked around timidly, her voice trembling with tears. Tutu is clumsy, he'll only drag you down. It's all right, just do your best. Zhou Ling bent down and affectionately rubbed Hu Tutu's exquisite little face. Then she pointed at the plates of rare celestial fruits laid out on the table before the divine source throne. If Tutu performs well, you can sit beside brother Imperial son and eat delicious things. Zhou Ling comforted her. Really? Hu Tutu's shining eyes lit up. Tutu wants to eat delicious things. Jiang Wuhan stood to the side, watching the clear, innocent little girl who looked as delicate as a porcelain doll. He frowned and asked, what does the Tianhu tribe mean by sending such a young girl to the Tao discussion? How old is she? Although Hu Tutu had the highest rating he had ever seen, if she was too young it would be hard to make a move. Rest assured, Imperial son. Tutu has come of age, but, Zhou Ling bit her pink lip, somewhat embarrassed. She is the only daughter of our chieftain and possesses the rare 9-fold immortal fox physique. The elders of our tribe dote on her like a pearl in the palm. They've spoiled her too well. As a result, Tutu's mind is somewhat naive compared to her peers. However, please be assured, Imperial son. If Tutu stays, I will teach her everything she needs to know as quickly as possible. I will not delay matters. Zhou Ling vowed. Before she could finish, a sneer came from not far away. I see the Tianhu tribe has lost all decency sending even such a child over here. If one didn't know, they'd think the Imperial son was choosing a daughter, not a Tao companion. The crowd turned to see the 4 women of the Wanyu holy sect approaching seductively. The union secret art of the Wanyu holy sect and the Tianhu charm art of the Tianhu tribe had always been at odds. The two sides naturally held no love for each other, and now they brought this rivalry to the Fenglin Hall Tao discussion. What wild pheasant dares to play with a few wild men in a grimy mountain ditch and still come to discuss the Tao here? Do you really think the Jiang clan's powerhouses don't know what trash the Wanyu holy sect is? Beside Zhou Ling, a young maiden in a blue dress holding a guqin spoke with displeasure. Her name was Qing'er, a Tianhu woman who barely passed the 90-point mark. The 4 women of the Wanyu holy sect heard this but were not angered, instead they smiled. The reputation of the Wanyu holy sect is not for a pack of vixens like you to judge. Exactly. A bunch of fox spirits who think highly of themselves, always claiming they never marry humans. And now, not only is their leader flaunting herself in the hall, but they've even brought a girl of barely 10 years. Beasts will be beasts. To become an imperial consort they have no bottom line. The Wanyu holy sect cultivated the path of red dust, which required tempering the heart amidst mortal affairs. Naturally they dominated in verbal sparring. Zhou Ling stopped the fox women who wanted to retort, then looked at Jiang Wuhan and said softly and seductively, Imperial son, could you please clear the hall of irrelevant people so that we may dance for you? Before Jiang Wuhan could respond, Huang Ju quickly interjected, "Imperial son, what's so special about the dance of the beast race? The four of us have unparalleled grace in dance. Moreover, we know other tricks that are even more thrilling than dancing. Please, Imperial son, allow us to perform." The Dao discussion slots were limited and the Tianhu tribe had no courtesy. They sent 5 people at once, obviously trying to monopolize the slots. The 4 women of the Wanyu holy sect, fearing they might lose their chance to take the stage, could no longer stay seated. "The dance of the Wanyu holy sect is vulgar and debased. Aren't you afraid of offending the Imperial son's eyes?" said the fox maiden Qing'er coldly. "Whether it's vulgar or elegant is for the Imperial son to judge, not for you vixen to interrupt." Qingzhu snorted. Jiang Wuhan watched the two sides argue and found it amusing. At this moment Jiu Ling looked at Jiang Wuhan and said in a soft pleading voice, "Imperial son, please decide which dance you wish to see." Jiang Wuhan's lips curled into an interested smile. "Since all have come to discuss the Tao and your paths share a subtle resonance, then why not, both of you dance together? Children make choices. As for me, I want it all." The two parties danced together. For a moment the ladies looked at each other in surprise. The intent of the Imperial son was to have them compete in dance. "Lady, since the Imperial son has given an order, are you brave enough to dance together?" Jiu Ling gazed at the four, her lazy tone filled with provocation. "What is there to fear?" Zilan puffed up her chest, her expression proud as she declared, "I fear that you, a bunch of flirtatious foxes, will feel ashamed in front of the dance of our sisterhood. Hee, such vulgar and lowly dance moves that are beneath the stage, how dare you speak so boldly?" Jiu Ling chuckled lightly, speaking nonchalantly, "Qing'er, play the qin." Qing'er nodded, sitting on the ground with her guqin, a gentle smile appearing as she glanced at Jiang Wuhan. Jiu Ling lightly stepped forward to Jiang Wuhan, bowing gracefully. The grandeur was breathtaking. "Us sisters offer a performance of immortal dance to the Imperial son, hoping it pleases him." Jiu Ling's beautiful eyes sparkled, her peach blossom eyes radiating enticing charm. The four from the Wanyu sacred sect were unwilling to be outdone, surrounding Jiang Wuhan like a chorus of birds. Zilan wrapped her delicate arms around Jiang Wuhan's neck, whispering sweetly in his ear, "We four are also willing to present a harmonious dance to please the Imperial son." "TSK. Are you testing the Imperial son with this? Which Imperial son can withstand such a test?" "All right." Jiang Wuhan nodded, a smile appearing on his face. "Do the four friends from the Wanyu sacred sect require separate music?" Hong Mei smiled lightly, shaking her head slightly. "Thank you for your concern, Imperial son. We sisters do not need separate music, we can simply use the music of the Tianhu clan." Huang Ju raised an eyebrow at Jiang Wuhan. "After all, the key to the harmonious dance is harmony, not the dance." Jiang Wuhan nodded, speaking lightly, "You all may begin." He wanted to see what tricks these two factions could come up with. Jiang Wuhan returned to his divine throne and Cece obediently sitting back on his lap, her body leaning into his embrace. Below, the ladies returned to their places, their figures alluring and enchanting. Jiang Wuhan gazed at the stunning display before him, feeling parched and a fire of desire igniting in his heart. He gave a slight nod to the ladies, and the next moment, Zheng music began. Or rather, it was not music. It was an enchanting and seductive melody that stirred the deepest, most primal desires within. At this moment Jiu Ling was the first to move. Her dance style was completely different from the boldness of Jean Liner and the elegance of GZ. It was a form of ultimate allure. Every gesture, every smile could tug at the heartstrings, drawing one deep into its embrace. The other ladies of the Tianhu clan accompanied her, though equally captivating they seemed like green leaves against a red flower. Under Jiu Ling's dance they all appeared dimmed. They were lifting her up. Everyone knew that only 3 slots remained for advancement. The few from the Tianhu clan could not all remain. The Tianhu clan leader made a swift decision to first lift Jiu Ling. Regardless, they had to secure a spot first. The 4 from the Wanyu sacred sect, seeing this, were equally unwilling to be outdone. Their dance swayed, glittering with brilliance. Beneath the harmonious dance lay hidden the secret methods of harmony. Meilong Ju each possessed their own unique charm. Just as they said, the dance was not important, what mattered was harmony. While their movements lacked the elegance and fluidity of the Tianhu clan, each action seemed to tread on the hearts of the spectators. Subtly, a pink mist enveloped half of the maple forest hall. Jiang Wuhan was the first to be affected. In his hazy consciousness it felt as though countless beautifully dressed alluring women surrounded him, posing in various tempting postures that would never pass inspection, emitting alluring moans. This scene was dreamlike. Yet it felt incredibly real. The lavish indulgence of nightly revelries was right before him, within reach. Jiang Wuhan's eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. The harmonious method quite interesting. He licked his lips, feeling the desire within him being gradually stirred. If it were another respected figure facing such a level of seductive arts, they might have long succumbed, eagerly rushing in. But this seductive art under the gaze of the ancient heavy eye was akin to showing off one's skills in front of an expert. Nevertheless, it must be said this feeling was quite exhilarating. Jiang Wuhan even considered whether he should go with the flow, pretending to be enchanted by them and then in front of everyone have his way with them. This seemed quite interesting. However, while Jiang Wuhan enjoyed himself, the others watching were suffering. In the side hall, a young cultivator who had followed an elder saw the dances of the Wanyu sacred sect and the ladies of the Tianhu clan through the Xian Tian mirror, and his eyes turned red, veins bulging on his forehead. Accompanied by an uncontrollable low moan, he sank into the illusion. His breathing became heavier and his hands unconsciously tore at his clothing. Seeing this, the elder beside him instantly furrowed his brows. "Wake up." A quasi-emperor powerhouse raised his hand and pressed it on the young man, infusing pure spiritual power, gradually calming the turmoil within him. After awakening, the young cultivator's face was pale as if all his essence had been drained. Harmonious method, Tianhu seduction. So terrifying. He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with lingering fear. The surrounding strong figures had also been affected to varying degrees. Monsters, they are all a bunch of little monsters. The ladies of the Tianhu clan possess innate alluring qualities, all born seductresses. Cough cough, beauties. Yet the methods of the Wanyu sacred sect were unexpectedly impressive, cultivating beauties that could rival the Tianhu clan with acquired techniques, truly opening this old man's eyes. I have tempered my heart for tens of thousands of years, already as calm as still water, yet unexpectedly I almost lost my Tao heart to these little girls. If I could marry one and enjoy nightly revelries, it would suffice to greatly comfort my life. I fear today I shall attain nirvana here. What do you think is the meaning of life? Damn, finish up and roll out. Are you still waiting for dinner? You all are dignified and respected figures, mind your image. What you're saying is quite right, but before you say that, you should first take your hands out. It would be more convincing. Which side do you think the imperial son would value more in terms of dance? The Wanyu sacred sect is enchanting and captivating, while the Tianhu clan women are charming yet not lewd, each having their own merits. I believe the fox girls Jiuling and Qing'er are rare talents from the Tianhu clan. The imperial son of the Jiang family has likely grown weary of human female cultivators. Occasionally changing taste seems not bad. In the side hall the discussions flourished. On such a topic all factions were remarkably harmonious. Meanwhile within the main hall the ladies danced alluringly, each side showcasing their own features. However, no matter how hard they tried, Jiang Wuhan remained quietly seated above, maintaining a calm smile. This result left the four women of the Wanyu sacred sect feeling dissatisfied. This shouldn't be the imperial son of the Jiang family. Logically should not have such composure. Is there something wrong? Could it be that the dance of those fox spirits distracted the imperial son's attention, causing our harmonious method to be ineffective for so long? Let's first deal with these fox seductresses and the imperial son. Will then be ours. Then let's start with that little waste among them. As long as one shows a flaw, they will all collapse without attack. The four reached an agreement, their dance style shifting from enchanting to more aggressive. The surrounding pink mist began to envelop the Tianhu clan side. Brother-in-law, they. And Cece noticed something amiss and couldn't help but frown. Jiang Wuhan placed a celestial fruit into her mouth, silencing her unfinished words. Cece, watch closely, this good show has only just begun. He smiled faintly, revealing a look of keen interest. Simultaneously the invisible pink mist spread, and upon touching Hu-Tu-Tu it transformed into wisps that entered her nostrils. In the next moment her delicate body trembled slightly, her breathing becoming heavy, unable to suppress a strange low moan. Upon seeing this, Jiuling and the others frowned. In the next moment her delicate body trembled slightly, her breathing becoming heavy, unable to suppress a strange low moan. Upon seeing this, Jiuling and the others, Hu-Tu-Tu's body went soft, leaning against Jiuling's embrace, her complexion flushed as she said, "Sister Jiuling, Tu-Tu. Tu-Tu feels so uncomfortable, my body is so strange." In an instant Jiuling sensed something was off. Her gaze turned cold as it landed on Zilan and the others. "You lowly ones from the Wanyu sacred sect. You are too despicable." Jiuling gritted her teeth angrily, shouting, "Whatever means you have come at me bullying Tu-Tu. What kind of skill is that? Hee, what is Miss Jiuling saying? We're not understanding a word." Hong Mei chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain in her beautiful eyes. It's just that little fox spirit's charm poison acting up. What does it have to do with us? I advise you to quickly take her away otherwise. If she can't suppress herself and ends up doing something embarrassing, don't blame us for not warning you. Huang Ju said with a charming smile. Although their methods were somewhat unscrupulous, they did interrupt the dance of the Tianhu clan. Let's strike while the iron is hot and capture the imperial sun. The four exchanged glances, all unleashing the harmonious method. The pink mist surged towards Jiang Wuhan on the divine throne. The speed was not fast, but the target was very clear. However, just as the pink mist was about to envelop Jiang Wuhan, a figure in white flashed by. A palm strike swept out, slicing through the invisible pink mist entirely. In an instant the hearts of the four from the Wanyu sacred sect trembled. What is this? At this moment all eyes fell in unison upon the suddenly appearing white-clad figure. With sparkling eyes and pearly teeth, her beauty was peerless. Her ethereal and otherworldly aura resembled that of an immortal descending to the mortal realm untouched by worldly dust. Tall and incredibly alluring, her curves in the right places rivaled even Lu Suxin's. Yet her figure was firm, exuding a youthful vitality unique to maidens, stirring a desire to nurture and explore. Even more eye-catching were the 9 enormous white tails that materialized behind her, ethereal yet tangible, each several meters long, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Hu Tutu. One body, two souls. A 98-point supreme hidden variant. You. Who are you? Mind your own business. Huang Ju frowned, and with a wave of her jade hand the pink mist transformed into sharp arrows shooting toward Hu Tutu. Humph. Hu Tutu snorted coldly, a sinister smile curling at the corner of her lips. With a casual wave she deflected the mist arrows, striking Huang Ju square in the chest. These arrows bore no lethal power, their sole purpose was enchantment. In an instant Huang Ju's gaze grew hazy and her cheeks flushed crimson. Dizzy. Dizzy, don't. Harder. Strange moans escaped her lips as she collapsed onto the ground, saliva trickling from the corner of her mouth. You attacking with underhanded arrows? Zilan's pretty face flushed with anger as she accused. Hu Tutu's gaze was contemptuous and she chuckled lightly, just returning the favor. I suggest you take her away quickly, or if she can't hold back and does something disgraceful, don't say I didn't warn you. The secret art of union was forcibly interrupted. Hu Tutu did not resume dancing, instead she walked step by step toward the divine source throne above. First. The secret art of union was forcibly interrupted. Hu Tutu did not resume dancing, instead she walked step by step toward the divine source throne above. With each step her thin robes fluttered gently, revealing glimpses of snow-white skin and her proud figure beneath the flowing garments. This sight stunned countless onlookers. Gentle and saintly, yet exuding an extreme contrast of allure. Even Jiuling, blessed with the charming spirit body, paled in comparison. Jiang Wuhan leaned back on the throne, gazing with keen interest at this peerless enigma approaching step by step. He had to admit she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. In terms of mere appearance she rivaled earthly beauties like Lin Qingya and Qi Mengyao. Combined with a devilish figure comparable to Lu Suxin's. Even Jiang Wuhan, who had seen countless women, couldn't help but feel his heart stir. Dizzy brother. Hu Tutu finally reached Jiang Wuhan's side, her clear eyes glistening with mist as she gazed at him tenderly. Then in an extremely contrasting soft sticky voice she coquettishly asked, Dizzy brother, do you like Tutu? Jiang Wuhan, seeing this, reached out and patted her fluffy little head, a smile spreading across his face. Tutu is indeed quite wonderful, but if I let you pass so easily others might be displeased. His meaning was clear, to pass she needed to show more. Hu Tutu nodded obediently, a cute smile blooming on her enchanting exquisite face. Tutu understands. With that her body went limp and she fell into Jiang Wuhan's embrace. Cece was squeezed aside, slipping off Jiang Wuhan's lap. In an instant Cece's brows knit together and she stood aside with a pouty expression. Clearly she had come first. Yet Hu Tutu completely ignored her reaction. Her jade-like arms gently looped around Jiang Wuhan's neck and she naturally sat on his lap, usurping the spot that originally belonged to Cece. With a hazy gaze